When Naruto and his two teammates once again followed their teacher Kakashi into the border of the Land of Fire, his heart still felt somewhat heavy. Kakashi-sensei, why couldn't that Zabuza guy just say what he was thinking? Believe it. Obviously. Kakashi, who was walking ahead, did not answer directly, but said softly, Naruto, the answer to that question is something you need to find for yourself. It's a long process, might take a lot of time, but... Before he could finish, Naruto suddenly pointed at the sky and shouted, oh, what's that? Believe it. Everyone looked up and saw a huge black rectangle appearing abruptly in the sky, as if a piece of space, but it didn't quite feel like that. There was no sense of spatial distortion around it. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, yet he didn't detect any chakra flow on it either. He urged his three apprentices to quicken their pace and return to Konoha. Along the way, he kept looking up to observe, but found that no matter from which angle he looked, it seemed to be facing straight on. Meanwhile, in the Land of Fire, across the entire ninja world, different people had all noticed this strange phenomenon in the sky. Even the sleeping souls in the Pure Land were forcibly awakened and saw the eerie light screen. Only Ishiki, who was recovering in some dark corner, and Tonari, who was on the moon, were exceptions. They instead fell into an even deeper slumber. Then a small light screen appeared beside the main light screen, and text began to emerge on it. What the heck? What is this thing? Hey, can we talk here? But it costs a lot of chakra. Oh, really? Sakura, you should. Don't just talk randomly here. It might leak intel. This sentence caused a brief silence in the barrage, but then people continued speaking, though obviously more restrained, simply discussing what this light screen actually was. I can see it in the Land of Fire. How about you all? This is the Land of Lightning. I can see it over. The Land of Earth, the Land of Wind too, and the Land of Water. The entire ninja world can see it. What the hell is this thing? Could it be some treasure left by the Sage of Six Paths? Isn't that just a legend? You can still say that after seeing this weird thing. Watching the continuously scrolling barrage, Kakashi knew things had gone wrong. He immediately urged his students to speed up and return to Konoha village. Meanwhile, the Kages of each village were busy ordering all ninjas to investigate what this light screen in the sky actually was. However, after various means of investigation, all were useless. It was as if the light screen wasn't really there. No attack could affect it. Trying to influence it with chakra only allowed one to speak on it. Other than that, it had no effect whatsoever. The third Hokage kept puffing on his pipe. As a Kage, he really hated things that were completely beyond his control. Now he could do nothing but stare blankly. This feeling of passivity was unbearable. But regardless, since the entire ninja world could see it, the situation in each village should be the same. Perhaps before long, a 5 Kage summit should be convened to discuss how to deal with this thing. On the border of the Land of Fire, Naruto, who was hurrying toward Konoha, suddenly stopped and pointed at the light screen. Kakashi-sensei, look, that thing is lighting up. Believe it. Everyone stopped and looked up. At the same time, people across the ninja world also noticed this change. A picture began to appear on the light screen. First, you see a prosperous village. No, compared to a village, it looks more like a bustling city. Skyscrapers lined up, traffic was heavy. Wide streets crisscrossed each other, and on the road were strange four-wheeled vehicles that didn't use animals moving steadily. The pedestrians on both sides were dressed in all kinds of clothes, laughing and joking in groups. As the picture moved, at the end of the widest central street was a building that was only 2 stories high, but very wide. The glass windows gleamed, and above the wide door the emblem of Konoha stood out conspicuously. Hey, Konoha. Naruto was a bit stunned, but Konoha doesn't look like this. Believe it. It's a completely different place, right? Sakura also complained. Sasuke remained silent. Kakashi was thinking, could it be a parallel world's Konoha? Is this Konoha? Nonsense, I've been to Konoha, there's nothing similar to the picture. Could it be a movie? Which film company has this kind of technology? Besides, even if they were making a movie, why would they portray Konoha like this? I don't recognize it at all. At this moment, the picture moved upward again, and the huge Hokage rock appeared. Clearly carved on it were 7 faces. Huh, 7 faces. Nonsense. Currently, Konoha only has 4 Hokage, and it's still the 3rd Hokage's term. Then, is that the future Konoha? It changed so much. Isn't that Tsunade and Kakashi? Damn it, don't leak village intel casually. Come on, those 2 are well known anyway. But who is that 7th one? Spiky hair with whiskers on the face. I don't recall any Konoha ninja like that. At a hot spring and somewhere Shizen soaking in the hot spring pointed at the sky. Tsunadesima, that's you, right? It seems so. But, Tsunade took off the towel on her head. Did I really go back to become Hokage in the future, or is that a parallel world me? The 3rd Hokage's eyes widened. Could that be? At the same time, everyone in the forest on the border of the Land of Fire turned to look at Naruto. And Naruto also widened his sparkling eyes. Hey, that's me, right? That's me, Kakashi-sensei. Well, if there isn't a second person in Konoha who looks like that. Kakashi rubbed his head. But Naruto, we can't be sure whether this is our future yet. Don't get too excited because of this. Whoop! Naruto yelled. I became Hokage. I became Hokage, believe it. Ha ha ha. Sakura punched him. Shut up, Lord Hokage. Sasuke didn't care about the Hokage issue, he just desperately wanted to know if his future self had killed Itachi. Kakashi shook his head, then drooped his only visible dead fish. No way. Someone like me could become Hokage. The picture suddenly changed to a standalone mansion. This house was large, obviously luxurious from the outside, with a spacious yard that included a small artificial pond. And on the wall outside the house, the nameplate bore the characters Uzumaki. The next moment, a blond boy in a black striped jacket leaped from the roof and landed steadily in the courtyard. This golden-haired boy, seemingly only around 10 years old, sported a pineapple-shaped hairstyle, with 2 whisker-like marks on each cheek. After landing, he strode lightly to the door and entered the house and home. Taking off his shoes, he entered the living room and found 2 men in their early 30s sitting on the sofa. One had golden hair and blue eyes, 3 whisker marks on each cheek, and bandages wrapped around his right hand. The other had long hair covering his left eye, wore a gray shirt, and his left sleeve was visibly empty. Master, you're back. The golden-haired boy happily ran over. Boruto, you haven't slacked off on your training while I was away, have you? Seeing this, Sakura kept patting Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, is that your son? He looks exactly like you. And Sasuke, the future Sasuke, looks so mature and dignified. Then she suddenly screamed, ah, how does Sasuke only have one hand? Sasuke raised his own left hand to look at it, quietly thinking to himself, was this caused by a fight with Itachi? But if he could kill Itachi at the cost of only one hand, it would be worth it. Naruto also looked worried. Hey, how do you only have one hand? What happened? How would I know now? Idiot. Sasuke snorted. Naruto was about to retort, but hearing the dialogue in the screen, he became displeased. Why does my son call Sasuke master? Humph. Sasuke sneered. Maybe because his father is too weak. What did you say? You arrogant Sasuke want to fight. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, Shikamaru, watching the screen, shook his head. That guy really became Hokage after all. Choji silently stuffed chips into his mouth without a word. In a certain training ground, Kiba also looked unhappy. Why does that guy get to be Hokage? Hinata replied softly, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Naruto-kun fulfilled his dream. And he must have worked very hard. This face, isn't it the 7th avatar? Is it that kid? How could he become Hokage? Huh, there's a story. Shut up. Don't leak village intelligence. In the screen, Naruto had a serious expression. Boruto, in a few days our Leaf Ninja Academy will hold a joint training session with other villages' academies. You already know, right? Ashino Sensei already notified us. Boruto sat carelessly on the sofa, wearing an indifferent. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance, then Naruto said solemnly, this is to tell you during the joint training, don't tell anyone who your mother is. Especially people from Kumogakure. Huh, why? Boruto looked puzzled. The two didn't answer, but fell into silence. This only made Boruto more curious, staring at them intently. Finally, Sasuke opened his mouth. Back then. Sasuke. Naruto tried to stop him. Sasuke turned his head, his face calm. He needs to know eventually. Telling him now isn't a bad thing. Boruto urged anxiously. Why? Tell me. The people watching the light screen were also anxious, not just Boruto. Naruto, however, was purely curious. Yeah, why? And his mother is my wife, right? Who is she? As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Sakura. Sakura in turn looked at Sasuke, pondering who his future wife might be. Finally, Naruto sighed. Sasuke spoke calmly. When we were young, before the 4th Great Ninja War, the relationships between villages were different from now. At that time, your mother killed many Kumogakure ninja, almost everyone she saw. If the 4th Great Ninja War hadn't united the villages against a common enemy, it would likely have led to war between Konoha and Kumogakure. My mom. That's impossible. Boruto's eyes widened in disbelief. In Kumogakure, inside the Raikage's office. Boom. The Raikage smashed the desk in front of him, chakra erupting around his body, almost materializing. Who dares to kill my people from Kumogakure? Raikage-sama, the desk needs to be replaced again, Mabui said calmly. Shut up. Who dares to kill so many of my people? The Raikage gritted his teeth, wanting to immediately settle accounts with Konoha. Yo, killing every Kumogakure ninja scene. How great must that grudge be? The future Hokage's wife, is that violent? Aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? What kind of enemy could make Kumogakure put aside such hatred to ally with Konoha? Yeah, such a deep grudge could be set aside, and the 5 great villages united against a common enemy. Who is that enemy? Under the light screen, Naruto was also stunned. Sakura, how could you kill so many from Kumogakure? Sakura punched him. I don't have such a deep grudge with Kumogakure. So your future wife is definitely. Kakashi also took a deep breath. Killing everyone seen. That wasn't just hatred, it was madness. But the barrage comments were right. What kind of enemy could make such a life or death hatred be set aside? After his shock, Boruto waved his hands repeatedly. Impossible. I know mom best. Although she's occasionally irritable, she would never be that kind of person. And besides, it's all this idiot dad's fault. Mom left all her gentleness for you. She's stricter with me and my little sister." As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and couldn't help shuddering. Sasuke continued, "At that time you weren't born yet, and many things were different from what you imagine. What kind of person do you think your mother is? Isn't she a musician?" Boruto asked back. "That was only after you were born." Sasuke shook his head slightly. "Especially after your little sister was born, she stopped taking missions. People in the village who know her well are all from our generation, so you young ones don't know about her past. In the past, because of the grudge with Kumogakure, she left rivers of blood. Even the current Raikage Darua's wife Samui was almost killed by her. Now most of the Kumogakure ninja of our generation have a direct vendetta against her." Boruto was intimidated by these words. How many people did she kill from Kumogakure? Countless. Almost no Kumogakure ninja who saw her survive. But Boruto looked confused. After doing something like that, no one came to take revenge on her over the years. Sasuke sighed. First, she nearly wiped out an entire generation of Kumogakure at that time. Second, a few years later, she began to dedicate herself to improving the average lifespan of the ninja world, food production, and other work, including the appearance you see today. So now she is very important to the entire ninja world. Most importantly, third, her strength is immense. So immense that even if all current ninja were combined, and the Sage of Six Paths were revived, they couldn't defeat her. I understand the future wife of the Hokage not doing missions, but becoming a musician is a bit abstract, isn't it? That's not the point, hey. Every cloud ninja who has seen her hasn't survived. Isn't that a bit too ruthless? Hey, the future Raikage is Darui, and he married Samui. Lucky guy? Shut up. Didn't you hear that Lady Samui almost got killed? What does that have to do with me? I'm not a cloud ninja. Inside the Leaf Village, the group of young ninjas fell into silence. Even the perpetually lazy Shikamaru looked somewhat terrified. What kind of hatred could drive someone to slaughter nearly an entire generation? Neji, meanwhile, pondered the female ninjas he knew, but couldn't think of anyone capable of such a deed. When they heard Sasuke's final words, the feudal lords from all countries except the Land of Lightning slammed their tables and stood up. Guards, send money to the Leaf Village. Tell them to protect that child's mother at all costs. A talent who can increase average lifespan and crop yields cannot be allowed to die. We must spend handsomely to safeguard her. The feudal lord of the Land of Lightning, on the other hand, was conflicted. Why did you have to provoke someone like her? Inside the Raikage's office, the Raikage was panting heavily, the entire office reduced to a chaotic mess. Bastard. She wiped out an entire generation of cloud ninjas. Who the hell is that fiend? All of you record this carefully. Once a name appears, send the Umbu and eliminate her before she strikes. This light curtain is our opportunity. Meanwhile, Kakashi and others who had experienced war wore helpless expressions. Killing an entire generation would undoubtedly spark war. Yet this made them all the more curious about the Fourth Great Ninja War. What kind of enemy could set aside such a grudge? Then they heard future Sasuke's final remark. The present Sasuke was stunned. Everyone in the ninja world, plus the Sage of Six Paths, still can't defeat him. Is he even human? Sakura was frightened. Naruto, I'm sorry for always hitting you before. It's fine, it's fine. Naruto, ever the optimist, waved his hand with a smile. Anyway, he'll make sure she never does something like that. Though he said that he was uncertain inside. He didn't know who the Sage of Six Paths was, but if everyone combined couldn't defeat the enemy that was beyond ordinary strength, wasn't it? Beyond them, the souls in the Pure Land, and inside the Death God's belly, were also shocked. The Fourth Hokage couldn't help asking, Kurama, just how strong is someone that even everyone plus the Sage of Six Paths can't beat? How should I know? Maybe he was just exaggerating. In the Pure Land, Kushina watched the screen and couldn't help thinking, with a wife like that, would Naruto get bullied? But Boruto said she gave him all her tenderness, so perhaps they were a loving couple. Jiraiya, who was traveling through the ninja world, scratched his head. A strength like that. Could she be the prophesied child the great Toad Sage mentioned? Should I return to the Leaf Village and teach her properly? Orochimaru, hiding somewhere, watched the sky screen and let out a sinister laugh. The Leaf Village has produced such a talent. Interesting. In the scene, Boruto's bewildered expression hadn't faded. Why? Mom, why did she? Sasuke's face was calm, but his tone was grave. Anyway, leave the younger kids aside for now. But among the ninja leading this mission, there should be descendants or friends of those who experienced that period. Remember this: in their presence, the name Hinata Hyūga must never be spoken. Many people in the Leaf Village simultaneously erupted in disbelieving roars, including the named Hinata Hyūga herself. Inside a certain training ground, Hinata stared blankly at the sky screen. Normally, if she saw herself marrying Naruto, she would have blushed and fainted from the rush of blood. But now she couldn't care about that. She was shocked that she could have killed so many cloud ninja. Kurenai, Kiba, and Shino turned and stared at the equally stunned Hinata. Hinata, you? I don't know. Hinata was on the verge of tears, frantically waving her hands. That's not me, it's definitely not me. Kurenai reached out and patted her head. It's okay, it's okay. Regardless of the future, the current Hinata isn't like that. Right, Kiba forced a smile. Hinata wouldn't do something like that. Exactly, Shino adjusted his sunglasses. At least the Hinata now is definitely not that person. The reason is, the moment they heard the name Hayashi and Neji were utterly stunned. Their first thought was impossible. Absolutely impossible. With Hinata's personality, killing a chicken would be hard, let alone wiping out a generation of Cloud Ninja. It had to be fake. The third Hokage also sighed, and puffed his pipe in confusion. How could this be? Hinata's personality. It simply didn't add up. The barrage of comments scrolled wildly. Impossible. Hinata isn't that kind of person. Hyūga. That family name. The Byakugan, right? Could it be that incident back then? Hey, don't spout nonsense here. Anyway, there's no way Hinata would do such a thing. Exactly, and Hinata is only 12 now. Whatever the Cloud's assassination squad should have already been dispatched, right? Haha, the Leaf Village is going to be busy. Naruto at the border also waved his hands frantically. Impossible, impossible. Hinata isn't like that, Databeo. Sakura nodded in agreement. Exactly, Hinata wouldn't kill so many people. This has to be fake. Sasuke remained silent. He had once thought he could be carefree too, but if something devastating happened to you. Inside the Raikage's office, the Raikage himself stared at the sky screen. So it's that little girl, is it? In that case, don't blame me. Send my elite Umbu. Find a way to eliminate such a major threat cannot be left alive. Mabui shook her head gently. Raikage-sama, that will be extremely difficult. If I'm not mistaken, Hinata Hyūga is now under top-tier protection. Moreover, I believe the feudal lords of the other nations will also issue missions to protect her. Bastards. Are they trying to oppose me? According to the sky screen, she can increase average lifespan and crop yields, which is of great benefit to the entire ninja world. What does that have to do with us? She must not live. Send the Umbu. As he spoke, he smashed another desk. Suddenly, messenger animals bearing orders spread across the ninja world. Inside the Leaf Village, Danzo was the first to arrive at the Hokage's office. Hiruzen. Don't even think about it. The third Hokage cut him off. Hinata is the daughter of the Hyūga main house. She cannot become a ninja of the darkness. Danzo frowned. Now that she has the attention of the entire ninja world without Root's protection. I've already dispatched Umbu to protect her. The Hyūga clan will also assign their strongest warriors to guard her. I won't let anything happen to her. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Bang! Danzo turned and slammed the door shut on his way out. Boruto's expression was complicated. I still find it hard to imagine that mom would become like this. Naruto sighed. There's a reason for that. When she was 3 years old, the Cloud Village sent people to kidnap her for the Byakugan bloodline. Although the attempt ultimately failed, it led to the death of her uncle, your cousin Neji's father. After that, Hinata became withdrawn and disliked conflict. Her guilt toward her uncle also made it impossible for her to communicate well with Neji. Until her Genin days, she was an ordinary girl who rarely spoke and kept to herself. If things had continued like that, perhaps they wouldn't have turned out the way they did. With that, Naruto held his head and sighed. Boruto asked then, what happened later? During the Chunin exams, Neji, dissatisfied with the branch family situation, injured Hinata during the match. Wait a moment. Boruto interrupted. What is the branch family? Naruto explained the Hyūga once had a main family and a branch family. Only the main family could inherit the complete Byakugan and Gentle Fist. The branch family was branded with a curse mark, and Neji belonged to the branch family. At that time, the branch family was almost like servants to the main family. Curse mark. Boruto was startled, then suddenly stood up. Then the one on Himawari's forehead. Don't worry, that one is different. Naruto waved his hand. During the Chunin exams, Hinata was injured by Neji, which made her even more guilty. Neji also knew that it wasn't her fault, so afterward their relationship returned to what it was before, like ordinary siblings who talked about everything. Naruto paused for a few seconds, then continued. You might have heard about what happened later. The following year during the Chunin exams, the Cloud Village, unwilling to give up, ambushed Hinata to try to seize the Byakugan again. It was then that Neji, in order to save her, was killed right before her eyes, leaving not even a complete body. Boruto fell silent. So that's the beginning of Mom's hatred for the Cloud Village. Naruto nodded slightly. Later, Hinata was rescued by Kakashi Sensei, who rushed over. But from then on, Hinata just became a different person. Boruto understood. Sasuke shook his head gently. No, she became a madwoman. No longer the timid girl she once was, she displayed extraordinary talent, surpassing everyone in just 2 years. But at the same time, she began hunting Cloud Village ninjas. At first, no one knew it was her. Then one time, Samui came to the Leaf Village to deliver documents, and on her way back, Hinata followed her, planning to kill her en route. But Naruto stopped her, and that incident exposed her. After that, she stopped hiding and began a large-scale massacre of Cloud Village ninjas, killing nearly 100 in a year. This also pushed the Leaf and Cloud into a state of high tension. Hearing this, Boruto felt a chill run down his spine. Then, Wouldn't that lead to war? Sasuke replied, because there was no decisive evidence. Apart from Samui, there were no survivors. But even so, if not for the sudden outbreak of the fourth great ninja war, the Leaf and Cloud would definitely have fought. Boruto fell into a long silence after hearing this. Oh, so that's how it was. They deserve it. Hey, you, which village are you from? State your name. Shut up. You Cloud Village people are despicable, driving a little girl into a mad woman. Such things are normal, I suppose, but no one expected it would create a super powerhouse, creating a formidable enemy for themselves. But her talent is indeed extraordinary. In just 2 years, she slaughtered all the mid-level ninjas of the Cloud Village without leaving a single survivor. In the Leaf Village, an eerie silence fell. At the training ground, Hinata stared at the sky screen and murmured to herself, "Is that so? Not just my uncle, but even Neji died because of me." Kurenai gently patted her on the back. "Hinata, it's not your fault. Don't think too much." Kiba also comforted her. "Hey Hinata, don't worry. Neji is still alive and well, right?" He had been furious upon hearing that Neji had injured Hinata during the Chunin exams, but now the situation had completely changed. In the Hyūga compound, Hayashi stared at the sky screen and murmured, "I see." And it seemed that in the future there would be no caged bird, and the Hyūga had finally made a change. Has Hinata not returned yet? Head of the family Hinata-sama is still at the training ground. Our people in the Umbu are protecting her. Meanwhile, at another training ground, Rock Lee was holding Neji and crying loudly. "Neji, how could you die?" "Shut up. I'm still alive." Neji pushed his head away. The somewhat melancholic atmosphere was completely shattered. Neji lowered his head. "Hinata-sama, is it for me and my father?" Before he could think further, Guy also came over crying and hugged him. In the border forest, Naruto was unusually silent. After a long time, he murmured to himself, "Even so, killing that many people isn't right, Databeo. You really know nothing about hatred, loser." Sasuke sneered. Sakura wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. Kakashi sighed. Why did this generation have so many problem children? Naruto suddenly spoke up. "Kakashi-sensei, if Neji hadn't died, would Hinata not have become like that? Our lives are made up of countless coincidences, so it's hard to say if. According to the light screen, if I had arrived a little earlier, I might have saved Neji, but in that world there is no..." And Kakashi's main concern now was still who the enemy of the fourth great ninja war was. Over in the Cloud Village, an eerie silence had also fallen. After all, this was indeed their own doing. They just never imagined they would accidentally create such a madwoman. Darui felt a bit embarrassed looking at Samui beside him. In theory, marrying her in the future should be something to be happy about, but now he clearly wasn't in the mood. The Raikage took a deep breath. Regardless, Hizashi is already dead, and the hatred has been sown. Before she grows up, the plan remains unchanged. Send elite Umbu to kill her. Raikage-sama, it's not easy to make a move now. Mabui said calmly. Even if we send all the elite Umbu, it would be difficult. Moreover, the Leafs Umbu and the Hyūga clan will definitely go all out to protect her. To kill her now. Unless we start a war, it's almost impossible. The sky screen continued to show. Boruto asked then. After the fourth great ninja war ended, didn't it cause another conflict? Sasuke replied. By that time, the Cloud Village no longer had the strength. What do you mean? Let me show you the scene from back then. Saying this, Sasuke activated his right eye, and a peculiar pattern appeared. Upon seeing the pattern in his eyes, Sasuke paused for a moment, recalling Itachi's words, "If you ever obtain eyes like mine, come find me." Sasuke did not yet know of the Mangekyo Sharingan's existence, but he recognized that the Nantomo pattern before him was exactly what Itachi had described, eyes identical to his own. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, resting in a forest, caught sight of this scene and allowed a faint smile to cross his lips. "You've matured quite a bit, Sasuke. But the only issue is, how did you lose your left arm?" Itachi was well aware that based on his own plan, the severing of his brother's arm was never part of the design, thus it was likely a consequence of other events in the future. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara, observing the luminous screen, narrowed his eyes. Another pair of Mangekyo. I wonder what ability they possess. In an underground cavern, Uchiha Obito could also see the same screen, curiosity flickering in his gaze. The scene shifted. A battered landscape lay shrouded in dust, pockmarked with craters of varying depths and sizes. Endless branches stretched beyond sight, their beginning and end indiscernible, dense, chaotic, and sprouting before the eyes. Dangling from these branches were humanoid forms wrapped in bandages. The view slowly panned to reveal 3 colossal summoned beasts, a toad, a slug, and a massive azure. Figures leaped down from the 3 summoning beasts. They were Naruto, clad in an orange and black jacket, Sasuke wearing a blood-stained white garment with the Kusanagi sword at his hip, and Sakura with short hair and a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, dressed in a ninja vest. As the trio landed, Sakura beamed with excitement. "We won. Did we really win?" Sasuke turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Yeah, we won. Naruto suddenly cheered, waving toward another direction. Hinata, we won. The war is over, you know. The moment she saw the scene, Sakura practically bounced with joy. Wow, grown-up Sasuke is so handsome. But why did I cut my hair short? Naruto still looks the same. Naruto rested his hands behind his head with a huff. Hey, I'm pretty handsome too, aren't I? For some reason, after learning that his future wife was Hinata, his fondness for Sakura seemed to wane considerably. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Those three summoned beasts. They looked oddly familiar. At a hot spring in Shizune pointed at the sky. Lady Tsunade, look. That Kunoichi's forehead and that summoning beast. Is she my future disciple? Tsunade remarked with keen interest. Jiraiya, heading toward Konoha, caught sight of the toad and grinned. Oh, this combination. The new Meanwhile, Orochimaru, with his sharp intellect, instantly recognized that Sasuke's attire was his own style. Yet Sasuke's body had not been taken over, meaning something had gone awry. Comments flooded in like a torrent. Hey, is there any veteran from the Second Great Ninja War? This combination looks familiar. Of course it does. During the Second War, the title of the Sannin was tied to these three summons. So these three are students of the Sannin. How could that be? None of the Sannin are even in Konoha right now. Shut up. Who's the one leaking intel here? Wait, isn't anyone concerned about those eerie branches? The village leaders are surely discussing it. Not our... In the scene, Naruto rushed behind a figure and hugged her from behind in sheer excitement. Hinata. The view shifted to reveal Hinata's face. It was a beauty beyond description. Every angle perfectly aligned, her features harmoniously balanced, yet sharply defined. Her pale Byakugan betrayed no trace of emotion. Her hair, loose and short, reached her shoulders with elongated side locks falling below her chest. She wore a short jacket that barely covered her chest over a mesh ninja armor bodysuit and cropped ninja pants. This outfit accentuated her ample chest, slender waist, and long legs. Her bust far exceeding average, creating a proportion that was striking yet harmonious. She was tall, even slightly taller than Naruto. As Naruto cheered in excitement, she remained expressionless, reaching out to grip his wrist. No, Naruto. It's not over yet. Naruto froze, then released her and stepped in front of her. What do you mean? Hinata's voice was flat. There's one last thing. I must kill the Raikage and eradicate Kumogakure completely. She spoke calmly, but her words sent Naruto into shock. Are you kidding? He roared. The war is finally over, and you want to start another one. What happened to Neji is in the past. Even if you kill the current Raikage, there will be another. It'll only make things worse. I told you, Hinata said, her face impassive. I will annihilate Kumogakure entirely. There will be no next Raikage. All Kumo ninja will be slain by me here. Have you lost your mind? Naruto shouted. This was a joint effort of the 5 great villages. We finally have a chance at peace, and you destroy it with your own hands. Hinata's tone remained steady. From the moment they kidnapped me, the seed of hatred was sown. They killed my uncle. They killed Nejinii. And over these years I've slain countless Kumo ninja, breeding fresh hatred. So to sever this cycle, eradicating them root and branch, is the optimal solution. No one will come seeking revenge anymore, and thus peace will naturally follow. You? Just then Sakura approached. Hinata, this is going too far. Even if you kill everyone in Kumogakure, the other villages will never let it go. You'd be making enemies of the entire shinobi world. Perhaps this is the optimal path, Hinata replied, turning to face her. The 5 great villages united only because of a common enemy. Now that the enemy is gone, things will return, so I might as well become that enemy. By killing everyone in Kumo, all the world's hatred will converge on me. Even the Hyūga clan will reject me. As long as I live, the shinobi world will know peace. This isn't true peace. It's fear, Naruto bellowed. And making you bear the hatred of the entire shinobi world alone. That's far too unfair to you. I will never allow you to do something like this. In the next instant, blood vessels bulged at Hinata's temples and cheeks, spreading across her face like a spiderweb. Her once beautiful countenance turned grotesque and fierce. Yet there was a dark, twisted allure to it. Her eyes blazed with a faint blue luminescence, and her voice turned icy. Are you going to stop me? Of course I will. Naruto shot back. The hatred of the shinobi world shouldn't be yours to bear alone. Let this war end right here. When Hinata appeared on the screen, she truly captivated everyone gazing at the sky. She's so beautiful. I can't help but envy the 7th Hokage. He picked her up. Have they already gotten together at this point? This figure, this appearance, is even more stunning than Tsunade. Jiraiya, are you trying to get yourself killed? Aside from the comments, the people of Konoha were also exceptionally amazed. Although Hinata's features are quite pretty now, she hasn't fully grown up yet, and her usual conservative dressing makes it hard to believe she could be so alluring. Yukihara looked at Hinata sitting beside her, surprised that she could blossom into such a beautiful woman after a few years, even possessing a strong appeal to others. Kiba unabashedly exclaimed, "Wow, that's grown-up Hinata. So gorgeous." Hinata blushed deeply and replied, "Kiba, stop saying that. Especially seeing her future self being held by Naruto without any reaction, it seems she is already in love. Thinking of this made her face flush. The reason she hasn't fainted yet is that the other impacts are too overwhelming and she wants to know the cause. In the Pure Land, Kushina pulled on Makoto's sleeve. "Hey Makoto, look at my daughter-in-law, she's really beautiful." Makoto nodded. "So is Sasuke's wife, that pink-haired little girl. It seems she is Tsunade's disciple." The fourth Hokage inside the Reaper nodded repeatedly. Although she is still a bit inferior to Kushina, she is indeed very beautiful. Kurama retorted, "Are you blind? How is Kushina not beautiful? Even as a tailed beast, I've never seen a more beautiful human than this." Naruto was being poked in the shoulder repeatedly by Sakura. "You lucky guy, how did you manage to find such a beautiful girl like Hinata to be your wife?" Naruto, usually confident, felt a bit embarrassed by the teasing. "Well, I mean, it's not like that yet." Sakura, while teasing, also glanced at herself, wondering if her future self's figure and appearance are really not as good as Hinata's. However, the previously harmonious discussion fell into a brief silence as the scene continued. Especially when hearing Hinata wanting to kill everyone in the Cloud Village, the tone of the comments completely changed. While it's tragic that her uncle and brother were killed, wanting to wipe out an entire village is too extreme, right? Wow, how can such a beautiful girl say such cold-hearted words? According to what was said before, she must have killed many in the Cloud Village by now, right? Though I sympathize, wanting to eliminate an entire village is indeed excessive. The people of Konoha also fell into silence, refraining from commenting. Yukihara gently patted her head. "Hinata, while being a ninja, comes with hatred. You can't be too extreme." Kiba also spoke up. "Hinata, my father died before I was born, so I can't fully understand how you felt then. But it really doesn't justify doing something like this." Hinata lowered her head. "I'm sorry, I don't know why I had that thought." In the border forest, Naruto looked up and murmured, "No matter how you put it, this is too much. Although I'd be sad about Neji's death, I can't agree with this." Not just him, even Sasuke felt that the Hinata on screen was a bit too extreme. However, when hearing Hinata say she wanted to bear the hatred of the entire ninja world alone, he fell into silence. Is this something one can truly achieve alone? Kakashi sighed, deeply feeling that she was more troublesome than Naruto and Sasuke combined. In the Pure Land, Rishin's expression was grim. He had many grievances about this niece, but he never expected that she had been feeling guilty towards him all along, even going so far as to oppose the entire ninja world. He looked at the light screen, left speechless. The most unbelievable was Neji looking at the fierce expression on Hinata's face on the screen. He really found it hard to believe it was the Hinata he knew. Tintin suddenly patted his shoulder. "Neji, Hinata is a good sister. To prevent her from becoming like that, you must live well." Guy was in tears. "Don't worry, Neji-sensei will definitely protect you." Neji looked at him with disdain. "Once the screen appears, the future has certainly changed. You don't have to worry so much." Meanwhile, the Raikage was so furious he couldn't even speak, smashing the office to pieces. "Bastard. How could someone be so despicable as to want to wipe out my entire village for one person?" Maki remained calm. "Lord Raikage, the situation hasn't occurred yet. And since the future Hokage said so, it means she ultimately didn't do that." Sasuke took 2 steps forward on screen. "Hinata, you are too extreme. We cannot allow you to do this." Hinata looked at him and then at Naruto. "One of you is my friend, the other is my lover. Are you really going to stand against me now?" Naruto stepped forward. "It's precisely because you are my lover that I cannot stand by and watch you fall into darkness. Do you remember when Iruka Sensei asked us to write who we wanted to be with at the end of the world? At that time I didn't write anyone. I didn't know my family or have any friends. But now I can tell you that I want to be with you. Until death, I want to be with you. If you insist on doing this today, then let's die together here." Hinata's tone softened. "You'd rather bring me down with you than stop me? I just can't bear to watch you sink." Naruto replied softly. "I don't want to become the hero that kills you, nor do I want to be killed by you, leaving you all alone. So it has to be this way." Hinata turned to look at Sasuke. "And you?" Sasuke replied calmly. "You know, I once abandoned everything to kill Itachi Uchiha. But after I actually killed him, especially after knowing the truth, there was no sense of satisfaction from avenging my great hatred, only confusion remained. I even thought about destroying Konoha. At that time you told me this kind of thinking was wrong. Today I will tell you the same thing." Hearing this, Sasuke's eyes widened. "I killed Itachi Uchiha. But what does the latter part mean? What truth? Could it be that there are other reasons for Itachi's actions?" Seeing this, the third Hokage felt a shock in his heart. If Sasuke were to find out about that matter. Itachi Uchiha also frowned, looking at his future younger brother's expression, unable to help but wonder if his actions had been wrong. Some people in the barrage were also asking about Uchiha Itachi, but all of them were ignored. Most were discussing what the final outcome would be. Although from the future footage Hinata ultimately did not do that, what happened in between remains intriguing. "So you've decided to stop me?" Hinata lowered her head, took a deep breath, and then looked up again, her gaze unwavering. In that case we have no choice but to fight. Sasuke let out a slow sigh. Though I don't wish to reach this point, it seems there's no other way. Nearby Naruto's eyes glistened. Hinata, I truly don't want to fight you. But, Sakura ran between them. Stop fighting. The war has finally ended, don't start again. Sasuke spoke up. If I die, just transplant my eyes to Kakashi. He can protect the village. You all. Naruto raised his hand. Hinata, this place can't withstand our battle now. If we must fight, let's go somewhere else. Sasuke agreed as well. I think so too. Since we're going to go all out, let's find an uninhabited planet and have a proper fight. Hinata nodded. Alright. The next moment the air around Sasuke twisted and a portal opened. Let's go. There's a barren planet nearby, well go there. Hinata said. Nothing vanished in a flash. Naruto followed into the portal. As Sasuke was about to enter, Sakura grabbed his arm. Sasuke, come back alive. All of you must live. He'll try. Sasuke entered the portal expressionlessly. Wait. Going to another planet. That casually. Is that space-time ninjutsu? Can it even do that? Is that space-time ninjutsu? Can it do that? This ability is not inferior to the yellow flash of back, then, is it? Far exceeds it. Being able to casually travel to other planets. Their power is on another level. Fighting on other planets. Naruto looked puzzled. By the way, Sasuke, when did you learn that space-time ninjutsu databeo? How should I know? Idiot. Sasuke looked at the celestial screen thinking, what is going on? I killed Itachi, so why am I feeling lost? Kakashi's eyelids drooped. These two disciples' future strength is probably extraordinary. In the Pure Land, Kushina clenched her fists. Go for it, son. A man must protect his wife. Don't let her fall into darkness. Wake her up. The fourth Hokage within the Reaper's stomach murmured, though a man shouldn't hit his wife in this special case, we have no choice but to fight. The scene shifts. On a desolate planet, three figures appear. There are no plants or water on this planet, only swirling dust and earth-red mountains and land. Naruto and Sasuke stood side by side, facing Hinata. Hinata's fluffy hair fluttered in the wind, her voice unwavering. He'll ask one last time. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? You know we don't have to do this, Naruto said with pain in his eyes. Then let's begin. Without further words, Hinata raised her arms and assumed a Saiyan charging posture. The next moment, a visible burst of chakra erupted around her, causing the air to distort visibly. The ground around her was instantly depressed by more than 10 centimeters. Naruto stared at Hinata solemnly. Sasuke, her gentle fist has reached the level where she can disperse all chakra. You know what that means, right? Sasuke held Kusanagi sword. It means she can use ninjutsu against us, but we can only use taijutsu against her, right? Sage techniques should also work. Let's go. Naruto roared, orange eyeshadow appearing at the corners of his eyes. He charged at Hinata, first leaping high into the air with Sasuke following closely. Sage Art Ultra Big Ball Rasengan. A blue energy sphere over 50 meters in diameter appeared in Naruto's hand, then slammed down fiercely. Boom! A massive crater instantly appeared on the ground, and the rapidly spinning Rasengan dissipated. At the bottom of the crater, Hinata's Byakugan stared calmly at him. She's gotten stronger. Now she can even disperse Sage Chakra, Naruto said in shock. No, her hand is scratched. It's effective. Sasuke spoke. Naruto looked down and formed a cross-hand seal. Multi-shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, countless Naruto clones appeared, estimated at over 1,000. The next moment, over 1,000 Naruto clones in midair all lit up Rasengan. Sage Art Ultra Big Ball Rasengan Multi-Linked. The 1,000 clones formed a hemisphere blocking all of Hinata's escape routes. Yet she seemed to have no intention of dodging. She raised her hands, each forming different seals with one hand, then clapped them together and took a deep breath. As her chest swelled, a trace of flame wrapped in electric arcs leaked from between her teeth. Ninja Art Lightning Flame Ball. Hinata opened her mouth and spat out a fireball wrapped in electric arcs toward the sky. The fireball grew with the wind, instantly expanding to over 1,000 meters in diameter. The 1,000 Naruto clones holding Ultra Big Ball Rasengan were instantly engulfed and annihilated by the fireball. Such an opening left everyone in the ninja world who witnessed it with their mouths wide open. Holy crap! That chakra level can't be real, right? Is that how shadow clones are used? What does it mean that Gentle Fist can disperse chakra? Simply put, combining Gentle Fist with the Byakugan allows one to see the structure of chakra and attack its weak points to disperse it. In theory, it can disperse any ninjutsu formed by chakra. Hey, don't leak our Hyūga's secrets. What is Sage Chakra? Seriously, chakra doesn't cost money. You guys use it like that. Is that forming different seals with both hands? Ninjutsu can be used like that. Left hand fire release, right hand lightning release. Amazing. No wonder she's the one who threatened to destroy all of Kumogakure. In Konoha, Kiba stared blankly at the celestial screen, drool almost spilling. He stiffly turned to look at Hinata. You're incredible, right? That's not me. Hinata waved her hands repeatedly. I don't know how it happened. Kurenai smiled. It's okay, just watch. In the end, Hinata didn't do that thing right. Just treat it as watching a battle between strong people to gain experience. Wow, what was that? Can you actually use different ninjutsu at the same time? I can't even form seals properly. Naruto seemed discouraged. Though surprised inside, Sasuke remained calm on the surface. Couldn't that Haku also form seals with one hand? It's just a matter of increasing difficulty. Sakura didn't know what to say. Kakashi looked grim. Setting everything else aside, this chakra level is too terrifying. If they can casually use such techniques, the subsequent battle will likely be even more horrifying in scale. Sasuke suddenly appeared from behind his Kusanagi, sword slicing through the thin air aimed straight at Hinata's head. Yet Hinata, without turning back, merely raised her hand in a seemingly casual motion, caught his wrist, and hurled him forward. Sasuke was flung directly, crashing into the rock face and leaving a dent. But it wasn't over. Hinata followed up, raising her hand as she advanced and punched him squarely in the chest. With a thunderous boom, a ridge rose from the ground, stretching endlessly to the horizon. Before Hinata, only a pitch-black void remained, its depths impossible to fathom. Sasuke! Naruto roared, then leaped down to engage Hinata in close combat. Against his fists, Hinata deftly parried, then pinned his other hand. Hyūga held a trace of reluctance. Give up, Naruto. I taught you taijutsu, you can't beat me. I know, Naruto stared at her, but I can't let you keep going down this wrong path. You're so stubborn. Hinata seemed to grow irritated, lifting her leg to kick him away. Naruto blocked the kick and launched an attack at her. But just as she said, his taijutsu was her teaching. He couldn't land a single effective blow, and every attack was easily neutralized. Then Hinata changed her rhythm, her hands alternating between yin and yang, one feinting, one striking true. Naruto parried repeatedly, but soon fell into her pace. Naruto tried to counter, throwing a punch only to have his wrist caught, while her other hand darted toward his throat from the side. Though he blocked in time, her elbow twisted and struck his abdomen. This fluid taijutsu with seamlessly connected movements was entirely different from the mainstream taijutsu of the ninja world. Hinata threw a punch that was blocked, but as she turned, another fist came from below, forcing Naruto to scramble. The tempo overwhelmed Naruto. Hinata leaped, spun, and lashed out with a whip kick that he barely blocked, but upon landing she pivoted and struck him solidly with a butterfly palm. Naruto staggered off balance, and in that moment Hinata exploited the opening, slipping under his arm and rapidly tapping her fingers across his chest. Tenketsu. Naruto realized, but it was too late. The next instant, Hinata delivered 2 consecutive inch punches to his abdomen. The first punch sent force through his body, shattering the rock wall behind him and blasting a massive hole. The second sent Naruto flying, smashing through at least 3 small hills. Before he even landed, Hinata flashed in front of him, grabbed his face with her left hand, and held him aloft. I told you you're no match for me. Naruto, his face clutched, grabbed her wrist and flashed a smile. That's not certain. I've grown stronger over the years too. As his words faded, Sasuke appeared from behind, blade aimed straight for Hinata's nape. But Hinata merely stepped back, turned, raised her hand to block his arm, then with a cloud hand parry deflected the blade and simultaneously struck his abdomen with her palm. A dull thud later, Sasuke coughed up blood. Then Hinata grabbed his face with her right hand as well. Holding one in each hand, she leaped into the air and slammed them down viciously. Finally, she pressed both their heads into the ground and sprinted, carving deep furrows across the earth. After crashing through several small hills, she leaped and spun in midair, flinging them away. Then Hinata shouted, "Enough, you two. No more fighting. Such incredible taijutsu. Is this taijutsu or a dance? The movements are so fluid, and there's an elegance to them. You're not the only one who thinks so. The Hyūga clan is famous for taijutsu after all. Come on, it's only Hinata who's this strong, right? And Naruto's fighting style was clearly taught by her. You can indeed see the lineage. Holy crap. What was that punch? No wind-up, yet delivered that kind of power at such close range. What a brilliant... Kumogakure relies mainly on nin taijutsu. Gentle fist can disrupt chakra. This taijutsu, was it specifically created to counter Kumogakure? The Raikage, seeing the barrage, wore a dark expression, and most others looked similarly grim. Indeed, Kumogakure was renowned for nin taijutsu. If Hinata's gentle fist could disrupt chakra combined with this fluid taijutsu, she would have Kumogakure ninja completely at a disadvantage. Judging by the power displayed in the footage, she indeed had the strength to wipe out a generation. Damn it. Record everything. Find a way to counter her taijutsu. As he spoke, the Raikage smashed another desk. In the border forest, Naruto watched his future self and Sasuke getting beaten and kept shouting, "What are you doing, future me? Fight back. Fight back." "Shut up," Sasuke cut him off. "She taught you taijutsu. How could you possibly hit her?" Sakura trembled, thinking that she used to hit Naruto all the time. Could Hinata have taught him this to deal with her? Kakashi activated his Sharingan and silently recorded, Even if the Sharingan couldn't enhance physical reaction, at least he could memorize and learn some moves. Inside the Hyūga estate, nearly all clan members were frantically studying and recording. This was the taijutsu improved by Lady Hinata, and they must learn it well. Ever since learning that the future Hyūga had no branch family, the clansmen were eager to depose Hayashi and push Lady Hinata to power. Across the ninja world, many were studying. But in the Pure Land, Kushina silently covered her face. She had hoped her son could knock some sense into her daughter-in-law, yet he was completely outclassed along with Mikoto's son. Now all their acquaintances were nearby, making Kushina lose face. Only the Hyūga ancestors laughed heartily, proclaiming the clan had found a worthy successor. Meanwhile, in the training ground, Hinata watched the footage, initially worried that her future self might kill Naruto and Sasuke. But then a flood of knowledge suddenly poured into her mind, causing a headache, and she instinctively clutched her head. "What's wrong, Hinata?" Kurenai noticed her distress. "In my head. So many things. These techniques in my mind, they seem." Kurenai massaged her temples. "These are the taijutsu invented by your future self. Seeing them must have triggered resonance. Let me take you home to rest." Kiba exclaimed in astonishment. "That works? Hinata, when you're better, teach me a few moves. I want to try beating up Naruto too." Shino adjusted his sunglasses. "Kiba, don't gloat." Naruto pushed aside the pile of rubble that had buried him, slowly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and walked forward. "Hinata, you've gotten even stronger." Sasuke also emerged from the other side, flicking the Kusanagi in his hand and spitting out blood. "Compared to last time, it's like you're a different person. Everyone called me a monster since I was a kid. Now I think we're about the same," Naruto joked, still in good spirits. Hinata looked at both of them. "Are you two still going to fight? That was just casual sparring. If we continue, you might die." Without a word, the two vanished, accompanied by an orange glow and blue arcs of lightning attacking from two directions simultaneously. Hinata merely turned slightly, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and precisely caught both Sasuke's sword-wielding hand and Naruto's fist. Boom! With just that one move to catch their attacks, the ground around her cracked inch-by-inch, fissures spreading nearly 1,000 meters, expanding like a spiderweb. "In that case, I won't hold back anymore." Hinata's eyes were filled with killing intent. "No matter what, I won't let you be alone anymore." Naruto suddenly became enveloped in a golden light, with black stripes appearing on his body. A thin vertical pupil formed in the center of his horizontal pupils, creating a cross shape. "Sasuke." "Oh." Sasuke replied, lifting his head slightly to reveal a concealed left eye, a purple Rinnegan with Tomo markings. With a flash of light, the three vanished. Sasuke and Naruto coordinated their attack on Hinata, moving so fast the naked eye could barely follow. Only the orange glow and blue arcs of lightning flickering intermittently. Hinata landed with a backflip, assuming a special 8 trigrams palm opening stance. Naruto and Sasuke charged in unison from front and back, launching their attack. Yet Hinata held her own against the two, even launching counterattacks with ease, forcing them back repeatedly before they resumed their assault. Her agile footwork allowed her to weave between them, deflecting their attacks one by one. In fact, her speed was so great that Naruto and Sasuke found it hard to keep up. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata kicked Sasuke flying. However, the airborne Sasuke used his foot to snatch the Kusanagi, spun it twice, and hurled it back. Faced with the incoming Kusanagi, Hinata merely swung her fist, seemingly carelessly striking the blade's side and deflecting it away. Naruto followed up, engaging in close-quarters combat. His fists whirled like wheels as he struck at Hinata, but she completely neutralized them with her rotating arms, while simultaneously raising her leg to preemptively block the knee he was about to kick with. The shockwaves from their physical collisions widened the cracks in the ground, eventually forming an ever deeper. As they kept moving, the crater continued to expand. Seeing that Naruto was being increasingly suppressed, he realized this couldn't continue. Taking advantage of a retreat, he executed the shadow clone technique instantly, surrounding the area with at least 2,000 clones. The 2,000 clones closed in from all directions. Hinata's expression remained unchanged, but she simply clapped her hands together, pulled them apart, and a black staff materialized in her grasp. She then attacked the surrounding shadow clones, each swing of her staff dispelling multiple clones. But the numbers were overwhelming. She planted the staff into the ground, and holding it like a human flagpole, suspended herself horizontally midair, continuously striking nearby shadow clones with her feet. It was like running sideways. Each kick sent a clone flying, which then crashed into and shattered a large cluster behind it. The originally tight encirclement expanded instantly. Then with a flick of her wrist, the black staff suddenly grew to over 10 meters, and its segments detached one by one, forming an exceptionally long whip. Gripping the whip, she charged into the sea of shadow clones, swinging it like an elegant gymnast, shattering every clone in her path. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly appeared beside her and kicked. Distracted by the shadow clones, Hinata didn't notice at first, but she still immediately raised her arm to protect the side of her head. Sasuke's kick landed solidly on her arm, sending her flying. Before Hinata could stabilize herself midair, Naruto appeared from the other side. With a fierce swing, a giant golden fist materialized, striking her again while she was still airborne. On the other side, a massive purple skeletal structure emerged around Sasuke, complete with a skeletal arm that formed a fist once again, sending Hinata flying. But this time Hinata twisted her body midair, using the recoil to propel herself higher, flying toward a mountain in the distance. Naruto and Sasuke gave chase, arriving before her as she landed. You two have indeed gotten much stronger. Hinata stood up, murmuring to herself. Sasuke sighed. She's far stronger than last time. Not easy to handle. Naruto suddenly smiled faintly. Remember when we fought Zabuza? It's useless. The Byakugan has no blind spots, Sasuke said, clearly unhopeful. It's fine. He'll draw her attention. I have a trump card. I've been secretly training that technique even longer than the Rasengan, Naruto said with a smirk. Sasuke immediately knew what it was. Are you serious? Don't worry. The stronger the opponent, the more effective this technique is, Naruto said confidently. With that, Sasuke stopped arguing, unrolled a scroll, and took out 2 large shuriken. Let's go. Right. Naruto formed a cross seal. Sasuke threw the 2 shuriken, then activated the shuriken shadow clone technique. In an instant, the entire sky seemed blotted out by countless shuriken. Then Sasuke pulled back the wires held in his hands and mouth, and the shuriken rained down on Hinata. She moved gracefully like a dancer, but perhaps finding it troublesome, she waved her hands sharply. Blue light flickered in her eyes, and a burst of repulsive force erupted from her body, blowing away all the shuriken. Looking up, she saw Naruto had already created over 100 shadow clones charging at her, their hands forming. The veins around Hinata's eyes bulged as she tried to discern what technique he was about to use. As the 100+ clones suddenly burst into a cloud of smoke, Naruto grinned. Sexy technique, reverse harem technique. When the smoke cleared, Hinata found herself facing a lineup of handsome, naked men, all smiling and opening their arms toward her. She froze on the spot, even unconsciously deactivating her Byakugan. Crack. The ground beneath her feet suddenly broke apart, and a fist emerged from below. A fist erupting from the ground hurtled straight toward Hinata's chin. Although her attention was momentarily diverted by the seduction technique, before her lightning-fast reflexes allowed her to tilt her head backward and deftly evade the blow. Yet strangely, even though she dodged, an immense force still struck her, sending her soaring into the sky. Toadka! Hinata murmured to herself as she was sent flying. At that moment, Naruto, positioned higher than her, opened his right hand, forming a Rasen Shuriken in an instant, and hurled it toward her. Facing the incoming Rasen Shuriken, she remained utterly composed and clenched her fist. However, with a loud bang, the Rasen Shuriken just before her abruptly transformed into Sasuke. Hinata's expression remained unchanged as she fiercely swung her hand, a black whip instantly coiling around him and binding him tightly. But just then the space around them twisted distortedly, and in the next instant their positions were swapped, leaving Hinata the one bound. My. Hinata, clearly taken aback by this unexpected move, wore a look of surprise. At that moment Naruto descended from above. Sorry, Hinata. With that, he punched her squarely in the face. Hinata's body crashed into the mountaintop like a cannonball, causing the entire mountain to collapse instantly. Even the surrounding peaks began to crack and crumble rapidly. The dust and smoke blotted out the sun, plunging the entire sky into sudden darkness. Sasuke's Rinnegan snapped open as he raised his left hand and made a grasping gesture toward Hinata, Chibaku Tensei. A colossal force field expanded, sending Hinata, still bound, hurtling into the sky. Massive boulders from the surroundings slammed into her, and the immense pressure began to reshape even the very rocks. The accumulating rocks grew more and more numerous, eventually forming an enormous stone sphere over a kilometer in diameter, completely sealing her within. Sasuke clenched his fist on the ground. Stay in there and cool your head. Whoa, what kind of eyes are th? Isn't he from the Uchiha clan? It looks like the legendary sage of 6 paths, Rinnegan. That's the boss. Shut up, Hyden. No way, that speed is insane. Are you even human? And that power, the after effects alone reshaped the terrain. An ordinary ninja would be wiped out with one punch. How much chakra does this Uzumaki Naruto have using shadow clones like that? As the barrage comments scrolled furiously, even more spectators stood frozen in place. The legend of the 3 great dojutsu had persisted since ancient times, but no one expected that the future Uchiha Sasuke would possess the legendary Rinnegan. Meanwhile, Nagato was deeply puzzled. He himself had the Rinnegan, but why did this Sasuke also possess Tomo patterns? Elsewhere in the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara stood with arms crossed. If his plan had gone smoothly, the 4th Great Ninja War should have been waged against him. Had he ultimately failed, defeated by these 3, judging from their performance, they were indeed worthy opponents. But something still felt missing. In the border forest, Naruto kept cheering, Sasuke, you're pathetic. getting knocked away that easily. I'm clearly the better one here. Idiot, can't you see she was holding back, because you're her lover? Sasuke replied while pondering. Did that version of himself have the strength to kill Uchiha Itachi? Kakashi silently recorded the scene with his Sharingan. Despite Neji's influence, Hinata's innate talent might not be underestimated. Yuhi Kurenai, who was escorting Hinata home along with Inuzuka Kiba and the others, stared blankly at the sky. The trio's combat posture filled them with a sense of helplessness. Could they truly learn anything from a battle on this level? They were on a completely different dimension. Hinata silently prayed that her future self would never hurt Naruto and Sasuke. Just then, hearing Naruto on the screen mention his trump card, everyone focused their attention. A trump card from such a powerhouse was surely extraordinary. If they could learn even a bit, it might spark some inspiration. And then, they witnessed the reverse harem technique. Incredibly, it actually worked, freezing Hinata for a full second. Countless viewers went stiff at the sight. Even the barrage comments paused for a moment. After a long silence, the comments resumed. Huh, that's your only Naruto indeed. Ha ha ha. Don't laugh, it actually worked. It successfully distracted the Byakugan, ha ha. This technique doesn't look hard. We'll give it a try. Reverse harem. Then if it's used on a man, it turns into women. What do you know? Simple moves often contain profound philosophy. Seventh Hokage, please develop more techniques like this. Beyond the teasing comments, many others blushed. Hinata herself blushed and lowered her head. Naruto, how could you use such a tactic against me? Meanwhile, Neji gritted his teeth in resentment. That damned blonde. How dare he use such a lowly trick on his innocent cousin? Indeed, ever since learning that Hinata had suffered because of him, and his father Neji had once again welcomed her into his heart as his sister. In the border forest, Sakura slammed her fist onto Naruto's head. Naruto, you pervert. How could you use that technique on Hinata? Air. Naruto muttered in defense while rubbing his head. I told you, the stronger the opponent, the more effective it is. I once used it to knock out the third Hokage, believe it. Kakashi covered his face, not wanting to say another word. But soon his attention was drawn by the subsequent techniques. They had indeed just fought Zabuza, and the later moves did evoke that feeling. Naruto cheered. Wow, isn't this what we used before? And we get to use it in the future, believe it. Sasuke's expression darkened instead. So this really is our future. When he saw the enormous stone sphere on the screen, his eyes widened. Yes, I will definitely become this strong in the future. At the same time, the barrage comments fell silent again. The final technique left an overwhelming impact. Countless people stared wide-eyed at the scene in the sky. Naruto and Sasuke's final cooperation was seamless, and along with that stone sphere, countless people reassessed their power level. Hinata also breathed a sigh of relief. At least if she was sealed away, she wouldn't commit an atrocity like slaughtering the Cloud Village. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land, Zabuza and Haku, after their initial bewilderment, joined Kushina and the others to watch the live broadcast. Hearing his name, Zabuza suddenly chuckled. To be remembered for so long by such a powerful figure. I suppose I've lived a good life. The barrage of comments was incessantly debating Sasuke's space-time ninjutsu that swapped positions and how long Hinata Hyūga would be sealed. Opinions varied, but the most supported time frame was within 3 years, and the reasoning was simple. At the start of the scene, Boruto was already over 10 years old, placing Hinata at around 16 or 17. If she were to have a child at 20, the seal would last at most a few years. As they debated, the scene shifted again. Before Naruto and Sasuke could catch their breath, Hinata's furious voice erupted from the stone sphere in the sky. Silver wheel, revolving heaven. The next moment, a massive hole burst open in the stone sphere's surface, and a visible tornado drilled straight through it. The two looked up to see a white earth dragon suddenly emerge from the sphere, charging directly at them. Sasuke had just drawn his Kusanagi blade when Naruto swung his hand, and a gigantic golden fist slammed solidly into the earth dragon. As the dragon shattered, Hinata's figure emerged from the sphere, descending from the sky. Damn it. The moment Hinata landed, she slammed her hands on the ground, and over a dozen earth dragons rose behind her, charging straight at Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke kicked Naruto away and swung his blade continuously, cleaving through 7 or 8 earth dragons in an instant. Yet their numbers were overwhelming, and eventually one of the dragons clamped its jaws around half his body. With a roar, Hinata leaped onto that dragon and struck it with one hand. Visibly, a massive fireball gestated within the dragon's body, traveling along its form straight toward the trapped Sasuke. Naruto, sent tumbling across the ground, saw this and rushed to help. A flash of golden light erupted and the earth dragon exploded without harming Sasuke. Naruto stood in front of Sasuke. Hey, you okay? Barely, but he'll live. Sasuke pushed himself up with his hands, spitting out blood. I knew we couldn't hold her, but I didn't expect her to break free so soon. Yeah, though I hate it we have to go all out. Naruto nodded grimly. Sasuke sighed. Looks like today one of us is doomed to die here. As his words faded, their auras surged. An instant later, a colossal golden fox and a purple-armored warrior manifested before Hinata. At this moment, the camera was behind Hinata, and from her perspective facing them, was like confronting two towering. The camera shifted. Facing these two behemoths, Hinata's eyes showed no trace of fear. She calmly removed her tattered coat and cast it aside. Then she stepped forward, her pace quickening until she was sprinting. The colossal golden fox opened its maw, and a tailed beast ball dense with concentrated chakra began to take shape. The tailed beast ball, over 100 meters in diameter, was launched at Hinata, leaving a massive gouge in the ground along its trajectory. Hinata flicked her right hand, and 12 green glowing chakra spheres materialized, spinning into a fierce gale that collided with the tailed beast ball. Boom! The colossal energy collision triggered a violent explosion. A second sun seemed to appear on the ground, radiating blinding light. The terrifying blast deformed the earth, causing countless magma eruptions that formed rivers of molten rock. Hinata's figure flashed through the air. The massive purple-armored warrior swung its blade, carrying a terrifying gale as it slashed at her. Yet Hinata nimbly evaded with a forward flip, then ran up the warrior's arm. The purple warrior's sword aura cleaved through a dozen adjacent mountain ranges, leaving a vast smooth. By then Hinata had reached the warrior's shoulder. She kicked off, propelling herself toward the top of the head, where Sasuke was located. The purple warrior tried to raise its other hand to defend, but it was too late. Hinata's fist shattered the purple chakra shell, and her momentum carried her through, striking Sasuke in the chest. Sasuke was blasted away, and Susanoo shattered instantly. At that moment, a golden fox tail lashed from the side, but Hinata dodged with extreme agility. Then she fell rapidly from the sky, landing directly beneath the fox's head, and launched herself upward like a cannonball. Her uppercut pierced through the golden fox's head, striking Naruto's chin. As the golden fox vanished, Naruto was sent flying, then collapsed weakly to the ground. Hinata stood before him, looking at the bleeding Naruto with reluctance in her eyes. "Stop fighting, please." Bleeding and struggling to his feet, Naruto gave a bitter smile. "And then what? Let you fall into darkness. So many people have died in this war. If I let you wipe out Kumogakure, the world will be ruined." "Naruto, don't. Things have gone too far to stop now. The hatred between both sides is irreconcilable." "No, it's not." Naruto shook his head gently. "If you stop, there's always a way. The pervy sage once said that people can understand each other." But Hinata shook her head. "Maybe they can understand, but they can't compromise. When interests, hatred, and other factors are involved, problems can only be solved through battle. Just like us now." Naruto wiped the blood from his mouth. "There's always a way." "What way?" Hinata suddenly lost control, shouting with tears streaming down her face. "Back then they captured Neji. To stop me from escaping, they stabbed him with kunai right in front of me. He let his body be torn apart without a sound, so I wouldn't be afraid. Tell me, how should I understand them? Say it." I don't know." Naruto lowered his head, his voice heavy. "I'm sorry, Hinata. I grew up without a family. Now I only have you. I can't understand that feeling. I don't have an answer right now. If you can't give me an answer, then don't stop me." Hinata roared, throwing a punch that sent him flying. When Hinata emerged from the stone sphere, many exclaimed how fast it was. Had that seemingly powerful sealing technique been completely ineffective, the Kage of each village felt a chill in their hearts. Such power was almost beyond comprehension. The barrage went wild. "Are you two even human? Is this really a ninja battle? Well, this is a Konoha civil war, right? No, it's a couple's quarrel. Then what about Sasuke? When a couple fights, one side's friend always tries to mediate, and then both sides end up resenting the mediator. That's the wisdom of experience." "Hey, the topic's gone off track. The key is that this power level is off the charts. Well, that's what you'd expect from someone who vows to annihilate Kumogakure. If I were Naruto, I wouldn't stop her. With that kind of power, just let her destroy Kumogakure." Hearing the teasing in the barrage, several of those involved felt a bit embarrassed. Sasuke was actually fine, but Naruto, who was usually a social butterfly, seemed a little shy. "Lovers' quarrels and all. That's going too far, believe it. What are you blushing for? Hinata isn't even your girlfriend yet, right?" Sakura chimed in. "More importantly, isn't the fact that a lover's quarrel concerns the fate of the ninja world the most important part?" Kakashi also joined the chorus of teasing. But most people were still focused on their combat power. Especially after the Nine Tails and Susanoo appeared, the barrage scrolled even faster. "What the hell is that thing? Nine Tails? Oh, I get it. Naruto is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Now that's some interesting intel. But this doesn't look like it's out of control. And the other one? What's that purple giant? I think I've heard the old folks mention it, sounds familiar." Many in the barrage didn't know the specifics, while those who did wore grim expressions. The third Hokage puffed on his pipe. "That kid Sasuke has actually mastered the powerful abilities of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Itachi watched the scene in the sky, his face expressionless, but deep down, he was overjoyed. "You've grown, Sasuke. You've even mastered such power. And you have friends who care about you. As for whether to go find Hinata, now Uchiha Itachi had no such intention. At least from the initial scenes they were close friends, and for the future Sasuke these were memories of the past. He felt gratified seeing Sasuke's Susanoo cleave through a dozen mountains with a single slash. But the next moment he couldn't hold back. His Sharingan trembled slightly. What the hell? A single punch shattered the complete Susanoo. Then he recalled what Naruto had said earlier in the scene, that Hinata's gentle fist could disperse chakra. Did that include Susanoo? Somewhere Uchiha Obito watched the scene, his brow furrowed. The strength of these three in the scene was extraordinary, especially that Hinata. With someone like that around, either recruit her or eliminate her as soon as possible. But Neji was still alive, making recruitment nearly impossible. But eliminating her wasn't easy either. Hinata was surely under heavy protection. Even if he could break through and successfully kill her, it would expose himself. The Byakugan could see far and through walls. If the entire clan mobilized, it would be detrimental to his plans. Still, he could observe the situation first and plan carefully. There was plenty of time, no need to rush. Listening to Hinata's accusations in the scene, the barrage exploded again. No wonder you Cloud Ninja are too twisted, aren't you? Killing someone's brother right in front of them and forcing them to watch. Are such things rare in the ninja world? It just happened to fall on her head. Even so, my brother had only just graduated from the Ninja Academy a few years later. Why should he be killed by her? I finally understand why Hinata went crazy. It's all your fault. Wow, just thinking about that scene gives me goosebumps. His body riddled with holes like a sieve, and he didn't utter a sound. This Hinata Neji is a tough guy. Hearing Hinata's words from the celestial screen, Naruto for once didn't yell. Kakashi-sensei, I do things like this happen often. Anything can happen in this world. Killing isn't strange in the ninja world, but this kind of act is indeed. Kakashi also frowned. Truth be told, he had killed many, but had never done anything like that. Sakura clutched her chest. Just thinking about it breaks my heart. Hinata is so pitiful. If it were me, I probably wouldn't have the courage to live on. But this kind of thing is wrong. It shouldn't be like this. Naruto clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth. On the way back to the Hyūga clan, Hinata heard her own words from the celestial screen, and her eyes grew moist. Nejini, I endured such immense pain for me. Hinata, don't be sad. It hasn't happened yet. Kiba quickly comforted her. Shino adjusted his sunglasses. But now I understand why that Hinata became the way she was. Having witnessed something like that, it would be strange if she didn't go mad. You say too much, Kiba pushed him. On the other side, Ino's eyes were also red-rimmed. This is too cruel, isn't it? How could they treat Hinata like that? Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke. The ninja world is indeed dark, but I've rarely seen such things even in my experience. Shikamaru rested his chin on his hand. So Hinata's motive isn't surprising. Though I still think wiping out the entire cloud is going too far. The rakage smashed another desk. How could our cloud village produce such a twisted individual? If you're going to capture someone, why do such a thing? The others kept their heads down and said nothing. In the end, ninjas lived on the edge of a blade. Psychological abnormality was normal. Having one or two twisted individuals who enjoyed torture wasn't unusual. Especially for those who had experienced war, it was almost too normal. Neji, you died so miserably. Rock Lee hugged Neji and wept profusely. Even Tintin's eyes grew moist this time, as the scene was terrifying to imagine. Guy, on the other hand, cried while patting Neji's shoulder. Enduring torture without begging for mercy. That's the passion of youth. Neji, starting tomorrow, I'll create a pain adaptation training for you. You guys are too much. I'm perfectly fine right now. Neji roared, then looked up at the sky helplessly. Hinata-sama went this far for me. Father, was I too harsh on her back then? Only a few remained unswayed by emotion, searching for useful information. For instance, Jiraiya immediately recognized the pervy sage as himself and smiled faintly. So I died too, huh? Tsunade and Orochimaru both fell into brief silence. Of course, most were still awed by the direct display of power. 3 people causing the earth to crumble and the sky to darken completely beyond conventional understanding. It was hard to imagine this was the power of a ninja. Inside the death god's stomach, the 4th Hokage looked grave. Kurama, do you still think what Sasuke said at the beginning was an exaggeration? I still believe it's somewhat exaggerated, unless this Hinata has yet to reveal all her power. In the Pure Land, countless souls fell into silence. Kushina held her forehead. With such a formidable wife, Naruto's married life is probably going to be tough. Makoto eyed her sideways. You should ask the 4th Hokage whether he agrees with that. Uchiha Fugaku still stood with his arms crossed, a smile on his face. As expected of my child, Zabuza beside him muttered. He was the one getting beaten. Sasuke slowly walked over. What's done is done. We cannot change the past, but your actions are indeed. We must stop you, even if it means killing you. If you can, then come and try. A roar to the sky. Hinata clenched her fists, and an immense burst of chakra erupted from her body, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to crack. Naruto and Sasuke quickly retreated. Hey, the whole planet is shaking, believe it. We must combine our power, or there's no way we can win. Sasuke remained expressionless. That's true. Naruto nodded, then clasped his hands together and let out a long roar. A furious bellow echoed, and the gigantic golden fox reappeared, its size nearly twice as large as before. Sasuke, standing behind Naruto, placed a hand on his shoulder, and a layer of purple armor instantly materialized around the golden fox. The golden fox rose to its feet, a purple longsword materializing in its hand. With a mere casual swing, the blade's aura carved a deep trench into the ground. Facing the colossal figure at least 500 meters tall, Hinata remained calm. The black staff in her hand suddenly softened like clay and morphed into a tunter-long warhammer. Then Hinata sprinted toward the golden fox. 9 enormous golden tails stabbed down from above, constantly piercing the ground. The booming sounds were incessant, but Hinata's speed was so great that she dodged each tail by a hair's breadth and continued charging forward. The golden fox brought its longsword down heavily, but Hinata did not dodge. She leaped into the air and swung her hammer upward from below. The moment the two weapons of vastly different sizes collided, a blinding white light erupted from the point of impact, followed instantly by a violent explosion that filled the entire frame. As the camera pulled back, a crater dozens of kilometers in diameter from the explosion could be seen. The golden fox retreated rapidly, and Hinata was also blown away by the force. But after a backflip, something seemed to materialize beneath her feet. With a kick in midair, she shot forward again like a cannonball. Her figure appeared above the golden fox's head, and she brought the hammer down with tremendous force. The golden fox raised its sword to block, but the hammer smashed through the blade and struck its head, sending the gigantic creature crashing to the ground. Hinata descended as well, landing on the golden fox's body. As she ran forward, she continuously punched the fox, raining blows. Her fists swung with numerous afterimages, and wherever they struck, the purple armor was covered with spreading cracks. Clearly, Hinata's gentle fist could disperse chakra. No joke, whether it was the Nine-Tails cloak or Susanoo. Running all the way to the fox's head, Hinata leaped high, roaring as she raised her fist and slammed it down. Fortunately, Naruto and Sasuke dodged quickly. Hinata's punch missed them, but left another enormous crater in the ground, with scorching lava slowly bubbling up. After creating some distance, Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances and simultaneously raised their hands toward each other. A golden-red Rasengan slowly took shape, then continued to expand with blades forming around it. Sage Art, Tailed Beast, Super Giant Raisin Shuriken. A kilometer away, Hinata glanced at the sky, then made a grabbing and pulling motion with her hand. The next moment, a massive satellite was pulled down, hurtling straight toward the two. Sasuke leaped high, Chidori crackling in his hand, and blasted the enormous meteorite into pieces. He then landed beside Naruto, raised his left hand, and black flames appeared, enveloping the Raisin Shuriken in Naruto's hand. They then maintained the Sage Art with their hands extended, running side by side toward Hinata. Meanwhile, Hinata's feet slowly left the ground as she ascended into the sky. Since you insist on stopping me, then die, you bastards. As her words fell, she raised her right hand high. A brilliant blue light flared in her eyes, while a blinding golden light began to gather in her raised palm. A golden beam as thick as an arm shot straight into the depths of the cosmos, its end invisible. Facing the two charging toward her, Hinata swung her right hand down with a seemingly casual motion. The endless golden beam descended between the two. As the camera zoomed out, the beam was seen slicing through the entire planet. The next moment, a clear fissure appeared in the middle of the planet, while fine cracks rapidly spread around it. Seeing this, countless people instinctively stood up, staring blankly at the scene on the sky screen. The Kage of every village and countless experts had their expressions shattered, their limbs trembling uncontrollably. The barrage comments fell completely silent at that moment, as if the whole world had sunk into stillness. In the border forest, Kakashi was frozen on the spot, his Sharingan trembling slightly. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama wore grim expressions. The third Hokage's pipe fell from his mouth, yet he seemed not to notice. Hinata, already nearly at her doorstep, trembled. Future me is way too savage, right? How can she have such power? The whole world seemed to have been pressed pause, leaving only an eerie silence. Until the scene continued. The split planet began to collapse. Naruto and Sasuke lay on opposite sides of the fissure, each missing one arm below the elbow with large patches of blood. The two stared blankly at the sky, their consciousness clearly fading. Then Hinata came before them, and upon seeing their wretched state, her eyes trembled slightly. Naruto grinned. Hinata, it seems we can't stop you, but I beg you don't speak. Hinata suddenly picked him up, flew to Sasuke's side, and laid him down. Then green chakra erupted from her hands as she pressed them to their severed arms. While treating them, she wept and cried out in accusation. Why did you do this? Sasuke said calmly, my family and clan are gone. I don't want to lose friends anymore. Naruto raised his left hand, gently caressing her cheek and wiping away her tears, because I don't want you to bear the heavy darkness alone. The thought of it makes my heart ache terribly. I don't want you to be controlled by hatred. I feel the same. Hinata shouted through her tears. Uncle is dead, Neji is dead, I don't want you to die too. Can't we stop fighting? Then Naruto suddenly smiled. Hinata, let's get married. Hinata was momentarily stunned. We're still young, and there's time to try different ways. I want to see if we can achieve the world the pervy sage talked about, where people understand each other. This war ending is a good start. Maybe if we work together we can truly usher in peace, believe it. Hinata paused for a few seconds. But I have already killed so many from Kumogakure. They will not be willing to coexist peacefully with me. If they refuse, I will kneel and beg them. Until they agree. Naruto declared with firm resolve. Don't joke. How could my man kneel and beg? Ha ha ha. Naruto suddenly laughed. Anyway, this battle has left both Kumogakure and the other villages severely weakened. They no longer have the strength to continue waging war. Gaara the Kazekage is our friend, and Deidara the Tsuchikage is also well acquainted with you. Without their support, Kumogakure lacks the capability to keep fighting you. So let's welcome the new world like this. Hinata allowed Naruto to wipe away her tears. Then if they cause trouble in the future, you cannot stop me anymore. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Naruto smiled with bloodstained teeth. After all, peace requires a period of adjustment, you know. So for the village affairs, let Granny Tsunade the Hokage discuss them with the others. Are you asking me to forget the past? Not forget, but let go. Naruto's expression turned solemn. You have been immersed in hatred for too long. Why not let go of the past and do something you want to do? I will always remember Neji with you, and from now on I will walk this path by your side. Do you remember what you said when we were together, you know? Hinata nodded slightly. I will not leave you alone. Me neither. From now on I will not leave you alone. Naruto grinned and gave a thumbs up. At this moment the scene abruptly shifted, revealing Boruto's bewildered and incredulous face. Wait, so in the end it wasn't stopped by someone else. She gave up on her own. Well said, sister. Hinata reconciled with herself for the sake of love, right? Hey, the current Hinata is only 12 years old. You should call her little sister, right? Off topic, isn't anyone paying attention to her power? She destroyed a planet, for crying out loud. She's not a ninja at all. How could that be the power of a ninja? Let's not talk about her. The Seventh Hokage and that Sasuke are also exceptionally strong. I got some intel. The current Seventh Hokage just graduated from the Ninja Academy. That Sasuke is his teammate, and there's that pink-haired girl. If I go and kill the future Seventh Hokage, now would I have a chance with Hinata? I think you'd be beaten to death. What's there to fear? Right now she's just a withdrawn little girl. They'll give her a handicap. Oh, then go ahead. They'll be keeping an eye on Konoha for a while. Unlike the jokes from the irrelevant comments, Konoha fell into a deep silence. The Yanbiyu and Hyūga ninjas lurking around Hinata looked at her with a complicated expression. They could hardly connect the girl with her flushed, bashful face to the Hinata Hyūga on the celestial screen. Kiba beside her was boisterous. Haha, Hinata, you're amazing. So it was you who broke their arms. Stop it, Kiba. Hinata felt a little embarrassed. Though it hadn't happened, yet she still felt guilty for her future. Kurenai Yuhi stroked her head. Hinata, don't feel guilty about something that hasn't happened yet. In the border forest, Naruto stared at his right hand. Hinata is incredible, you know. Did both of us lose our arms? Then will I grow a new hand in the future? Idiot, that's definitely not a real hand, right? Didn't you see the bandages? Sakura retorted. Sasuke also glanced at his left hand, lost in thought. Inside the death god's belly, the fourth Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. What a terrifying battle. And I feel Hinata hasn't even unleashed her full power yet. At least she still had strength to fight. Saying she's stronger than the six-path sage wasn't a joke, Kurama said. In the Pure Land, Kushina sighed in relief. Though he lost an arm, it's best that peace was achieved. Fugaku Uchiha frowned. That girl is excessively powerful, and am not optimistic about the subsequent developments. Even if peace is achieved, it will be no different from the first Hokage's era. At its core, it's because her power is too overwhelming enough to suppress an entire era. But after she dies, elsewhere in the Pure Land, Hashirama Senju laughed heartily and patted Madara Uchiha on the shoulder. Ha! Madara, the younger generation's power is not to be underestimated. Madara Uchiha crossed his arms expressionless. Only her taijutsu was somewhat impressive. That final move was just a reckless release of power, utterly devoid of technique. Despite his words, his heart was unsettled, wondering if his plan had failed because of her. Beside them stood Tobirama Senju and Izuna Uchiha, among others. Hashirama Senju smiled with relief. Regardless, I believe these younger ones will surely achieve peace. It's no different from the peace of your era. Such peace is destined to be short-lived, Madara Uchiha said brusquely. Tobirama Senju added, power is indeed a means to maintain peace, but the seventh Hokage chose not to use the Hyūga girl's brute force to push through, opting instead for gentle methods. That itself is a kind of progress. In the Raikage's office, the current Raikage for once did not smash his new desk. He simply sat with his eyes closed deep in thought. Who could have imagined that the Hyūga clan would produce such a monster? If they couldn't deal with her, didn't it mean that for a long time to come Kumogakure would have to keep a low profile, careful not to inadvertently provoke her? How could Kumogakure, which had always relied on brute force, endure such humiliation? The sand ninja on their way to Konoha for the Chunin exams nervously glanced at the expressionless Gaara at the back of the group. The Kazekage, him, Temari and Kenkuro exchanged glances, seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. This brother of theirs would become the Kazekage in the future. Would the Sand Village suffer a similar fate to the Blood Mist? Gaara, however, stared blankly at the sky. I will become the Kazekage. Did I kill that man? But even if I did, I shouldn't become the Kazekage. And how could I become their friend? Will I have friends? On a nameless mountain, Daidara, who had been gathering clay, also widened his eye. I became the Tsuchikage. When? No, how could I possibly go back and be the Tsuchikage? This celestial screen is pure comedy, right? Daidara clutched his head, racking his brains, but unable to understand why his future self would choose to return and become the Tsuchikage. Boruto fell silent for a long while before finally recovering, his face filled with disbelief. Is this really my mother? How is that possible? Everything about her is top secret. You won't find it in the library, Sasuke replied calmly. I'm telling you this because you've grown up and deserve to know some things. Second, I want you to avoid mentioning her in front of the Cloud Village people. The current peace is hard-won. If someone were to recklessly do something to you, Hinata would truly stop at nothing. Alright, I understand. But speaking of which, Dad, you're so despicable. How could you use that kind of trick on Mom? Boruto suddenly pointed at Naruto and shouted, Shut up, you idiot son. You have no idea how powerful this technique is. I once took down the third Hokage, the pervy sage Iruka Sensei, and even Sakura with it. Ahem. Sasuke coughed twice. Anyway, just remember that. Yeah, I will. Boruto stood up. But still. He'll go ask Aunt Hanabi more about Mom. Oh, now that's big news. The third Hokage was taken down by the sexy Jutsu. What's so strange about that? I'd fall for it too. Who asked you? Iruka Sensei did fall for it back, then we all saw it in class. Hey, who's that? Who is the pervy sage? Don't know, but from the nickname it sounds like an old lecher. Oh, even Sakura fell for it. Bam! Sakura punched Naruto on the head. You idiot, Naruto. When did you ever use that technique on me? How should I know? I haven't even developed the reverse harem jutsu yet. Naruto rubbed his head, looking aggrieved. Sasuke snorted coldly. As expected, you only develop useless ninjutsu. No wonder your son doesn't train with you. What did you say? Want to fight? Kakashi waved his hand helplessly. Quiet down. Let's keep walking and watching. By now many people are probably heading to the Land of Fire. We must be cautious along the way. The third Hokage, upon being named, blushed, picked up his pipe, and took a couple of puffs to hide his embarrassment. Iruka ran straight out of the school. At least he couldn't face the students today. Somewhere Jiraiya snorted disdainfully. There's no way an old man like me would be fooled by such a simple transformation technique. Boruto left home. There were no tall buildings here, only detached villas. He leaped and bounded across the rooftops, soon arriving at the entrance of a manor. The plaque on the gate read Hyūga. Inside the gate, the first thing he saw was a vast courtyard. The plants were trimmed into shapes of various animals, and in the center was an artificial pond over 10 meters in diameter with a small fountain. Boruto made his way to the main house. Aunt Hanabi, I'm here. Bam! No sooner had he spoken than a fist landed on his head. Call me sister. The grown-up Hanabi wore a bright yellow kimono, her hair in a simple braid, exuding a homely vibe. She's my mother's younger sister, so why should I call her sister? Boruto muttered under his breath. Stop your nonsense. Hanabi sat down at the table, poured 2 cups of tea, and pushed one toward him. What? Boruto's expression was complex as he recounted what had just happened. After watching Master's memories, I realized I know nothing about Mom. So, I want to ask you, what kind of person was Mom really? Hanabi's expression turned nostalgic. My sister. She's not easy to describe in just a few words. She's complicated. Why don't you start by telling me what you think after watching that past? Thoughts. Boruto pondered. The most direct thought is that my dad didn't buy his Hokage position with money, did he? Uffed. Hanabi sprayed out her tea. All these years you thought your dad bought the Hokage position. Yeah, Boruto nodded seriously. The Hyūga clan is the richest in the ninja world, right? Buying a Hokage position should be easy. Hearing this, Naruto was the first to lose his composure. Hey, what do you mean by bought it with money? It was all my own strength. Naruto roared at the sky, wishing he could climb up and drag the sky curtain down for a beating. Sakura doubled over with laughter, and even Sasuke barely held it together. Naruto's son was truly amusing, and no wonder he was my disciple. Kakashi's eyelids drooped. In a sense, Naruto's son was no less outrageous than his father. Kiba also burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. That's Naruto's son for you, so hilarious. Hinata, who had been thinking about how beautiful her younger sister looked grown up, quickly covered her face upon hearing that. That's my son too. Kurenai also covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. That kid really does share some traits with Naruto. While the son looks down on his dad, thinking the Hokage position was bought. The key point is that Uzumaki Naruto guy has a wife who is not only beautiful with a great figure and immense strength, but also her family is filthy rich. How did he deserve that? That's fate. I'm so jealous, been way better looking than him, so why can't I find a wife like that? Damn it, Uzumaki Naruto, the enmity of stealing a wife is irreconcilable. Come out and fight me, Onion. Come to think of it, if I go pursue Hyūga Hinata, now do I have a chance? Actually, don't be jealous. The Hinata we see is still young. By the time in the sky curtain, she's over 30, she's probably turned into an ordinary middle-aged ant. Maybe not an ant, but she definitely won't have the same vibe as her youth. Hanabi wiped the table as she spoke. When my sister was your age, she was actually quite ordinary. She was also very insecure, afraid to even talk to people. The Hyūga clan back then was different from now. The division between branch and main families was very clear. Because of her guilt toward our uncle, when our father made us duel to decide the future heir, she deliberately lost to me. That means, yes, according to the rules of the time, the branch family would be branded with the caged bird seal, destined to fight to protect the main family for life. Hanabi nodded slightly. But even though our father was strict, he actually disliked this system. He kept delaying, hoping to find an opportunity to change it. However, things often develop beyond expectations. 1 year after my sister graduated, cousin Neji died, saving her at the hands of an enemy. From that moment on, she completely changed. She improved the 8 trigrams palms, created the Tai Chi fist. When carrying out missions, she showed no mercy toward enemies. And then she went on a frenzy, hunting down Cloud Village ninjas. Then later, the 4th Great Ninja War broke out and ended. My sister, your father, and Sasuke had a massive battle over ideological differences and eventually reached a reconciliation. After that, she rarely went on missions. Naruto told her to do what she loved. So she started learning music and writing songs. Later on, they got married. My sister, for some unknown reason, came up with many peculiar inventions that transformed the lives of ordinary people. For instance, cars and motorcycles appeared during that period. And now there's even the Thunder Car that connects the ninja world. All of this was created by my sister. Ordinary people became more efficient, and thus the economy prospered. That's how Konoha became what it is today. Boruto nodded. Is that why the Hyūga family became wealthy? Yes, Hanabi nodded. After giving birth to you and your sister, she completely stopped taking on missions. Instead, she focused on researching ways to increase human lifespan and food production. Her publicly known identity is that of a musician, which you should know. She added, moreover, the division between the branch family and the main family was strictly speaking no different from enmity. Neji and his father also suffered because of such tragedies. So years ago, my sister improved the cursed seal of the caged bird. She continued the previous cursed seal, left a blind spot in the branch family's Byakugan, making it incomplete compared to the main families. Additionally, the seal could cause excruciating pain to the branch family members and even kill them. But now all those functions have been eliminated, retaining only one purpose: to protect the Byakugan. If someone forcibly takes the eyes, it will trigger the seal, destroying the Byakugan instantly, which can also be activated voluntarily. She added, thus everyone, including me as the clan leader, has switched to this new cursed seal. As she spoke, Hanabi brushed aside her bangs, revealing a petal-like mark on her forehead. Hinata has one too. But why don't Mom and I have one? Boruto asked. Well, because little Koi has awakened her Byakugan, it needs to be. As for you, it doesn't appear that you have the Byakugan, at least not right now. Hanabi smiled. As for my sister, she doesn't need it. Upon hearing this, Hayashi's previously serious expression suddenly relaxed. The future Hyūga family has indeed changed. This is good. The main family no longer controls the branch family, and from now on we are true family, not master and servant. Just then Hinata returned home, accompanied by Yuhi, Kurenai, and others, and the branch family members cast grateful glances at this young lady. Not just gratitude, but also fervor. It seemed that at the mere command of Hinata, they would immediately support her rise to power. Hinata felt her face flush under the gaze of many, and quickly approached Hayashi. Hayashi offered a faint smile to everyone. Thank you all for accompanying my daughter back. Why not sit down for some tea and watch together? After all, it can be seen anywhere, so it's better to stay. These people will be related to Hinata in the future. Meanwhile, Neji and the pure-hearted Jinzo observed this scene with complex expressions. Recalling his past attitude towards Hinata, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Ten patted Neji's shoulder. Congratulations, you've changed the Hyūga family. It was Hinata who changed it, Neji replied. That's also because of you. Ten smiled. You should go back and talk to her. With this sudden occurrence, Hinata must be very scared now. As her brother, you should accompany her. Guy nodded. That's right. Accompanying family is also part of youth. Boruto lowered his head. I never knew any of this. All this time, I thought Mom only wrote songs for film companies and stars. In terms of combat, she's just an ordinary jonin, like Konohamaru. At most I knew that Shino Sensei was once on the same team as Mom. Hanabi replied, my sister is now much calmer, and your father doesn't seem keen on bringing up her past. My sister used to exude a heavy killing intent, but now it's completely undetectable, right? Hanabi smiled as she poured him a glass of water. Indeed, especially to that silly old man, she has always been very patient. Boruto nodded in agreement, and her cooking is also really good. Hanabi chuckled. Once she started doing music, she became very adept at expressing stories and psychological thoughts through music. So if you want to know what kind of person she is, just listen to her songs. Boruto shook his head. I often help her record songs, but I don't sense what you're saying. Do you know her earlier songs? Hanabi asked. Boruto thought for a moment. The Wheel of Fate. Hanabi gently shook her head, then stood up and took out 2 records from the shelf behind her. These 2 songs were written at the very beginning, and the outside world doesn't know about them. Give them a listen. Boruto reached out to take them. The first record had Thank You written on the cover, while the second one was titled Lemon. This song Thank You is written for Mr. Neji. Then why is this lemon named like that? Boruto asked in confusion. Hanabi explained with a smile, actually, she doesn't have many memories of Uncle, and I have none at all. As for the lemon, Neji used to like some peculiar foods like herring soba, and the lemon was a gift he gave. But soon after something happened, and my sister wrote this song in memory of him, with lemon as the theme. As she observed Neji preparing to leave, Lee expressed surprise. Neji liked herring soba, huh? Neji's expression darkened. How could this be revealed? 10-10 smiled adorably. Neji is surprisingly unexpected in this regard. I'm leaving. Neji vanished without a word. Boruto walked to the nearby audiovisual room, took the first record out, placed it in the player, and then quietly sat on the sofa beside it, listening attentively. Soon a sorrowful melody began to play, and even the prelude highlighted a theme of sadness. Then a deep female voice resonated. Each person, without realizing it, loses something. Suddenly realizing you are no longer here, leaving only memories behind. As the lyrics appeared, the audience fell into silence, and the barrage of comments slowed significantly. As the singing continued, some emotionally sensitive individuals seemed to recall something, their noses tinged with a hint of bitterness. If I could meet you once more, I would only want to say one thing: thank you, thank you. The song's voice gradually emerged from the screen, carrying a sorrowful atmosphere that conveyed a simple, yet this simple message caused many beneath the screen to fall into silence, each reflecting on departed friends and family. The entire song, both in melody and lyrics, was very simple and straightforward. But it was precisely this simplicity that stirred ripples within many cold hearts. Naruto, although he had never met his parents, was an emotionally rich person and could feel the sad atmosphere from this song. The song was straightforward without much fluctuation. The people in the Pure Land listened quietly, pondering their friends and relatives still in the living world. Hisashi lowered his head, sighing silently. He never expected that the tragedy of the Hyūga clan would make a child who knew nothing experience so much. In the calm and melancholic melody, the song ended. While this song makes me think of my master, I feel like crying. I also miss my grandmother. There's no one to accompany me anymore. My parents both died in the Third War, but they protected me. After all these years, I really want to say thank you to them. There are too many people I want to thank. Listening to this song suddenly makes me feel like crying. Such a sorrowful melody, I can almost feel the mood she had when writing this song, thinking of Hisashi. Watching the scrolling comments, Hinata's eyes moistened again. For years, she had been unwilling to mention the matter of her uncle. She also wanted to say thank you to her uncle. Because of her uncle's sacrifice, war was avoided, and her own father survived. Many people around were secretly wiping away tears. Hayashi also sighed, thinking of the scene where his brother sacrificed himself for him. After the song ended, Boruto was silent for a moment. Then he stood up, placed the second record on the player, and started it. At the same time, he took down an album from the shelf beside him, opened it, and began to look through it. The second song had almost no prelude. The music started simultaneously with the lyrics. If only this were a dream, how wonderful it would be. I still see you in my dreams. Like returning to retrieve forgotten things, I brush off the dust of old memories. The lyrics accompanied the music. The people under the celestial canopy had not yet recovered from the previous emotions before being pulled into another mood. The melody of this song had more layers, but the sorrowful atmosphere remained unchanged, escalating layer by layer. As the song progressed, the album in Boruto's hand was opened. Many photos of their childhood could be seen, but unfortunately there were very few in which Hinata and Neji appeared together. Only as they grew older did the number of their joint photos increase slightly. Most of the earlier photos were group shots of the young ninjas playing together, with the most numerous being those of Team 8, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino. Perhaps because of Kurenai Yuhi, there were also many photos of Shikamaru and the others, as well as many photos of Asuma and Kurenai taking their two teams to play together. Even the sadness of that day, even the pain of that day. Together with you who loved all of that, the bitter scent of lemon remains in my heart, never leaving. I cannot go home until the rain stops, even now you are my light. Just then the album reached the last page, which showed a scene of Neji and Hinata sitting face to face, having a meal. In the photo there was a bowl of herring soba noodles in front of Neji, while in front of Hinata besides a bowl of rice there were at least 30 empty bowls beside her. Between them were several lemons on a plate. Boruto's gaze lingered on this photo for a long time, as if trying to figure out what kind of person this uncle he had never met was. Under the celestial canopy, Neji also looked up at that photo. Recalling his attitude towards Hinata over the years, it finally turned into a sigh full of guilt. Even though the Hyūga clan had issues, it was indeed not right to vent anger on a little girl who couldn't make decisions. He could blame Hayashi, he could blame the Hyūga, but when he was branded with the caged bird seal, Hinata was only 3 years old. What could she have done? Moreover, from this celestial canopy, his death protecting her at that time should not be because the branch family needed to protect the main family, but simply because as an elder brother he wanted to protect his younger sister. On the other side, at the Hyūga residence, Hinata watched Boruto flipping through the album on the celestial canopy and thought of the earlier mention that Neji was stabbed to death in front of her. While grieving, she also felt relieved that Neji was not dead yet, and there was still room to make amends. Naruto on the celestial canopy was very right. Over the years, she had indeed lacked communication with Neji, and she should have spoken her thoughts face to face. Hinata knew she was introverted and dared not say anything. If she changed herself, could she avoid many future... The song soon finished playing. Boruto looked upside softly, and then walked out of the media room. Hanabi, who was reading a book, turned her head back. How was it? Any thoughts? To be honest, I'm more confused. Boruto scratched his head. It's hard to imagine that Mom was once such a sorrowful person. As far back as I can remember, there seems to have been nothing that could bother her. Hanabi smiled. After all, these are all things of the past. You are a person of the new era. There's no need to understand those bad things too early. I know quite a lot. Boruto said, unconvinced. I talked with Sarada about the future, so I want to become a ninja like Master Sasuke. Why is that? Since you choose to be a ninja, shouldn't you aim to be a Hokage? Boruto put his hands behind his head. Speaking of ninjas, they should be like Master Sasuke, who works in the shadows, right? Dad, who stays in the office all day, doesn't seem like a ninja at all. In the shadows. Hanabi nodded slightly. If it were a dozen years ago, Danzo would have liked you. Who's that? Not important, he's been dead for many years anyway. Hanabi waved her hand. Do you want to stay? Boruto shook his head repeatedly. No, I want to go back and talk with Mom. As he was saying this, a dark figure suddenly appeared behind Boruto, and then he was hugged tightly. The aged Hayashi, with a face full of doting smile, hugged him and rubbed against him. Oh, Boruto is here. Why didn't you tell your grandfather? Didn't Himawari come with you? This sticky demeanor made Boruto extremely uncomfortable, so he quickly broke free. Oh, Grandpa, I just came by to visit today. He'll head back now. Mom is waiting for me at home. It's fine, stay today. You haven't come to accompany your grandpa for a long time. Hayashi smiled and patted his head. Hinata won't mind. Just call Naruto and let him know. Really, can't I have something to do today? Boruto quickly stepped back and broke free. Grandpa, Aunt Hanabi, I'm leaving. Call me big sister. By the time Hanabi shouted this, Boruto had already dashed out of the Hyūga mansion, leaving only Hanabi with her fist raised, shouting. This melody carries an ever-deepening sorrow. Though my parents and friends remain by my side, I cannot fully grasp that grief. Yet the song is undeniably beautiful. This song has more layers, or perhaps it's because Rishang Chutian spent more time with Ningxi. After all, she was only 3 when Richa died, so she doesn't have many memories. That's true. The lyrics of the second song are much more profound. Hey, this is a song commemorating the deceased. Don't make jokes about it, you guys. Isn't Ningxi still alive? In the forest, Kakashi listened to the song and thought of Lin, and Daitu Zueju thought of his parents and clan. Xiaoying simply found the song very pleasant and couldn't help but softly hum along. Mingren had no memory of his parents at all, so he just watched the content on the celestial screen seriously. When he heard that his own son admired Zueju, Mingren became furious. He's my son. How can he like Zueju so much, I say? Zueju sneered, didn't you hear him? In the real ninja, you're just a useless guy sitting in an office. Kakashi, however, understood. Future Zueju likely held a role in the Yumbu. When Huahua mentioned Tuanzang, many people immediately couldn't hold it together. Even the third Hokage almost dropped his pipe again. Is Tuanzang dead? How did he die? Many my ninja shared the same confusion. Hiding somewhere, Deshuin grinned. Could that old guy have been killed by someone? Tuanzang himself frowned, feeling a hint of displeasure from Huaha's attitude. At the same time, he pondered exactly what had caused his death. He knew the shady deeds he had done. Could it be that an enemy had come knocking? Then came the famous scene of Rizu holding Borin, which truly shocked many in the Rishang residence. Even Rishang Chutian turned her head to look at him in disbelief. Rizu was a bit embarrassed, but still forced a straight face, though his hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. However, the barrage comments wouldn't let him off. Relying on anonymity, many Rishiang clan members began to tease. Oh my, the clan head turns out like this after more than a decade. It's killing me. Who's teasing the clan head? Step forward. I won't come find me if you can naya. Understandable, after all, grandparents dote on grandchildren. Rather, when people get older they start to like children. How about letting the clan head abdicate quickly? Let Lady Rishiang Chutian inherit the clan leadership. Everyone shut up. Stop spouting nonsense. They'll say it, what can you do? Alright, everyone stop. Randomly saying things here might leak intelligence. That would be troublesome. Seeing someone recommend her as clan head, Rishiang Chutian was startled and turned to cautiously look at Rizu. But she found that he seemed not to have noticed, simply drinking his tea. Sensing that the atmosphere in the Rishiang house was somewhat off, Ya and Jinan stood up to take their leave. After all, the celestial screen could be seen from anywhere, so it would be the same to go home and watch. At that moment, Ningxi walked in from the gate. Ya and Jinan exchanged a glance, simultaneously slowing their steps and pricking up their ears. Seeing Ningxi, Rishiang Chutian opened her mouth, but found herself still nervous. Yet thinking of the scene on the celestial screen, she took a deep breath and mustered the courage to greet him, Ningxi, brother. However, Ningxi suddenly bowed solemnly. Rishiang Shushin-sama, I am truly sorry for taking my anger out on you in the past. No, Ningxi, brother, raise your head. Rishiang Chutian quickly stopped him. These are not your fault. Rizu suddenly spoke. Ningxi, sit down for now. Later I have something to give you. In response to Rizu, Ningxi still had the same rigid attitude. Yes. Only 7 or 8 years old Huahua quietly pushed the cake on the table toward Ningxi. Brother, this flavor is weird, take it. Ningxi couldn't help but crack a smile, but still said thank you. Meanwhile, Rishiang Chutian was rubbing her head. What's wrong? Not feeling well? Rizu asked. Rishiang Chutian gently shook her head. No, those techniques and musical scores are all drilling into my mind. Teacher Hong said. It might be some kind of resonance. Rizu waved his hand. Go find a medical ninja. Borin leaped and bounded across different rooftops, during which many scenes of the future my village could be seen. Children were playing in groups, and various shops along the streets were bustling with people. Even as dusk approached, the streets were still extraordinarily lively. In the distance, on a huge building square, the crowd was incredibly dense, with people even squeezing against each other. Before long, Borin returned to his family's villa. As soon as he entered, he saw a little girl with the same hair color as Rishiang Chutian and 2 whisker marks on each side of her cheeks looking at him. Brother, you're back. Oh. Borin greeted, took off his coat, and tossed it onto the coat rack. Have you seen Mom? Xiangriki nodded gently. She just went upstairs to record a song. She said she'll cook after recording. Then the camera switched to upstairs. First appeared a pair of legs wrapped in black pantyhose, straight and curvaceous. The hose only reached halfway up the thighs, leaving a 10-centimeter gap between them, and the red plaid skirt above revealing fair and supple skin. The image continued upward. A smooth abdominal line was exposed in the air, followed by a black tank top hugging her chest. Further up was her face. Compared to the Rishiang Chutian in Zuozu's memory, her appearance showed no sign of aging. The only difference was that she had grown her hair long. Half was tied up at the back of her head, the other half cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Still the same indescribably beautiful features, and that pair of bai-in glowing with blue fluorescence. Compared to the image in Zuozu's memory, besides the hairstyle, the biggest differences were a pair of golden earrings and not subvious black eyeliner. This gave her a somewhat mature aura, but she still had that face which looked only 17 or 18 years old. Originally, when they saw Borin returning home, the barrage comments were still discussing the scene of future My Village. Everyone said that it bore no resemblance to the current Mai. Some also praised Rishiang Kyushin's daughter for being cute and looking like Rishiang Chutian. However, when Rishiang Chutian appeared, almost everyone's eyes widened, and some even dropped their jaws. OMG, is this for real? Is this Rishiang Chutian at 30? She looks only 20, okay? No younger. If you remove the eyeliner, she might be just 17 or 18. Now I know why Huahua asked Borin to call her sister. She doesn't look like someone in her 30s at all. Lady Rishiang Chutian, please share your skincare secrets, thank you. Right, we women fear the erosion of time. How did she achieve this? I'm going to Mai. He'll go right now. Hey, calm down. She just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Yeah, and it's not strange for someone to look young. Isn't Tsunade of Konoha still youthful looking? This comment did calm some people down, but there were still many fervent ones. However, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, who also saw the celestial screen along with many others who had met Tsunade, could see the differences. Tsunade's youth was merely superficial, her state and aura were unmistakable. She bore them, yet the Hinata on the celestial screen was different. Not only her appearance, but every aspect of her state and aura radiated a youthful essence from within. Over a decade had passed, and time seemed to have left no trace on her. Wow, so beautiful. Naruto in the border forest couldn't help but exclaim. For Naruto to utter such a remark, it must indeed be true beauty. Sakura's expression was a mix of envy and complexity. Compared to her appearance in Sasuke's memories, she seems unchanged. No, actually, there was a change. Her attire became more alluring, though she didn't say it aloud. As a girl, she instinctively didn't want to lose to anyone in beauty. In the Hyūga residence, Hinata covered her flushed face, not daring to look around. The self on the celestial screen was dressed too provocatively, completely unlike her style. Only Hanabi grabbed her arm. Sister is so beautiful. Hayashi frowned. The Hyūga clan had strict rules. Even at home, one couldn't dress like that. Though revealing attire for female ninjas was common as a member of the Hyūga clan and the wife of a Hokage, this outfit was somewhat inappropriate. In another resting spot, Ino's eyes sparkled. So beautiful. If I could look like that at 30, I'd be You've still got over a decade, why rush? You're already beautiful, said Shikamaru lazily. Oh, just a passing thought, Ino replied, covering her cheeks. And it's not just beauty, it's perfection. Hinata entered the recording studio, filled with various equipment, most of which even the people under the celestial screen didn't recognize. After entering, she formed a single-handed ram seal, instantly creating a dozen Hinatas, each moving to different positions and picking up different instruments. The original Hinata stood before the microphone, raised her hand, and snapped her fingers. The clones behind her struck the instruments, and a powerful rhythm burst forth with drum beats. At the same time, Hinata began to sing into the microphone, Kimi wa ime namida nagashita nakajakarub kadomo no you and I, you are crying now, like a sobbing child. Tato marai ga mianakunit imo mamoru yonatsu no sora mayajit niranda, even if the future becomes unseen, I will protect you, gazing up at the summer sky with a glare. Unlike the two sad songs Boruto had heard earlier, this one opened with a heart-shaking high note combined with the electric guitar's rhythm and cheerful drum beats, instantly lifting spirits. After the explosive chorus, it transitioned into a relatively calmer rhythm, yet the drums remained prominent. Hinata's body began to sway with the beat, subtle but every movement perfectly synced. The lyrics were uplifting about mutual support and never giving up. Itsudate nagai yoru o futari de norikoida, we always overcame the long nights together. Kono mama isho and I are you karatigatan identity yo, if we are together like this, you don't have to pretend to be strong. Her voice was clear and distinctive, as if it could pierce the heart, blending perfectly with the accompaniment. Every clone around her cooperated seamlessly, delivering the song in its entirety. During the interlude, Boruto appeared outside the recording studio, waving through the glass to greet Hinata. She responded with a wink of her right eye, maintaining her composure to finish the rest of the song. Shadow clone. Is she going to handle all the work alone? Oh, another song. Hurry up, can't wait. Hinata songs are truly amazing. Whoa, what a great rhythm. Yahoo, this opening is incredible, so good. This accompaniment, the lyrics. Truly you, Hinata Hyūga, your musical talent is amazing. Her voice is absolutely stunning. As the comments scrolled, Hinata, while having a medical ninja check her head, stared blankly at the celestial screen. Did I write this? Though hard to believe, she couldn't stop the melody from invading her mind. Some bold Hyūga clan members around her were already nodding along to the rhythm. In the border forest, Naruto's eyes sparkled as he stared at the screen. He loved this song. It wasn't as sad as the previous two, both the rhythm and lyrics were perfectly to his taste. He also nodded his head slightly. When he saw Hinata wink at Boruto, the comments scrolled even faster. Naruto Uzumaki, let's talk. Give me Hinata. Why talk? Just go kill him. Beautiful, sexy figure, rich family, powerful. And she sings so well with youthful looks. What kind of ultimate winner gets to marry a wife like that? You know, from the intel I got, Naruto Uzumaki is usually clueless and not a flirt. Oh, that wink. I can't take it. I'm dying. Anyone want to team up to go to Konoha, kill Naruto Uzumaki, and take Hinata Hyūga? Calm down, brother. Hinata Hyūga isn't that easy to take. Congratulations, Sakura kept patting Naruto's shoulder. You suddenly have countless rivals. Rivals, huh? Naruto blushed a little. Honestly, the Hinata on the screen stirred something in his heart. No matter what, I won't be afraid of them. Let them come. Kakashi sighed. I can already foresee the trouble ahead. In the Pure Land, Kushina covered her face. Now my daughter-in-law has become the dream girl of most men in the ninja world. Mikoto smiled beside her. This will definitely bring many strong competitors. Inside the Death God's belly, the fourth Hokage also covered his face with a sigh, worried whether his son could handle this situation. But thinking about it, in terms of strength, there were indeed few who could match him. Anyway, he silently cheered for his son. The comments gradually became unified. After all, the truly important matters were discussed by the higher-ups. The bystanders, however, had many thoughts, like how to eliminate Naruto Uzumaki, the public enemy of the ninja world. Soon a song ended. The surrounding clones vanished into smoke, and Hinata emerged from the studio, opening the door. Boruto, you're back early today. Mom, Dad, and Master came by this afternoon. They told me about your past, Boruto replied. Hinata's expression remained unchanged as she walked downstairs. Oh, What do you think now that you know about your mother's past? Aunt Hanabi asked me the same question. Today I learned that Dad didn't buy his way to becoming Hokage with your money, Boruto answered. By then the two had reached the kitchen. Hinata smiled as she took ingredients from the fridge. How could you misunderstand Naruto so badly? The Hokage position is not something you can buy with money. Boruto leaned on the table with both hands. Humph, that idiot Dad doesn't look like a proper shinobi anyway. But Mom, why didn't you ever tell me you were so powerful? I offered to train you before, but you refused and chose to train with Sasuke instead, Hinata said, reaching out to tap his forehead. I didn't know back then. Boruto said sheepishly. Mom, you never take missions. Dad and Master Sasuke are always busy. Uncle Kakashi rarely shows up, and the only shinobi I interact with most is Konohamaru. Hinata began cutting vegetables. My methods might not suit you anyway. And times have changed. There's no threat of war. You don't need to rush to become stronger. Build a solid foundation and improve steadily. They'll help you when the time comes. That's fine, but knowing about your past surprised me. If it weren't for this joint training with other ninja schools, I'd still be in the dark. What if I had mentioned you in front of the Kumogakure ninja? It would be fine, Hinata said with a soft laugh. Darui is no fool. Hell warn his people. No, isn't that too arrogant? Boruto scratched his head. Hinata placed the cut vegetables on a plate and saying, you don't need to worry too much. Just be yourself. Well, it's still hard to bring up old wounds in front of them. Wounds. Whose wounds aren't wounds? Hinata continued cooking while speaking. Kumogakure has always been underhanded. Not only me, but your grandmother was also kidnapped by them over a decade before I was. What? Boruto's eyes widened. That happened. If your grandfather hadn't secretly followed and saved her, Naruto would never have been born, Hinata replied. Boruto was puzzled, but they kidnapped you for the Byakugan. What did they want with Grandma? I'm not sure, but your grandmother was the previous Jinchuriki. I don't know if she was at the time, but even if not for the Jinchuriki, it was probably for her bloodline. Your grandmother's lineage is also significant. It's connected to the first Hokage's wife. So only Grandpa went to rescue her. Based on the timeline, they were still kids, right? Boruto asked, curious. Hinata nodded slightly. That's why I say the third Hokage was useless. Among all the Hokages, Konoha suffered the most during his reign. The first and second governed Konoha well. The fourth's reign was too short to judge. The fifth Lady Tsunade is strong-willed and capable, and she revitalized Konoha when it was in decline. But the third, during his time, Konoha suffered the greatest losses. Your uncle Kakashi's father died, your grandmother was kidnapped, the three Sannin all left, the Uchiha clan was annihilated, my uncle died. And he allowed Danzo to turn Konoha into a mess. Boruto waved his hands. Mom, he's still the Hokage, you can't say that. The hardest part is that your grandmother's legacy to Naruto was only found by Konohamaru in his warehouse. I have no proof, but I strongly suspect he embezzled your grandmother's inheritance. Hinata grumbled while cooking. It's only because Orochimaru spared him out of old ties, letting him die as a hero who protected the village, leaving him a decent reputation. Naruto is too oblivious about these things, and since Asuma Sensei and Konohamaru are good people, I don't want to dwell on it. Originally, after watching Hinata finish recording, the bullet comments were frantically discussing how to kill Uzumaki Naruto and take Hyūga Hinata. Then they heard mother and son start talking about the past. Oh, Kumogakure also kidnapped Uzumaki Naruto's mother. That's big news. No wonder the whole family has a grudge against Kumogakure. For Uzumaki Naruto to forgive Kumogakure after all this, he's practically a saint. But in the end it didn't happen, so it's a blessing in disguise. Hearing the conversation from the celestial screen, Naruto was stunned. Future Hinata knows about my parents. Kakashi looked awkward but couldn't say anything. Naruto's identity was top secret and no one could know he was the fourth Hokage's son. But soon something more terrifying than awkwardness came. When they heard future Hinata call the third Hokage useless Kakashi, Naruto and others opened their eyes in shock. Meanwhile, in the Hyūga compound, as Hinata said those words, Hayashi slapped his forehead. Hinata herself froze in shock. What are you saying, future me? How can you insult the Hokage-sama? Everyone in the Hyūga compound was stunned, thinking this is bad. Is this kind of revelation something we should be? As Hinata began listing the third Hokage's faults, everyone around wished they could tear out their ears and blind their eyes. But what she said made perfect sense, and the entire Konoha fell into an eerie silence. Beneath the celestial screen, Tsunade and Jiraiya were dumbfounded. Orochimaru killed the third Hokage. Orochimaru himself smiled sinisterly. This is getting interesting. The wind is rising. In the Pure Land, hearing that her inheritance might have been embezzled, Kushina exploded, shouting angrily, "Third Hokage, what have you done to my son?" But the bullet comments were anonymous and no one responded after she sent them. In the border forest, Sasuke instantly activated his Sharingan. What does that mean? The Uchiha clan was wiped out by the third Hokage. Before he could ask, Kakashi Hinata spoke again on the screen, but the Uchiha incident can't be entirely blamed on the third Hokage. It's a legacy issue from the first Hokage. It just happened to erupt during his time, though the direct trigger was Danzo, Hinata said, while stirring the food in the— Aunt Hanabi also mentioned Danzo today. Who is he? Boruto asked curiously. Just an idiot who couldn't see himself clearly, Hinata replied, as if unwilling to elaborate. In any case, don't worry about the joint training. Just be yourself. Oh my, so the third Hokage actually did such a thing. Nonsense, how could the Hokagesima possibly do something like that? That's the final judgment from future generations. There's no use refuting it, haha. But there's some truth to it. Konoha hasn't been the same since the third Hokage. Who's that up there? Shut up. Watching the barrage of comments, silence fell over the Hokage's office. The third Hokage's expression remained unchanged as he spoke calmly. Umbu. Present. Two masked figures appeared behind him. Find Jiraiya and Tsunade as quickly as possible. No matter what they're busy with, have them return to Konoha immediately. Also convene a meeting once the Jonin representatives currently on missions return. The third Hokage spoke slowly. Understood. The Umbu acknowledged, then vanished. In the border forest, Sasuke stared with his Sharingan eyes. Hey Kakashi. Who is Danzo? Kakashi sighed. You don't need to know about that person right now. Don't need to. Sasuke raised his voice. He might be my enemy. Sasuke. Although it's a final judgment from future generations, Hinata is only the Hokage's wife. She's not at the center of power. Her words may not be reliable. Do you understand? Perhaps they're just speculations from her perspective. Naruto scratched his head. Yeah, and Grandpa Third has always been good to me. There's no way he's like what Hinata said, believe it. Sakura kept her head down, silent, somewhat puzzled as to why that Hinata would say such things. Sasuke knew that confronting Kakashi now would yield no benefit, so he temporarily quieted down, thinking that perhaps the sky screen might reveal more useful information later. Kakashi sighed. Things had become far too serious. Better to hurry back to Konoha and let the Hokage deal with the headache. The kitchen of the Uzumaki residence was spacious. As Hinata spoke, she released over a dozen shadow clones, each handling different ingredients in various spots. All right, Mom. Better not say too much of that. Boruto quickly interjected. But I still can't quite figure out. How did you end up choosing Dad in the first place? Hinata suddenly smiled. You little brat, if I hadn't gotten together with Naruto, you wouldn't have been born. But it was fate. We actually met very early on. Boruto made a face like the Subway Grandpa meme. My grandfather, stern, serious, and unsmiling. Are you sure you're talking about my Boruto made a face like the Subway Grandpa meme. My grandfather, stern, serious, and unsmiling. Are you sure you're talking about my grandfather? Facing Boruto's doubt, Hinata chuckled. Yes, he's a completely different person now. Boruto made a face like the Subway Grandpa meme. My grandfather, stern, serious, and unsmiling. Are you sure you're talking about my grandfather? I was crying alone in the heavy snow and Naruto was the one who took me back. That's how you met. Yeah, Hinata nodded softly. Later I often sneaked out by myself. That same winter I ran to the park and was bullied by 3 kids. Naruto saved me. Dad was already that strong back then. 3 against 1. No, he got beaten up badly. Hinata smiled. Those kids even tore his scarf. Boruto's eyelids drooped after hearing that. That fits the image of that useless dad. But Mom, you didn't fall for him just because of this, did you? Not at all. Hinata wagged her finger. If he had only saved me, I'd just be grateful. What truly made me like him was Naruto's unique trait. Once he sets his mind on something, he never gives up. No matter how many times he's knocked down, he always gets back up. I can feel that to some extent. Boruto seemed to recall how Naruto had spent years helping villagers with all kinds of chores. In today's terms, isn't that just being stubborn? Maybe. Hinata continued handling the ingredients. After the 4th Great Ninja War, we discussed marriage. But back then your grandfather and the Hyūga elders, many people opposed the union. At the time, Naruto came to the Hyūga compound every day to kneel before your grandfather, begging him. This went on for a whole week. Himawari, who had been listening nearby without anyone noticing, widened her sparkling eyes. And then grandfather was moved. No, Hinata replied. Then I beat up all the opponents and they agreed. Same thing happened when I improved the caged bird curse mark. Ha ha ha. Boruto clutched his stomach, laughing. That useless dad has never disappointed me in this regard. Listening to Hinata's story, Sakura's gossip soul began to burn. You knew each other that early. Seems like it was something like that, believe it. Naruto scratched his head, searching his childhood memories. As expected of the dead last. Getting beaten up since you were a kid. Sasuke taunted. Naruto raised his fist. What do you know? Those 3 kids were really strong back then. I fought them for a long time. And then your scarf got torn. Wait, Naruto and Hinata. Do you have any idea how to use shadow? Well, looks like those 2 were already locked together from childhood. I'm so jealous. I want a boyfriend like that. Konoha's out of the question, but you could consider a Jinchuriki from another village. Haha. I thought Naruto moved Hayashi, but it turns out Hinata beat up her father and the elders. I forgot. Hinata was still wild back then. Doing something like that isn't surprising. A whole week of kneeling wasted. If it was that simple, why didn't they just let Hinata handle it? Making the Hokage kneel. Hayashi's life was worth it, haha. I never dreamed the clan head would get beaten up by his own daughter. Haha, I'll sleep well tonight. Good riddance. Those elders have been unbearable for too long. The clan head at least rewards and punishes fairly, but those elders are truly detestable. Watching the barrage in the sky, Hinata covered her face. Her future self was far too arrogant. How could she strike Father-sama? Around her, the Hyūga clan members gritted their teeth, shoulders trembling, slightly veins bulging on their necks as they forcibly suppressed laughter. Even Neji, who usually wore a stern expression, turned his head away, struggling to control his expression by thinking of unpleasant things. But the joy of seeing Hayashi suffer was impossible to suppress. Hayashi's face twitched, his fingers trembling as if about to crush the teacup before him. Truly, a daughter raised is lost to another man. Attacking her own father for another man. Hanabi, however, stared at her elder sister with sparkling eyes. Since the sky screen appeared, she realized that the gentle, strong elder sister had always been there unchanged. In the border forest, Naruto walked with a pout. What's so funny? Those guys are something else. Hey, be grateful. Hinata even punched her father for you, Sakura said. Naruto squinted. I thought Hinata really disliked me before, but it turns out I was mistaken, Databeo. Hinata was right. You really are dense, Sakura teased. Before long, a table of sumptuous dishes appeared. There were cold and hot dishes, meat and vegetables nutritionally balanced and exquisitely presented, as if in a high-end restaurant. Hinata dispelled her shadow clones. All right, let's eat. Boruto picked up a piece of food and put it in his mouth. Indeed, no one in the world cooks better than Mom. I just can't understand Dad. His favorite is Ichiraku ramen. There's a reason for that, Hinata explained. When Naruto was little, many places in the village wouldn't sell him anything. Most people refused to do business with him. Only Master Tsuchi of Ichiraku never looked down on him. So he's always loved Ichiraku ramen. I've heard a bit about that. Because he's a Jinchuriki, right? Hinata nodded gently. Boruto looked down at his meal. I don't understand all that, but I wish I could find a wife who can cook as well as Mom someday. You can say that, but don't take it seriously because it almost never comes true. Why, oi? Hinata raised an eyebrow. When Shikamaru was young, he used to say he'd live an ordinary life. Just become a chunin, not too high, not too low, marry a woman who's neither beautiful nor ugly, and live a plain life. But now he's not only a jonin, but also the Hokage's advisor. He married the Kazekage's older sister, Lady Temari, who is a top-tier beauty, nothing ordinary at all. So the surprises of life are completely unimaginable. Under the celestial canopy, Ino laughed and slapped Shikamaru's shoulder. Hey Shikamaru, there's a bounty on you. So my ideal failed. What a calamity brought by no fault of my own, Shikamaru sighed. And I've never even met the Kazekage's sister, okay? Choji stuffed a potato chip into his mouth. Hinata said she's a top-tier beauty, you know. That's exactly why she's trouble. Shikamaru continued sighing. Asuma blew out a puff of smoke. Haha, looks like Shikamaru is a winner in life too. In the Sunagakure team heading to Konoha, many looked at each other in bewilderment. Temari blushed a little. I'm married into Konoha. Who is this Shikamaru? Kankuro whispered. Hey Temari, how could you marry into another village? Shut up, how should I know? Even Gaara looked at her with a hint of surprise. That Hinata said she's my friend and Temari married into Konoha. What exactly happened in the future? Kankuro sneered, but it doesn't matter. Since we'll meet this time, let me see what that guy is made of to be worthy of. After the meal, Hinata released a dozen shadow clones to clean up the dishes and tidy the house. Boruto was used to it. It was clearly a daily routine. Mom, were you and Uncle Gaara close before the Fourth Great Ninja War? Sort of. We really got to know each other after he became the Kazekage. At that time, Naruto had just returned from his training, and I happened to start my revenge operation against Kumogakure. Sunagakure was attacked, and as an ally, Konoha sent us to assist, so we fought side by side. That's when we truly became close. Boruto thought for a moment. That's not right. I remember Konohamaru saying that Dad and he knew each other long ago. Yes, that was our first Chunin exam after graduating. But Gaara was quite terrifying back then. Hinata said, while washing dishes. Scary. Boruto raised an eyebrow. Uncle Gaara. Hinata smiled and nodded. Don't be fooled by how calm he seems now. Back then, Gaara was in a state similar to when I was taking revenge on Kumogakure. They always called me a madwoman, but I only hated the people of Kumogakure. Gaara, on the other hand, hated everyone who appeared before him equally. Huh. Boruto's eyes widened. Why, oi? Himawari also widened her eyes, curiously showing her confusion. If you were him, unable to sleep well since birth with a constant buzzing in your ears, and your father always sending assassins after you, do you think your mental state would be stable, eh? Hinata retorted. Boruto hesitated. That sounds pretty pitiful. That's why Gaara's father was also— Hinata washed her hands, turned off the faucet, walked to the sofa, sat down, and lifted her daughter onto her lap. Gaara being like that back then, at least half of it was forced by him. At the border between Wind Country and Fire Country, Raz's chest was pierced by Orochimaru's sword, and all his strength began to uncontrollably drain away. Just then, hearing the comment from the celestial canopy, Orochimaru extended his tongue and licked his lips. Well said. What a fool indeed. Boruto frowned. Why would his father do that? Times were different back then than they are now for you. Relations between ninja villages were tense. The war could break out at any moment. In such an environment, it's only natural for some fools to appear. Hinata turned her head. But Boruto, you don't need to worry because I won't, and I won't let Naruto interfere with your choices. You won't interfere with my choices. Boruto retorted. Many times parents' expectations of their children become invisible shackles. So-called entrusting dreams is essentially a form of restriction. For instance, Sasuke's father often said, "You are truly my child." Perhaps he saw it as encouragement, but unknowingly it placed a yoke on his son. So for me, Boruto, you don't need to strive to become someone specific. Just be yourself. You can choose to fight like Naruto to protect others, or you can be like me, stopping at nothing to achieve your goals, eliminating everyone in your path. Or perhaps another path. In short, no matter what road you choose, or who you become as your mother, I will support. It doesn't matter if you want to be a good person or a bad one. Just don't leave your life with regrets. As she spoke, Hinata planted a kiss on Himawari's cheek. As a mother, I just want you two to be happy and joyful. Don't lose yourselves for the sake of anything. Listening to Hinata's words, Boruto froze for a few seconds. Today, I truly got to know Mama Nu. I never planned to hide it from you, you just happened to discover it today. Hinata smiled while playing with her daughter. Little Himawari didn't grasp the meaning of these topics, simply nuzzling against her mother's ample chest. Initially, when Hinata insulted the Kazekage, a barrage of comments fiercely rebutted her. But after hearing the full story, the viewers quieted down considerably. Hinata herself even forgot to cover her face, her mind consumed by a single thought: it's over. She had insulted both the Hokage and the Kazekage. Now she was truly doomed. The ensuing words made many people fall into contemplation. Is the so-called entrusting of dreams actually a form of restriction? Upon hearing this, Sasuke recalled memories of his childhood. Indeed, his father's most frequent phrase was precisely that, and it was also what he most longed to hear. The future Hinata even knew this. It seemed they truly had become friends. When Hinata's expectations for her children were heard, the barrage sped up dramatically. Hinata is still the same Hinata, still crazy. Doesn't seem crazy. I think she made a lot of sense. Encouraging your own son to be a bad guy. Does that make sense? Where did she encourage him to be a bad guy? She clearly told him to choose for himself, right? Giving him the option to be a bad guy is problematic in itself, okay? Given her personal experiences, raising him this way is understandable. Exactly. This is the ruthless person who once wanted to wipe out the entire Kumogakure. It's already quite enlightened that she didn't pass that on to her son. Indeed, it shows she truly loves her son. Naruto stared at the celestial screen in shock. How could Hinata do that? Killing everyone in the way. That's fundamentally wrong. It might not be wrong, Sasuke said. And she also let Boruto choose for himself, didn't she? Kakashi sighed again. Indeed, Hinata was still the same Hinata, just more mature than during the Fourth Great Ninja War, but her essence unchanged. In the Pure Land, Kushina wanted to say something, but after opening her mouth, she ultimately remained silent. At least she allowed her son to choose rather than forcing her own views upon him. On the other side, Madara Uchiha crossed his arms and nodded approvingly. This younger generation's thinking is commendable. Hashirama Senju scratched his head, though it makes sense, something still feels off. Tobirama Senju replied beside him. People's thoughts are always influenced by their environment and experiences. This Hyūga girl has seen too much darkness and has lost trust in people. In her view, the difference between good and bad is negligible. The key lies in possessing sufficient power. And she happens to possess formidable power. Izuna Uchiha looked regretful. What a pity she married a Hokage. Otherwise, it's uncertain whether Konoha would still exist. In the Hyūga residence, Hayashi glanced at the present Hinata, but ultimately said nothing. Whatever the future Hinata said was spoken from her future perspective, so one shouldn't blame the present Hinata for it. Hayashi was firm on this point, so he didn't even intend to apologize to the Hokage for Hinata's remarks about him on the celestial screen. The future is the future, the present is the present. Neji listened with a heavy heart. Was it his death that caused Lady Hinata to become like that? Though her words made sense, something still felt off. This topic didn't continue, it passed once spoken. Then Boruto played games with his sister beside him, while Hinata crossed her legs on the sofa writing and drawing on a music notebook, while occasionally tossing a soldier pill into her mouth like a candy. The camera panned to a clock. 4 hours passed, and it was 11 at night. Half a plate of soldier pills in front of Hinata had disappeared. Boruto Himawari. It's getting late, you should go to bed. Yes, Boruto replied, and they each went to the bathrooms on the first and second floors to bathe. Hinata continued writing and drawing on her notebook in the same position. Until Boruto finished bathing and came out drying his wet hair. The front door opened, and Naruto trudged in him home. Welcome back. Hinata rose to help him take off his coat and hang it on the rack. Bath first or dinner first? I want to rest a bit first, I'm tired. Naruto lowered his head. Boruto interjected sarcastically. Oh, Dad came home really early today. Truly cause for celebration. Hinata turned her head. Boruto put the food in the microwave. Yes, yes, Boruto replied, turning to. He muttered to himself as he walked. Seriously, why is she so patient with that idiot dad? Even if he's her first love, does she have to be so clingy? After heating up the food, Boruto returned to the living room and saw Naruto already asleep on the sofa, his head resting on Hinata's lap. Hinata's right hand was intertwined with Naruto's left hand, and she raised her left finger to her lips, making a shushing gesture. Boruto rolled his eyes, waved his hand, and went upstairs to his own room. Lying on the wide bed, Boruto murmured to the ceiling, "Who will I become in the future? Forget it, why think about that now?" With that, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. At this point, the light screen in the sky, ignoring the still scrolling comments, simply closed and disappeared. When the barrage noticed Hinata casually popping military rations pills into her mouth one by one, they sensed something amiss. Can you really eat military rations pills like that? Didn't she have enough dinner? By the way, how does she maintain such a great figure after eating so many military rations pills? After all, it's the future. Maybe those aren't military rations pills. Even ordinary snacks would make you gain weight if eaten like that. Speaking of which, what are Boruto and Himawari playing? It looks like fun. Some kind of future entertainment toy. It does look interesting. Is Hinata writing a new song? When can we hear? Yo, the 7th Hokage is back. Looks like he just finished a battle. Exactly the same state my husband comes home in at night. From what Boruto said, this is considered early. Is the Hokage's job that busy? Hard to say. Judging by the future situation, it's definitely different from now. Then came the scene where Hinata tilted her head, raised a finger to her lips, and shushed Boruto. Is there anyone from the black market here? I want to put a bounty on Naruto Uzumaki's head. 500,000 Ryo. I'll add another 500,000. He doesn't deserve such a wonderful wife. Count me in. Why does he get such a perfect wife? I don't care. There's still a chance now. I'm going to pursue Hinata Hyūga. I'm in Konoha, and the chakra around the Hyūga compound is so thick it's about to explode. Whoever thinks they can handle it, go ahead and try. Exactly. I just saw a bunch of masked figures lurking around. Shut up, all of you. Don't leak any intel. Amid the barrage of comments, the light screen went black as Boruto closed his eyes to sleep, then vanished. It's gone. Naruto stopped in confusion, squinting as he carefully examined the sky. Kakashi lifted his eye patch and glanced up. It's really gone. Will it come back, Databeo? Who knows? Anyway, let's pick up the pace and get back. Kakashi gave the order, and the three of them accelerated, leaping swiftly through the forest branches. In the Pure Land, after the light screen vanished, the souls felt a darkness closing in. They knew they were about to fall into slumber again. Kushina turned her head. Whatever happens, at least we know the kids are safe. Yes, the children are safe, that's all that matters, Mikoto nodded with a smile. Nothing much happened in the Pure Land, but the living world was a different story. Although the light screen had appeared for less than 2 hours, like watching a movie, the amount of information it contained was enormous, especially about Hinata, Hyūga, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. Their information began to spread across the ninja world, with many parties investigating. Not only the ninja villages, but even the Akatsuki organization started collecting intel on them. Though the Akatsuki members were scattered, Nagato immediately used the astral projection technique to summon a meeting. Itachi, do you have anything to say about your younger brother? Uchiha Itachi knew he had to say something, so he slowly spoke. According to my original plan, he was the eyes I reserved for myself. But now it seems my plan failed in the future. So we'll plan more carefully. They are my eyes. I won't allow anyone else to touch them. Saying this, Itachi calmly scanned everyone present. Nagato nodded slightly. I don't care about Sasuke Uchiha, but Naruto Uzumaki is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He needs more attention. If possible, we should bring him back as soon as possible. That won't be easy now, Kakuzu said. The light screen exposed the future. Konoha will definitely put Naruto under heavy surveillance. Itachi agreed. Besides, if we take Naruto now, and things turn out like with Neji causing Hinata to awaken her talent early, would all be killed. No one objected to that, not even the usually arrogant Haiden or Deidara. After all, the power shown in the screen, able to destroy a planet, was far beyond anything they could withstand. Even Nagato, who considered himself a god, dared not claim he could survive against that Hinata. Then Sasori spoke up. What if we assassinate Hinata now? Too late, replied Zetsu, whose Aloevra-like form emerged. I just checked. The Hyūga compound is now heavily surrounded by with sensory ninjas on rotating, uninterrupted guard. I don't think we need to worry too much, Conan said. Now that Neji is alive, she's just an ordinary girl. She poses no threat to us for now. But her talent is undeniable, Kisame grinned. Neji is at most a trigger. The most important thing is her innate ability. After a long silence, Nagato, through pain, spoke. For now, let's hold off on any action. Well, observe the situation. Also, Deidara, do you want to go back and become the Tsuchikage? Huh? Deidara raised an eyebrow. You kidding me? I'm not becoming any Tsuchikage on. In the Cloud Village. The Raikage sat in his chair, eyes closed in deep thought. Though he had already dispatched Anbu to attempt assassinating Hinata, he honestly held little hope for the outcome. Konoha would certainly protect her, but he wanted to try even if there was only a slim chance. Hisashi was already dead, so peaceful negotiation was no longer possible. Hinata Hyūga was now a major threat to the Cloud. Although the Cloud still existed in the future, it was easy to imagine how difficult life would be under such a powerful figure. Thinking this, he turned to Darui. Your future self really had it tough. Darui drooped his eyelids and sighed. While facing a being like a god, there's nothing to do but bow down. Then the Raikage suddenly laughed, glancing at Samui in front of him. You two do make a good match, don't you? The comment made both of them blush, exchanging a look before lowering their heads in unison. In the Hokage's office of Kumogakure, Hiruzen Sarutobi bit down on his pipe, frowning in silence. This made the two elders sitting opposite him, Koharu and Hamura, equally uneasy. Hiruzen, what exactly are you planning to do? Koharu asked. I've already sent for Jiraiya and Tsunade. Once they return, I'll announce my retirement, and let Tsunade become the 5th Hokage. No sooner had he finished than the door was pushed open and Danzo walked in. Tsunade is not fit to be Hokage now. Danzo, as I recall, you've been relieved of your duties and have no right to interfere in village affairs. Hiruzen reminded him. Is this really the time for that? Danzo retorted. Do you have any idea how many people are targeting Hinata and the others? Only by bringing them into root, concealing their identities, can they accumulate enough experience and grow at the same time. Enough, Danzo. We are old men who have been judged by the future. After I step down, you can join me in watching the scenery and enjoying retirement. Hiruzen's voice was soft, but his tone was resolute. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly, turned around, and left with a flick of his sleeve. Hearing Sarutobi's words, Danzo outwardly said nothing, but inwardly, he was quite displeased. After all, in the future, though both would die, Sarutobi would die as a hero who protected the village, leaving behind a good name. As for himself, from the attitudes of Hanabi and Hinata, it seemed his death was not so honorable, and he left no good reputation. But now that the Hokage had spoken, Danzo could say nothing more. He merely snorted coldly and left. Because of this strange sky screen, Hinata Hyūga was now under heavy surveillance and protection, leaving him unable to interfere. Meanwhile, in the Hyūga estate, as the sky screen vanished, Hayashi slowly rose to his feet. It was time to attend to important matters. Hinata, Hanabi, and Neji, come with me, Hayashi said, leading the three into the study. Once inside, he took out a scroll and handed it to Neji. This is what Hisashi left for you before his death, asking me to give it to you at the right time. I believe there is no time more fitting than now. Neji took it and could tell it was indeed his father's handwriting. It was a suicide note, clearly stating that he had not been forced, but had chosen to die voluntarily, as a younger brother wishing to protect his elder brother. Neji read it, quickly fell silent for a few seconds, then looked up. Is this all the clan head has to give me? Yes. Hayashi nodded. The main branch indeed owes the branch family an apology all these years. I am not asking for your forgiveness. I once thought of changing this rotten system, but I could not do it alone. You may hate me and the main branch, but I hope you do not resent Hinata and Hanabi. At least now they have nothing to do with this matter. Hayashi spoke calmly and sincerely. Neji did not reply, just nodded silently, which was taken as agreement. At that time, Hinata was still young and Hanabi had not even been born. Indeed, they knew nothing and had no say. Hayashi turned his head. Also, Hinata, the future you possesses the ability to change the Hyūga clan, so this matter will ultimately have to be entrusted to you. But Hinata struggled to calmly express what was in her heart. I don't want Nejini to die. Yes. Hayashi nodded. In the future, Neji's death is the catalyst for your strength, not the absolute reason. You inherently possess extraordinary potential. If you don't want him to die, then use your own power to change the future. Change the future. By me. Hinata suddenly felt a weight of pressure descend upon her. The sky screen has exposed the future, and your potential will make countless people set their sights on you. Both good and bad. So the pressure on you from now on will be much greater than before. Hearing Hayashi's words, Hinata lowered her head, as if already seeing those who would target her for various reasons. From today onward, I will fulfill any request you make to the best of my ability. You will be the de facto clan head from now on. Let Hanabi study hard, and she can become clan head after you marry. If you want to change the Hyūga clan, why not start preparing now? I believe Neji will also offer you his help, Hayashi said calmly. Neji bowed solemnly. Lady Hinata, thank you for remembering my father and me even after many years. Please feel free to command me anytime. Nejini, please raise your head. Hinata quickly waved her hands. I know nothing about clan affairs now, but I will work hard. But then Hinata's confidence wavered. but I don't know what to do either. That future me. If you like Naruto Uzumaki, you can go talk to him anytime. Hayashi suddenly interjected. Huh. Hinata blushed at the mention of Naruto. Well, Neji frowned at this moment. Clan head, with all due respect, despite the exposure from the sky screen, I believe Naruto Uzumaki is not a suitable match for Lady Hinata. Let her decide whom she likes. Hayashi waved his hand. Moreover, from a power perspective, there are very few in the future who can match her. Judging solely from the power displayed on the sky screen, the only ones who could match Hinata in the future were Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Neji fell silent after hearing that. Indeed, possessing such earth-shattering power made it unsuitable to find an ordinary partner. Also, Hayashi looked at Hinata. The medical ninja who just examined you said there is nothing wrong with your head. So it is very likely that the resonance is caused by seeing the things the future you created. Yes, Hinata answered softly. Those techniques and the musical score. They are all in my head. Then perhaps this is your opportunity. Not many people know that you can learn future powers in advance. This information must be kept strictly confidential. Hinata's expression was troubled, but for now there are only some techniques. That more powerful power lacks the prerequisites. After finishing the matters, Hayashi summoned the Hyūga clan elders and held a meeting in front of Hinata and Neji. The content was simple from now on. The Hyūga clans. Hayashi nodded. It's all right. Take your time. The future is the future. We should focus on the present. After finishing the matters, Hayashi summoned the Hyūga clan elders and held a meeting in front of Hinata and Neji. The content was simple from now on. The Hyūga clan's primary goal was to protect Hinata. The elders unanimously agreed. Although the future Hinata had fought them, having such a strong figure overseeing the clan would ensure its stable continuation. For the sake of the clan's survival, she could marry the Jinchuriki if she wished. Whoever she married would guarantee the Hyūga clan's prosperity for 100 years, and that was enough. Hearing the elders' lack of objection to her marriage, Hinata again covered her flushed cheeks. With so much exposed by the sky screen, she had no idea how to face Naruto now. She had only just become a genin, but in the sky screen they were already an old married couple with a child over 10 years old. Not to mention that in the future, she had broken Naruto's and Sasuke's arms. Just thinking about it was awkward. Of course Naruto was one thing, the most awkward part was with the Hokage. The future her had openly called him useless and enumerated so many things. Hinata really couldn't understand how her personality had become like that. After the meeting, Hinata cautiously asked Father about the Hokage. Should we go apologize? No need. The future is the future, and the present is the present. Hayashi was firm on this. He thought further. After the sky screen exposure, the third Hokage's prestige had diminished. For him, stepping down as soon as possible was the wisest move. Moreover, what the future Hinata complained about concerned Naruto's matters. What did that have to do with the current Hinata? After all, they weren't married yet. The next morning, Hinata went out as usual to meet her teammates and continue taking on missions under the guidance of their teacher Kurenai. Given the current situation, missions outside the village were out of the question. They could only take on village missions to keep a low profile. However, even within the village, things had changed drastically from before. As soon as Hinata stepped out of the Hyūga clan's main gate, she saw a genin around her age holding a bouquet of flowers standing at the entrance. When he saw her, he immediately knelt on one knee. Miss Hinata, please go out with me. Huh? Hinata froze in place for a moment. After recovering, she stepped back in panic. Who? Oh, my name is Taken. I was once in the same class as your brother Neji Hyūga. I'm also a genin now. Hinata waved her hands repeatedly. We don't know each other, so. Taken held the flowers and spoke with emotion. Miss Hinata, I've had a dream since childhood to have an outstanding woman become my future wife. And you, miss, are knowledgeable, beautiful, and generous. Before he could finish, Neji suddenly appeared, grabbed him by the collar, and threw him away. Get the hell out of here. After saying that, Neji turned around. Lady Hinata, ignore these annoying insects. Just walk away. Yes, Hinata nodded awkwardly. Turning her head, she saw quite a few people on this, usually many of them, just like the guy earlier, were holding flowers in their hands. Some leaned against the wall pretending to be deep in thought, others smiled and winked at her. A few seemed to want to approach, but stopped awkwardly after seeing Neji throw someone out. Seeing this, Hinata felt an urge to immediately turn back home. The impact of the celestial projection was even greater than imagined, directly making Hinata the top candidate on the most wanted girlfriend list in Konoha. Blushing, Hinata forced herself to suppress the urge to go home. To change the future, she had to change herself, no longer be as weak as before. She took a deep breath, calmed the heat on her cheeks, and walked toward the usual meeting point. Along the way, everyone she passed stared at her. Some bold ones even whispered and pointed. Hinata walked quickly with her head down, crossed the street, and arrived at the training ground of Team 8. Kiba and Shino were already waiting there. When they saw her, they raised their hands to greet her. Yo, Hinata. Thought you might not come today. Kiba laughed and Akamaru on his head barked twice. Yeah, I almost couldn't make it. Hinata sighed in relief. Suddenly there were so many people outside my door. Shino adjusted his sunglasses. After seeing Hinata's future, who wouldn't want a wife like that? If I had to explain the reason. Kiba jumped down from the wooden post, but I never imagined that Yoshino would become a teacher in the future, and even teach Hinata's son. Indeed, teaching is a profession I never envisioned for myself. Shino nodded in agreement. Hinata raised her hand. Just call me by my name. The term son still felt a bit strange to her. After all, she was still a child herself. As the three were chatting, Yuhi Kurenai appeared. Well, the situation is a bit complicated, as you know. So the Hokage has forbidden us from leaving the village. Today, let's train here. The situation was still unclear, and reactions from other villages were yet to be determined. To maintain stability in the village and ensure Hinata's safety, the third Hokage ordered them not to leave the village for now. This situation actually relieved Hinata. Her fame was too high right now, so it was better to stay out of sight as much as possible. Since training was on the agenda, she might as well try those techniques that had suddenly appeared in her mind yesterday. These techniques were also 8 trigrams palm, but slightly different from the Hyūga clan's version. The variations between moves were more complex, yet they followed a unique pattern. Combined with footwork, they could shift between reality and illusion at will. Thus Hinata began practicing alone under a tree, replaying the technique images from yesterday in her mind. She gradually closed her eyes, immersed herself in the spirit, and her body started moving according to the techniques in her mind. Kiba and Shino were training on their own sides, and Kurenai was sitting on a tree branch watching them out of boredom. As their supervising jonin, her current duty also included protecting them. Of course, it wasn't just her. At least 20 Umbu members and Hyūga clan experts were hidden nearby, almost without concealment. Suddenly sensing something off about the aura over there, Kiba turned around and froze in place. Then he instinctively patted Shino. There under the tree, Hinata was half closing her eyes, moving her body freely, stepping with an incomprehensible pattern and sliding her hands gently, like parting clouds and swimming water. But what was astonishing was that even though her movements were very slow, her limbs seemed to carry afterimages that changed with her motions. Kiba rubbed his eyes. Shino. Yeah, I see it. Your eyes are fine. Shino adjusted his sunglasses. Not only them, but Kurenai and the Umbu around also saw it. Then Hinata extended her hand, slowly formed a fist, and punched lazily at the tree trunk as thick as a person. The speed was very slow, slow enough to see every subtle change, as if there was no strength at all. The next moment Hinata's fist gently touched the tree trunk, then separated instantly. The speed remained leisurely with no sense of force or chakra fluctuation. Yet just as Hinata turned around, a crackling sound suddenly erupted. The thick tree trunk was covered with spiderweb-like cracks that spread rapidly. The upper part of the trunk burst open like a blooming flower along the cracks, and the inside was reduced to rubble, almost turned to wood chips. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the fine wood chips, swirling around Kiba and Shino. Kiba's jaw dropped. Before he could finish, Shino covered his mouth and whispered in his ear, "Don't disturb her." Kurenai and the other ninjas watching nearby were no better off. Their mouths hung open as they stared at the completely shattered upper half of the tree trunk. Just in terms of destructive effect, many people present could achieve that. But the problem was that she hadn't used any force at all. Her speed was very slow, and there was no chakra fluctuation. Achieving such an effect under those conditions was utterly baffling. Kurenai widened her eyes, pondering. The celestial projection said it took her 2 years of training to surpass others, but now could it be that resonating with her future self had awakened her early? Regardless, it seemed Neji's death was merely the catalyst. Her own potential was what truly mattered. Hinata's activities in the training ground were quickly reported to the third Hokage. Listening to the Umbu's account from the scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, a faint smile on his face. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. This also proved one thing: Hinata truly had great potential. As long as she could be nurtured to grow, even if she didn't reach the level shown in the celestial screen, she could ensure Konoha's long-term stability for decades to come. At that moment, another person knocked and entered to report that the daimyo of various nations had sent letters. The message from these daimyo was simple: Konoha must protect Hinata Hyūga and ensure she grows up safely. After all, in the future, increasing average lifespan and food production were matters that concerned all of humanity. The daimyo indicated that funds were already on the way and would be delivered soon. Konoha must protect Hinata Hyūga. This was a good thing, as such a long-term mission was tantamount to providing Konoha with funding. But with good news came bad news. First, bounties had been placed on the heads of 3 people in the black market, with Hinata Hyūga's bounty being the highest at a full 300 million ryo, and the price was still slowly increasing. Second, many suspicious ninja of unknown identity had entered the land of fire, so many that it was impossible to verify their identities in time. They were practically barging in openly. Over 30 Konoha ninja patrolling the border had died overnight. Upon seeing the report, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, though it was not entirely unexpected. After all, such a powerful figure had appeared in Konoha, not in other villages. Once such a person grew up, it was easy to imagine that other villages would inevitably have a hard time. The bounty on the black market being so high, it was impossible to believe that other villages weren't behind it. Not only villages, but organizations like the underworld would likely be involved as well. After all, if Konoha had such a person in the future who was also the wife of the Hokage, she would inevitably prioritize Konoha's interests. Moreover, the Hyūga clan had become the richest family in the ninja world, meaning the distribution of wealth had been reshuffled. For the current wealthy, this was likewise unacceptable. Therefore, the present Hinata Hyūga was someone many wanted to protect, and at the same time someone many had to eliminate. Inside the training ground, Hinata, having recovered her senses, looked at the shattered wooden post before her with an expression of disbelief. "Did I do this? Yeah, didn't you know?" Kiba said excitedly, gesticulating wildly. "You just touched it lightly, and then it went crack and shattered. Just now I was." Hinata rubbed her head, thinking about the moves I used in the celestial screen, and then Shino adjusted his glasses. "It's probably an unconscious state. With more practice you should be able to master it. Because then, Hinata, you should keep practicing. Then we'll be able to do missions together much more smoothly." Kiba said excitedly. You three stop for a moment." Yuhi Kurenai's voice suddenly rang out. Approaching the three, Kurenai took out 3 forms and handed them over. "According to the original plan, the joint Chunin exam this year is about to begin. Because it was decided long ago, starting tomorrow, ninja from various villages will arrive one after another. Although yesterday's celestial screen caused a huge impact to prevent other villages from thinking Konoha is vulnerable, the higher-ups decided to hold the Chunin exam as scheduled. What do you say? Do you want to participate?" The 3 exchanged glances, all a bit silent. To be honest, if it were according to the original plan, they would just participate. It wasn't a big deal. But after the celestial screen appeared, it was certain that Hinata, as well as Naruto and Sasuke, would become the focus of attention. I need to think about it," Hinata said softly. After all, the current Hinata was not the personality from the celestial screen. She was still introverted and indecisive. Kurenai didn't say much more, just gave them the forms and let them make their own decisions. Kiba and Shino also understood that Hinata's situation was complicated, so they didn't say much and left. After returning home, Hinata went to the study and told Hayashi about the matter, then asked, "Father, do you think I should participate?" Hayashi did not answer directly, just took a sip of tea and said, "Hinata, although you are in the spotlight now, you should learn to make decisions on your own." Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Hayashi had also received the news about Hinata's performance in the training ground today. From this, it was clear that her potential was great, but the biggest problem was her weak personality. After watching the celestial screen, Hayashi realized that his past treatment of her had indeed been problematic. So following the example of the Hinata from the celestial screen, he let her think for herself and make her own decisions. Hayashi believed that the appearance of the celestial screen would surely bring about changes in his daughter. Now that Neji was not dead and his daughter had not become so extreme, it was better to let her think and decide on her own. Hinata didn't expect Hayashi to throw the question back to her. After thinking for a moment, she said weakly, I still want to consult with others." "As you wish." Hayashi nodded. "In the future you seem to have quite a few friends. Perhaps the current versions of them can also give you some useful advice." Having said that, he added somewhat reluctantly, "At the very least there's Uzumaki Naruto, isn't there?" Although Hayashi didn't particularly like this guy who had stolen his cabbage, since he was the future husband, he supposed he could provide her with some advice. Upon hearing the name Uzumaki Naruto, Hinata blushed again. Well, now it was out. What was originally a one-sided crush was now known by the entire ninja world. She heard that their mission was complete, and they would be returning soon. Hinata grew even more conflicted, unsure whether to go see him. If she went, it would be somewhat awkward. But if she didn't go, it would seem like she was deliberately avoiding him. For a moment, Hinata became even more conflicted. In the forest, Kakashi clapped his hands as he walked back to camp. "All right, there shouldn't be anyone coming tonight. We can return to Konoha tomorrow." Sakura sighed. Out of nowhere, we've become targets of assassination. From yesterday until now, Kakashi had just dealt with the third person who attempted to assassinate them. To be precise, it was Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. In the ninja world, as long as one was willing to spend money, there were plenty of desperados. Kakashi sat by the campfire, picked up his copy of Make Out Paradise, and said, "Now Naruto and Sasuke have become big stars, it's normal for them to have more fans." Naruto was furious. "These things haven't even happened yet. Why should I suffer for them now? Idiot, if they can take you out early, won't that change the future?" "Hey, you're the same way." Naruto raised his fist. "Who knows if those people are after you? Compared to that, you should think about how to face Hinata when you get back." Sasuke sneered. At this stage, Sasuke was still relatively normal and didn't mind teasing Naruto. Just thinking about the awkward situation he would face upon returning to Hinata, he couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Hearing his words, the usually boisterous Naruto also fell silent. Suddenly learning who his future wife was along with all those revelations, even Naruto was taken aback. Not to mention that this wife was so powerful and perfect that he had become the enemy of the entire ninja world. Even the ever-carefree Naruto felt a headache coming on. Speaking of which, why did the canopy only mention my future wife and not Sasuke's? I'm asking. Naruto suddenly wondered. Sasuke leaned against the tree trunk, continuing his cool demeanor. A shinobi like me who walks in the shadows would find a wife to be a burden. Maybe I never married at all, which is why your son took me as his master. Is that so? Naruto tilted his head, thinking carefully. No, in the canopy, when we went to fight with Hinata, Sakura pulled you aside and told you to come back alive. Maybe she's your wife. I'm saying. Hearing this, Sakura blushed and waved her hands repeatedly. Oh Naruto, what nonsense are you talking about? Sasuke remained expressionless. She was telling all of us to come back alive. Naruto thought for a moment and frowned. We don't know many female shinobi. Shikamaru's wife is from Sunagakure. Hinata is my wife. Sakura is unknown for now. Could it be Ino? Ino seems to like you too, I'm saying. Absolutely impossible. Before Sasuke could speak, Sakura firmly denied it. Ino, she stammered for a while, but couldn't finish her sentence. But inside she was seething. She absolutely could not let Ino steal her Sasuke. Sasuke couldn't be bothered to guess. His mind was consumed with revenge, and women were the last thing on his mind. Naruto's thoughts began to wander. Once he started pondering, he couldn't stop, and the canopy also mentioned Kakashi Sensei. I wonder who Kakashi Sensei's wife is. Hey, let's not drag me into this, okay? Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on his book. Oh, Naruto suddenly had an idea, clenching his fist and slapping it into his palm. Could Sakura be Kakashi Sensei's? Bam! Sakura punched him, cutting off his words. Shut up, you idiot. Naruto held his head, rubbing it. I was just guessing the possibility, I'm saying. There is absolutely no such possibility. Sakura's face twisted in anger. Seeing the conversation veering off, Sasuke turned his head. Kakashi, the jutsu I used to shatter that meteor in the canopy. It looked the same as the one you used to kill Momochi Zabuza. Teach me. Kakashi stared at the book before him. It is indeed my jutsu, but it's not something you can master at your current. Before Sasuke could respond, Naruto suddenly interjected again. Speaking of which, Kakashi Sensei, that. What was it called? The sphere thing I used. Can you do it? I'm asking. Rasengan. Kakashi corrected. That's also beyond your current ability. Why? Naruto asked, puzzled. We used it, and it was really powerful. Yeah, Sakura nodded in agreement. Sasuke even shattered that huge meteor with it. Kakashi closed his book. Such ninjutsu are characterized by devastating power, but they also require immense chakra reserves and precise chakra control. You three are not yet at that foundational level. Now time is running short. Rest up. We need to return to Konoha by tomorrow to be safe. The following day the journey went without incident, and they arrived back at Konoha just before noon. As soon as he stepped through the village gates, Naruto stretched his arms and yawned. I'm finally back. I'm heading to Ichiraku for a bowl of ramen. First, I'm saying. Yo Rokudai-mesama and Nanadai-mesama, welcome back, greeted the gate guard Kotetsu Hagane. Naruto felt embarrassed, fidgeting and waving his hands. Not yet, I'm saying. Come on, you two, Kakashi said, his eyelids drooping lazily as he scanned the surroundings casually. Did something happen? Quite a bit of excitement. From the night before last until early this morning, we caught 4 groups of spies. Also, the Sandaime asked us to tell you to head to the Hokage Tower as soon as you returned. Alright, got it. Kakashi acknowledged, dismissed the 3 of them, and vanished on the spot. Since their paths coincided for a short distance, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura walked shoulder to shoulder into Konoha. As they entered the streets, they felt countless gazes fix upon them, and the entire street fell into an eerie silence. Naruto, who had been despised since childhood, suddenly became a celebrity, making him extremely uncomfortable. Even his walking posture changed. Sakura, on the other hand, fared better. Though she had appeared on the canopy, she hadn't done anything particularly remarkable, so she drew less attention. As for Sasuke, perhaps used to being in the spotlight since childhood, he walked without any discomfort, hands in his pockets, striding forward on his own. Everyone's acting so weird, I'm saying, Naruto whispered. To be precise, we're the ones acting weird, Sakura sighed. They made it to the ramen shop without incident. Naruto said goodbye to the other 2 and went inside. The shop was empty at the moment, and I am the daughter of the owner. Tsuchi looked up. Yo Nanadai-mesama. Please don't call me that yet, I am a Nikan, Naruto said sheepishly as he sat down. Everyone's been acting so strange since that canopy appeared, I'm saying. I laughed. Well, it's something unprecedented, isn't it? Since I know in advance that you'll be eating our ramen for over a decade today, it's on the house. Oh really? Naruto's eyes widened. Then I won't hold back, I'm saying. I leaned on the counter with an anti-like grin. No worries, feel free to bring Hinata along for ramen. Please stop. Naruto covered his forehead. I don't even know what to say to her right now, I'm saying. Faced with the gossipy I am Naruto, felt overwhelmed. Just then Kiba's voice came from outside. Hey, let's grab a bowl of ramen before heading back. I want to taste what Naruto has been raving about for over a decade. That's a good idea. Getting to know a comrade's preferences is essential. If I must explain the reason. Hearing this voice, Naruto startled, whipping his head back. And right then he saw Kiba with Akamaru atop his head push aside the curtain and enter, followed by Shino. They weren't the problem. It was the person behind them. Hinata had just stepped out from behind Shino when she saw Naruto sitting there, eyes wide open. Nah, Naruto-kun. Hinata's face instantly flushed crimson. I am leaning on the counter broke into a smile. Welcome. I am's words directly cut off any chance for the three to leave. Having no choice, they had to step inside and take their seats. Kiba and Shino, displaying keen awareness, occupied the farthest spots, leaving Hinata the seat next to Naruto. Hinata sat down stiffly beside Naruto, her cheeks burning so hot they seemed ready to steam. In the past, she would have fainted by now. Now she could manage to sit down only because the celestial screen had begun to inspire her to change herself, allowing her to endure through sheer willpower. Naruto was also a bit stiff, but he forced a smile. Well, long time no see, Hinata. Yeah, Hinata kept her head down, not daring to turn and look at him. This awkward exchange made even Kiba and Shino beside them and I am leaning on the counter feel embarrassed on their behalf. Even Tucci, who was focused on cooking noodles, had a slightly stiff arm. Feeling the silence around him, Naruto knew he had to say something to lighten the mood, no matter how dense he was. Hinata, you're really amazing, you know. I mean, in the future. That technique. It's called gentle fist, right? Naruto's words were disjointed and stammering, making the already tense atmosphere even more awkward. Shino could no longer stand it, and spoke up. Hey Naruto, do you already know all the techniques you'll use? And this eased the awkwardness. Naruto nodded. When I came back, I asked Kakashi-sensei. He said it's called Rasengan. But he refused to teach me, believe it. Why, oi? Shino adjusted his sunglasses. At this, Naruto looked indignant. He said something about my chakra control not being refined enough, or something. Why won't he teach me a technique that's supposedly mine, believe it? Kiba couldn't help boasting. No wonder you'll lose to Hinata later. She's already started learning the power of the impressive punch she had shown in the training ground yesterday was still fresh in his mind. Huh. Hearing this, Naruto instantly perked up, his eyes wide. Then can you teach me, Hinata? Speaking of which, the celestial screen also said you'd teach me taijutsu in the future, right? Am I right? Startled by his enthusiasm, Hinata forced herself to speak in a normal tone despite her burning cheeks. Well, I haven't fully mastered it yet. Naruto deflated. That's true, it's only been a few days. When will I ever be able to beat that arrogant Sasuke, believe it? Kiba was puzzled. Your goal is still Sasuke. I thought it would be Hinata. Well, Hinata is indeed strong in the future, but... Naruto scratched his head, almost muttering to himself. She's my wife after all, there's no need to compete over who's stronger. It's got to be Sasuke, right, believe it? Just as he was about to go on, Hinata's face, which had been calming down, turned scarlet again, and she bowed her head as if she hadn't heard. Kiba and Shino remained silent, unsure how to respond. The ramen is ready. Please enjoy. Tucci broke the silence, placing several bowls of ramen in front of them. Naruto's attention was instantly diverted. Wow, this is the taste. I've been craving it during the mission in the land of waves, believe it. So this is what makes you turn up your nose at gourmet cuisine. Kiba blurted out, then quickly waved his hands at Tucci and Ayam behind the counter. Sorry, I didn't mean that. It's fine. Ayam smiled. It can't compare to fine dining anyway. Tucci nodded along. Although it's nice that Naruto likes our ramen, a wife's cooking is more important than ramen, you know. At these words, everyone fell even more silent, simply lowering their heads to slurp their noodles. In the end, the meal ended in an awkward atmosphere. Naruto finished, said a quick goodbye, and bolted out. Kiba suddenly laughed. First time seeing Naruto beat such a hasty retreat. You might not have done better than... Shino hit the nail on the head. Hinata, however, felt it was a good thing. At least compared to before, she no longer fainted from sitting next to Naruto. That was a clear improvement. She also resolved to go back and thoroughly study the new techniques so she could teach Naruto taijutsu later. When Hinata returned home and entered the study, she saw Hayashi, Neji, and Hanabi entertaining several unfamiliar people. Seeing guests, Hinata gave a slight bow and prepared to leave. Hayashi suddenly spoke. Hinata, these visitors are for you. Come in and sit down. For me, eh? Hinata was taken aback, then entered the study and sat beside Hanabi. Since Hinata would marry out of the clan in the future, Hayashi had already begun treating Hanabi as his heir, taking her everywhere. Across the table sat an older man with white hair wearing light-colored sunglasses. Miss Hinata, allow me to introduce myself. I am Tensai, the director of the film series The Adventures of the Wind Princess. Hello. Hinata bowed slightly. What business do you have with me? Tensai removed his sunglasses, his expression earnest. The song you performed on the celestial screen a few days ago would be a perfect fit for our film's soundtrack. That's why I've come today, to ask if you would grant us the rights to use it as a film insert song. Off. Hinata was momentarily stunned. But, I didn't write it. Even if it wasn't written by the current you in the future, it is still your original work. That's why we came to you now. Hinata stood frozen. How should she respond? Although it was written by her future self, could the present her profit from her future achievements? Tensai bowed his head. Miss Hinata, forgive me for speaking bluntly. Although this song was composed to commemorate Neji-sama is still alive now. Therefore, wouldn't it be better to use this song in our film, allowing more people to appreciate such a beautiful melody? Of course, the most important thing is that it fits perfectly with one of the scenes in our second film, which we've just finished shooting. We sincerely ask you to sell us the usage rights. Listening to the director's words, Neji, who was sitting nearby, had a strange expression. However, he didn't mind. It was better to let more people hear it than to let it gather dust. So when Hinata looked at him, Neji gave a slight nod in support. With Neji having no objection, Hinata then Hayashi maintained his previous attitude. It's your thing. You decide for yourself. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Tensai quickly added, Miss Hinata, a song itself has no physical form. If only a few people know about it, it will eventually be forgotten. But if more people hear it, even if it's to commemorate Neji-sama, won't it help more people remember him? Neji, who was nearby, spoke with a droopy expression. Hey, I'm still alive. And Miss Hinata, ever since that light curtain appeared, the future has already changed. Perhaps you should let these songs of yours continue to be passed down in our timeline. As for the price, you need not worry. We are willing to offer you a royalty share equal to that of a top-tier musician. Moreover, the final song in the light curtain was uplifting and positive. We would also like to acquire the usage rights. Listening to the director's endless chatter, Hinata pondered for a moment before lightly nodding. Well, all right then. Excellent. Tensai exclaimed with excitement, waving incessantly at the assistant behind him. Let's prepare the contract right away. Oh, there's just one small issue. You see, the sound from that light curtain seemed to appear directly in our minds, and our machines couldn't record it. Moreover, more than half of those instruments have not yet emerged in our era, so. Hinata waved her hands repeatedly upon hearing this. Well, I'm not able to help with the instruments. I don't understand them now. But, as for the sheet music, I could try to write them down for you. Tensai nodded vigorously. That would be wonderful. In the worst case, we can simply find instruments with similar timbres and try bit by bit. Thank you so much, Miss Hinata, for trusting us. After seeing off the director, Hinata let out a sigh. She never imagined she would end up plagiarizing her own future achievements. Hayashi patted her shoulder. Don't feel guilty. That was always yours. But, Hinata felt something was not quite right. Nevertheless, since she had agreed, she had to finish it. So she returned to her room and began writing the sheet music based on the information in her mind. This sensation was also peculiar to Hinata. She had never studied music theory, yet somehow she could understand and write it. On the other side, after returning home, Naruto lay on his bed staring at the ceiling with a long sigh. Suddenly becoming a superstar was a drastic change he found difficult to adapt to. Moreover, certain things revealed by that light curtain. Although he hadn't mentioned them when with Kakashi-sensei, that didn't mean he wasn't concerned. Over the years, Naruto had been well aware that others called him the Demon Fox. Combined with the Golden Fox he had transformed into on the light curtain and the discussion about Jinchuriki in the bullet comments. Thinking this, Naruto raised a hand and touched his stomach. Since childhood, he had faintly sensed that something indeed existed within his body, but he had never been able to confirm it. When he graduated from the Ninja Academy, Mizuki had also called him the Demon Fox, but Iruka-sensei had told him not to believe it. But from the scene on the light curtain, it was essentially confirmed. However, Naruto scratched his head in frustration. He had no idea how to meet that Demon Fox. Naruto now desperately wanted to see it with his own eyes, and if possible talk to it. But, could someone like me actually be liked? With this thought, Naruto couldn't help but laugh out loud. So I wasn't alone after all. Naruto vaguely remembered that as a child, he would often come home alone, lie on the bed, and cry secretly, believing he was completely alone. But now knowing that someone liked him gave him a feeling. Like no longer hating to go home, because he knew someone was waiting. Even though this home was still only him, at least knowing that someone liked him was enough. Not the kind of affection Iruka-sensei and the third Hokage gave as elders, but equal affection. This feeling. It was truly wonderful. That night Naruto slept exceptionally soundly. The next morning he excitedly ran off to find Iruka. Yo, Naruto, morning. Iruka opened the door, greeted Naruto, and stepped aside to let him in. Naruto entered the house. I originally wanted to visit Iruka-sensei yesterday, but there were too many things on the way, so I just had a bowl of ramen and went home to sleep. Databeo. No wonder you look so energetic today. The journey was tough, wasn't it? Iruka poured him a cup of tea. Naruto shrugged helplessly. You bet. First, a mission suddenly turned into an rank, which was strange enough. Then on the way back, because of that light curtain, I got chased and nearly killed. If not for Kakashi-sensei, I wouldn't have made it back, Databeo. You weren't injured? No. But it feels so weird. Why come after me now for something that happens in the future? Naruto sighed. I haven't done anything yet, Databeo. Iruka smiled. Well, the world is complicated like. So, is there something you came to see me about? I wanted to go eat ramen with Iruka-sensei and ask if you could teach me the Rasengan from the light curtain. Also, I can't use the Rasengan. Iruka waved his hands repeatedly. That kind of advanced jutsu is beyond my reach. Naruto nodded. Alright. And also, about that golden fox. Iruka-sensei must know something, right, Databeo? Hearing this, Iruka grew serious, then let out a soft sigh. Naruto, I don't know much about this either. If I tell you from my perspective, it might cause misunderstandings. So if you truly want to know, why not ask the Hokage? Hearing the third Hokage mention Naruto, fell silent for a moment. Iruka, who knew Naruto well, asked, Are you bothered by what Hinata said on the light curtain? No, how could that be? Naruto waved his hands repeatedly. It's just, well, he didn't know how to say the rest. It's okay even if you are bothered, Iruka said suddenly. Huh. Naruto looked up confused. But the third Hokage has been good to me. If I'm bothered by this. Iruka patted his shoulder. Naruto, not only is the world complicated, but humans are complicated creatures too. Those who are good to you may not be entirely good, and those who are not good to you may not be entirely bad. People have many facets. Just like the future Hinata on the light curtain wanted to kill everyone in Cloud. Do you think she's a good person? Yet she was immensely caring and attentive to you and Boruto. Can you call her a bad person? Well, Iruka gently ruffled his hair. So it's okay for you to care about what Hinata said about him. That doesn't necessarily mean the Hokage's kindness to you is fake. These two things don't conflict. Naruto frowned in thought for a moment, then waved his hand. Alright, I don't get the meaning, but anyway, you'll just go ask the third Hokage, right? That's one way, but the Hokage might not tell you. Naruto, where are you going? Iruka noticed Naruto had already run out. I'm going to ask the third Hokage. Iruka-sensei, I meet you at Ichiraku Ramen for lunch, Databeo. Naruto hesitated for a few seconds outside the Hokage's office door, but eventually knocked. Come in. Hearing the reply from inside, he pushed open the door and walked in. Third Hokage and back. Naruto maintained his usual grin. This mission was a piece of cake, Databeo. Seeing it was Naruto, Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his pipe and sighed softly. Then he stood up, walked over to Naruto, and bowed solemnly. Naruto, I owe you an apology. I'm truly sorry. No. Naruto jumped back in shock. Third Hokage, what are you doing, Databeo? The third Hokage lifted his head and sighed deeply. Your mother's keepsakes are indeed with me, and I did use the inheritance she left for you. At that time the village had suffered a disaster and needed funds for reconstruction. So without your consent, I did use your mother's inheritance. Naruto wanted to speak, but didn't know how to begin. After all, he didn't even know who his mother was. As for your mother's keepsakes, because of your special status, I didn't tell you when you were young. I planned to tell you when you grew up, but I suppose I died before I could. The third sighed. Naruto looked up. So I do have parents. Of course you do, and they were heroes of the village. During the third Shinobi War, your father made too many enemies. If your identity were exposed, it could be dangerous. That's why we never told you. The third lowered his head. Can you tell me now? Naruto asked. The third shook his head. Still no. You're not strong enough yet. If it were to come out now. But didn't the celestial screen already reveal it? My mother was the previous. What was it, Jinchuriki? Hiruzen Sarutobi replied. It hasn't fully come to light yet. Those close to the Jinchuriki are kept highly confidential. It won't be exposed anytime soon. At least people from other villages won't know your identity. Naruto sighed. I'm a Jinchuriki too, aren't I? As a child they all called me the Demon Fox. I came to see the third Hokage today to learn how to turn into that golden fox. You can't control that power yet, and I don't know the method. You'll have to figure it out on your own in the future. With that, Hiruzen Sarutobi patted his head. Come on, I'll return your mother's keepsakes first, but I'll still keep the items that could expose your identity. But don't worry, I'll instruct the future Hokage to give them to you when the time is right. You mean Granny Tsunade? Don't call her that to her face, or you'll get hit. Hiruzen Sarutobi chuckled and led him out of the Hokage building. Meanwhile, Hayashi stood with his arms crossed, watching Hinata's slow movements in the yard with a stoic expression. There was nothing special today, so Hinata practiced on her own at home. Although she still found it hard to re-enter that special state, she had firmly memorized the footwork and movements. This was clearly the 8 trigrams palms improved by future Hinata. Although traces of the Hyūga style remained, they were few and had almost transformed into something entirely different. Hayashi's expression was calm, but his eyes were sharp. To improve the 8 trigrams palms to this extent could no longer be described as mere genius. It was monstrous. Then again, future Hinata on the celestial screen was hardly different from a monster. I suppose it's only fitting for my daughter. Her talent is truly formidable. After Hinata finished practicing, Hayashi pondered for a moment and called her to the study. Since you like Uzumaki Naruto, there are some things about him you should know, Hayashi said calmly. Hearing this, Hinata's face reddened again, but she managed to suppress her shyness. Is it about the golden fox? You know, Hayashi countered. Hinata shook her head gently. It's just that when we were kids, everyone called him the demon fox. So there are 9 powerful spirit beasts in this world, each named by the number of tails, 1 tail through 9 tails. After the first Hokage founded Konoha, he captured the 9-tailed beasts and distributed them among the villages as weapons to balance power. Each generation, the shinobi villages seal these tailed beasts inside people. Those people are called Jinchuriki. Hinata replied. So Naruto is the 9 tails Jinchuriki. However, from the celestial screen, the future him seems to have fully mastered that power. I'm telling you this, so you'll be careful. If a Jinchuriki loses control, they will attack even their loved ones. Don't let him hurt you. Yes, I understand. Hinata nodded. But father, can the 9 tails speak? I don't know. Why do you ask? I was just thinking if it could speak, maybe we could communicate. That might also lower the risk of Naruto losing control. Hayashi picked up his teacup. Since Konoha's founding, he is the 3rd Jinchuriki. And the last time the 9 tails went berserk was 12 years ago. I don't want to lecture you based on my experience, but if you had seen the rampaging 9 tails with your own eyes, you might not think that way. What does that mean? Through the Byakugan, I saw chakra as vast as a mountain. It makes you acutely aware of your own insignificance. He paused suddenly, recalling the future Hinata on the celestial screen facing that enormous golden fox and the purple armored warrior with utter calm. Well, but if it's you. Hayashi shook his head and didn't continue. After all, this daughter couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. Even the 9 tails didn't seem so formidable to her. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the frenzy over the celestial screen had subsided somewhat. At least for Naruto, the people around him had finally become normal again. Though he still couldn't avoid being stared at while walking the streets of Konoha, their attitudes were at least more reasonable than before. A few days ago, he had met the 3rd Hokage and received some of his mother's keepsakes. But he still didn't know who his mother was. Among all those odds and ends, the only thing he recognized was a scarf. Naruto carefully put it away, hoping that one day future Hinata might tell him the story of that scarf. His thinking was simple: if he kept the scarf safe now, it would certainly still be there in the future. Walking down the street with a light step, he hummed the song future Hinata had sung in the recording studio on the celestial screen. As he walked, he suddenly heard Sakura apologizing to someone up ahead. Looking up, he saw 2 people standing in front of Sakura, a blonde woman with 4 pigtails and another dressed in black, carrying a strange bandaged object on his back with pink face paint. Most critically, the latter had grabbed Konohamaru by the collar. Seeing Konohamaru dangling in the air by his collar, Naruto's anger surged from the depths of his heart. To him, Konohamaru was the first junior who had acknowledged him. How could he let anyone bully him like this? Hey, put Konohamaru down, Naruto shouted, already striding swiftly toward the figure. Noticing the forehead protector on the stranger's head wasn't Konoha's, Naruto frowned. Who are you people? Huh. Well, if it isn't a celebrity. Kankuro turned his head. Isn't this the future 7th Hokage? Naruto still felt a bit embarrassed by that title. Forcing a deep breath to maintain his composure, he said, put Konohamaru down right now. This brat bumped into me just now. Kankuro sneered coldly. Temari meanwhile appraised Naruto. Honestly, she couldn't see anything impressive about him so far. Didn't Sakura apologize to you? Naruto took another step forward. If you don't let him go, don't blame me for making you regret it, you know. Oh. Kankuro's interest was piqued. Perfect. Let me test the strength of the future Hokage. As he spoke, he raised his hand as if to hurl Konohamaru away. But the next moment, a pebble flew through the air and struck his wrist. Pain shot through Kankuro's wrist, and he instinctively released his grip, letting Konohamaru go. Everyone looked up to see Sasuke sitting on a tree branch playing with a pebble. You're from another village, aren't you? What are you causing trouble in someone else's village for? Temari blushed slightly at the sight of Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke was quite handsome, nothing like that Uzumaki. Kankuro shook his wrist and lowered the object strapped to his back. Meeting 2 celebrities at once. What luck. How about we take this chance to test your strength? Hey, are you going to use the crow? Temari felt things were getting out of hand. Naruto pulled Konohamaru behind him, making him stay with Udon and Moegi, while he himself drew a kunai. Stop. Kankuro. A very calm voice suddenly sounded behind Sasuke. Startled, Sasuke instinctively looked back. There, hanging upside down from a branch behind him, was a person with red hair and a large gourd on his back. No one knew when he had appeared. His expression was blank, and the character love etched on his forehead did nothing to make him look friendlier. Instead, it exuded a faint, dangerous aura. Kankuro was startled. I, Gaara. Hearing that name, Naruto paused, then pointed at him and exclaimed, Oh, you're the future Kazekage, a friend of mine, and Hinata's, you know. Gaara said nothing, merely shifting his gaze slightly and looking at Naruto with a blank expression. But Naruto kept talking, turning to Temari. Then you're his sister. Shikamaru's future wife. Cough. Temari couldn't hold it together. Shut up. I don't even know anyone named Shikamaru. Naruto, as if not hearing her, jumped onto the branch and hung upside down next to Gaara. But you're from Suna, right? What are you doing in Konoha, you know? Gaara didn't answer, only said calmly, you and I are the same. What's the same? Naruto clasped his hands behind his head. All right. You haven't met Hinata yet, have you? Come on, I'll take you to find her. With that, he grabbed Gaara's arm, jumped off the tree, and started walking. Hey. Gaara tried to say something, but it was too late. He was already being dragged away. Never having been treated like this before, Gaara was momentarily stunned, unable to process what was happening, and was simply pulled along. Watching Gaara being dragged off, Kankuro and Temari stared wide-eyed, exchanged a disbelieving glance, and saw shock reflected in each other's eyes. What was with that guy? He grabbed Gaara's arm, and the sand didn't even crush his hand. Sakura and Sasuke were also bewildered. Naruto had just pulled someone away, and the tense atmosphere had turned bizarre. Sakura smiled at Temari. Would you like me to take you to meet Shikamaru? No way. Sasuke sighed, forcing the atmosphere back to normal. So what are you foreign ninjas doing in Konoha? Oh, Temari returned to her usual demeanor. It's about the joint Chunin exams. On the way to the Hyūga compound, Naruto chattered nonstop. I'm telling you, the Hinata now is totally different from the one on the Veil. She's a girl who blushes just talking to people. When I saw the Veil, I couldn't believe she'd become like that in the future. Thanks to you being here, I wouldn't dare go see her alone. It's really awkward, you know. And also, listening to Naruto's endless chatter, Gaara walked beside him expressionlessly. But inwardly he wondered with the same, so how is this guy so carefree? Didn't his father ever try to assassinate him? Doesn't that thing disturb or affect him? Gaara pondered silently. Naruto kept talking all the way to the Hyūga gate. He waved at the Hyūga ninja on guard. Hey bro, go tell Hinata that I've brought a future friend to see her, you know. Hayashi had given orders that Uzumaki Naruto need not be announced. Just let him in. So the Hyūga ninja at the gate opened the door directly. Lady Hinata is in the backyard training ground. Someone will guide you. Thanks, bro. Naruto grinned and led Gaara into the Hyūga compound. Following a female Hyūga ninja through twists and turns, they arrived at the backyard training ground. As soon as they entered, they saw Hinata in training clothes, moving with strange steps and swinging her arms slowly. Huh. Naruto. Hinata stopped. And this is our future friend Gaara. Naruto introduced. Hinata bowed slightly. Garikan, welcome. You are different, Gaara said. You mean? Compared to the Veil. Hinata looked a bit embarrassed, but still forced a smile. I don't know why I'll become like that. How about we sit down and have some tea? Gaara carefully observed Hyūga Hinata before him. Shy, introverted, stammering. She seemed like a very ordinary person. Yet she also carried a special warmth, and her smile was gentle. In the future, would I become friends with someone like this? And she was completely different from this Uzumaki Naruto. Hyūga Hinata clearly came from a major clan, sitting properly in Saiza. Meanwhile, Naruto sat cross-legged carelessly, then nudged Gaara with his elbow. To be honest with you, my dream is to become Hokage. Even though the Veil showed you becoming a Kage before me, I'm not losing this time, you know. Gaara listened quietly, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Naruto grinned. So just you wait, Gaara. Faced with Naruto's uninhibited familiarity, Gaara pondered for a moment before replying. Although I do not know what the future holds, at least for now, I have no intention of becoming the Kazekage. Huh. Naruto was puzzled. Why? Perhaps because they were both Jinchuriki, or because of Naruto's demeanor, or even Hinata's gentle smile. In this relaxed atmosphere that set Gaara at ease, he decided to share his story. I was born at the cost of the life of the woman who should have been my mother. To make me the strongest ninja, my father sealed the incarnation of sand within me. So from the moment I was born, I was a monster. Gaara's tone was calm, betraying no emotion. Yet Naruto and Hinata instinctively felt a shiver run down their spines. Then Naruto seemed to recall something. No wonder Hinata said your father was a fool. Naruto, Hinata whispered in reminder, for it was extremely rude to insult someone's father right in front of them. She quickly changed the subject. An incarnation of sand. What is that? Gaara replied. It is called Shikaku, being sealed within a tea kettle. The spirit of a sand priest turned into a living entity. I was created as the village's greatest masterpiece, built upon my mother's life. As the Kazekage's child, I was taught ninjutsu. I was overprotected, indulged. I once believed that was my father's love, until that incident happened. Listening to Gaara's account, Hinata could already sense that what followed could not be anything good. No wonder she had called his father a fool. Wait, why did I think that? Am I being influenced by my future self? Naruto, who had always been able to sense others' emotional shifts, furrowed his brow. What happened? A flicker of distortion passed over Gaara's face. From the age of 6 until now. 6 years. My father has sent assassins after me multiple times. Huh. Naruto's eyes widened. Why, oi? Hinata was equally stunned. Though she had not been particularly favored by Hayashi, it had never come to this. Being too powerful makes one feared. Born as a subject of the jutsu, my mind was unstable. To my father, the Kazekage, I was both the village's trump card and a destabilizing factor. At 6, I was deemed a danger. I was once a dangerous tool in the village handled with caution. But now I am merely a relic of the past they wish to erase. As he spoke, Gaara gazed at the sky. I have long pondered one question: what is the purpose of my existence? For ages I found no answer. Yet since I live, there must be a reason. Otherwise, what difference is there from being dead? Eventually I reached the conclusion: I exist to kill everyone except myself. His tone grew resolute. By continually killing those sent to assassinate me, I realized that my reason for living is simple: to fight for myself. If no one loves me, I will love myself. Once I understood that, the world became beautiful. As long as there are people I can kill in this world, my existence will not vanish. His expression twisted, teeth clenched. Hinata was startled, but then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she fell into contemplation. Naruto did the same, but he reached out and clapped a hand on Gaara's shoulder. Hey, that way of thinking is wrong. Why, oi? Gaara turned his gaze to him. Because I used to be just like you. Naruto said, as if recalling the past. I never knew who my parents were. The village ostracized me, no one liked me, some even beat me. So I played pranks on those who hit me and scribbled on the Hokage monument to get attention. Back then I didn't know the meaning of my existence either. But later I realized I wasn't alone. Iruka Sensei acknowledged me, and for the first time I truly felt. Then the celestial veil appeared, and I learned Hinata liked me. So I believe that even if there are few, there are always people who acknowledge and love you in this world. Naruto clenched his fist. So don't suffer anymore. Live happily and joyfully to Bayo. Gaara was unmoved. I am different from you. I have no teacher who acknowledged me, nor a strong girlfriend. He glanced at Hinata. She flushed bright red and lowered her head to sip tea, playing ostrich. Don't say that, Naruto grinned. Don't you have a sister? That beauty with the iron staff. The one who married Shikamaru in the future. She is my sister, and he is my brother. But they don't love me. They are simply terrified of me, Gaara replied. Huh. Naruto was puzzled. Why, oi? Hinata suddenly raised her hand. I once discussed some topics with my father. I wonder, Garaken, could it be that inside you? It's not an old monk, but a tailed beast. Tailed beast? What's that? Naruto asked, perplexed. Hinata whispered in explanation. Father said there are 9 powerful spirit beasts in this world. After explaining, she continued her speculation. So, Garaken, could you be the Jinchuriki of Sunigakure? Just like Naruto. I see. Naruto slapped his fist on his palm. That explains why I turned into that golden fox in the celestial veil. Then he suddenly turned to Gaara, excited. Hey, can you turn into some kind of giant monster too, Tabeyo? As Gaara's face approached, he instinctively leaned back. It has happened a few times. Oh. Naruto's interest peaked. How do you do it? Teach me, Tabeyo. Naruto, Hinata quickly interjected. Father told me. When a Jinchuriki loses control, they become berserk and attack anyone. So that power is probably not easy to master. Is that so? Naruto crossed his arms. But I'm very curious about it. Yet Gaara suddenly seemed to think of something, his expression shifting dramatically. Tailed beast. Not my mother. His pupils trembled, as if recalling something. What's wrong? Naruto asked. Hinata, concerned, added, Garaken, you look pale. Should I call a medical ninja? I have been hearing voices since I was little. I thought it was my mother. Gaara spoke haltingly. But didn't you say your mother died when you were born? Naruto asked. Such a blunt remark made Hinata even more flustered, and she quickly waved her hands. Gaara lowered his eyelids. That's right. She lost her life because of me. Or so the Kazekage claims. Well, Hinata spoke again. I think the Kazekage's statement might be questionable. A newborn baby knows nothing. Even if they had some ability, they probably wouldn't have the subjective will to kill. So perhaps Lady Gaara's mother died due to illness or injury. Naruto finally understood. So you're saying his mother wasn't killed by Gaara, right? Yes, Hinata nodded. I don't think such a thing could have happened. This left Naruto even more puzzled. But he said those voices. Hinata thought for a moment. Earlier, the heavenly curtain said that Garaken has always had trouble sleeping with a constant buzzing in his ears. Could it be because of the tailed beast? At these words, Gaara's eyes widened, and he began to believe her. Indeed, ever since birth, he had never slept well, always hearing some noise unbearably loud. The tailed beast's fault. But I can't hear that golden fox making a racket, Naruto said, scratching his head. Maybe it's because of the difference in the sealing techniques. Hinata replied. Father never told me about Naruto's parents. But I once read in our clan's historical records that the surname Uzumaki represents authority in sealing techniques. So Naruto's father must have been very skilled at them. Is that so? Naruto squinted. A few days ago I asked the third Hokage, but he wouldn't tell me about my parents either, believe it. Then he patted Gaara on the shoulder. Don't worry. Once I'm older, I'll definitely study sealing techniques hard and help you solve this problem. So you can sleep and eat just like me. Speaking of which. Naruto's eyes lit up. That curtain before said that in the future the Hyūga clan improved that bird sealing technique too, and I probably helped out, right? Believe it. After all, the Uzumaki clan are the authorities on sealing techniques. Hinata felt a little awkward. Knowing Naruto, that possibility seemed unlikely. But then again, if she herself could become a ruthless killer in the future, maybe Naruto studying hard wasn't entirely. Gaara didn't know Naruto well, but from their meeting today, he also thought it seemed improbable. Still, he felt that meeting Naruto and Hinata today had been quite pleasant. After hearing his story, they didn't appear afraid of him. Instead, they raised questions and considered possibles. This reminded him of the time he spent with Yashimaru when he was young. It felt easy and comfortable. Especially this Hyūga Hinata. She was nothing like the version on the Heavenly Curtain who would threaten to annihilate entire villages. Though she was very shy, blushing when Naruto stared at her, and stammered when speaking, her smile was gentle. Just like Yashimaru when he was little. But Yashimaru had betrayed him in the end. What about Hinata? From the Heavenly Curtain, it seemed they maintained a good relationship in the future. Would she become his friend? Gaara didn't stay long. Tiring of Naruto's constant chatter, he stood up to take his leave. At this time, though Gaara's inner murderous intent was strong, he still maintained a polite facade and formally bid farewell. After he left, Naruto looked at the blushing Hinata and fell into awkwardness again. Well, I should be going to, believe it. He greeted her and dashed away. Watching his retreating figure, Hinata remembered she had wanted to talk to him about the Chunin exams, but she had missed the chance again. The next morning, Naruto's team of 3 gathered by the small bridge. Sakura complained. Again, he calls us here early in the morning, then shows up late himself. I didn't even have time to fix my hair. Naruto yawned. I haven't even brushed my teeth. That's disgusting, Sakura teased. You should learn to clean yourself up a bit. Otherwise, how will you win Hinata over? Why should I dress up? Am I not handsome enough as I am? Naruto asked back with a puzzled look. Sakura drooped her eyelids, giving him a look for him to interpret himself. By the ninja world's aesthetic standards, Naruto wasn't bad-looking. His whisker-like marks gave him a unique handsomeness. But his posture was slouched, his expression management always out of control, making him seem somewhat odd. Sasuke leaned against the railing with his eyes closed, too lazy to join their conversation. He had been thinking a lot these days. According to the Heavenly Curtain, the Uchiha clan's affairs seemed to have many hidden details. But for now, he had little influence. Kakashi wouldn't tell him anything either. To investigate, he would have to find other. After a long wait, Kakashi finally appeared. Sorry everyone. I got lost on the path of life. You liar. Naruto and Sakura shouted in unison. Alright, I called you here today about the Chunin exams. I've recommended you, but whether you participate is up to you. With that, Kakashi handed out 3 forms. That's all. Dismissed. After saying this, he vanished with a body flicker technique. The 3 exchanged glances, each lost in their own thoughts. After the dismissal, Naruto went to Ichiraku Ramen. When in doubt, have a bowl of ramen first. No sooner had he sat down than a voice sounded behind him. Naruto is here, just as I thought. Oh, Hinata, are you having ramen too? Naruto asked. Actually, Hinata sat down beside him. I wanted to ask you about the Chunin exams. Naruto, are you going to participate? Do you even need to ask? Of course I'm participating. Naruto said excitedly. I'm going to beat Sasuke in this exam and that annoying guy from Suna too. You mean Garaken? Naruto shook his head. No, the one in black. The other day, he bullied Konohamaru. As his boss, I have to get revenge for him, believe it. Saying this, Naruto turned his head. What about you, Hinata? Not participating? Hinata looked troubled. I haven't decided yet. After all, there's that Heavenly Curtain thing. That's true. Naruto's spirits sagged upon hearing this. After coming back from the mission, we were chased. People might target me, believe it. But I'm not afraid of them. Naruto's face was resolute. He'll beat down every guy who challenges me. Hinata was taken aback by his determination, then smiled. Indeed, Naruto's answer is just as I expected. Just then 2 bowls of ramen were set before them. Hinata looked up. I am leaned on the counter with both hands, grinning like a proud mother. Don't worry, this one's on me for Miss Hinata. Nothing beats watching young couples, she thought. After sharing a bowl of ramen with Naruto, Hinata made a decision on her way home. She would participate in the Chunin exam. Since she had resolved to change the future, she could not afford to be afraid. Even though the celestial projection might cause other village ninjas to target her, if she lacked the courage to face danger, how could she speak of changing the future? To prevent Nejini's tragic death, she must enhance her strength as quickly as possible. Participating in the Chunin exam and engaging in real combat with ninjas from other villages was undoubtedly an excellent way to improve. Moreover, Hinata clenched her fists. She might not necessarily lose. The improved version of the 8 trigrams palms that had been surfacing in her mind was almost mastered. With this new future taijutsu, she might achieve a respectable ranking. With this thought, Hinata's steps became resolute. As she reached her doorstep, she saw Hanabi waiting to greet her. Lately, Hanabi had changed, reverting to the clingy state of her childhood. Since the celestial projection appeared, many things had indeed changed. Hinata was about to raise her hand to greet Hanabi when she suddenly saw a dark figure descend swiftly from the sky, instantly knocking out the two Hyūga ninjas at the gate, then scooping up Hanabi and fleeing. Stop! Though unaware of what was happening, Hinata immediately gave chase. The person wore a Rain Village forehead protector. They were likely targeting her, and Hanabi was caught in the crossfire. Filled with guilt, Hinata prayed that nothing like what happened to Neji would occur. The two leaped between rooftops and soon reached the forest on the outskirts of Konoha. Oh, you can keep up with this speed. I underestimated you. The Rain Ninja across from her stopped. Hinata, still unaccustomed to speaking with strangers, gathered her courage and tried to keep her voice steady. Your target is me, isn't it? Why did you capture my sister? I'm to lure you here and kill you, of course. As he spoke, he set the unconscious Hanabi aside. But you're a Rain Ninja, aren't you? The future me only has a grudge against Kumogakure. That's irrelevant. Those with too much power always become objects of fear, especially the future you. So eliminating you in advance is necessary. Your head is worth 300 million Ryo now. With that, he flashed forward and kicked. Though startled, Hinata had been trained in taijutsu since childhood. Her body reacted faster than her mind. She stepped back half a pace, following the 9 Palaces 8 trigram step she had recently memorized, and raised her right foot, precisely stomping on the ankle of his incoming kick. Then she pressed her right foot down hard, stepping on his instep, while her left foot landed on his waist. In the next moment, she seemed to climb onto his body. Unable to reach his head due to her short stature, she had no choice but to do this. Stepping on his waist, she elevated herself and threw a punch straight at his nose. However, he dodged nimbly by tilting his head, letting her fist brush past his ear. But Hinata's move wasn't finished. Though the punch missed, she continued forward with her shoulder, then turned her fist into an elbow, striking him solidly in the face. With a dull thud, he was sent flying 2 or 3 meters, then executed a nimble backflip and landed steadily. I see. The Rain Ninja wiped his cheek. You've already begun to comprehend the taijutsu from the celestial projection. Hearing this, Hinata was momentarily stunned. Wasn't he a Rain Ninja? Why would he engage in close combat with her? Then, as if realizing something, she took a deep breath and quickly formed hand signs Byakugan. The veins on both sides of her cheeks bulged instantly as the Byakugan activated, expanding her vision into a spherical 360-degree view. She soon detected at least 30 people hidden in the surrounding forest. Looking at the Rain Ninja before her, the arrangement of his chakra pathways seemed strikingly familiar. Chakra pathways were like human fingerprints, roughly similar in arrangement, but with subtle differences. Hinata tilted her head. Iruka Sensei. Ugh. The Rain Ninja could no longer keep up the act and reluctantly canceled the transformation technique. I said this trick wouldn't work well against the Byakugan. Hinata then realized, because of the celestial projection, she was under Konoha's close protection. How could anyone have snatched Hanabi from the Hyūga doorstep? This is, Iruka explained, it's a test for you new Genin to see if you're qualified to take the Chunin exam. Then, although you saw through it based on that move just now, you already have the qualifications to participate. Congratulations, Hinata. Hinata gave a slight bow. Yes. The Hanabi from earlier was actually Iruka's clone. The real Hanabi had been at home all along. After returning home, Hayashi spoke first. The test results were good. Father, this kind of test is too cruel. Hinata replied slowly. Surprised that his daughter would actually talk back, Hayashi said nothing more, only nodding slightly. Don't put too much pressure on yourself for the Chunin exam. All participating genin have been vetted. Your life won't be in danger as long as you're not ganged up on. Hinata didn't understand. Your situation is special, so the Hokage allowed me to give you some advance information. The second exam will be held in Training Ground 44. Each team will head from the edge toward the center. Move quickly and don't dawdle, and you won't be surrounded. Also take a special flare. If your life is truly threatened, Hyūga ninjas stationed on the perimeter will come find you. You just need to hold out for 5 minutes. Hinata nodded softly. Yes, I understand. After all, it was a multinational joint Chunin exam. Hinata couldn't openly cheat. Having this insurance was already somewhat embarrassing. But there was no choice. Hinata was too important to risk. Yet they couldn't keep her cooped up at home every day, so they had to resort to such measures. And so a week later, the Chunin exam officially began. The exam was in the afternoon. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino arrived together at the building where the exam was held. As they went upstairs, they saw someone seemed to be fighting. A boy with a bowl cut wearing a green jumpsuit was knocked to the ground. 2 arrogant-looking fellows blocked the entrance, mocking everyone. Hinata-sama. Neji came over to greet her. That person is Neji's teammate, isn't he? Aren't you going to help him? Hinata asked. Neji was expressionless. That punch is like a tickle to Rock Lee. Don't worry about him. Just then Naruto and the others arrived. Seeing them, he raised his hand in greeting. Yo Hinata. As soon as the name Hinata was mentioned, everyone present stopped what they were doing and turned to look. There was no helping it. The name Hinata had become far too famous in Konoha village. Under the gaze of everyone around her, Hinata's expression stiffened, and she barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Hello everyone. Compared to her nervousness, the socially adept Naruto had successfully grown accustomed to the situation, waving to those around him. Yo everyone, how's it going, believe it? As he spoke, he approached Hinata and looked at Neji. Byakugan. Oh, so you're that Neji, right, believe it? Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you. Humph. Neji currently held no goodwill toward Uzumaki Naruto. He snorted coldly, unwilling to acknowledge him. In Neji's eyes, even the future Naruto, aside from his formidable strength, had no redeeming qualities. Let alone now, he had no proper posture, used no honorifics when speaking to strangers, lacked manners and upbringing, and even his appearance was subpar. In short, no matter how he looked at it, he was dissatisfied. The two Konoha ninja blocking the entrance spoke up. Oh, our three big-name Konoha celebrities have come as well. Sasuke kept his hands in his pockets. Got something to teach us. The two began to chime in. You little brats, do you know what being a Chunin means? It's not just about being the team leader. Mission failures, subordinates dying. Those are all the leader's responsibilities. Are you ready to bear those burdens? And the Chunin exam is no joke. There are plenty who become so disheartened by one exam that they never recover, even giving up being a ninja. Maybe stopping you here is for your own good. As for you three big shots, sure, you might be strong in the future, but right now you're just ordinary brats. Hearing their taunt, Sasuke remained unfazed. Fair point, but we're still going through. And we're heading to the third. At his words, the other ninja watching from behind began to whisper among themselves. Don't bother flaunting such a boring genjutsu. Sasuke wore a smug smile. You noticed, didn't you, Sakura? Yes, Sakura nodded. This is clearly the second. Naruto was startled at first, then quickly composed himself and nodded repeatedly. Right, just move aside, already believe it. Oh, you figured it out? Not bad, you've got some skill. The two exchanged a glance, then vanished. At the same time, the number on the door changed from 301 to 201. Boring. Sasuke shook his head and prepared to move on. Just then Rock Lee suddenly appeared before Sakura. You're Sakura, right? I'm Rock Lee. Please go out with me. With that, he flashed what he thought was a perfect smile, his white teeth. But after a few seconds of stunned silence, Sakura immediately shook her head. Absolutely not. Huh. Lee seemed not to have expected such a blunt refusal. Why, oi? Your eyebrows are too thick, Sakura replied. And your hairstyle is weird. Plus that green spandex. I can't accept any of it. Huh. Don't you think this looks cool, eh? Lee asked in surprise. Sakura's eyelids drooped. How did you even come to that conclusion? And besides, because of the celestial screen, shouldn't you be chasing after Hinata? Hinata quickly waved her hands. No, but I like Sakura. And besides, isn't Hinata Naruto's wife? Lee retorted. Hinata bowed her head, her face flushing as usual. Sakura was momentarily at a loss, unsure how to counter him. Then she waved her hand. Forget it. Naruto, Sasuke, let's go. Neji suddenly spoke up. Hey Uchiha, you interest me. See you then. Sasuke didn't look back. Naruto pouted in dissatisfaction. Everyone's always paying attention to Sasuke. I'm strong too, you know. He then turned back. Of course I know you're paying attention to me, Hinata. Hinata continued blushing, lowering her head, and softly hummed in response. Because of their relationship, the 6 members of Team 8 and Team 7 headed together to the 3rd floor classroom. Kiba turned to look at Naruto and Sasuke. After what happened, I thought you two wouldn't show up. Akamaru on his head barked twice. I'm not scared, Naruto said, hands behind his head. Let anyone who wants a challenge come. They'll beat them all down. Anyone can talk big. I think you're in danger this time, Kiba gloated. Countless people want to defeat you just to make a good impression on Hinata. Shino adjusted his sunglasses. Actually, based on the Hinata from the celestial screen, if they beat Naruto, she'd kill them all in the end. Hinata quickly waved her hands. Shino, don't say such frightening things. Sasuke glanced at the shy Hinata. Come to think of it, it's hard to believe you'll have that kind of strength in the future. Hinata looked embarrassed. Hey Sasuke, don't bully Hinata. Naruto interrupted. She hasn't grown up yet. Naruto's protective stance made Sakura a bit envious, and she couldn't help glancing at Sasuke beside her. Kiba snorted. What are you pretending for? Future Hinata is so strong, she doesn't need your protection. And right now me and Shino are enough. What did you say? As an argument seemed ready to erupt, Hinata felt a bit helpless. But there was no helping it. That was just Naruto's personality. He could pick a fight with anyone and also get along with anyone. As they bickered and walked, just as they reached the landing between floors, Rock Lee's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Uchiha, Sasuke, wait a moment. Everyone stopped and turned to see Rock Lee standing on the landing above. What is it? Sasuke remained aloof. Rock Lee pointed his thumb at his chest. How about we settle this right here? Settle this. Sasuke raised. That's right. Lee jumped down from the landing. I want to challenge you. To see how far I can go against the descendant of that genius ninja clan. As he spoke, he turned to look at Sakura, his eyes full of affection. Sakura shuddered and immediately hid behind Hinata, peeking out. You, stay away from me. I have zero interest in you. You don't have to hate me that much. Lee looked dejected. Sasuke was indifferent, merely sneering. Coming to challenge me, knowing him from the Uchiha clan. How ignorant. Do you know what that name means, thick eyebrows? Rock Lee raised one hand, striking a side stance. Please, I must fight you. Wait. Naruto suddenly stepped forward. Leave this bushy eyebrow guy to me. Sakura turned her head. Hey you. Don't worry, you'll finish him in 5 minutes, believe it. Naruto laughed and took 2 steps forward. Rock Lee looked at him. Although the future you are also strong, I heard that you're just a dead last in this generation. I have no interest in you now. Everyone just keeps saying Sasuke, Sasuke. It's driving me crazy. Naruto growled and charged straight ahead. The onlookers all wore expressions of amusement, while Hinata's face turned serious. From Rock Lee's stance, he appeared to be a close combat taijutsu specialist. With Naruto's current abilities, he was no match in melee. Sure enough, as Naruto threw a punch, Rock Lee struck his wrist with a sharp hand, deflecting the blow. Unwilling to give up, Naruto planted his hands on the ground as he fell, lifting his leg in a kick. Yet Rock Lee dodged easily, then swept his leg and flipped Naruto over. Landing on his back, Naruto slid across the smooth wooden floor toward the wall. Having anticipated trouble, Hinata moved with the 9 Palaces 8 trigram step, appearing behind Naruto in a flash. She used her calf to block his head, preventing him from crashing into the wall. Aw, thanks, Hinata. Naruto rubbed his head as he got up. Rock Lee looked at Hinata with surprise. That footwork. It's not from the Hyūga-style taijutsu, is it? Alright. Hinata answered instinctively. Your potential is truly incredible. Even if Neji had not died, I believe you would have become very strong in the future. Rock Lee praised. Hinata bowed slightly. Thank you. The 2 moves Rock Lee had just displayed were crisp and decisive. Sasuke, now intrigued, finally pulled his hands out of his pockets. Rock Lee resumed his stance. I hereby declare that you can never defeat me, for I am the strongest among the current Konoha genin. Interesting. Sasuke sneered. Then I'll take you on. Sakura reminded them. Registration closes in half an hour. No problem. He'll settle this in 5 minutes. Sasuke showed no concern, and with a flick of his foot, charged forward. The next moment, he was sent flying by Rock Lee's kick. This stunned Kiba, Shino, Naruto, and Sakura. After all, Sasuke was the top rookie of their class. It was hard to believe he could be defeated in one blow. Hinata was also surprised. This man was incredibly fast. Just now, Sasuke had actually moved to defend, but his speed was too slow to keep up, and he was hit. Sasuke lay on the ground, shaking his head vigorously, then slowly rose. All right. This is a good opportunity. He'll play with you a little longer. When he lifted his head again, both pupils had turned crimson, with 2 tomos swirling in each eye. So that was the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Hinata was curious, but compared to the Sasuke in the celestial projection, the pattern in his eyes was different. Legends said the Sharingan could see through all illusions and copy opponents' techniques. But what about taijutsu? Hinata doubted the Sharingan could handle taijutsu as well, otherwise in the celestial projection, he wouldn't have had his arm broken by her. Moreover, even if it could copy techniques, it should only apply to ordinary jutsu. Otherwise, he could have copied that planet-splitting move of hers. Sure enough, even with the Sharingan activated, Sasuke was still no match for Rock Lee. His eyes could perceive the moves, but his body couldn't react in time. After a few exchanges, all his attacks were blocked, and Rock Lee countered, landing several punches to his face. Sasuke rubbed his numb cheek. Taijutsu, huh? Exactly. Even if your Sharingan can read my movements, your body can't keep up. Rock Lee held out his hand in a one-handed pose. Powerful people fall into 2 types: geniuses and hard workers. If you inheriting the Uchiha clan's abilities are a genius, then I am a hard worker who dedicates himself to pushing the limits of taijutsu. But Sasuke disliked being lectured. Before Rock Lee finished, he charged again. However, he was once more kicked under the chin by Rock Lee, flying into the air. Rock Lee pursued, unwinding the bandages on his hands as they fluttered through the air. Hinata's heart clenched. He was preparing some powerful move. Sasuke might get hurt. But before she could act, a Senbon needle with a paper windmill flew past, pinning Rock Lee's bandages to the wall. Everyone turned to see a large turtle wearing a Konoha headband around its neck. That's enough, Lee, the turtle spoke. Both landed. Except Sasuke fell, and Sakura rushed over. Rock Lee landed before the turtle. Sasuke got beaten that easily. Naruto couldn't believe it. Hinata said, that man is no ordinary opponent. Huh, what do you mean? Naruto turned only to find that Hinata had already activated her Hyūga. His muscles and bones are honed to perfection, and Hinata stared at Rock Lee's legs, but trailed off. Rock Lee was apologizing to the turtle, explaining the situation. Hinata returned to Kiba and Shino, that man is formidable. If you encounter him, you must be careful. We saw that. Shino nodded slightly. But if he's a Taijutsu type, I have a way to deal with him. The reason is... Naruto clueless, as usual. Hey, that's a turtle, right? It's obvious, isn't it? Sakura remarked. But can a turtle be a ninja teacher? How should I know? Sasuke was irritated. He had lost to such a ridiculous guy. But then again, Naruto was pretty ridiculous too. Yet thinking of the power Naruto had shown against Zabuza and Haku, Sasuke fell silent. The turtle scolded Rock Lee, revealing your techniques to an opponent. Do you understand what that means, Lee? Yes. I'm sorry. Then I leave it to you guys, Sensei. As the words fell, a puff of smoke burst. When it cleared, a larger version of Rock Lee stood before them, wearing green tights, a flak jacket, and sporting the same bushy eyebrows and melon head. He struck a strange pose. Ah, this truly is youth, you kids. He grinned, his teeth gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Everyone gaped, frozen in place. Here comes a guy with even thicker eyebrows, believe it. Naruto remarked. Rock Lee turned angrily. You lot. Don't mock Guy Sensei. Shut up. Naruto retorted. One weird guy after another. I don't even know how to react, believe it. What did you say? Sakura facepalmed. He was already picking a fight with another stranger. Despite their quarrel, they did not come to blows. Liloaka was sent flying by a single punch from Teacher Kai. This sudden turn of events left Hinata and the others frozen in place. Teacher Kai then knelt beside Liloaka, his face a mixture of heartache and pride. Lee, you brat, you. Lee looked up. Teacher Kai, aye. The next moment they embraced, tears streaming down their faces. The onlookers seemed to see a setting sun and surging waves behind them. This is youth, cried Teacher Kai, patting Lee's back as he wept. The group's expressions twitched as they stood dumbfounded. Naruto suddenly turned his head. Come to think of it, that atmosphere was pretty nice, believe it. Hinata quickly waved her hands. Well. No. Sakura hurriedly pressed his arm down. Idiot. Teacher Kai pointed into the distance. Come run 500 laps around Woodleaf Village under the setting sun. Understood, Lee replied. With that, the two were indeed about to leave. Hinata raised her hand, hesitantly interrupting them. The Chunin exam. Registration deadline is almost over. Kai stopped. All right, that. Ahem, Lee. The punishment for fighting will be after the Chunin exam. Yes, Lee replied respectfully. Watching this odd master-student pair, Naruto hadn't forgotten his earlier curiosity. By the way, what's that turtle all about, believe it? Kai looked up. Oh, you're Kurenai and Kakashi's students. Are your teachers well? Hinata bowed slightly. Yes, Teacher Kurenai is fine. Sasuke was curious. You know Kakashi? Know him. People call us eternal rivals, Kai said with a grin. Naruto and Sakura looked incredulous. Really? The next moment Kai vanished and reappeared behind them. By the way, our current record is 50 wins, 49 losses. The speed startled everyone, convincing Sasuke and the others that this strange fellow indeed possessed the strength to be Kakashi's rival. After Kai left, Lee re-wrapped the bandages around his hand. Sasuke, let me tell you something. I lied earlier. The strongest among the genin right now isn't me, but another person in my team. I came here specifically to defeat him. Of course you are also my target. With that he strode away. Naruto looked puzzled. His team. Hinata replied, he must mean Neji. After all, he's a year older than us, plus the resentment toward the main family. But that guy is indeed strong. You saw it just now, didn't you? His hands, Naruto said gravely. Those are marks of relentless training. Indeed, everyone had seen Lee's hands beneath the bandages covered in thick calluses. When they arrived outside room 301, they found Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma waiting. Oh, you're here? The group was somewhat surprised and exchanged greetings. Hinata bowed slightly. Teacher Kakashi. Asuma had been seen many times before, but this was truly their first meeting with Kakashi. Kakashi explained that the exam required all 3 members to participate. If one didn't show, the others would lose eligibility. But you 3 came of your own will. I'm proud of you, Kakashi said, smiling at his students. He then turned to Hinata. You 2 bear the greatest pressure, especially after that celestial screen. Be careful. Yes, thank you, Teacher Kakashi, Hinata replied. Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke. I've told Shikamaru and the others to help you as much as they can without breaking the rules. It's not cheating after all. That celestial screen drew too much attention to you. Kurenai gently stroked Hinata's head. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if you fail this time, it's nothing compared to your future achievements. Yes, I understand, Hinata agreed. Her mindset was now calm. She hadn't joined the exam to win. Her goal was to improve herself, to change, and thus to alter the future. This exam was merely an opportunity to gain experience, nothing more. After the admonitions, Kakashi stepped aside. Naruto pushed open the door first, and the group entered the classroom. Inside, countless ninjas of various styles filled the room. As they entered, the chatter ceased. All eyes turned toward them, plunging the classroom into an eerie silence. Even the socially adept Naruto felt the pressure, his expression stiff. The others broke into cold sweat. Hinata instinctively hid behind Naruto, trying to avoid notice. Normally that might work, but as the future strongest named by the celestial screen, she was quickly spotted by many sharp-eyed observers, even behind Naruto. Most of the gazes now focused on the shy girl behind Naruto. The stares made Hinata's scalp tingle, and she felt an urge to flee. But she forced herself to breathe steadily and calm down, refusing to run away. Don't be afraid, Hinata. We're here, Naruto said, turning back with a bright smile. Whatever they want to do, they have to go through Sasuke and me first. Sasuke didn't object, standing alongside Naruto. After all, the future version of himself from the celestial screen had shared many things with Hinata. As a friend, he wouldn't abandon her now. That's right, and us too, Kiba said, stepping up beside Hinata. Thank you, everyone. Hinata nodded, then took a deep breath to steady her heart. No matter what, she had to grow stronger and prevent the future tragedies from repeating in this world. Suddenly a figure pounced on Sasuke's back. Sasuke, you're finally here. I've been waiting so eagerly to... Turning around, it was Ino from Asuma's team. Sakura flared up. Ino, get off Sasuke's back right now. The two had been close friends and rivals since academy, often arguing over Sasuke. This instantly dispelled the tense atmosphere. Shikamaru walked over with Choji, who was munching chips. You actually came to such a troublesome exam. Watching Ino sticking her tongue out at Sakura, Hinata smiled. As Naruto said, there was nothing to fear. Oh, it's the three fools. Naruto looked at Shikamaru and his team. That's more like a description for yourselves, Shikamaru retorted. TCH, what a drag. Naruto leaned closer and whispered, by the way, I saw your future wife earlier, the one. Let me find her. Idiot. Don't talk nonsense. Shikamaru quickly grabbed his head that was scanning the crowd. I don't care about the future, just don't cause me trouble now. You're so dishonest. Naruto thought he was shy, but she really is a great beauty carrying a big iron rod. That's a fan, all right. Sakura retorted. Hearing this, Shikamaru already knew who he was talking about, because in the classroom only one person matched that description. But Shikamaru didn't dare to look that way and changed the topic as if he hadn't heard. Alright, anyway, let's focus on the exam first. This time it's a joint exam. Difficulty shouldn't be low. Just as he was saying, a bespectacled person with a Konoha forehead protector walked over. You guys better keep it down. Ino jumped off Sasuke's back. Who are you? Acting so arrogant. I'm Kabuto Yakushi, a Konoha Jinin like you. A few years older, so naturally more experienced. Sakura suddenly got excited. Senpai Kabuto, do you have any information? Yes, I do. Kabuto Yakushi took out a stack of cards. After all, this isn't my first time taking the exam. Shikamaru asked. Second time. Seventh time, Kabuto Yakushi replied. The Chunin exam is held twice a year. This is my fourth year. Hearing this answer, everyone exchanged glances, all feeling an invisible pressure. No wonder the two who blocked the door earlier said some people became so disheartened by the exam that they never recovered, even giving up being a ninja. From this, it seems the exam is indeed quite difficult. Actually, it was no joke. Hinata had asked Hiranai earlier for her class. The last time someone participated in the Chunin exam right after graduation was 5 years ago. Even Neji and his team had been Jinin for over a year before taking the exam. And that was even with their considerable talent. For most ninjas of ordinary background and average talent, passing the Chunin exam before the age of 25 was already considered an achievement. Kabuto Yakushi flicked the cards in his hand. As fellow Konoha ninjas, and your senior, he'll give you some info for free. What do you want to know? Sasuke didn't hold back. I want information on two people. One is Konoha's Rock Lee and the other is Suna. You even know their names. That makes it easier. Kabuto drew two cards. Rock Lee, a Jinin who graduated last year, a year older than you. He was quite noticed as a Jinin last year, but didn't take the exam. He has completed 20 Drank missions and 11 Crank missions. His teammates are Tenten and Neji Hyūga. Their Jounin instructor Might Guy. In this past year, he has made astonishing progress in Taijutsu, but he's completely lacking in other areas. Gaara of the Sand Waterfall Drank missions, unknown 8 Crank missions, 1 Brank mission. Since he's a ninja from another village, I don't have more info. Shikamaru frowned. As expected of the future Kazekage, already done Brank missions as a Jinin. Naruto couldn't stand hearing others praised. Titish. We've done a rank mission before. Kabuto Yakushi adjusted his glasses. It said that he returns unscathed from all his missions. Hearing this, Naruto's annoyed expression faded. Is that guy really that strong? He's just like me. What do you mean just like you? Shikamaru turned his head. Naruto didn't answer, just lowered his head and gently touched his stomach. Anyway, Kabuto Yakushi put away the cards, except for the newly established Otogakure, which has little intel. All other villages have sent excellent ninjas. This exam is a gathering of masters. After listening to his introduction, Hinata lowered her head again. I feel like I have no confidence. What's the use of saying that now? Ino slapped her on the shoulder. Just do your best to face it. Hinata nodded lightly, and then suddenly noticed that Naruto ahead seemed to be trembling all over. Was Naruto scared? Hinata was a bit surprised. Just as she was about to go comfort him, he suddenly turned around, raised his hand, pointing at the other ninjas in the classroom, and shouted, "Hey, listen up all of you. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I'm definitely not going to lose to you." Hinata was startled by this sudden outburst, and instinctively hid behind Ino. At this, everyone present turned their attention to this side, even though they were already watching. Hyūga Hinata, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke were all future superpowered beings who had appeared on the heavenly screen before. Their simultaneous appearance in this exam was already surprising enough. The people in the classroom had mixed thoughts. Some thought they could take this chance to defeat them and gain fame. Others thought they could make friends earlier to build connections later. As a result, with Naruto's outburst, those who wanted to build relationships found it hard to shamelessly approach. Meanwhile, those who originally intended to step on others to rise had even more dangerous glints in their eyes. Ino complained to Sakura with a helpless expression, "Great, now with his provocation, everyone's attention is focused on us. Telling me is useless." Sakura also covered her face. "I actually thought he was down just now. I'm so stupid." After saying that, she grabbed Naruto's neck. "You idiot, what are you doing? Now everyone is focusing on us." While saying this, she waved to the people in front. "Sorry, everyone, this guy is an idiot, so ignore what he said." As they were fooling around, Hinata suddenly felt something was off. The veins on both sides of her face bulged. This was the result of recent days of special training. Activating the Byakugan no longer required hand seals. The moment her vision expanded, she saw 3 dark figures quickly rushing towards this side. Then they leaped high. One of them first threw 2 kunai towards Kabuto Yakushi, then extended his palm straight at Naruto. Hinata vaguely saw that the opponent's palm seemed to have a hollow opening, although she didn't know what it was. It must be some kind of secret technique. Reacting quickly, Hinata flashed to Naruto's side, her footwork agile and smooth as she dodged the direction of the opponent's palm, then performed a turning roundhouse kick, redirecting the opponent's arm. At the same time, aligning her body with another black-haired woman about to land, Hinata's hands struck her abdomen like spreading butterfly wings, and before she landed, pushed her back. Just as the black-haired woman was sent flying backward, another man had almost arrived, his hands with 5 fingers spread, aiming at Hinata's chest. His speed was fast, and his footwork was clearly somewhat peculiar. Although she didn't have time for much thought, Hinata's reaction had improved far more than before. All positions on the left were sealed off. She could only dodge to the upper right. Just as she dodged sideways, the opponent instantly twisted his body and adjusted direction to strike at her again. With no other choice, Hinata could only block with her arms in front of her chest. PFF. The punch landed on Hinata's arms, and the immense force sent her sliding backward. But even as she slid back, Hinata used the force of the opponent's punch, stomped the ground, and propelled herself back to Naruto's side. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. A white chakra shockwave erupted from Hinata's palm, striking the opponent's chest directly, sending him flying with one blow. At the same time, Kabuto Yakushi, who was cornered, also launched a counterattack. Several people attacked from the east and west to block visual dead angles, but they were easily dealt with as well. Otogakure ninjas. Kabuto Yakushi warily eyed the 3 in front of him. "I don't know what your real goal is, but causing trouble here probably isn't a good idea." However, they acted as if they hadn't heard, simply turning to look at the corridor outside the classroom, as if waiting. Soon a large number of examiners arrived and subdued the 3. "Are you all right?" someone asked. "I'm fine." Kabuto gathered his scattered cards. At that moment, everyone suddenly noticed Naruto behind them, pointing through the window downstairs. "Look, that's Tsunezgara." Everyone followed Naruto's gaze downstairs, seeing a red-haired boy with a gourd on his back, standing below, staring up with cold eyes. Before they could react, his figure flickered, and he was already at the door downstairs. So fast. The entire process happened with breathtaking speed. By the time Naruto reacted, the man adorned with multiple death characters on his attire had already been kicked aside, while the raven-haired woman was sent flying by a butterfly palm strike. The only one who gained an advantage was the man with bandages wrapped around his face, revealing but a single eye, who attacked Kabuto Yakushi. He not only shattered the latter's glasses, but also seemed to land a precise blow to the chin, causing Kabuto to spew saliva across the floor. Many in the classroom wore expressions of astonishment. Hinata's act of sending 2 individuals flying was not extraordinary. Many present believed they could accomplish the same feat. Yet what set it apart was the sequence of movements utterly distinct from the taijutsu commonly employed by ninja. The motions flowed seamlessly one into the next, as graceful and fluid as a dance. Is this the new Hyūga-style taijutsu from the future, as shown on the celestial screen? Many wore grim expressions. Faced with something entirely novel with no prior intelligence, no one could guarantee victory in combat. Rock Lee, who had already cultivated considerable prowess in taijutsu, furrowed his brow deeply. Just moments ago, Hinata had executed a kick, a pivot, and then a palm strike. There was not the slightest trace of pause in the transition of force. This smooth, innovative taijutsu could only have been conceived by a genius, could it not? At this thought, a wave of despondency washed over Lee. He had always believed that hard work could overcome genius, yet now that conviction began to waver. Though Hinata still appeared immature and the taijutsu perhaps unrefined, the potential inherent in that single move was unmistakable. The dark-haired woman who had been sent flying executed a flawless backflip and landed steadily. She then drew a kunai, a cold smirk playing on her lips. As expected of a future top-tier powerhouse. This is the first time I've seen such movements. Looks like you'll get a proper taste of them. Yet Hinata, faced with her provocation, waved her hands repeatedly. I didn't mean any offense, it's just. Before she could finish, a puff of smoke erupted from the podium. At the same moment, a low voice rang out. Enough. All of you fools. The crowd turned in unison, their gazes converging. As the smoke dissipated, a stern-faced man bearing a scar on his countenance appeared on the platform, accompanied by a group of individuals. The scar-faced man at the forefront wore a smile, but lurking within it was a hint of cruelty. Been waiting long, you worthless lot. I am the chief examiner of the first stage of the Chunin selection exam, Ibiki Marino. He raised a hand and pointed at those who had just clashed. Sound Ninja and you Leaf Ninja, don't cause trouble before the exam. Want to be disqualified? Hinata promptly bowed in apology. I'm sorry. The bandaged Sound Ninja also apologized. Apologies. First exam, got too excited and couldn't restrain myself. Ibiki continued, this is also an opportunity to make things clear in advance. Without permission, private combat is forbidden. Even if the examiners permit it, lethal actions against opponents are not allowed in this exam. Any imbecile who dares defy me will be immediately expelled. Now the first exam begins. First submit your application forms, then draw your number tags, and take your seats according to the numbers in order. Then the written test papers will be distributed. Hearing the rules, the examinees began to line up and draw their tags. As Naruto queued up, a sudden realization struck him. Wait a minute. Did he just say? A written test? Naruto clutched his head in terror. This is the end for me, believe it. Naruto's number was 53. Staring at the sealed paper on his desk that he was not yet allowed to flip over, he let out a resigned sigh. Hinata, number 54, sat beside him and whispered words of comfort. It's okay, Naruto. Even if you fail the written test, there will definitely be a combat test later. That makes sense, Naruto nodded. And I haven't even looked at the paper yet. Maybe these questions are surprisingly simple. Examiner Ibiki stood at the podium rapping on the blackboard. He'll explain the rules clearly. After that, I won't answer any of your questions, so listen up. First, each of you starts with 10 points. The written test has 10 questions in total, 1 point deducted for each wrong answer. Second, final qualification is determined by the total score of the three-man squad. At the mention of the second rule, everyone faltered. Sakura, who had been leaning on her hand with a relaxed expression, suddenly lost her balance and thumped her head on the desk. Wait, what does total score of the squad mean? Shut up. Ibiki clearly had no intention of elaborating. He continued, third, cheating or similar behavior detected during the exam will result in a 2-point deduction per occurrence. In other words, anyone despicable enough to cheat is courting their own doom. Keep that in mind. Additionally, if any member of a squad scores 0, the entire squad will be deemed disqualified. Hearing this, Naruto's face turned ashen. He felt this rule was tailor-made for him. Just moments ago, he had been thinking that even if he himself failed with Sasuke, the top student in the academy, and Sakura, first in theoretical subjects, they could still boost the total score. Then came that stipulation, followed by 2 faint but palpable killing intent radiating from behind him. Ignoring their thoughts, Ibiki proceeded. Incidentally, the final question will be announced 45 minutes after the exam begins. The exam duration is 1 hour. Begin now. At the signal, the examinees flipped open their papers in unison. Naruto, his expression complicated, turned the page, and his face immediately drained of color. These questions, no matter how he looked at them, he felt they were beyond his ability. Hinata opened her paper and was instantly perplexed. Strange. These questions didn't seem to have been taught in class. Though Hinata's theoretical performance at the academy was not top tier, she was at least above average. Yet she was certain these questions were not from the curriculum. They exceeded the syllabus. A quick glance told her she could only solve 2 or 3 at most. For the rest, simply understanding what they were asking was a challenge. What was going on? Hinata instinctively thought the wrong paper had been handed out. But on second thought, that was unlikely. How could a multinational Chunin exam make such a blunder? As she puzzled, a bug flew onto her paper. This was Shino's Kikeichu. She watched as the insect crawled across the paper, seemingly tracing characters. Cheating. Cheating. Hinata froze, then quickly realized, of course. This exam tested one's intelligence-gathering ability. The rules had specifically stated that cheating, if detected, would cost 2 points, not lead to immediate elimination. Understanding this, Hinata propped her chin on her hands, feigning deep thought, while actually shielding her cheeks with her palms. Then the veins around her eyes bulged as she activated her Byakugan, taking in the entire classroom in an instant. She soon spotted a few examinees who were rapidly answering the questions, so she picked up her pen and began copying the answers. At the same time, she thought with so many chunin watching there was no way to openly show the answers to Naruto. It seemed she would have to wait for the 10th question and decide then. Hinata finished copying the answers with lightning speed, taking the opportunity to observe the others. Within the classroom, each examinee employed their own methods to uncover the answers, though some resorted to such clumsy tactics that they were promptly noted down by the surrounding proctors. Sasuke activated his Sharingan to replicate others' movements, while Kiba simply had Akamaru atop his head assist in reading the answers. The most astonishing, however, was Gaara, who conjured an eye from chakra and brazenly peeked at others' test papers. That figure among the proctors. Wait, it didn't appear human. Due to the Byakugan's X-ray vision, Hinata easily discerned that one proctor's internal structure was utterly unlike that of a normal human. Moreover, several chakra threads extended from its body. Following them, she traced back to a Suna shinobi painted with oil colors and clad in black attire. Was that some kind of ninja tool? Hinata mused, puzzled. Truly, Sakura lived up to her reputation as the top student in theoretical subjects, managing to answer such an out-of-scope question on her own. Yet the most worrisome was undoubtedly Naruto. He seemed oblivious to the true purpose of this exam, merely holding his head in his hands and staring blankly at the test paper before him. Hinata knew Naruto struggled with academics, barely able to grasp idioms. Though not exactly illiterate, he was not far from it. However, with proctors watching closely, she had to wait until the 10th question was announced 45 minutes later. With time to spare, Hinata remained seated, appearing to rest with closed eyes, while secretly deducing and simulating the 8 trigrams palm she had glimpsed from the celestial projection in her mind. Since the celestial projection was incomplete, much had to be contemplated and slowly understood. Hinata employed a rather crude method, imagining 2 figures in her mind to simulate combat. Meanwhile, proctors kept calling out numbers announcing eliminations. When one person was eliminated, their teammates were automatically disqualified as well. Those called out naturally protested, demanding evidence of their cheating. They were swiftly beaten and unceremoniously thrown out. As time passed, the classroom's occupants dwindled. Ibiki glanced at the clock on the wall and suddenly declared, "All right, time's about up. Now I will announce the 10th question." Just then Kankuro returned from the restroom. A faint smile curling on his lips, Ibiki remarked, "Hey kid, don't let playing with puppets make you lose track of time." Hinata was taken aback. Had the proctor seen through it too? But then again, those qualified to serve as chunin exam proctors were typically seasoned experts with extensive combat experience against all kinds of shinobi. Before I announce it, let me tell you the despair-inducing rule of the 10th question. Ibiki wore a sinister grin. Naruto froze, muttering to himself, despair-inducing rule. For the 10th question, you may choose whether to answer it or not. If you choose not to answer, you are instantly disqualified along with your teammates. If you choose to answer but get it wrong, you will never be allowed to take the exam again, meaning you'll remain a genin for life. Murmurs rippled through the classroom as everyone discussed this absurd rule. Kiba slammed the table and stood up. How can there be such an outrageous rule? Isn't there someone here who has taken the exam multiple times? Ibiki maintained that same sardonic smile. Consider yourselves unlucky. Because this year I am the rule. Those words plunged the classroom into silence. Naruto's face twisted in discomfort. Hinata's first thought was that it was impossible. The rule was too absurd. If this were merely a Konoha internal exam, it might be plausible, but this was a joint multinational exam. How could a single proctor wield such authority? Not even the Hokage could decide that candidates from other nations could never participate in future chunin exams, could he? Ibiki kept his hands in his pockets. All right, it's time for you to decide. Will you answer the 10th question? But clearly not everyone thought the same. For instance, the genin to Naruto's left, who appeared to be at least 26 or 27, raised a trembling hand. I withdraw. They'll just try again next year. I don't want to be a genin forever. A nearby proctor announced, number 50 eliminated. Numbers 111 and 130 disqualified by association. Sorry, Jinna Inagaki. Number 50's face was full of guilt. Naruto and Hinata looked at him in surprise. Starting with him, a chain reaction seemed to occur as one after another people raised their hands to withdraw. Thus the classroom's numbers dwindled rapidly. Just then Hinata noticed that Naruto was slowly raising his hand. Was Naruto about to withdraw? It was understandable. He might not have seen through the deception. Hinata was contemplating how to quietly tip him off when Naruto slammed his raised palm onto the table. Are you kidding? Naruto shouted. Don't underestimate me. I won't back down. I'm going to participate. Even if I have to be a genin forever, I'll break the record and become Hokage Databeo. He stood up and bellowed. I'm not scared at all. After yelling, he seemed completely relieved, sat back down, and let out a long breath. Hinata turned to him with a gentle smile. Indeed, this was the Naruto she knew. Ibiki maintained his expression. Faced with this life-defining choice, I urge you to think carefully. Especially you, the future Hokage. The future is too distant, I can't think that far. Naruto punched his chest. But sticking to my word. That's my ninja way. Even if I answer this question wrong, he'll definitely become Hokage one day, Dadabayo. Hibiki's smile suddenly shifted from a sinister grin to a genuine one. Very well. Then I hereby declare that everyone remaining here passes the first stage of the Chunin exam. Huh? What? What do you mean? Questions erupted in the classroom. Sakura stood up. Wait, what do you mean suddenly passed? What about the 10th question? To be precise, the choice you just made was the 10th question. Temari interjected. If that's the case, then what was the point of the first 9 questions? They had a purpose, and that purpose has been served. The first 9 questions tested your intelligence-gathering abilities. I said at the start that one person's elimination would affect the whole team. That was a mission simulation. The questions were naturally too difficult for Jinin to solve easily, so cheating became the only option. Naruto crossed his arms and nodded repeatedly. Yeah, I knew it was something like that. Hinata smiled without saying a word. Of course, to ensure you could cheat smoothly, I planted 2 Chunin who knew the answers among you beforehand. Naruto froze for a moment, then forced 2 loud laughs. That's too obvious. Only a fool wouldn't notice, right, Hinata? Hinata still covered her mouth with a light laugh, not calling him out. Ibiki unwound the headband covering his head, revealing the terrifying scars on his scalp. Remember this. In missions, and on the battlefield, information can sometimes be more valuable than human life, something you must risk your life to obtain. As for those with clumsy cheating methods, they were naturally eliminated. Temari replied. But even so, I still can't accept the 10th question. Ibiki wound the headband back on. Then how about this? Same 2-choice question. You are now Chunin on a mission. The objective is to steal secret documents from a certain location. The enemy ninja count abilities and whether there are other armaments, all unknown. There might even be a trap waiting for you. Do you accept such a mission or not? If you value your life, you'll expose your comrades to danger, possibly plunging the entire village into crisis. Can you keep evading such perilous missions that seem like suicide? I believe you already have the answer in your hearts. In the world of shinobi, there are dangerous missions you cannot refuse. The ability to steady your subordinates' morale in such moments and break through dangerous circumstances is the very quality a Chunin, as a squad leader, must possess. Compared to you, those who dare not gamble at the critical moment, who choose to give up and pin their hopes on the next exam or next year, I consider them unworthy of becoming Chunin. Everyone present here has correctly answered the 10th question. I believe you will also have the courage to face future difficulties, Hiden. The first stage of the Chunin exam is officially over. Good luck in the subsequent exams. Ibiki's words left everyone in the room feeling they had learned a great deal. Naruto cheered, congratulations, everyone. Before anyone could celebrate, the window suddenly shattered with a crack and a dark shadow burst in. Then 2 kunai shot into the ceiling in opposite directions. The shadow unfurled into a black cloth bearing the words, Second Exam Chief, Examiner Mitarashi Anko. Before the cloth stood a stunning woman in a light brown coat wearing a ninja bodysuit underneath with sharp bangs at the front and a loose topknot at the back. A spirited voice followed, this is no time to celebrate. I am the chief examiner of the second stage, Mitarashi Anko. Everyone follow me. As she spoke, she raised a clenched fist high. The room fell silent. Hinata felt that this female examiner in some ways resembled Naruto. They would probably get along very well. Unfazed by the silence, Anko casually scanned the room. 78 people, Ibiki. Still 26 teams. Your first exam was too soft, wasn't it? There are many excellent candidates this year, you know. As he spoke, Ibiki glanced at Hinata's trio. Anko grew intrigued. If I don't care about their future, he'll eliminate at least half in the second stage. Half? Sakura panicked. Ask your supervising jonin for the next gathering place and time. Now dismissed. Anko flashed a dangerous. After the first exam ended, as they left the classroom, Naruto called out. Hey everyone, how about celebrating with some ramen? Only you would like that stuff. I'm going home to eat. Kiba turned and left holding Akamaru. Shino nodded in agreement. Ramen tastes okay, but it's not suitable for frequent consumption. If you ask why. I could eat ramen 3 meals a day, believe it. Naruto pointed at himself, then turned. What about you, Hinata? I think I'll go home and have dinner with father and my sister. Hinata replied timidly. Naruto looked a little disappointed. I see. Ever since the sky curtain exposed the future, though Naruto claimed not to care, he was actually concerned about more and more things. About his parents, about the golden fox, and of course about Hinata. He had once thought he liked Sakura, but after the sky curtain, that feeling gradually faded. On the way back, Kiba teased. Hey Hinata, Naruto really wanted to eat with you, huh? Did he? Shino interrupted. Let things take their natural course. Don't cause trouble here. I'm acting like you know everything. Kiba grumbled. As a teammate, he actually had some fondness for Hinata. Being together every day in a squad with no other women naturally stirred certain feelings. However, after the sky curtain, he temporarily shelved those thoughts. No help for it. The future Hinata was far too strong. Only Naruto or Sasuke could match her. Although Hinata indeed had a crush on Naruto, she didn't think about anything happening yet. For now, her biggest concern was Neji's problem. She had to change the future of his tragic death. After returning home, Hyūga gave Hinata rare praise for her performance that day. Though dealing with those two sound ninja took only a moment and revealed little, at least his daughter no longer feared fighting. To Hyūga, that was a good thing, a clear sign of progress. The next morning, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino met Yuhi Kurenai, learned the time and location of the second exam, and received some instructions. After lunch, they gathered outside Training Ground 44. It was a forest enclosed by barbed wire. From the outside, the atmosphere seemed grim with a faint sense of dread. Anko introduced with an unreadable smile. This is called the Forest of Death. You'll soon experience why firsthand. Her low tone startled quite a few. Naruto, unconvinced, deliberately mimicked her with a lisp. This is called the Forest of Death. You'll soon experience why firsthand. Anko's expression unchanged. She suddenly threw a kunai that grazed Naruto's cheek, leaving a small cut, and also brushed past a long-haired woman behind him, severing a strand of hair. That woman was naturally Orochimaru disguised as a genin taking the exam. In the next instant, Anko flashed behind Naruto, still wearing that eerie smile. Kids like you usually die the fast. While speaking, Hongdo extended her finger to wipe the bloodstains off Naruto's cheek. She then suddenly turned around and drew a kunai. Disguised Orochimaru rolled the kunai with his tongue and handed it to her, saying, "Your kunai." "Oh, thank you," Hongdo replied with an unchanged smile, "but it's best not to stand behind me with murderous intent if you don't want to die early." She spoke as she took the kunai that was handed over. "I just can't help but feel a bit excited when I see blood, and you even cut my hair, which makes me a little thrilled." Turning around, she began to walk away. Hinata frowned slightly. This long-haired woman gave her an inexplicable sense of oppression. She couldn't quite explain why, but she just felt that this woman was very dangerous. Suddenly, she recalled what Hisashi had said about the tailed beasts. Looking over the immense chakra that resembled a mountain likely imparted a similar feeling of pressure, right? The next part was simple. Hongdo explained the rules. Each person had to sign a consent form, as there might be deaths in the Forest of Death. Therefore, those who wanted to participate in the second exam had to sign a waiver. The exam content was straightforward: 26 teams, with half carrying the Heaven Scroll and the other half carrying the Earth Scroll. Then within a 10-kilometer radius of the Forest of Death, they would compete to seize the scrolls. Within 5 days, the team that obtained both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls and reached the central tower of the forest would be considered qualified. Theoretically, half of the participants could ultimately qualify. But Hinata knew that this wouldn't be the case. This was a simulation of a real battlefield, and anything could happen. For example, if two teams engaged in battle and found that their scrolls were identical afterward, they would have to search for other teams. Moreover, if the defeated team had not suffered any casualties and still had the strength to fight, they would need to seek out at least 2 more teams. Not to mention that in this forest teeming with venomous creatures, even eating and sleeping posed a problem. Some teams might not even reach the central area. However, since they had come this far, it was impossible to be frightened. Hence, everyone signed the consent forms, received their scrolls, and headed toward different entrances. At the entrance, Kiba was quite excited. "If we're talking about survival in the wild, that's our strong suit." Shino adjusted his sunglasses, saying, "My idea is to resolve things as quickly as possible." Hinata, now a prominent figure, was definitely being watched by many. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. If you ask why. Indeed, it would be better for Hinata to activate her Byakugan to find people as soon as we enter, and then we can head to the tower immediately after obtaining the scrolls. Kiba nodded in agreement. Hinata had no objections and nodded in affirmation. Thus, once the entrance opened, the 3 swiftly advanced, hopping through the trees. Estimating they were close enough to detect others, Hinata activated her Byakugan to expand her vision. Found them to the 3 o'clock direction, less than a kilometer away from us. "The scroll is the Earth one." Kiba cheered. "Then we're lucky. Let's leave some traces intentionally and set up traps ahead." He wasn't planning to engage in a drawn-out fight with the enemy in the forest. After all, no one knew what would happen next. Conserving energy was the most important. Thus, the 3 intentionally left some traces and set traps ahead. It was much easier to fight on familiar ground. At least they were acquainted with the environment and local species. For instance, there existed a leech unique to the hidden leaf village in this forest. Utilizing it well would make for a perfect trap. When the 3 rain ninjas pursuing them saw Hinata and the others discussing in the open, they exclaimed how lucky they were. They unexpectedly encountered Hinata Hyūga. If they could kill her, they would surely gain promotion and favor upon returning. Unfortunately, before they could reach them, they were suddenly attacked by leeches falling from above. The 3 screamed as they fell from the trees to the ground, feeling weak all over from the blood loss. Kiba turned his head and laughed. "Did you really not gather any intelligence at all?" he said, while pulling a scroll from one of the fallen ninja. "Let me remind you, if you're drained by this leech for 5 minutes, you're done for." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped back a few paces, and a large net suddenly rose from the ground, suspending the three opponents in midair. Let's go. Kiba waved his hand, and was the first to run toward the tower. Hinata and Shino followed closely behind, moving quickly. Wait, there's the scent of strangers to our left. Kiba suddenly stopped sniffing. Ugh. This scent is really unpleasant. Shino turned to look at Hinata. She nodded, then activated her Byakugan, saying it's Gaara confronted by someone. Do you know him? Kiba asked. Hinata gently nodded. He's the future Kazekage. That day Naruto brought him to talk to me. Since you know him, that's good. He looks strong, perhaps we can travel together. Kiba chuckled, and then led the way over there. However, just after walking less than 100 meters, he suddenly stopped again. What's wrong? Shino asked. Kiba's expression was serious. Akamaru said that guy has a heavy murderous aura, very dangerous. Didn't Hinata say that before? Shino adjusted his sunglasses. That guy now hates everyone appearing before him. Then should we still go greet him? Hinata raised her hand. I think it's alright. That day when Naruto brought him over, he seemed calm. Since Hinata said, so let's go take a look. Upon hearing this, Kiba immediately relaxed. The three of them hurried forward and soon arrived before him. They just approached and saw Gaara surrounded by sand with countless Senbon needles above. Before they had a chance to speak, Gaara raised his hand, and the three opponents were wrapped in sand, then lifted into the air. As Gaara clenched his fist, the sand tightened, crushing the three into a pile of fragments. A large amount of blood dripped from the sky, and Gaara held an umbrella as if standing in the rain. This scene made the three newcomers feel a chill run down their spines. Hinata forcibly suppressed her discomfort and smiled, greeting Garaken, long time no see. Gaara turned around with an expressionless face. Oh, it's you. Aren't you with that guy? Are you talking about Naruto? Hinata gently shook her head. I haven't seen him. Seeing that Gaara could actually have a normal conversation with her, Kankuro was somewhat surprised. Oh, a big name. Did you gather your scrolls? We did. Hinata nodded gently. What about you? We also have them. Hinata asked Garaken, do you want to go to the tower together? Gaara remained silent for a few seconds. All right. Whether it was just an illusion, but being with her somehow made him feel much more at ease. During this period, the world that Ai Luo faced was the same as that of Mingren. Loneliness. Even his own sister and brother looked at him with a sense of fear in their eyes. But Chu Tian was different. The gaze she cast upon him held neither aversion, nor fear, nor any other emotion that made him uncomfortable. This feeling made Ai Luo feel very at ease, and at the same time, he seemed to understand deep down why he would become friends with them in the future. If becoming friends with Xianhua Mingren was due to both being sealed with monsters within, then, with Rixiang Chu Tian, it was likely her attitude. But since they were friends, should he do something? Perhaps go help her kill a few cloud shinobi. Ai Luo's thoughts remained unknown to anyone. At this moment, Shouju and Qin Zhoulang were chatting with Chu Tian and her group. Qin Zhoulang was very curious. Hey, is that guy named Lu Wan part of your team? No, Lu Wan is from another squad. Jinai replied expressionlessly. What? Are you interested in him? Nothing much, just wanted to test his strength, Qin Zhoulang said with a clearly fake smile. Just curious what made him worthy of marrying our Shouju. Shouju's face flushed bright red. Qin Zhoulang, don't take that celestial curtain too seriously. At least I don't know that person yet. He turned his head, looking Shouju up and down. No wonder Chu Tian said you're a great beauty. You really are quite pretty. Do I need you to say that? Shouju lifted her head proudly, adjusting her hair. Qin Zhoulang spoke, so I'm even more curious about that Lu Wan. But since he's going to be a future Hokage advisor, his abilities should be decent. I should be able to see him after the second exam ends. You look perplexed, but that guy could become a Hokage advisor. We used to skip class together as kids, and his exam scores were always average. Our best theoretical student was Xiaoying right. Maybe he was deliberately hiding his talent, not wanting to score high. After all, he's always mumbling about hating troublesome things. Jinai analyzed. Shouju asked after hearing this, so that guy is lazy and unmotivated. Well, that's not wrong. You thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. At the very back, Ai Luo and Chu Tian also exchanged a few words now and then, but mostly remained silent. Chu Tian, due to her personality, wasn't talkative. Ai Luo was also emotionally reserved and not one for conversation. Thus, the two teams from different villages walked and chatted, encountering no further obstacles along the way, reaching the tower with ease. On the other side, Deshiwan sank his fangs into Zhuju's neck, successfully planting the curse mark on him. After witnessing the earlier celestial curtain, Shiwan's desire to obtain Zhuju remained unchanged, but his purpose had shifted. Initially, he wanted Zhuju's body, but now he genuinely wished to train a disciple. If he could cultivate a supremely powerful individual, it would greatly benefit him in the future. Moreover, judging from the celestial curtain, even if Rixiang Ningxi hadn't died, Rixiang Chu Tian's innate talent was astonishingly high. She was also friends with Zhuju. If he took Zhuju's body, Rixiang Chu Tian would inevitably come seeking revenge, making it a losing proposition. Instead, it would be better to nurture Zhuozhu properly. Then leveraging this relationship, he might be able to gain more assistance from Rixiang Chutian. In the future, the Rixiang clan would be the wealthiest in the ninja world, and Chutian would be a superpower. As long as he maintained good relations with her, he would never lack safe shelter or research funds. Da Shiwan's ideal was immortality, not unifying the ninja world, so at least there was no conflict of interest between him and Chutian. Of course, that was all in the future. For now, the most important thing was to find a way to make Zhuozhu leave Konoha and come to his side. According to the plan, once he killed the third Hokage, Konoha would fall into chaos, and that would be the perfect opportunity for Zhuozhu to leave. So this time, Da Shiwan only planted the curse mark on Zhuozhu. As for Ming Ren, he knocked him unconscious and left him aside, not even placing the 5-element seal on him. After all, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was Chu Tian's future husband. If anything happened to him, it would only cost. 5 days later, Ming Ren and his team finally arrived at the exam venue just as time was running out. After a lecture from teacher Ilu Ka, they gained a deeper understanding of what it meant to be a Chunin. Thus, the second round of the Chunin exams officially ended. A total of 7 teams, 21 people had passed. For the upcoming finals, the number was a bit too many. Since this was a multinational joint Chunin exam, the daimyo and other dignitaries from various countries would come to watch the finals, so the schedule couldn't be prolonged. After consulting with the Hokage and the present Jonin, they decided to add a preliminary round on the spot, with unknown matches here and now. The winners would advance to the final. After explaining the origin of the Chunin exams, the new referee Yu Guangji Feng appeared and asked if anyone wanted to withdraw. They thought no one would quit at this point, but surprisingly someone raised their hand. It was Yao Shido the senior who had shared information with them earlier. Ming Ren didn't understand, and Yao Shido explained that he was already battered and unable to continue. But that was fine. With 20 people in total, the computer would draw lots for unknown matches and the winners would enter the finals. And so the preliminaries began immediately, without any rest. The first match was Zhuozhu against Chitong Kai, Yao Shido's teammate. Zhuozhu used a soaring kick he had learned from Shaoli combined with his own techniques to successfully defeat him. It seemed smooth, but Chu Tian noticed something wrong. When the two jumped into the air, she saw a brief flash of black marks on Zhuozhu's body, which then disappeared. Although he won, Zhuozhu's body seemed to have some issue, and he was taken away by Kakashi. The second match was Saku against Yunu Jinai. Saku was the guy who had been kicked by Chu Tian at the start of the written exam, the one with several death characters on his clothes. He stepped onto the field with his right arm hanging in a sling-looking kaki. Yunu Jinai? I've heard that name. Saku chuckled lightly. In the future, you're supposed to become a teacher. Since you chose to be a teacher, that means your strength probably isn't much, right? Jinai was not provoked by his words. He calmly adjusted his sunglasses. I don't know the reason for becoming a teacher in the future, but underestimating me now will make you lose badly. You might as well give up early. So arrogant. Sokka raised his leg for a kick, but Jinai blocked it easily, still speaking without expression. You are definitely no match for me. Sak's special ability allows him to compress air within the wind aperture in his palm, conjuring a hurricane that can be expelled. In his own words, this power can shatter even rocks. However, Shino had already instructed his bugs to block the wind aperture with their bodies. Unaware of this, Sak forcibly activated his ability, resulting in his arm being pierced by the immense wind force. In layman's terms, a backfire. The third match, Kankuro versus Yoroi, another teammate of Kabuto. Due to a lack of intelligence, Kankuro defeated him using his puppet technique. Nonetheless, this broadened the horizons of Hinata and the others who had almost no understanding of foreign ninjas. The fourth match, Sakura versus Ino. The two were both rivals and close friends. They started arguing immediately, then broke into a fight. However, what piqued Hinata's curiosity was that Sakura's hair had become much shorter. The Yamanaka clan specializes in mental ninjutsu. Initially, Sakura was under control, but somehow she forcefully broke free. Subsequently, they engaged in taijutsu until both were exhausted and finally collapsed unconscious, a mutual defeat. The fifth match, Temari versus Tenten. Tenten specializes in summoning weapons using special summoning scrolls to bring forth a vast array of tools. Theoretically, she excels at aerial attacks on the battlefield. Unfortunately, long-range thrown weapons or sound-based ninjutsu are like meeting their natural nemesis against a wind release user. Temari opened her fan, which was almost as tall as she was, and blew away all the weapons Tenten had released. Faced with such an opponent, Tenten was utterly powerless. The hurricane from Temari's fan sent her flying, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. The sixth match, Nara Shikamaru versus Kin. One of the Sound Ninja, 3, the woman who was knocked back by Hinata's butterfly palm in the written exam. Hearing Shikamaru's name, Kankuro leaned on the second floor railing with interest. Oh, so this is Shikamaru. He doesn't look very strong. Especially since Shikamaru wore a lazy expression, his face drooping, as if he hadn't woken up. Temari raised an eyebrow incredulously. Is this the guy I'm supposed to marry in the future? At this point, Temari was no different from an ordinary girl. She liked handsome and strong men and had no interest in such a lackadaisical guy. But on second thought, if he could become the Hokage's advisor in the future, he must have something special right. As for the match result, it was hard to judge his strength because Shikamaru won through sheer intellectual domination. After watching the process, Kankuro smiled. Interesting. The seventh match, Naruto versus Kiba. At the beginning of this match, Kakashi also returned and watched from the second floor with Sakura. Not only them, but everyone else was watching intently. After all, this was the future seventh Hokage. Although his current strength might not be great, perhaps they could discover something from this match. However, as the match began, everyone realized they were overthinking. At this stage, Naruto's combat style was extremely simple, just brute force. Thus, from the start, he was suppressed by Kiba. With the assistance of his ninja dog, Akamaru, Naruto was practically defenseless. Kiba taunted him while fighting, saying he couldn't understand how Naruto could become Hokage with such strength. This naturally angered Naruto, who changed his strategy and began to outmaneuver Kiba. At the same time, he used the transformation technique to turn into Akamaru, confusing Kiba's judgment and successfully taking Akamaru out of the fight. Then came another round of taijutsu with fists and feet striking each other repeatedly. In the end, Kiba used his clan's secret technique to decide the match with one blow, but Naruto knocked him out with a fart. Faced with such a result, Kakashi covered his face. Well, he's truly the #1 unpredictable ninja. Anyway, he still won. The others stared wide-eyed at Naruto, cheering below. Although they knew Naruto was a bit unreliable, how exactly would this guy become Hokage in the future? Just as Kiba was about to be carried away on a stretcher, Hinata handed him a jar of ointment. This is the Hyūga clan's trauma medicine. Take good care of yourself, Kiba. Kiba nodded. He'll go recover first. You do your best, Hinata. Will try. Hinata nodded. Returning to the second floor, she also handed Naruto a jar of ointment. Naruto. This is trauma medicine. Use it. Well, thanks. Naruto took it carelessly. He applied the ointment to his wrist, and as a cloud of smoke dissipated, the wound vanished. Oh, Naruto's eyes widened. Your clan's medicine is amazing, Hinata. Hinata was a bit embarrassed that. I think it's not just the ointment's effect. She knew that Naruto had a tailed beast inside him. It must be the Nine Tails power. At this moment, the large screen flickered again, unexpectedly displaying the names Hyūga Neji and Hyūga Hinata. Hinata was startled by the matchup, and Neji was also taken aback. Hey, Hinata, Naruto suddenly turned his head. The screen said you were injured by Neji during the Chunin exam. Was that? Don't worry, Hinata said softly with a blush. Now Nejini won't hurt me. That's good. Naruto nodded, then turned to Neji and raised his fist, shouting, Hey, you named Neji. Don't you dare hurt Hinata, you hear me? This sudden shout drew everyone's attention again. Hinata stepped back with a red face. Naruto, you don't have to shout so loudly. Neji glanced at him. You don't need to say that. It's none of your business. At this point, Neji truly looked down on Naruto, lacking manners and upbringing, rude in behavior. He couldn't find a single virtue. The Jonin instructors, as well as Anko and Moonlight Hyate, looked on with amusement. The two jumped down from the second floor and stood facing each other. Neji spoke first. Lady Hinata, I hear you've begun to comprehend the techniques of the future. That, am not yet proficient. I used to be your sparring partner. Let me have the honor of testing you this time. Neji seemed to recall their childhood. Yes, Hinata acknowledged. Then she took a deep breath, veins bulging around her eyes, stepped forward, raised her hands sideways, and assumed a starting stance. Seeing this stance, many present, including the disguised Orochimaru, narrowed their eyes. This was not the gentle fist stance, it was the stance future Hinata had assumed when facing Naruto and Sasuke on the screen. The next moment, Hinata rushed forward, heading straight for Neji. First, a palm strike aimed at his face, but when Neji blocked it, he found it had no strength behind it. Simultaneously, Hinata sidestepped with a special footwork, reaching his flank, and then using the rotation of her body, delivered a hand knife aimed at his throat. Neji quickly raised his arm to block, but Hinata retreated, instantly pivoting again, still at his flank. If one were to observe from above at this moment, they would see Hinata spinning continuously while also revolving around Neji. Each of her attacks was swift and the retraction equally quick, leaving Neji no opportunity to counterattack. When at a moderate distance, she employed handblade strikes. Once she closed in, she would switch to elbow strikes or even knee impacts. The transitions between each movement were fluid and seamless, her footwork seemingly dancing to a rhythm. The flow between different actions was so coherent that one could hardly perceive any pause in the shifting of force direction. Mike Guy on the spectator stand wore a grim expression. Kakashi asked beside him, What do you see? Guy nodded. This new palm technique. No, it feels more like swordsmanship. Look closely at her movements. If she held a blade, Neji might be dead. Swordsmanship. Hearing this, Kakashi also sensed it. In his youth, Kakashi was an adept with a blade, and though he hadn't practiced in years, his fundamental insight remained. Upon closer observation, he could indeed see that many of Hinata's movements would be far more lethal if she wielded a sword. Tintin asked worriedly, Gai-sensei, Neji won't lose, will he? Gai shook his head with a smile. Not this time. There's no killing intent between them. They're merely sparring and practicing. Naruto leaned in. So does that mean Hinata will lose Databeo? Kakashi nodded. Yes. She doesn't want to harm Neji, and moreover this new taijutsu is clearly not yet complete. Not even close to a prototype. To her this is just an ordinary practice session. Just as he said, although Hinata had already conceived the idea of change, her lack of practical combat experience in such a short time could not be compensated for. Even if she had glimpsed some future taijutsu forms, the deficiency in battle experience was her greatest weakness. Soon Neji struck her shoulder with a palm and pushed her away. Once Neji discerned the pattern, Hinata fell into a clear disadvantage, forced into a defensive stance. However, fortunately Neji had yet to figure out her peculiar footwork, so he couldn't secure a swift victory. The two exchanged blows, fists and feet colliding with the dull thuds of muscle impact echoing incessantly. Meanwhile, the onlookers eagerly studied Hinata's unique movements, hoping to apply them in future battles for unexpected triumph. Hinata seized an opportunity, her fingers aimed straight at Neji's chest pressure point, but Neji accurately blocked her arm, his fingers just brushing her clothes before being firmly halted. Convention dictated that she should withdraw her arm and seek another opening. Yet Hinata did the opposite, suddenly clenching her right fist, unleashing the full force of her body straight toward Neji's chest. A dull thud echoed. At the critical moment, Neji withdrew his arm to block the punch, but the impact still lifted his feet off the ground, sending him flying backward. After a backflip landing, he slid over 3 meters across the ground. Everyone present widened their eyes. This was it. On the giant screen as well. How could such immense power be unleashed within such a short distance? This was the Inch Force, a special method of power generation that had suddenly appeared in Hinata's mind after watching the screen. With the aid of chakra, it could erupt with tremendous force in an instant. Witnessing this, the crowd nodded to themselves. Though Hinata was still inexperienced, her extraordinary potential was already evident. Neji shook his arm, now bruised purple. Hinata-sama, truly formidable. However, Hinata gently shook her head. I have already lost. That move consumed a great deal of chakra. I have none left. With that, Hinata raised her hand in surrender. Though she lost this match, everyone present witnessed the future direction of taijutsu. Naruto leaped directly from the second floor, dashing to Hinata's side. What was that just now? That was amazing, Databeo. Once I get familiar with it, I can teach you, Hinata replied softly. Oh, then I'll look forward to it, Naruto said cheerfully, rubbing his head. Neji scowled. Hey Uzumaki, Naruto, keep your distance from Hinata-sama. Hinata hasn't said anything yet, Naruto retorted, disliking pompous attitudes. You're the one who should mind your own business and train hard so you don't die in the future, Databeo. Fine, Neji laughed in exasperation. Regardless of the future, I will not allow you to harass Hinata-sama now. Naruto raised his chin. We both won anyway. We'll definitely meet in the finals, and then we'll settle it once and for all, Databeo. Neji nodded. Very well. When that time comes, I'll teach you what manners and decency truly mean. Hinata quickly interjected, trying to mediate. Please don't argue. Get along. But neither of them wanted to engage with the other, and each returned to the second floor. Neji disliked Naruto's coarseness, while Naruto detested his expressionless, pretentious demeanor, just like Sasuke. The 9th match, Gaara versus Rock Lee. This match was the most spectacular so far. Rock Lee unleashed his true strength, opening the 8 gates, moving so fast that the naked eye could not keep up. However, as the fight progressed, Hinata's face grew worried. Through her Byakugan, she could clearly see Rock Lee's muscle fibers tearing bit by bit. The price of such power was terrifying. When Rock Lee, with 5 gates open, plunged toward the ground, carrying Gaara, Hinata deactivated her. It had to be said that Gaara's strength at this point was indeed formidable. Moreover, Rock Lee lacked ninjutsu and jinjutsu, and couldn't even see through illusions, putting him at a disadvantage in actual combat. As the smoke cleared, one could see that Gaara's gourd on his back had turned into sand, absorbing the impact, leaving him almost unharmed. Rock Lee, meanwhile, could barely move. Faced with the sand wrapping around him, he couldn't even dodge, and his left hand and leg were ensnared. Gaara glanced at Hinata on the second floor, paused for a second, and maintained his gripping posture. Give up, or I'll crush your limbs. But Rock Lee had already lost consciousness, standing only from muscle memory. Seeing no response, Gaara frowned and clenched his right fist. At that moment, Hinata from the second floor suddenly called out, Garakan, you have won. Leakin. He has lost consciousness and cannot answer you. Hearing her words, Gaara lowered his right hand, and the sand gradually retracted, reforming into a gourd. Then Gekko Hei declared Gaara the winner. Guy, tears streaming down his face, carried Rock Lee back to the second floor, shouting something about youth. Temari and Kankuro exchanged a glance, wondering what kind of magic this Hinata possessed to cause such a noticeable change in their murderous younger brother. After Gaara's match, the final preliminary round began. Choji Akimichi versus Dosu. The fight was swift and Choji encountered his natural nemesis. After dodging the meat tank, Dosu defeated Choji with a single sound wave attack. Thus the preliminaries concluded. Next came the drawing of lots, where each contestant selected their opponent for the finals. Naruto and Neji were drawn as the first match. The subsequent matches were Gaara versus Sasuke, Shino versus Kankuro, while Shikamaru, unluckily due to 9 winners, had to face both Dosu and Temari in the finals. Hiruzen Sarutobi announced that the finals would begin in 1 month, instructing them to gather information on their opponents and rest to restore their peak condition. Naruto was brimming with confidence, casually declaring that Neji was nothing to worry about as he left the training ground. Neji merely sneered, vowing to defeat him utterly. Based on current understanding, this blonde-haired boy's best technique was merely the shadow clone technique. However, Neji's own rotation and 8 trigrams 64 palms remained unrevealed, ensuring a surprise attack during the match. Returning to the Hyūga compound, Hayashi showed no disappointment at Hinata's defeat. He simply reviewed the match, with her pointing out areas for improvement. Hayashi was not anxious. His daughter was still young, and since the new taijutsu had already been developed, the rest could be refined gradually. The only difficulty was that this new taijutsu was known only to Hinata, making it hard for them to assist directly. If an ordinary Hyūga ninja had devised a new technique and needed help, it would be fine. But the Hinata shown on the celestial screen possessed power beyond their realm, so only she could perfect it. Moreover, based on Hayashi's understanding, this taijutsu was likely developed by the future Hinata specifically to counter the Cloud Village. The palm techniques clearly incorporated swordplay, and the Cloud Village was notorious for its love of bladed weapons. From the next day onward, all the finalists began their training, except for Naruto. At that moment, Naruto was blocking Kakashi at the hospital. "Sensei, Kakashi, forget about Sasuke and train me instead. I have to defeat Neji in the finals." Kakashi, as usual, had his one visible eye drooping as if half asleep. "Naruto, my techniques may not suit you, so I found another teacher for you." With that, he gestured behind him. Naruto turned and exclaimed, "Isn't that the pervy sage I once knocked out with my sexy technique?" Ahem. Ebisu, who had been striking a cool pose with his sunglasses, instantly broke character. He grabbed Naruto's neck and whispered, "Let's not mention that incident, and we're still good friends. Besides, I'll help you train." "Train? You?" Naruto looked at him skeptically. "Doesn't seem very reliable. Underestimating me, kid." Ebisu made a deliberately cool sneer. "I'm a special jonin with a senior teaching license. Ordinary people can't afford to hire me." The reason Ebisu agreed to come today was simple. The celestial screen had revealed that Naruto would become the 7th Hokage, and he wanted to curry favor. But now he began to doubt the authenticity of the celestial screen. As for Kakashi, he naturally planned to take Sasuke for special training. After witnessing the battle between Gaara and Rock Lee, Kakashi had to admit that Sasuke's current strength was lagging behind. Naruto's chakra nature was not lightning, so he couldn't learn Chidori. As for other techniques, he couldn't even form hand seals properly. So many ninjutsu were unsuitable for him. Kakashi's plan was simple: have Ebisu teach Naruto to refine his chakra control, first improving his proficiency. He didn't intend for them to become chunin so soon. He just wanted them to accumulate more experience and solidify their foundations. But plans changed. Just as Ebisu began teaching, they encountered Jiraiya, who was spying on the women's bathhouse, and Ebisu was knocked out. Naruto even used the 1,000 years of death technique on him, but he didn't wake up. "Hey, you knocked him out. Now what about my training?" Naruto said angrily. Jiraiya looked at him and suddenly smiled. "Kid, I saw you practicing water walking. How about I take over your you?" Naruto looked him up and down. "Who are you?" The next moment, Jiraiya stepped forward, raised his hand, and declared dramatically, "I am the white-haired child of Mount Myaboku, the sage Jiraiya." Naruto was slightly stunned. "Sage?" Then he glanced at the toad beside him, bigger than himself. "Toad?" "Oh." His eyes lit up, and he pointed at Jiraiya. "You're not the pervy sage my future self mentioned on the celestial screen, are you?" Cough. Jiraiya nearly fell over. "What nonsense, kid. I'm not a pervert at all." Naruto formed hand seals, sexy technique. With a puff of smoke, Naruto transformed into a beautiful blonde woman. Jiraiya's nosebleed spurted, and he collapsed. "Huh. Still denying it." Naruto dispelled the transformation and looked at him expectantly. "But since you're my future master, you must be able to teach me some powerful techniques, right? Like the spiral sphere from the celestial screen." "You're quite ambitious, kid." Jiraiya wiped his nosebleed and slowly stood up. "That's not something you can grasp now. Just focus on mastering water walking first." Thus Naruto began his training under Jiraiya. That night, after Naruto fell asleep at home, Jiraiya and Ebisu walked to the Hokage building, chatting along the way. "Yo, old man, long time no see." Jiraiya greeted Hiruzen Sarutobi cheerfully. Hiruzen remained expressionless, calmly smoking his pipe. You know why I called you back, right? Pretty much. Tsunade is indeed the best choice for the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya nodded. But old man, not to criticize you, but what you did wasn't exactly fair. I know. Hiruzen interrupted him. But the Umbu I've sent out haven't found Tsunade yet. Jiraiya shrugged. She's always moving around, and she often changes her appearance. Finding her won't be easy. So I want you to find her, and bring her back. Can do, but it'll need some time. I met Minato's son today, and plan to teach him for a while. Hiruzen said nothing, simply nodding in agreement. Now he wanted to step down as soon as possible, because since the last celestial screen incident his prestige had severely declined. Remaining in this position was not beneficial. Stepping down quickly would at least preserve his last shred of dignity. And so Naruto began his training with Jiraiya. Since he had not been branded with the 5-element seal by Orochimaru, his water-walking practice went smoothly, and he mastered it the next day. Next he signed a contract with Mount Myaboku, and began practicing the summoning technique. However, no matter how Jiraiya taught him, he could only summon tadpoles. After 2 consecutive weeks of this, Naruto couldn't help feeling discouraged. Hey pervy sage, it's been 2 weeks already. Why can't I still summon a combat-ready toad? Naruto was puzzled. Jiraiya crouched in the grass beside him, holding a telescope and watching young girls swimming in the lake below. You brat, why are you so impatient? Listen up, training isn't just about improving strength. The key is also about cultivating your mindset. Before he could finish, Naruto suddenly pointed at the sky. Pervy sage, it's appearing again, believe it. My. Jiraiya finally shifted his gaze from the girls below and turned to look at the sky. There a massive light screen once again hung in the air. At the same time, people across the ninja world and the souls sleeping in the Pure Land also awakened once more. The next moment, bullet comments began scrolling on the small screen beside it. Oh, there's more. So it's once a month. I thought it was only that one time. It's been a month now. Has Naruto Uzumaki died? Can I go pursue Hinata Hyūga now? Can I go pursue Hinata Hyūga? Alive, and well, the spies from outside can't even reach Konoha before disappearing without a trace. What about inside Konoha? Anyway, people come and go by the Hyūga mansion every day, but no one has succeeded in pursuing Hinata Hyūga. But half a month ago in the Chunin exams, Hinata Hyūga lost to Neji. According to that Naruto on the sky screen, Hinata was injured by Neji in this match, right? They did fight, but Neji didn't hurt her. It was a friendly spar. Who is leaking information here? Show your... I don't care about that. I just want to see the future Hinata Hyūga again. She's so beautiful. Yes, she looks like she stepped out of a painting. It's hard to imagine there could be such a beautiful person in reality. The bullet comments scrolled quickly, making it almost impossible to read the previous one before the next appeared. As people were discussing various matters, the light screen lit up and began showing scenes. Boruto came out of his room yawning and saw Hinata already preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Sunlight streamed in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, making half of her face seem to shimmer. Hinata wore a black, pleated miniskirt that formed a sharp contrast with her fair legs. Above, one could see her streamlined abdominal muscles, and when she turned around, the sexy dimples on both sides of her lower back were visible. Her upper body was a simple black spaghetti strap tank top, a low-cut style that revealed fair skin at a glance, even trembling slightly as she walked. Her smooth long hair was casually tied into a ponytail, while the stray hairs on her forehead were pinned up with a hair clip adorned with fluffy cat ears. Her makeup was unchanged from last time. Her indescribably beautiful face still featured a trace of black eyeliner and a pair of gold earrings. Apart from that, no other adornments could be seen. With just this opening shot, after a brief silence, the bullet comments erupted again. Exactly. This is what I wanted to see. Can such a perfect woman really exist? From now on, I'm a fan of Lady Hinata. No, this doesn't make sense. How can such a tiny waist have such large breasts? Really, this figure is already unnaturally perfect. Wait, that hair clip. Wow, how playful. Really like a teasing little cat. Not small at all, okay? Can't you see how big it is? Jiraiya, watching this scene from the forest by the lake, immediately had a nosebleed. Oh, this is the best. Naruto looked disgusted. Hey pervy sage, that's my future wife, believe it. Kid, the future is the future, and now is now. Don't worry, I have no interest in the current Hinata at all, Jiraiya said without looking sideways. Hyūga residence. Seeing this scene, Hinata blushed and lowered her head. What are you doing, future me? How could she dress like that? The Hyūga clan members forcibly made their expressions appear calm, as if they... Hayashi, as the clan head, also had an unpleasant expression. After all, as the wife of the Hokage, every move represents the face of the village. Dressing like this was too disrespectful. Even at home, as a mother, she should set an example for her children. How could she be so casual? Not to mention the hair clip on her head, as if she hadn't grown up. Ino and Sakura were currently visiting Choji in the hospital. Seeing the scene on the sky screen, they exchanged glances, looked at their own chests, and sighed in unison. Leaving strength aside, future Hinata's figure is truly enviable. At this time, Himawari also got up. Boruto took his sister to brush their teeth and wash their faces. After washing up, they came to the kitchen to help Hinata. "Mom, why are you making so much breakfast?" Boruto asked. "I won't be home at noon, so we'll prepare lunch for you in advance. Just heat it up and eat." Hinata replied. Himawari asked, "Going to see Shino Sensei and Uncle Kiba?" "Yeah, occasionally we go eat with those two bachelors." Hinata chuckled. "After all, it's family day. Those two have no kids to accompany them, it's too pitiful." Boruto set out bowls and chopsticks on the table. "Doesn't Uncle Kiba have a girlfriend?" "Then what about Shino Sensei? Could it be he wants to find someone who likes bugs?" Hinata stirred the food in the pot. "Shino is quiet by nature and not good at communicating. He should find a talkative girlfriend." "Indeed, too quiet," Boruto nodded seriously. "Sometimes you can't even tell when he's angry." "Hee, that's Shino all right," Hinata smiled. Himawari looked up and thought, then among Mom's friends, only Shino Sensei and Aunt Tintin aren't married yet. Hinata paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. "Tintin. Because she can't let go of Neji. Boruto, seeing the topic became awkward, quickly said, "I'm a bit curious now about what Uncle Neji was really like." Hinata showed a nostalgic expression. "He was also quiet by nature, just like your grandfather used to be. Rarely smiled, always stern-faced. He looked serious all the time." "Yeah, in all his photos not one shows him smiling," Boruto nodded. Hinata placed the cooked dishes into plates. "And it's not just them, Gaara hasn't married either." "Uncle Gaara isn't married?" Boruto was taken aback. "That's not right. I saw his son during the joint training." "Shinki is his Hinata replied. "I see." At the training ground of Team 8, Kiba turned his head. "Shino, you're over 30 and still not married." "I at least have a girlfriend." "Is marriage a mandatory goal in life?" Shino asked calmly. "One can live without getting married, can't they, This left Kiba stumped. It's not that extreme, it's just. He didn't know how to continue. At that moment, Hinata finally arrived, and Kiba quickly greeted her. "Yo, Hinata, thanks for coming to hang out with us on that special day." Because we're friends," Hinata replied softly. Shino also asked, "The celestial screen has appeared again. Why didn't you watch it at home before coming?" "Watching that with family is too embarrassing," Hinata said, lowering her head. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tintin's lingering feelings for Neji kept her unmarried past 30. Might Guy, tears streaming down his face, embraced them both with one arm each. "You two, this endless waiting love is also a part of youth." The two, already somewhat awkward, became even more so. Neji especially couldn't fathom that after his death Tintin would remain unmarried past 30, because she couldn't forget him. Tintin blushed deeply. She currently only had a mild crush on Neji, not yet love. But in the future it turned out that way. Oh, had they fallen in love later. Rock Lee also cried as he joined the embrace. "Neji, you absolutely must not die, or else Tintin will end up alone." Neji's face turned red. "Enough. Let me go." After barely breaking free, he heard Hinata's recollection of Neji. Tintin forcibly changed the subject. "Hinata is right, Neji, you should smile more." Neji acted as if he hadn't heard, simply looking up at the celestial screen with focus. The topic shifted to Gaara being unmarried. Temari and Kankuro showed no reaction. In their view, it would be strange if Gaara were married. But upon hearing he had an adopted son, they exchanged puzzled glances and turned to look at Gaara. Over the past half-month, Gaara's hostility had somewhat diminished. Hearing this, he too was bewildered. "I would have an adopted son. A person like me could have a son." So this episode is a Konoha love story. Isn't there someone from... He's not married either, just has an adopted son. By the way, what charm does this Hyūga Neji have that a girl can't forget him and stays single? Loving someone is unreasonable like that. But in our timeline, if Neji doesn't die, he probably ends up with that girl named Tintin, right? That's uncertain. Maybe they don't even know each other now. They do know each other. We're on the same team. Rock. Hinata continued arranging the meal in front of her. "But speaking of which, I feel sorry for you." What do you mean?" Boruto didn't understand. "I once said that parents shouldn't impose their thoughts on children. So over the years, Naruto, and I never told you about the past. But it still had an influence." With that, Hinata reached out and gently patted her son's head. "Back then, Naruto named you Boruto to fulfill a promise to remember Neji together with me. This is actually... In Japanese, Neji means nut, and Boruto means bolt. No, the name doesn't matter." Boruto waved his hand. "And I don't mind." Faced with her son's understanding, Hinata smiled softly and placed the abundant dishes on the table. "All right, go call your father for breakfast." Himawari agreed and went to the second-floor bedroom. There Naruto lay on the bed, bare-chested, wearing only knee-length house shorts, snoring deeply. Some muscle lines were faintly visible on his body, but not prominent. His right arm was completely severed below the elbow, and a bandaged prosthetic arm rested on the nearby table. Himawari approached Naruto and called softly, "Dad, wake up. Dad, wake up." Naruto showed no response, continuing to snore. Then Boruto walked in, calling like that won't work. "Watch this." "Hey." He jumped up, soaring almost to the ceiling, then landed squarely on Naruto's stomach. PFF. Naruto's body curled like a shrimp, his face twisted. Boruto. Cough. After barely recovering, Naruto got up, attached the prosthetic arm, flexed it a few times, and followed the children downstairs. After a quick wash, they all sat at the table for breakfast. At Team 3's training ground. Hearing the origin of Boruto's name, Neji was a bit surprised. That blonde guy used his son's name to commemorate him. So he wasn't a bad person after all. Rock Lee nodded. Naruto really lives up to his word. Keeping promises is also a part of youth. Mike Guy agreed. At Team 8's training ground. Kiba grinned. Naruto's not bad, huh? Yeah, he's someone worth entrusting one's life to. Shino nodded too. Hinata blushed and stayed silent, but inwardly she was delighted. So that's it. Naruto, hey, the 7th Hokage has kept his physique pretty well. Except for the missing arm. Wow, that little girl is calling him so softly to wake up. Haha, I knew Boruto would come in with something big. Naruto took a heavy hit, huh? Boys are such rascals. He woke up and didn't pass out. Naruto's resilience is impressive. That prosthetic arm is so convenient. How does it work? Must be future tech. Can we make it now? My dad lost his arm in a fight and struggles with everything. The problem is we don't know how. We only see the finished product, not the internal structure. But Sasuke didn't get one, maybe it's expensive. The Hyūga clan will be the richest in the future, so they can afford it. We still have too little info. Let's keep watching. Maybe we'll see the inside. If only we could make one now. After breakfast, Ming-Rin slumped decadently on the sofa, about to fall asleep again. Bo-Rin taunted from the side, isn't a rare family day off just for sleeping at home. You have no idea how busy a Hwoarang is. Besides, I haven't even talked to you about wrecking the train and the teaching building. Ming-Rin said weakly while lying on the sofa. Do you have the leisure to lecture me? Bo-Rin drooped his eyelids. Ming-Rin opened his eyes. Bo-Rin, you can't be so naughty anymore. You need to grow up. Wrecking trains and teaching buildings, scribbling on the Hwoarang rock. When I was your age, I was much more Oh, Bo-Rin obviously didn't believe it. How come I heard that Master's Wazhu was the most sensible? Xiang Rikue flashed her curious big eyes. So was Dad the same as Uncle's Wazhu when he was little? Ming-Rin closed his eyes. Of course. Wazhu and I were always first in everything. Handsome and very popular. The only difference is that guy is cold, arrogant, and sharp-tongued. He said, nodding repeatedly, as if reminiscing. Chu Tian, who was cleaning up the dishes in the back, silently smirked. Watching the barges of teasing, Ming-Rin's face stiffened. What the hell, future me, how can you lie? Just tell the truth. Zilai Yi patted his shoulder. Kid, only after becoming a father do you realize it's not easy to tell the truth to your children. In the hospital, Xiaoying sighed. That Ming-Rin guy, actually boasting so big to his own son. Well, after all, you need face in front of children. Jingyi could understand. Xiaoying raised her fist, and he badmouths Wazhu in front of the children. Absolutely unforgivable. On the other side, Wazhu, who was training with Kaka, she sneered coldly. That guy is indeed an idiot. Well, I can understand his thoughts a little. Kaka, she chuckled. After all, his son admires you so much as a father, he has to salvage some pride, doesn't he? If a loser is a loser, he doesn't even know how to be a father. Wazhu continued to mock. I think you wouldn't either. Kakashi thought in his heart. In the Pure Land, Joxin Nai, seeing the scene and the barges, could guess what her son was like now. She helplessly covered her face. Mei-chin, it seems your son is more promising. You can't say that. No matter what, Ming-Rin is the Hwoarang. Yuji Bo Fuyu stood with arms crossed. He was always first since childhood. Worthy of being my child. Chu Tian, after putting away the dishes, paced over to Ming-Rin and suddenly activated the Bai Yin. Ming-Rin, your muscles don't look good. Well, you know how work is. Ming-Rin continued, lying weakly. Then Chu Tian stepped onto the sofa and directly placed her foot on his back. Your muscle fascia are all stuck together. Saying so, she began to knead with her foot. In the next moment, a series of crack sounds came from Ming-Rin. Thanks for the trouble. Feeling the pressure on his back, Ming-Rin cooperatively laid his hands flat and buried his head in the pillow. Chu Tian stepped on his lower back, then slid up along the spine to the shoulders, continuing to knead. One could see a layer of chakra enveloping her foot, gradually relaxing the bones and muscles of his back. Ming-Rin, lying face down, was so comfortable he hummed. 8th Squad Training Ground. Chu Tian blushed, her body trembling. Giving her husband a massage was fine, but showing this to the entire ninja world was just too embarrassing. Yo approached and joined in. Hey, Chu Tian, occasionally help me relax too. No need to step on me, just punch me a few times with your fists. Oh, okay, Chu Tian answered softly. After a massage, Ming-Rin felt completely refreshed. Chu Tian took advantage to pull his hand. Since you're free today, come help me record a new track. Ming-Rin followed her upstairs. Didn't you say before that my singing was terrible? You don't need to sing, it's pure music, just a couple of exclamations. Bo-Rin and Xiang Rikue also came along to join the fun. Arriving at the recording studio, Chu Tian handed him the sheet music. Bo-Rin, tell him where to start. There were 2 scores, one titled Dong Tian and the other Xing, Shiranai Zhuan. Ming-Rin couldn't read music, so Bo-Rin had to guide him on when to shout. Shu Tian made a single-handed hand seal, dividing into shadow clones to prepare at different instruments. Mom, this track has a strong rhythm. For a movie, Boren asked. Yet to be used in battle scenes. Shu Tian adjusted the instruments. Both tracks are inspired by battles we experienced in the past. Boren looked curious. But this track suits more of a first suppressed and rise scene, doesn't it? With Mom's strength you could just solve any enemy directly. Shu Tian chuckled lightly. I also grew from knowing nothing. I wasn't that strong from the beginning. Then she looked up. So are you ready? Naruto nodded after listening to Boruto's guidance. Okay, I got it. Just shout a couple of exclamations. Hinata smiled softly, and the next moment powerful drum beats began to sound. Naruto also started shouting, Hey-ya, hey-ha. Then electric guitar, keyboard, bass, and other instruments joined in simultaneously, with a strong rhythm breaking out. The prelude was followed by the ethereal sound of the shakuhachi accompanied by the crisp rhythm of the shamisen. Hinata was pleased with Naruto's cooperation. With one hand on the keyboard, she gave him a thumbs up with the other accompanied by a gentle smile. Then while pressing the keys, she began to sway her body in rhythm, showing off her perfect figure in front of her. What a groovy rhythm. This music gets my blood boiling. I really want to fight someone. This is absolutely the level of a master composer. Future Hinata is truly talented in this area. This layered structure. How did she come up with it? Wow, a gentle-looking, perfect-figured cat-eared girl can write such fiery music. Such a big contrast, I love it. Hey, those cat ears are just a hair clip, you know. I'm already planning to make the same hair clip. With free advertising, I should be able to sell a lot. By the lake outside the village, Naruto didn't know how to describe the music. He just swayed his head along with the rhythm immersed in it. He didn't understand music, but knowing he liked the piece was enough. Jiraiya, on the other hand, thought that if his novel were made into a movie, such a soundtrack might be very fitting. Makeout Paradise is not purely a risque book. Its core is still a ninja adventure story, and some battle scenes match this piece quite well. At the training ground of Team 8, Hinata felt the musical score emerging in her mind and thought of recording it when she got back. Most people would probably like this kind of music. Maybe she could try performing it. Although she was a bit uncomfortable with the personality of her future self, perhaps she could really learn about music. In the Pure Land, Hashirama Senju kept patting Madara Uchiha on the shoulder. Ha Madara, this piece reminds me of the days we fought together. Madara Uchiha said nothing, but seemed lost in memories. Music is a higher form of communication that transcends language. It always resonates in people's hearts somewhere. Not just them, many former masters seem to see their own past battles in the music. When the piece ended, many were still immersed in the emotion. Hinata took her hands off the keyboard, walked over to Naruto, and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. You cooperated well. Naruto grinned foolishly. Do you need my help for the second piece? Of course, get ready, and we'll begin. Hinata returned to the keyboard, formed hand seals again, and several shadow clones appeared in the recording studio, bringing out more instruments, violins, cellos, and so on. After all the clones were in position, Hinata nodded gently and snapped her fingers. Traditional drums and shamisen sounded simultaneously, and Naruto, under his son's guidance, opened the mic and shouted exclamations. Then the drum kit and bass cut in the sound, instantly becoming layered and rhythmic. The tempo grew faster, and the real start came when the electric guitar rang out. The clone handling the electric guitar put one foot on a chair, her nimble fingers sweeping across the strings. A signal that prompted all clones and the original to start grooving, swaying their heads or bodies. When the flute sounded, the entire piece seemed to gain a soul, capturing the listener's attention. At the same time, comments kept scrolling. This one feels even hotter than the previous piece. Different. The second piece gives me the feeling that if I was at a disadvantage in a fight, hearing this song would instantly lift me up to continue fighting. That's why the title is Turn the Tables, after all. What kind of instruments are these? The timbre is so beautiful. I don't recognize many of them. They feel like things from the future. At the training ground of Team 3, actually Team 8, Kiba was excitedly gesticulating. Hinata, this piece is so interesting. Write more like this in the future. Kiba, that's the future me, Hinata said awkwardly. It's fine, just wait until later then. At the training ground of Team 3, Guy was moved to tears. This is the music of youth. Lee, don't you feel more energetic training with this music? Yes, Sensei. Lee said firmly. Neji, please ask Hinata-san to write down the score. I want to listen to it every day. I'll ask when I get back. Neji stood awkwardly next to Tenten, still not recovered from the atmosphere just now. Tenten, even redder, remained silent, focusing on the music. The second song recording ended. Hinata put one arm around her husband and the other around her son. You cooperated wonderfully. Leaving the studio, they went downstairs to the living room, where they heard a knock at the door. Himawari ran to open it. Uncle Kiba. Oh, Himawari, long time no see. The grown-up Kiba with a wild full beard crouched down and patted Himawari's head. The light red big dog beside him also stuck out its tongue and licked Himawari's face twice. Himawari smiled and petted the big dog, then led Kiba into the living room. "Welcome," Hinata greeted. "Where's Shino?" "I haven't told him yet, let's go find him together," Kiba said, gesturing with his thumb towards the door. Naruto also greeted him. "Kiba, you're here." "Yo, rarely see the Hokage so energetic," Kiba said, pulling Naruto's head close and whispering in his ear. "Did Hinata give you some special therapy?" "Nothing of the sort. You guys go have fun, Databayo." Naruto pushed him away. After a few jokes, Naruto let little Himawari ride on his shoulders and took Boruto by the hand to go out. Hinata also walked side by side with Kiba in the other direction, heading to the Ninja Academy. Kiba suddenly said, "Speaking of which, that guy Shino, he spends even his days off in the office." "Teachers' jobs are hard to have real days off since lesson prep is also part of the work," Hinata replied. The two were old friends, so they didn't use polite language, just chatting casually as they walked. On both sides of the street were rows of various shops and high-rise buildings covered with glass. Traffic lights flashed on the street, cars, motorcycles, and other vehicles moved orderly through them. Hinata and Shino walked among the crowd. Ignoring her Byakugan, she seemed no different from ordinary people. After the music ended, the barrage of comments kept rolling without cease. "You'll be pretty cool too in the future," Kiba said, puffing out his chest with pride, hands on his hips. "Soon we'll get to see what Shino will look like in the future." Shino showed little interest. "In 10 years my appearance won't change much. If you ask why." Hinata looked puzzled. Is that Akamaru's child in the future?" Kiba glanced at it. Well, they look quite similar. Akamaru also barked, but only Kiba could understand. At the lakeside outside the village, Naruto stood with arms crossed, a complex look on his face. "What's wrong?" Jiraiya asked. "I just feel that Kiba guy turned out cooler than me in the future." Naruto squinted, sensing something amiss. Gazing at the celestial screen, he muttered to himself, "Is it really a matter of hairstyle? A buzz cut really isn't that good looking." Then the scene shifted to the image of the two walking on the street. The Ninja Academy was not far from the Uzumaki residence, and the two soon arrived. Upon entering the gate, the first thing visible was life-size statues of all the Hokages with a huge playground behind them. On both sides stood several other buildings, though their purpose was unknown. Kiba and Hinata entered through the leftmost building, climbed to the 3rd floor, and arrived at an office door. They raised their hands to knock, and upon hearing a response from inside, they entered. Shino was revising something at his desk. He seemed slightly surprised to see them, though his expression was unreadable behind the strange sunglasses that covered half his face. "Why are you here? We haven't had a gathering in a long time, have we?" Hinata chuckled. "I left the kids with Naruto, so today I'll hang out with you too." "What day off?" "I'm still at work," Shino said, looking up. "By the way, Hinata, your son Boruto Uzumaki damaged an electric train 2 days ago during a drill, along with the roof and walls of the school building. The total loss amounts to 15 million Ryo. No problem, the compensation will be credited before tomorrow." Hinata smiled calmly. "Come on, let's go for a drink." Shino replied with a straight face, "Are you kidding? I'm at work now. How can I drink during work hours?" The next second the scene shifted to an izakaya. A flushed face, Shino set down his cup. "Ah, that's refreshing." Kiba leaned in worriedly. "Hey, is this okay? Last time this guy got drunk, he caused bugs everywhere." "Don't worry, I applied a sealing technique on him on the way here. It won't be a problem this time." Hinata gave a thumbs up. With that, Kiba stopped worrying and started drinking freely. Hinata also drank quite a bit. Although her eyes remained calm, without any sign of drunkenness, the exposed skin turned a faint pink, which combined with her low-cut camisole miniskirt made her irresistibly alluring. Facing a deluge of confessions in the bullet comments, Chutian remained expressionless. Since the last celestial screen, she had encountered all sorts of suitors almost every day. Some sent flowers directly to her doorstep, others approached her on the street, and some even attempted marriage proposals through family connections. Compared to all this, mere textual confessions in the bullet comments could no longer stir Kyushin's emotions. Moreover, Chutian was well aware that these people were confessing only because they had seen her future self with no genuine affection at all. By now she could naturally turn down those who rushed to confess. The mid-morning drinks were not heavy, just for atmosphere. After leaving the izakaya, Chutian and her two companions wandered the streets. It was Parents' Day, and the streets were filled with parents accompanied by their children. Shops along the street had posted advertisements for Parents' Day discounts. You suddenly asked, "Chutian, is it really okay not to spend Parents' Day with Borin and Zyangruki? I spend every day with them. It's better to let Mingren have Parents' Day with them." "But why haven't you married Xiaohuan yet?" Chutian retorted. "Well," Yi scratched his head, "I did bring it up, but she said she wants to wait a bit. You know, we raise dogs and her family raises cats. Getting married would involve a lot of complications." Jinai, still red-faced but sobering up, said, "You're almost 32, isn't it time to have kids?" "What gives you the right to say that?" Yi said with drooping eyelids. "How can a guy who doesn't even have a girlfriend say something like that? Feelings shouldn't be rushed." "I just want to find the one who's most compatible with me," Jinai replied. All right, stop arguing." Chutian, clearly used to their quarrels, cut off the topic. How about we discuss where to have lunch? How about hamburgers? Jinai asked. Young people nowadays really enjoy this new food. As a teacher, I'd like to learn more about it. But you shook his head repeatedly. Today is Parents' Day. Kids will definitely be queuing up there. Are you going to compete with them for seats? You're right, I was rash. Jinai nodded in acknowledgement. Chutian suggested. Then how about the summer hotel? I can book a top-floor private room with card tables and speakers. Oh yeah. Yas' eyes lit up. That's the Rishiang family's property. A perfect chance to experience the life of top-tier wealthy. Then let's go. Chutian waved her hand. Hold on. Tianshan's weapon shop is nearby. They'll go ask if she wants to join. You suddenly interjected. Chutian had no objection and nodded slightly. All right. So you turned and left while Chutian and Jinai sat outside a small street-side shop and ordered a cup of coffee. At that moment, Chutian slightly turned her head and glanced at the two people passing behind her, but did not greet them. She calmly picked up her coffee and took a sip. The camera pans to show a mother and daughter behind her. The girl was a chubby little one with dark skin and light pink hair, wearing a new-style light pink kimono. As she walked, she listlessly tossed chips into her mouth one by one. Her mother, however, was slender with red hair tied back, exuding an air of competence. Her dark skin gave her a unique, healthy beauty. Kaluyi. In the Lian's office of Yunin Village, the AB brothers along with their disciples and assistants were watching the celestial screen together. Ever since last time, the Lane had been trying to decipher Kyushin's new style of physical arts. So when the celestial screen lit up this time, he gathered everyone to watch together. The red-haired woman appearing on the screen was unmistakably one of Kalabi's disciples, Kaluyi. Everyone turned to look at her. At this moment, Kaluyi was equally bewildered, having no idea why she would appear in the future. Seeing her daughter looking a bit upset, Kaluyi asked with concern, Deity, what's wrong? Did someone bully you at school, eh? No, Deidei shook her head. After a few seconds of silence, as if gathering great determination, she looked up and asked, Mom, is my father someone else? Huh? Kaluyi was taken aback, then covered her daughter's mouth in panic. Don't talk nonsense. I never. Deidei broke free from Kaluyi's hand, looking dejected. I heard some rumors that Mom was sent from Yunin Village to Mai for a marriage alliance. Hearing her daughter's words, Kaluyi sighed. Well, that's not entirely wrong, but things are different now. Why, oi? Kaluyi sighed again. All right, since you asked, I'll tell you. With that, she took her daughter to buy a drink at a nearby shop, and then sat down under a sunshade. Bastard. The Lane punched Deluyi, sending him flying. Even if future Yunin can't defeat Rishiang Chutian, how could we send our people for a marriage alliance? No. I don't even know if it was my decision, Deluyi said, helplessly covering his face. You're the future Lane. Who else could it be? The Lane roared. In contrast, Kalabi was calm. While she's about to explain, let's hear what the celestial screen says first, big brother. Kaluyi was even more bewildered. I was sent to Mai for a marriage alliance. Sitting under the sunshade, Kaluyi smiled gently at her daughter. At first, it could indeed be said that I came for a marriage alliance. Sitting under the sunshade, Kaluyi smiled gently at her daughter. At first, it could indeed be said that I came for a marriage alliance. There was someone in Mai who was indescribably powerful and for certain reasons held deep enmity toward Yunin. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, no one could guarantee that person wouldn't cause trouble for Yunin again. So, who is it? Deidei asked. What is that person's name? Kaluyi gently shook her head. Due to orders, I cannot reveal that person's identity. At that time, the Huaying took the lead and the other Foring agreed. To prevent the cycle of hatred, we had to diminish that person's traces in history. Getting back to the topic, during that time Yunin was in a state of anxiety. To calm people's hearts, we devised the strategy of a marriage alliance. There weren't many suitable candidates at the time, so I volunteered to come to Mai. Thus, Kaluyi said slowly. Karui told her daughter an old story. You know, the choice of marriage partner was crucial. At that time, the most suitable ones were only Samui and me. But she was almost killed by that person, so I was the best choice. Chocho looked puzzled. Mom, is that person you mentioned really that powerful? Heh. Karui laughed lightly. Rather than powerful, it's more fitting to say terrifying. After Samui came back, she had nightmares for a whole month. She described that person as having eyes like a demon. And 1 year after that incident, that person infiltrated the secret training place of my master. Perhaps infiltrated is not the right word, but at that time, all the ninjas acting as guards and sentries outside were killed. That person silently killed over 50 jonin. Then he swaggered into my master's training ground. My master Killer B was the strongest in the world in my heart at that time. I once believed no one in the world could defeat him. Yet my master, whom I thought invincible, was defeated by that person in just one move. Chocho's eyes widened. One move? Karui nodded. That person was 50 meters away and threw a punch. I only saw a phantom fist hit my master, and then he flew away, his bones all broken, internal organs bleeding, lying on the ground like a pile of minced meat. Saying this, Karui seemed still shaken. If the Raikage hadn't brought the main forces at that time, we would all have. That person's strength was beyond comprehension. Chocho couldn't believe it. So, the scar on Aunt Samua's neck. Yes, that person did it. Just such a simple motion. Karui spread her palm and made a chopping gesture. Samua's throat was cut halfway through. How can there be someone so strong? Chocho couldn't believe. There are many things beyond comprehension in this world. If it's appropriate later, you might have a chance to know. By the lakeside outside the village, Jiraiya clicked his tongue twice. Really, you managed to find such a terrifying woman as your wife? Well, Naruto didn't know what to say. From the information on the sky screen, Hinata's methods were in, but he immediately reacted. No, the current Hinata hasn't done those things. He'll protect Neji and not let her become like that, believe it. Jiraiya was silent for 2 seconds. What if she really becomes like that? Do you have the courage to kill her? Naruto hesitated, then he'll kneel and beg her. Kowtow and beg her not to become like that. Hearing Naruto's answer, Jiraiya suddenly laughed. Well, anyway, she's targeting enemies, not Konoha. He said that, but his heart was uneasy. My disciple will bring change to the ninja world for good or ill. Could it be Hinata Hyūga? At present, Jiraiya was still unsure whether to take Hinata Hyūga as his disciple. Others might be eager to become his student, but Hinata Hyūga was different. Because the ninja world had a division between nobles and commoners. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who had no surnames, were of common origin. Those with surnames were of noble origin like the Hyūga. Even if Jiraiya wanted to take a disciple, the Hyūga clan might not be willing. It would be more likely if it were Tsunade. Although the Senju clan had intermarried with commoners and gradually abandoned their surname, most people still acknowledged their noble bloodline. This was the underlying logic of the ninja world, an unspoken rule everyone accepted, not easily changed. At Team 8's training ground there was silence. Hinata still couldn't believe that her future self would be so cruel. But thinking carefully, it seemed not that cruel. Neji had been stabbed into a pincushion right in front of her, while she only slit their throats. Comparatively, her methods were actually gentler. Thinking this, Hinata suddenly shivered. No, how could I have such thoughts? Inside the Raikage's office, there was also silence. A punch from 50 meters away sent a perfect Jinchuriki to the brink of death. Such combat power completely exceeded comprehension. Killer Bee, however, was unconcerned, and instead asked in his mental world, Little 8, what do you say? That Hinata Hyūga's combat power is infinitely close to the 6 paths, old man. Then it seems we need to train even harder, you idiot, you fool. Then he turned his head and looked at Karui. Really, your future self has worked hard. Karui waved her hands repeatedly. Master, don't say that. For Kumogakure, my personal sacrifice is nothing. The Raikage sighed. What did the Umbu we sent earlier say? Mabui replied, Konoha's defenses are at wartime standards. There's no chance to infiltrate. Chocho answered, so Mom really came for a marriage alliance. Karui patted her daughter's head. At first I really didn't like your father, but time changes people. What do you mean? At first I was really not used to Konoha, including getting along with your father. When I first joined Konoha, I often went on missions with him, and many things happened during that process. He is a very gentle person, always tolerant and accommodating toward me. At that time I was a little girl with a big temper, and only he could tolerate me. Karui's face revealed a nostalgic expression. After carrying out a few missions together, we got to know each other. Only he could put up with my temper. I remember once our mission went wrong, and we were trapped at the foot of a cliff with no water or food. I thought we would starve to death. Then he gave me his last rations and laid down beside me, prepared to accept death by starvation. That was when I knew he would become my husband. No matter what, he and I will always be together. Chocho still found it hard to believe. Why is Mom so sure that you and Dad will be together forever? Because we have you. Karui smiled and patted her daughter's head. So Akimichi Choji is really my... Of course. Karui nodded. You are a gift from heaven to him and me. In the hospital room, Ino suddenly exclaimed, Hey Choji, it's your future wife. Shikamaru, with his usual lifeless expression, said calmly, she's beautiful too. Congratulations, Choji. Choji stuffed potato chips into his mouth. If possible, I'd rather she not come to Konoha. Why? Ino, a political marriage. It's forced, isn't it? I don't like forcing people. Choji answered seriously. Ino suddenly laughed. But she seems quite happy after marriage. She really likes you from the bottom of her heart. She might not have been willing at first, but she doesn't regret it. Shikamaru looked at the sky. Judging from her conversation with the child, it was the right choice for her. Right, and you gave her food, even when you were starving yourself. That shows you truly like her too, Ino said. As a teammate, she knew all too well how important food was to Choji. Chocho still couldn't fully believe it. But, I remember once when I was little and had a fever, the man who came in to hold and comfort you was very thin. Hearing this, Karui laughed. That's because your father used the Akimichi clan's secret technique to rush back when he heard you were sick during a mission. You'll learn that technique yourself someday. Does using that technique make you very thin? Chocho asked curiously. Yes, and it's very dangerous. Karui replied. He used it because he was worried about you. So Chocho, no need to doubt. He is your father. Chocho finally nodded. I see. I used to dislike Dad. I should apologize. Well, he's not the first middle-aged man to be disliked by his daughter. Almost every father goes through that. He won't mind. Karui smiled and patted her daughter's head. The scene then shifted to another side. A black-haired girl wearing red glasses and a red vest walked down the street, followed by a cloaked Sasuke. The girl seemed a bit happy. I didn't expect Dad to come back today, especially since today is. I happened to be on business nearby, so I dropped by. Sasuke replied. Hearing this, Sarada's eyes instantly drooped. Sasuke's daughter. Sakura suddenly perked up. Ino was also curious, wondering who Sasuke's wife was. Another training ground. Sasuke's expression twisted. I'm going to have a daughter in the future. You're over 30. Is it strange to have a child? Kakashi asked. Could it be an adopted child? Sasuke wondered. The Uchiha clan doesn't wear glasses. But regardless of whether it was adopted, at least it meant he had a normal life after killing Itachi. Watching the sky screen somewhere, Uchiha Itachi revealed a faint, barely noticeable smile. My niece. But why is she wearing glasses? In the Pure Land, Mikoto grasped her husband's arm. It's our granddaughter. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. She, by the lake, Naruto snorted. He used to be all cocky, saying a ninja like him would never get married. Turns out he's just like me. Then he looked puzzled. But this time at least we'll know who his wife is, right? Sarada watched a father and daughter laughing in front of a nearby stall, lost in thought. Sasuke asked, do you want some? I'll buy one for you. I don't want any now. Sarada shook her head. Don't be shy. It's red candy. Sasuke said. Sarada looked confused. What about red? It's the same color as your glasses and clothes. You like red, don't you? Well, I don't hate it. Sarada didn't know how to respond. Well, I don't hate it. Sarada didn't know how to respond. Just these few lines of dialogue left the audience beneath the celestial canopy in an awkward silence. Seriously, Sasuke, is this how you talk to your daughter? Their conversation is so stiff they don't resemble father and daughter at all. More like strangers. Well, I guess it's understandable. Sasuke is clearly introverted and not good at communicating, but it's still really odd. The two walked in silence down the street, surrounded by parents with their children. Suddenly in the distance, Himawari sat atop Naruto's shoulders holding 2 flowers and chattering happily. Sarada seemed a bit envious. Sasuke looked at his daughter and murmured to himself, I see. Then he crouched down with his back to her. Come on. Sarada was startled. What? Didn't you want me to carry you on my back? Sasuke asked. Sarada's face reddened. Stop it, it's so embarrassing, Dad. With that she turned and ran off. Sasuke looked perplexed, seemingly troubled by his inability to understand his daughter's feelings. Just then a voice suddenly came from beside him. Oh my, facing some difficulties. What do you want? Sasuke turned his head and looked at Kakashi, who had appeared beside him. The future Kakashi hadn't changed much, still wearing his ninja vest and mask. The only difference was that his forehead protector no longer covered his left eye. Both eyes were now visible. Kakashi had a teasing grin. Nothing much. Just happened to run into a pitiful father who wanted to carry his daughter on his back, but got rejected. Sasuke couldn't be bothered with pointless talk, snorted, and turned to leave, but Kakashi grabbed his shoulder. Hold on. I can see you've been out on missions so long that you've forgotten how human relationships work. What exactly are you trying to say? Sasuke frowned. Kakashi crossed his arms. Seems like even the Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan can't see through your daughter's heart. With that he pulled out a book and held it up before Sasuke. What's that? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. You don't make out tactics. You could call it my life's guide. So, want to learn the secrets to getting closer to your daughter? Kakashi's eyes shone like a missionary's. Seeing the eager look in Sasuke's eyes, Kakashi continued. You know, when talking to young girls, using special nicknames can make you seem closer. For example, you always call Naruto idiot or dead last, right? Special names strengthen bonds. Also, let me tell you a secret technique. Kakashi raised a finger. Drape your coat over a girl's shoulders. ITLL, make her cuddle up to you like a kitten. Sasuke looked doubtful. So this is how you got your wife? Kakashi shook his head. No. The two of us. Well, let's say we just spent enough time together, and before we knew it we were together. All the way Sasuke talks to his daughter makes me so embarrassed I'm sweating. I'm really curious now. How did this guy ever get a wife? Seriously, Himawari is still little, but your daughter is way too old to be carried by her dad in public. Oh, Kakashi hasn't changed much. Yet just looks a bit older. Nothing else really changed. But his forehead protector is normal now. In the hospital room, Sakura slapped her forehead. That's the Sasuke I remember. Ino started to show some disdain. How can he be so awkward with his daughter? Look at Naruto, he's different. Naruto's just that kind of personality, Choji said while eating chips. Naruto laughed loudly. That Sasuke, he's really not straightforward at all. Kakashi Sensei hasn't changed much, Isn't that the book Kakashi Sensei always reads Databeo? Jiraiya had a sinking feeling. My book isn't meant for bonding with daughter's kid. For a wife, maybe. Hearing the end, Naruto looked stunned. Kakashi-sensei got married too. I wonder who the lucky person is. The moment Kakashi pulled out the book, the barrage of comments exploded. Oh, Kakashi is also a loyal fan of this book. Any person of noble character would love such a great work, right? Jiraiya's book. Using it as a life guide. Kakashi is done for. But the content of that book isn't suitable for getting close to your daughter, is it? I can already foresee what's coming next. Wait, Kakashi has a wife. Who? I always thought he'd be single. So can this book really help you find a wife? Nonsense, didn't you hear him? They just ended up together without knowing how. Probably a teammate. Spending enough time together naturally leads to that, right? Sasuke walked through the streets, searching for his daughter. He happened to see Hinata and Shino drinking coffee at a roadside cafe. Sasuke, long time no see, Hinata said with a smile, raising her hand to greet him. You just got back? Have you seen my daughter? Sasuke asked. Hinata pointed in a direction. She went that way just now, and she didn't seem in a great mood. Shino also greeted him. Long time no see, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke nodded in acknowledgement. He was about to walk on, but stopped. Thank you for looking after my daughter at school. How is she doing? She's excellent, Shino replied. Her dream is also very grand, but it's not an easy path. As her father, you need to protect her well. Sasuke nodded. And around her? I mean, she's not dating any pests, is she? Hearing this, Shino was furious and roared, there are no pests among insects. After yelling, he realized Sasuke was already gone. He had spotted his daughter and hurried after her. Sasuke quickly caught up to his daughter. Sarada apologized first. Sorry, Dad, I was too harsh just now. It's nothing. Sasuke shook his head, then stiffly forced out the words, after all, you are my adorable little peanut. Huh? Sarada's eyes widened. I'm not a bean. Then, as if a thought struck her, she put on an accusatory expression. Speaking of which, you didn't call me by my name today. Don't tell me you've been away on missions so long you've forgotten your own daughter's name. What are you talking about? How could I forget Sarada's name? Sarada nodded. Good, you still remember. Then Sasuke took off his spacious cloak and draped it over his daughter's shoulders. Suddenly draping an oversized cloak over her, Sarada frowned with disgust. What are you doing? I'm not cold. Seeing his daughter's expression, Sasuke's face stiffened. Sarada threw the cloak back at him. Dad is so annoying today. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Sasuke with a complicated expression. After taking a deep breath, he strode angrily to the bridge by the river, not far away. His eyes half flitted as he stared at Kakashi. Kakashi looked embarrassed. Told you you're annoying to your daughter. Even if the relationship is strained, it shouldn't be like this. Guess it runs in the family, huh? Sasuke asked expressionlessly. Do you still have that book you had earlier? What? Have you come to appreciate its merits too? Kakashi inquired. Sasuke extended his hand. Give it here. I'm going to throw it into the river. No, the one who should be thrown into the river is you, Kakashi. Alright, you're right, Kakashi sighed. After all, how could an old man ever understand a woman's heart? I can't even figure out what my own wife is thinking. Just then a female voice suddenly spoke beside him. Kakashi. As the camera shifted, a short-haired woman appeared holding a white-haired little boy who looked only 5 or 6 years old. Sasuke, long time no see. The woman greeted him. Sasuke nodded hello. Kakashi waved his hand. Well, I'll head back now. With that, he let the short-haired woman take his arm, then took the white-haired little boy from her arms, and they walked away. See, I knew it would be a disaster. Sasuke completely doesn't understand his daughter. Ha ha ha. Xiaohuashing, that's hilarious. Wrapping his daughter up in such a huge cloak. How ridiculous. Yeah, he deserves to be thrown into the river. Using that kind of book to learn how to get along with his daughter, utterly despicable. Huh. Is that Kakashi's wife and child? Who is she? Does anyone know? Under the celestial screen, Naruto tugged curiously at Jiraiya's sleeve. Pervert sage, who is Kakashi Sensei's wife? Jiraiya's eyes widened. Shizen. How could it be her? No. If Tsunade becomes the 5th Hokage, then it's possible. Outside a certain gambling den, after Shizen appeared, Tsunade patted her shoulder with a smile. Not bad, Shizen. Kakashi may not be the most upright man, but he's still reliable. Tsunade-sama, Shizen was dumbfounded. She and Kakashi were together. How could that be? After all, right now they were at best acquaintances. There was no mutual affection at all. How could they have ended up married? Tsunade laughed. If I become Hokage in the future, you two are bound to run into each other often. That makes it entirely possible. Shizen thought about it and found it plausible. Yet what intrigued her most was that in the future her forehead bore no mark. So, I never managed to learn the Yin seal after all. Shizen looked dejected. Ha ha ha, don't dwell. Tsunade patted her shoulder roughly. Marrying a reliable man isn't necessarily worse than mastering the Yin seal. At least your future life seems happy. At the border of the land of fire, Uchiha Itachi gazed at the celestial screen. Sarada, huh? That's a nice name. But although Sasuke has grown stronger, his ability to communicate with people seems to have deteriorated badly. Still having friends and family, that counts as happiness. Outside a cave, Uchiha Obito watched the celestial screen, a faint smile unconsciously forming beneath his mask. Finally, Kakashi, in that future you managed to live a little like a proper human. At least you're no longer in that lifeless state you're in now. But, what about the Sharingan? Was it voluntarily sealed, or was it stolen? At the training ground outside the village, Sasuke looked gloomy. Damn, Kakashi using some dubious book to teach him how to interact with his daughter. Now this was being broadcast across the entire shinobi world, an instant social death. Even though he couldn't beat Kakashi at the moment, he refused to suffer embarrassment alone. So he asked, Kakashi, who is your future wife? She. Kakashi also looked awkward. He ended up with Shizune. But they were merely acquaintances, perhaps somewhat familiar. Yet how could it have come to that? Someone like him could actually have a wife and child. The younger generation didn't recognize Shizune, but Enko Ebisugai Asuma and others were all familiar with her. When Shizune appeared, they were all taken aback, then broke into knowing smiles. Actually, Shizune and Kakashi did make a fitting pair. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman was always pleasing to the eye. Although Shizune was a medical ninja, her combat ability was on par with a jonin. She excelled in every aspect. At Training Ground 3, Guy was moved to tears that Kakashi finally got married. And to an outstanding woman like Miss Shizune. Kakashi's youth hasn't ended after all. Tintin asked curiously, Guy-sensei, who is this Miss Shizune? She is Lady Tsunade's disciple, a highly skilled medical ninja. After Kakashi left, Sasuke finally found Sarada practicing shurikenjutsu alone at the training ground on the outskirts of the village. She was trying to make her shuriken fly through the air and hit a target floating in the river. He didn't approach immediately, but watched his daughter train from the side. Just then Boruto suddenly appeared. Sarada, what are you doing here? I heard Sensei is back. Aren't you going to spend the holiday with him? What about you? Why aren't you with your parents? Sarada retorted. Himawari insisted on buying some plushie, so I made Dad go with her. Boruto spread his hands. I still think training is more fun. As he spoke, he took out a shuriken and threw one himself. So how's it going on your end? Sarada sighed. I feel like Dad doesn't understand me at all. Everything he tries to do just misses the— Hey, don't say that. Sasuke Sensei is incredibly skilled. What do you know? Sarada seemed unwilling to dwell on the topic and threw another shuriken. It was on target, but Boruto's thrown shuriken knocked it off course. Sarada turned around. What are you doing? Don't get in my way. I thought it was fun. You should try too. Boruto tossed another shuriken, and Sarada countered, knocking it away. Not bad. Again, Boruto grew excited and threw another one. However, this one went wide and cut the rope holding the target. The target began drifting downstream with the current. Boruto looked a little embarrassed, but still turned and asked, Can you still hit it under these conditions? Who do you underestimate? Sarada's eyes sharpened, revealing a Sharingan, with 2 tomo in the left and 1 in the right. With a flick of her right hand, a shuriken flew out, and she threw another that struck the first shuriken, hitting the bullseye dead center. Watching the 2 children train with shuriken on the celestial screen, the barrage comments began evaluating the future ninja's level. Overall, it's just so not much better than the current genin, right? Look at their age. They haven't even graduated from the ninja academy, yet having this level already makes them experts. When I was their age, forget hitting someone else's shuriken, I was barely able to hit the target. Exactly, and it's not even a straight line. This is extremely difficult. What was that? The Sharingan. Awakening the eye at this age. This proves she is Sasuke's biological daughter. Seeing Sarada awaken the Sharingan, Sasuke was also stunned. Since she has the Sharingan, it means she is not an adopted child, she is his own. But, why does she wear glasses? Could it be that he married a woman with glasses? Also, why is that Naruto's son chatting and laughing with my daughter? At Training Ground 8, Kiba suddenly turned his head and said, Hinata, is your son interested in Sasuke's daughter? Well, it's hard to say. Hinata gently shook her head, but at least the scene was quite amusing to watch. At that moment, Sasuke appeared from behind the 2. As soon as Boruto saw him, he exclaimed excitedly, Master. Sarada said coldly, What are you doing here, Dad? Sorry, Sarada, I made a lot of jokes before. Sasuke apologized sincerely. Speaking of which, you wanted to learn Chidori before, right? I can teach you now. Upon hearing this, Sarada forgot all her displeasure. Really? Boruto also joined in, Master, what about, can I learn it? Sasuke gently shook his head. Chidori requires the cooperation of the Sharingan. It's not suitable for you, Boruto. I see. Boruto was a bit disappointed. But you have a good foundation in taijutsu. I can teach you my sword techniques. That's great. Boruto became excited again. Sasuke interjected, However, my sword techniques require precise chakra control, so you must first learn the Rasengan before I can teach you. Rasengan. Easy. He'll go now. With that, Boruto turned and ran. Master, just watch. He'll learn it soon. Boruto leaped across the rooftops and soon arrived at a house with a sign reading Saratobi. Without even ringing the doorbell, he jumped directly into the yard. Konohamaru-ni. Are you there? Yeah, what's up? Tell me. Konohamaru said in a groggy tone from the yard. Boruto quickly came in front of him. Brother, teach me the Rasengan. Rasengan? Konohamaru scratched his head. Why not ask Naruto to teach you? Dad is accompanying Himawari to go shopping. Boruto replied. So you came to bother me. It's my precious day off. Boruto waved his hand. Stop talking nonsense. If you teach me the Rasengan, it'll help you go on a date with Aunt Hanabi next time. Konohamaru's lazy expression vanished instantly. It's a deal? What do you mean? Does Konohamaru like Hanabi? It's so obvious, okay. But they were both around 25 or 26 by then, weren't they? Not married yet. So Boruto sold out his aunt just to learn the Rasengan. What do you mean just to learn the Rasengan? Do you know how powerful this technique is? Hayashi's face darkened. What's wrong with this Naruto Uzumaki and the people around him? Why are they all targeting my daughter? And Konohamaru. He should be the grandson of the third Hokage, right? Seems he's only 1 year older than Hanabi. But it is a well-matched family. However, Hanabi will be the clan head in the future. She cannot marry out. Would the Sarutobi family be willing to have a son-in-law who marries into the family? The young Hanabi currently has no feelings about it. She doesn't even know Konohamaru. The Sarutobi residence. The third Hokage patted his grandson's head, gazing at the celestial screen with a smile. His grandson had grown up safely. That was the most important thing. As for emotional matters, it's better to let the children worry about it themselves. Konohamaru looked at the screen. Hanabi. I don't think I've met her. Just as everyone under the celestial screen thought they could learn the Rasengan, the scene switched to Hinata and her two companions. After finishing a luxurious meal that looked very high-end in the top-floor private room, Kiba went straight to the TV, turned it on, and pulled out several microphones. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since we sang. Let's all do it. Hinata had no objection. Shino, already drunk, raised his fist and said, bring it on. Kiba tapped on the screen next to the TV, and soon the TV picture changed, showing different images. At the same time, subtitles appeared, Heroes Return, lyrics and music by Hinata Hyūga. The three held microphones. Kiba pressed the screen, and the music began. First came a powerful drumbeat. The rhythmic Dongsa Desai grabbed everyone's attention. Then an electric guitar cut and layering with offset timing. Kiba immediately started rapping along with the beat, with the distant voice as a hint, one by one comrade, repeating the same routine every day. Are you ready to overturn it? Are you ready? Already tired of the repetitive days? Let's overthrow it all. Are you ready? The rhythmical rap resounded. Even drunk, Shino coordinated perfectly. Originally, Shino's low voice had a slightly smoky quality, adding more immersion to the rap song style. In the beginning, Hinata only handled the harmony, occasionally picking up the microphone and shouting, yeah. When the chorus came, the three said in unison, everybody stand up. Raise it up, the best time of today. Everyone stand up, shouted out. Today is the best moment. Speed Hunter, faster than the eye can see. Everyone is captivated. The signboard, yeah? Come on. Pursuing the limit of speed, invisible to the eyes, the sign that makes everyone fall for it, yeah? Come on. Then the second verse began. The three took turns rapping fluently in relay. Hinata's voice was ethereal, yet when she lowered it, she could also have a hint of smoky voice. Especially when she rapped, her body swayed to the rhythm. In an instant, she transformed from an obedient cat-eared girl into a proud cat. The sudden change in temperament was as if she had become another person. The celestial screen's scene transitions were perfectly timed, showing every image from the best angle. When singing with the other two, she was like the most shining star on stage. In the final chorus, it was still the three singing together. Hinata's voice blended in without any disharmony. Instead, it was very harmonious. The powerful drum beats kept pounding, making everyone under the celestial screen feel their blood boiling. Naruto, being outgoing or sensitive to music, unconsciously started tapping his feet or nodding along with the rhythm. After the song ended, the barrage comments remained silent for at least a dozen seconds before starting to scroll. As the song came to an end, you put down the microphone and sighed. No matter how many times I hear it, this song is truly amazing. Zeno, slightly intoxicated, nodded in agreement. But I'm curious. You looked at Hinata. How did you catch this rhythm from Daidar's jutsu? Hinata chuckled lightly. He's always blowing things up, and that time the rhythm of the explosions formed a pattern, so I used that as inspiration to write this piece. Also, Scorpion's jutsu provided some inspiration for the lyrics. You scratched his head. Well, I guess I have no musical talent at all. So what are your plans for the afternoon? It's a holiday today. Let's prepare something delicious for the kids, Hinata replied. But with Zeno drunk like this, he won't be able to prepare the lesson plans. I'll take him back then. I'll also look for Xiaohuan, you responded. Miss Hinata, please write more songs like this in the future. I will always support you. God, let Miss Hinata become my wife in the future. After the song ended, Karabi stood up silently and walked out of the office in the hidden cloud village. Lord Karabi, where are you going? Sammy asked. I'm going to find Hinata Hyūga, Karabi replied without looking back, to exchange rap ideas. No, master, you can't go. Karui rushed over to pull his arm. Lord Karabi, if you cross the border of the Land of Fire now, it will likely be seen as a declaration of war, which could provoke conflict, Mabui added. Stay in the Hidden Cloud Village. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Reikage directly pulled him back by the collar of his outfit. You fool, brother. Maybe if I go I can bring her back to the Hidden Cloud, and then we can exchange lyrics every day. Shut up. Reikage punched him. Meanwhile, in a small country, Deidara suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing their conversation. Did you see, Brother Scorpion? This is the universality of art. To be able to hear a melody from my explosions, Hinata Hyūga is truly an extraordinary artist. Shut up, the deep voice of Scarlight echoed. You just happened to explode too much, providing a bit of inspiration. Speaking of which, Brother Scorpion, you also provided her with inspiration for the lyrics. Does this mean we'll become close in the future? Deidara looked puzzled. Scorpion pondered for a moment. Let's not mention anything else. Since you will be the Tsuchikage in the future, it's normal to know the Hokage's wife. By the lakeside, Naruto nodded in rhythm as he listened to the song, saying, this is even better than the last one. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Not to mention his combat prowess, he's also a musical genius. In the 8th Squad training ground, Hinata looked completely bewildered. She had finally accepted the idea that her future self was a musician, but could someone with her personality really write such a song? Yet the score kept appearing in her mind, and this time, she even started to visualize the design of a drum set and an electric guitar. Compared to Hinata's existential doubts, he was joyfully flailing his arms. This song is amazing, Hinata. I need to go home and practice hard. Zeno, let's do this together. I can't do that. To think I'd engage in such madness while drunk, my future self is really slacking off. You're really dull when you're sober. In the hospital ward, Sakura remarked, Hinata's musical style is really unpredictable. She truly is an extraordinary genius, Ino said enviously. Whether it's music, strength, culinary skills, or appearance. She seems perfect. Shikamaru frowned slightly at this statement and nodded. Indeed, it's a bit too perfect. I always feel that future Hinata isn't as simple as she appears. What do you mean? Are you saying she's plotting to destroy the Hidden Cloud? Ino asked. No, it's something grander. Shikamaru gently shook his head. I just feel she must be working on something else rather than appearing so leisurely on the surface. The scene shifted to a forest. Boruto had a distorted expression like a subway grandpa. Wait, can you say that again? So it's first a bang, then a pop, and that's it. As he spoke, a blue energy ball was spinning rapidly in his right hand. Boruto still had a bewildered expression. I asked you to teach me the Rasengan, not to tell jokes. Who's joking with you? This is how you train the Rasengan, Konohamaru replied seriously. He pressed the Rasengan against a sturdy tree nearby, instantly creating a hole the size of a human head. What kind of abstract explanation is this? Boruto's expression broke down. Isn't there a more specific? This is already quite specific. Naruto taught me this way back then. Konohamaru said helplessly. Boruto paused for a second, raised his right hand. So how can I successfully make that pop? No, that's wrong. After an hour of attempts, Boruto suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Keep practicing, urged Mitsuki. No, I suddenly feel that this method might not suit me. After an hour, there's not a bit of progress. I think I'll go back and ask my mom. With that, Boruto turned and walked away. Hey, Mitsuki was taken aback and quickly stood up. Then, about helping me set up a date with Hanabi. Don't worry, I've remembered. Boruto waved his hand and vanished into the woods. Coincidentally, just as Boruto reached his home, he bumped into Hinata, who had just returned. Mom. Boruto, why did you come back alone? Boruto followed Hinata inside. Himawari insisted on buying some doll. I thought it was pointless, so I went to find Master Sasuke to learn swordsmanship. He told me to first master the Rasengan, then I went to find Mitsuki. After listening to her son's explanation, Hinata chuckled lightly. So you came back directly without any progress. No, what Mitsuki said was too abstract. All that bang bang and pop pop, only a fool like Dad could match his brainwaves. Boruto complained. Hinata laughed. Actually, Mitsuki is quite the genius. Being able to master the Rasengan under Naruto's guidance is already a miracle in itself. If we really talk about it, Mitsuki has the potential to reach the level of a Hokage. I can't feel that at all. Boruto slumped on the sofa, resting his hands behind his head. It's because we are in a peaceful era. There aren't many actual battles to gain experience, so he can only be an average. Whether it's the decrease in the number of ninjas or the decline in individual strength, this is the price of peace. Boruto curiously asked, Mom, were there a lot of ninjas when you were young? According to the data, there were more than 2. 5 times the number now. Hinata replied, in my childhood, conflicts among the countries were commonplace. Not only were there more ninjas, but their overall strength was also higher than now. Hey, didn't the news say that the quality of ninjas now is higher than before? Boruto was confused. Hinata poured him a drink. That's because research on ninjutsu has become more in-depth now. However, in ninja battles, the ability to react in the moment is crucial. This can only be gained through practical experience. There are no shortcuts. In the ninja schools, simulated battles can be called off in case of injury. But in real combat, you must quickly assess whether your injuries allow you to continue fighting or to escape successfully. These things can't be taught by a teacher. They can only be learned through experience. For example, as she said this, Hinata raised her hand, revealing a few shuriken, and threw them at Boruto. Boruto reacted, quickly jumping high while drawing a kunai, blocking all the incoming shuriken. Clink, clink, clink. After a series of metallic clinks, several shuriken fell to the ground. Hey, how about that, Mom? Am I pretty good? No, if this were real combat, you would be dead, Hinata said, pointing at a shuriken beneath his feet. Boruto looked down and saw a small piece of paper attached to one of the shuriken. If this were an explosive tag, you would either die or be severely injured the moment you blocked it. You should know the consequences. But Boruto protested, in real combat, not every time will there be explosive tags, right? This is just a metaphor. There are countless unexpected situations on the battlefield that you can't foresee. This is just the regular stuff, not to mention various strange bloodline limits or secret techniques. Isn't it strange that future explosive tags are so small? Times are changing. Indeed, the current standard practice is to tie explosive tags behind kunai. If they can continue to shrink, they can indeed be stuck on shuriken without affecting their flight trajectory. Moreover, with such small explosive tags, they can be hidden more discreetly when setting traps, provided the power remains the same. Can't we make explosive tags that small now? You're thinking too much. How many sealing masters have been pondering this question? But after so many years, aren't they still the same size? Future technology is really impressive. Children watching the sky should not learn this. Throwing shuriken at home is very dangerous. Unless your family is very wealthy. Hinata is right, and no matter how the times change, practical experience is something that ultimately cannot be conveyed through words. I was scared to tears during my first mission. After hearing Hinata's teachings, Boruto suddenly brightened up. By the way, Mom, can you do the Rasengan? Can you teach me? Hinata glanced at the clock on the wall. All right, now you are about ready to learn this kind of ninjutsu. With that, she formed several shadow clones. With a single hand seal, the shadow clones will stay at home to cook. Boruto, let's find a training ground. As she spoke, she picked Boruto up. Mom, what are you doing? Boruto struggled. I just need to go to the backyard. You don't have to carry me. Stay still, I don't want to end up like Sakura and accidentally destroy the house. Saying this, Hinata carried Boruto to the yard, and with a gust of air exploding around them, they shot into the sky. Ah, we're flying. Boruto was startled and tightly clutched his mother's neck. Boruto, be quiet. Hinata patted Boruto's. In the blink of an eye, Hinata had carried her son to a height of 1,000 meters. Then there was a loud sonic boom, as if they were under a transparent umbrella, disappearing in an instant into the clouds. Among the thick clouds, Hinata flew forward with Boruto. Boruto widened his eyes, looking at the vast open space around him, then glanced down at the expansive land and mountains, astonished. Mom, we actually... Boruto momentarily didn't know how to describe this feeling. Don't be afraid, son. Oh, we're just going to find an uninhabited island overseas. Hinata chuckled lightly. Though she didn't open her mouth, her voice directly resonated in Boruto's mind. This, Hinata explained, we've surpassed the speed of sound, so you won't be able to hear me if I speak. Boruto stared blankly at his surroundings, completely falling into silence. What did I just see? She flew up. That's not too surprising, right? I remember I could already fly when I fought against Naruto and Sasuke. Do you know how rare it is for a ninja to fly? Not to mention this kind of speed, it's simply unbelievable. Hinata is one thing, but Boruto didn't seem... Hinata must be protecting him, right? If you look closely, there should be a chakra barrier around them. That's great, that's it. I've always wanted to know what Hinata's strength is like after more than 10 years since the battle with Naruto and Sasuke. Beneath the sky canopy, ordinary people joked in the bullet comments upon seeing Hinata flying into the sky holding her son, but countless experts fell into silence. Although their specific strength was unknown, the mere display of such flight ability already made people feel troubled. They had thought about it long ago. At that time, Hinata's strength was already the undisputed #1 in the ninja world, yet seeing it in person still left them in awe. Hyūga, who was watching the sky canopy at home, stood up in astonishment at this scene, staring blankly at the image above. By the lake, Naruto was dumbfounded. Wow, she can fly. And so fast. Jiraiya grinned and shook his head slightly. It was basically confirmed that Hinata was the child of prophecy. But how could he convince Hyūga to let her become his disciple? Moreover, with such potential, could he truly teach her well with his own abilities? In the hospital ward, Sakura and Ino were having their usual argument over Hinata's words, but after seeing the scene of Hinata soaring straight into the sky, they both fell silent. Flight held special significance for humans. Not only a manifestation of strength, but also a display of unrestrained freedom. Such an ability made countless people under the sky canopy envious. At Team 8's training ground, Kiba and Shino were completely silent. Hinata, however, was feeling the extra information in her mind, and then looked utterly bewildered. The information in her mind said that achieving prolonged flight required natural energy. But what natural energy was Hinata had no idea at all. In the scene, Hinata, holding Boruto, quickly moved away from the land with the blue ocean covering below. Hinata activated her Byakugan and soon found a suitable place, then dove down rapidly. When the howling wind sounded in his ears again, Boruto came to his senses and saw the land getting closer. Then the two landed steadily. Hinata looked around and said, this place is acceptable. Mom, where is this? An uninhabited island overseas, Hinata replied. To make you fully understand the Rasengan, this place is very suitable. Boruto asked, puzzled, why do we have to come to this desolate place just to understand the Rasengan? Hinata replied, originally the Rasengan was just an ordinary rank ninjutsu, but after years of development, it has actually become a system. To help you understand the Rasengan, it's best to explain the entire system clearly. With that, Hinata crouched down in front of Boruto, looking him in the eyes, and raised a finger, first the ordinary Rasengan. As her voice faded, a small, rapidly spinning energy ball appeared at her fair fingertip. So small, Boruto couldn't help complaining. The principle is the same. Hinata chuckled lightly, then flicked her finger gently, sending the tiny Rasengan. Boruto's eyes widened. Can the Rasengan be thrown? Boom. A human head-sized hole instantly appeared in the stone hit by the Rasengan. Originally it couldn't, but after research it became possible, Hinata replied. Boruto went up to the stone and examined it carefully. Although it's small, its power feels even greater than Brother Kanomaru's Rasengan. Hinata waved at him. Alright, keep listening. She raised her finger again, and another Rasengan appeared at its tip. The size and power of the Rasengan increase according to the user's chakra amount and control proficiency. For example, the Great Ball Rasengan. As she spoke, the Rasengan at her fingertips suddenly swelled to the size of a soccer ball. With a gentle flick of her finger, the Rasengan flew out and struck a stone wall. The 7-8-meter stone wall collapsed outright, and a large amount of dust began to spread. Hinata waved her hand lightly, and a gust of wind swept through, instantly dispersing the spreading smoke. Boruto nodded repeatedly. I see. Seeing that he understood, Hinata condensed another Rasengan. The Rasengan itself is a non-elemental ninjutsu. Back then, Naruto was the first to add wind release chakra nature transformation, thereby developing his signature jutsu wind release Rasen Shuriken. As she explained, the Rasengan at her fingertip began to change, with 4 blades formed from chakra appearing around it. At the same time, a high-pitched scraping sound like a flute filled the air, annoying to the point of headache. Boruto covered his ears. So noisy. That's also a drawback of this technique. The rotation speed is too high, making the sound very distinct and difficult to conceal. With that, Hinata threw the Rasen Shuriken. With a whoosh, the shuriken sank into the stone wall and disappeared, leaving only a tiny crack. Boruto raised an eyebrow. It doesn't seem very powerful. The power of this technique lies not on the surface, but within. Hinata explained, this technique does not cut the enemy with wind release chakra. Instead, it forms countless tiny wind blades that pierce into the enemy's body, shredding all cells and meridians. The attack frequency is so high that even the 3-tomo Sharingan cannot see through it. This technique is not a blunt attack. In a sense, it's more like a poisoning effect. Back then, the enemy who killed teacher Asuma and was said to possess an immortal body was taken out in one shot by this technique. After hearing this, Boruto pondered. So rather than high attack frequency, it's more about high attack density, right? Exactly. Hinata nodded. Then, can I learn this technique too? Of course. Hinata reached up and touched her son's head. You have wind release chakra inherited from Naruto and lightning release from me, so of course you can learn it. Boruto raised an eyebrow. Why can't both wind and lightning be inherited from Mom? Hinata smiled. Actually, originally, I only had lightning and fire attributes. I acquired the other attributes through other means. The bullet comments were still teasing whether the Rasen Shuriken's conspicuously high-pitched screech could even hit anyone. But upon hearing its effects, the sentiment shifted instantly, shattering cells and meridians all over the body. Uzumaki Naruto is quite the ruthless one too, turning a blunt force ninjutsu into something with a poison effect. That's seriously impressive. But it's truly formidable. With countless bizarre bloodlines and secret techniques out there, who knows if the opponent has a backup? This kind of move can save lives at a critical moment. But hitting someone isn't easy. That piercing sound makes it far too noticeable. Are you people mistaken? Hinata is holding it for a long time to explain to her son. Normally, once it's formed, you just throw it outright. Exactly. An attack density that even the Sharingan can't see through. Once it lands, it's basically a guaranteed victory. Wait, what did she just say? Asuma was killed. Asuma of Konoha. Not only did the bullet comments explode, but Konoha itself erupted in chaos. Especially Ino and the other two in the hospital room, staring blankly at the sky screen. Choji's potato chips paused. Asuma Sensei was killed. Wait, what did she just say? Asuma was killed. Asuma of Konoha. Not only did the bullet comments explode, but Konoha itself erupted in chaos. Meanwhile, Asuma and Kurenai were drinking tea together in the park while watching the sky screen when they suddenly heard these words. Asuma paused slightly, lighting a cigarette. I didn't live to see that day. What a pity. Kurenai looked over with concern, and Asuma chuckled directly. Don't worry, I'm still alive now, aren't I? Maybe we'll get some more precise information. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, also stared intently at the sky screen, eager to learn more. But anyone with insight knew Hinata had merely mentioned it in passing. Expecting more detailed information this time seemed unlikely. By the lake, Naruto had been excited about his future jutsu. Pervy Sage, just watch. Once Hinata finishes explaining, he'll definitely be able to learn the Rasengan, believe it. Ah, is that so? I'm looking forward to it. Jiraiya stared blankly at the sky screen. Seeing the Rasen Shuriken, Naruto frowned in confusion. I inherited wind release from you. Pervy Sage, what's wind release, believe it? Idiot, it's your chakra nature. Jiraiya took out his pipe and took a puff. But I have to admit, it's impressive that you brat developed such a terrifying technique in the future. Ahaha, I knew I was a genius. Naruto beamed with pride. And Hinata told me the Uzumaki clan is the authority on sealing techniques. When I grow up, I'll definitely become a sealing master. Maybe those small exploding tags were made by me, believe it? Absolutely no chance of that. Jiraiya propped his chin with one hand, continuing to puff on his pipe with the other. Then they heard that Asuma had died. Naruto didn't know Asuma well at all. He only vaguely felt he had heard the name somewhere. Jiraiya frowned. Asuma, that kid died too. An enemy with an immortal body. No, just claiming to be immortal. Who fits that description? And it seemed that person was taken down by Naruto. Upon hearing the later explanation, Jiraiya understood thanks to Hinata's improvements the Rasengan had become a long-range jutsu from then on. Hinata continued, the Rasengan's foundation is excellent. An element naturalist jutsu opens up endless possibilities. For example, if you add lightning nature transformation. Boruto stared at the tiny Rasengan on her fingertip. Nothing's changed. Watch closely. Hinata flicked her finger, and the Rasengan flew toward a tree. But before hitting the target, it dissipated into the air. Boruto tried to turn his head, but Hinata held it in place. Look carefully. The next moment, bang, the tree trunk suddenly burst, bark and splinters flying everywhere. Boruto was stunned. Adding lightning nature change makes the Rasengan disappear. It's not invisibility, but a trait similar to the flying thunder god. Hinata explained. Some people can absorb ninjutsu, and this technique prevents absorption. Moreover, the flying thunder godlike property ensures that even special eyes that can see chakra won't detect its path. It's equally effective against dojutsu users. No way are future jutsu this ridiculous. You're overthinking it. Only Hyūga Hinata is this ridiculous. The Rasen Shuriken before was already insane, but this is even crazier. Anyway, can we learn what she's teaching? Depends on whether she reveals the actual method. The fourth Hokage inside the death god's belly marveled at the sky screen. My daughter-in-law is truly remarkable. The Rasengan can be like the flying thunder god. Just wait. Even more amazing stuff is yet to come. Kurama spoke in a knowing tone. She deliberately took her son to a remote island. There's no way it's just for these demonstrations. Hinata continued her explanation. So the Rasengan's nature allows you to add different proportions of different elemental chakra to achieve various effects. These are the basic elements. But if you add Sage Chakra, the power skyrockets and the volume increases further. That's the Sage Art Super Giant Rasengan. As she spoke, light bloomed on Hinata's fingertip again. Then she stood up, raised her arm, and the Rasengan on her fingertip rapidly expanded. At this moment, the camera gradually pulled back, and the bright Rasengan soon exceeded 100 meters in diameter. How big the Rasengan gets in this state depends entirely on the user's chakra and control. If they wish, it can expand infinitely. With those words, the Rasengan on Hinata's fingertip swelled further, reaching over 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye, completely obscuring her and her son. Then Hinata gently waved her hand, and the colossal Rasengan flew off, landing beyond sight, disappearing at the edge of the sea that met the sky. But the next moment, towering waves came crashing in, hundreds of meters high, like the gaping maw of a giant beast churning violently across the ocean. And they kept moving toward the island where the two stood, making the island itself look incredibly tiny. Hinata raised her hand and casually struck the air with a palm. A visible shockwave swept out, instantly dispersing the 100-meter-high waves, which fell as raindrops. The churning sea also calmed instantly. Boruto was at a loss for words, staring at his mother with admiration in the rain. Amazing. When the celestial screen began to speak of Sage Chakra, the barrage started scrolling. Another Sage Art. Last time they mentioned Sage Arts too. What exactly is this? I've heard of Sage Chakra. It's said to be a power only a few can master. Is it some kind of Kekkei Jink? Who knows? Is there anyone who understands that can explain? Whoa, this power is way too insane. What the hell is this? It's beyond my comprehension. To me this is no different from a god. That Rasengan is one thing, but what about that palm strike? That huge wave was shattered with a single blow, and without even touching it. One palm out, and suddenly the sea was calm. What kind of power is that? I feel like this is even more insane than cleaving a planet last time. Apart from discussing her power, most of the barrage was still asking about Sage Chakra. However, those speaking in the barrage were mostly clueless, while those who truly understood refrained from commenting, creating a situation where those who know, those who don't truly don't. Those who knew of Sage arts stared intently at the celestial screen, only then realizing a major issue. Take Jiraiya for example. Seeing Hinata use Sage arts, it suddenly dawned on him. No wonder he had always felt something off about those eyeliner marks. Why would a 17 or 18-year-old girl wear such makeup, making her look several years older? Now he finally understood that wasn't makeup. It was Sage markings. So she maintained Sage mode, even in daily life. No, this can no longer be called a mode, as she is a Sage. It wasn't just Jiraiya. Many who knew of Sage mode noticed this as well, their eyes fixed on Hinata on the screen. Especially Orochimaru lurking in Konoha, staring at Hinata on the screen, with undisguised astonishment in his snake-like eyes, as if beholding a peerless work of art. He murmured to himself, "This is truly unbelievable." Outside a certain gambling den, Tsunade also gazed at Hinata in the celestial screen with envy. No wonder she showed no signs of aging over the past decade or so. She had become a true sage. Unlike Tsunade herself, who maintained a youthful appearance through the Seal, this was a genuine youthfulness from the inside out. Hinata continued crouching before Boruto. "That's enough about sage arts for now. Just a brief introduction. How much do you know about planetary chakra?" Boruto scratched his head. "I think I heard about it during Dad's meetings, and Master Sasuke mentioned it a few times too. It's what Mom has been researching, right?" Hinata nodded gently. "Planetary chakra is the chakra of the planet beneath our feet. By leveraging my own chakra, I can influence it. That's why I've been able to increase crop yields over the years, and by infusing planetary chakra in a food, I've effectively extended the average lifespan. At the same time, tapping into planetary chakra allows me to affect finer details, bringing favorable weather to the land, or even summoning wind and rain if I wish. But today's topic isn't about that. It's about how to infuse planetary chakra into your own jutsu, for example, the Rasengan." As she spoke, she raised her finger again and formed a small Rasengan at its tip. "If you infuse a certain amount of planetary chakra into the Rasengan," Hinata said, pressing her finger against Boruto's chest. Boruto flinched, but then patted his chest twice. Nothing happened. Before he could finish, he suddenly collapsed. Startled, Boruto tried to get up, but before he could stand, he fell again. Then he felt dizzy, his stomach churned, and an involuntary urge to vomit arose. Mom, what are you? He tried to stand, but couldn't. Everything around him spun, and his internal organs seemed to twist along. Hinata chuckled softly. "This is the Rasengan Yuzuiko. Because it uses planetary chakra, the target is affected by the planet's rotation, losing balance, feeling dizzy, and experiencing internal turmoil, as if spinning endlessly. Therefore, as long as the planet continues to rotate, the effect of this jutsu is permanent. Unless there is a power capable of destroying the planet or halting its rotation, this technique is unbreakable, even if the caster is killed." Boruto lay on the ground, raising a feeble hand. "Mom, stop it. I'm gonna throw up." Hinata reached out, pressed her hand against his chest, and gently twisted her wrist. Finally, Boruto recovered. "Phew." Boruto let out a long breath. "Mom, how could you use that kind of jutsu on me? This isn't an offensive jutsu, it won't harm you." Hinata patted his head. "I just wanted you to experience its effect. That was too uncomfortable." Boruto rubbed his stomach, still not fully recovered. "Planetary chakra. What the heck is that? It's not something us ordinary ninjas can touch." "I see. So Hinata mastered planetary chakra to increase crop yields and extend lifespans in the future. Favorable weather, summoning wind and rain. She's practically a god, isn't she? No wonder Sasuke said last time that all ninjas combined couldn't defeat her. She exists in an entirely different dimension. She doesn't need to destroy a planet to kill everyone. True, being able to destroy a planet only shows raw power, but this is a much finer application of strength. So that palm strike earlier also used planetary chakra. Hey, she just hit Boruto with a Rasengan. What's happening? He fell. She wouldn't hurt her own son, right? What? A jutsu that never ends. That's too broken. It's not that it never ends, it just lasts so long it exceeds our perception of time. Unless you destroy the planet or stop its rotation. What nonsense is that? I can't understand. So you can't even comprehend this jutsu. As if you could understand it. Anyway, it's incredibly broken. Once hit by this jutsu, unless she personally cancels it, there's no solution, and it lasts forever from our perspective." Aside from the barrage, after witnessing Hinata's demonstration, all those who considered themselves skilled, whether in the present world or the Pure Land, were plunged into deep shock. Compared to the overwhelming power of Hinata cleaving a planet last time, this ability to harness a planet's power left them even more stunned. If cleaving a planet was merely a brute force release of energy, then using planetary chakra represented an entirely different level of understanding power. It was like two people competing both swung their blades at an opponent. The first killed the man, but the second swung, and though the enemy's clothes tore, the man remained unharmed. This was enough to prove that Hinata in her 30s possessed even greater power than she had a decade or so ago. The masters watching the sky screen all fell into deep contemplation. The 30-year-old Hinata, when compared to the 16 or 17-year-old Hinata in Sasuke's memories, seemed to have had her edges worn down by over a decade of peace, but in reality, she had already stepped into another level. A level that they had never even touched, one that was even difficult for them to comprehend. In the current ninja world, mastering a single secret technique was enough to feel complacent, and having a few extra trump cards sufficed to be called a master. Yet before a being like Hinata, who could control a planet's power and command the wind and rain, they could only sense their own insignificance. Obito Uchiha frowned. No, this Hinata is too dangerous. Must find a way to eliminate her. The only problem was that it was not yet time to reveal himself. The capture of the tailed beasts was still in the planning stage. At this moment, Nagato might not be willing to assassinate Hinata Hyūga. Obito was well aware that Nagato did not fully trust him. Though their processes and methods were the same, their goals were entirely different. Nagato still held some hope for this world, at least entertaining the idea of saving it. Obito, on the other hand, had already decided to abandon this world. The more tailed beasts they captured, the closer the moment of conflict between them would draw. Within the Akatsuki at present, the only one he could truly control was Kisame. He likely could not command anyone else. So would he have to go to Konoha himself? That was also unrealistic. After the Nine Tails incident 12 years ago, and the Uchiha clan incident back, then Konoha's defense system had already changed. Moreover, Hinata Hyuga's protection level now surpassed even that of the Hokage. Infiltrating Konoha at such a time would be far too easy to expose. Besides, even if he did kill Hinata Hyuga, that would enrage the Hyuga clan, and if the entire clan mobilized to hunt him down, it would be detrimental to the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. For now, he could only wait. After all, Hinata's growth also took time. Obito Uchiha was not worried. The 30-year-old Hinata had indeed reached a level he could not understand, but the current Hinata had not yet done so. Moreover, to be honest, even the 16-year-old Hinata from Sasuke's memories did not frighten him. Even though she already possessed the power to destroy a planet back then, he could simply destroy the world in response. At least with his Mangekyo's power, Obito was confident he could escape from that Hinata or else destroy the world so that everyone would perish. At this time, Obito still did not know about Kaguya and other special beings, and he had ample confidence in his own strength. Meanwhile, upon hearing about planetary chakra, Orochimaru revealed an interested expression. So that's it. Such a power exists in this world, but I wonder how to master it. Now Orochimaru was convinced that his earlier thoughts were correct. It seemed he should find a way to meet Hinata Hyuga. At the very least, he could leave an impression ensuring future safety and research funding. As for taking over Hinata's body, it was already too late after the sky screen revelation. Now any suspicious person appearing near the Hyuga residence would be thoroughly checked multiple times, let alone the fact that the Umbu and Hyuga ninjas around Hinata numbered over 30, making it impossible to approach. This is the system for the Rasengan. Let's start with the simplest version first. Boruto rubbed his still uncomfortable stomach. Mom, I can't really learn it now. When you tell me so much at once, can I at least get an impression first, know the subsequent learning path? That's the importance of a knowledge system. Thank Orochimaru. Without his summarizing and organizing method, it wouldn't be easy to explain this clearly. As she spoke, Hinata raised her hand and placed it on Boruto's shoulder, crouching beside him, facing forward side by side. Huh, this is... Boruto looked at the hand on his shoulder, feeling something entering his body. They'll synchronize your chakra with mine first, making learning easier. Saying this, Hinata raised her right hand and waved like this. Boruto watched his right hand make the same movement involuntarily, his eyes widening in surprise. Wow, it's a lot like Uncle Shikamaru's jutsu. This was developed based on their clan's secret technique, but it's much more detailed. It's not just movements. Now your breathing rhythm, chakra flow, and all other details are synchronized with mine. Good, now carefully sense how the chakra moves. As she spoke, Hinata raised her hand and opened her palm. Boruto's action was synchronized. The next moment, a rapidly spinning blue energy sphere appeared in both of their palms. So that's how it is. I understand. You have to maintain it. I'm disconnecting now. With that, Hinata's hand left Boruto's shoulder. Boruto concentrated to keep the Rasengan going while Hinata softly laughed beside him, cheering him on. The Rasengan dissipated after only a dozen seconds, and Boruto felt somewhat disappointed. It's okay, Boruto. Keep trying. Hinata's voice was gentle without a trace of impatience. Fortunately, the synchronization had already taught him how to activate the Rasengan, so Boruto continued practicing chakra, beginning to gather in his hand. Come to think of it, is the chakra of high-level ninjutsu always visible to people like me without dojutsu? When chakra is dense enough, it's visible to the naked eye, or it depends on the type of jutsu. What's with the action synchronization? Isn't he just being taught directly? Well, this is better. I thought I'd get to learn the Rasengan. This outcome isn't surprising. Action synchronization. That's just cheating, isn't it? If everyone learned ninjutsu this way, the Ninja Academy wouldn't need to exist. Don't overthink it. This is clearly some secret technique developed by future Hinata to teach her son. It's by the lake. Naruto was also disappointed. Sigh. I thought I'd get a chance to learn the Rasengan. How am I supposed to learn it now? Believe it. Jiraiya crossed his arms. This is fake, kid. Just focus on practicing your summoning technique. Pervy sage, just watch. They'll find a way to learn the Rasengan and even develop that shuriken thing before anyone else believe it. At the training ground for Team 8, Hiba and Shino stared at Hinata in silence. Hinata, for her part, stared at the Rasengan in her own hand with a blank expression. Not knowing what had just happened, information suddenly appeared in her mind, and she subconsciously raised her hand, letting chakra flow, and then the Rasengan came into existence. The Umbu and Hyūga ninjas hidden in the surroundings also stared in shock, jaws dropped. The entire training ground fell into an eerie silence. What frightened Hinata even more was that the information in her mind was not limited to the Rasengan. It also included the future 8 trigrams vacuum palm. After a period of practice, Boruto finally managed to successfully gather a small Rasengan by himself. Hinata smiled as she patted his head, saying, "All right, now that you've learned the Rasengan, the rest is just getting familiar with it. Let's call it a day and head back." With that, she scooped Boruto up and soared back into the sky, gradually descending after some time of flying. As the speed slowed down, Boruto opened his arms in his mother's embrace, feeling the thrill of the wind rushing past him, and said, "Mom, teach me how to fly. You're still too young to control such power. Once you grow a bit more, I'll teach you," Hinata replied as she landed on the outskirts of Konoha. "Mom, you can head back first. I need to tell Master Sasuke that I've learned the Rasengan." "Okay, just remember to come." Hinata agreed, and with a body flicker technique, she vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, Sarada had been able to gather chakra in her hand under Sasuke's guidance, producing an effect similar to the chirping of 1,000 birds, though she couldn't fully shape it yet. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Sarada remarked, "This technique is a bit difficult." Sasuke remained expressionless, merely reaching out to stroke his daughter's head, saying, "To reach this level in just one day is quite impressive. You truly are my..." He suddenly paused mid-sentence. "My?" Sarada looked up at him curiously. "It's nothing," Sasuke replied, shaking his head lightly. "You're already very strong, Sarada." With that, Sasuke turned his gaze behind him. Boruto came running from the woods, saying, "Master, I've learned the Oh, that was fast." Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "It seems that your inherited cleverness from Hinata is indeed different from Naruto's." Actually, my mom helped me with that technique sync thing," Boruto chuckled, then raised his hand, a small Rasengan starting to form in his palm. "Master, look. Although it's a bit small given your current chakra amount, it's quite good." Sasuke nodded gently. Boruto looked at him eagerly. "Then, Master, can I learn your sword techniques now?" "But not today. I have a mission and need to leave. Next time I come back, I'll teach you," Sasuke replied. Dad, you're leaving again." "Mom is still waiting at home," Sarada said with a displeased expression. Sasuke looked at Sarada and suddenly revealed a faint smile. "Sorry, Sarada, I'll definitely make it up to you next time." He then raised his right arm and gently tapped her forehead with 2 fingers. Watching Sasuke's disappearing figure, Sarada sighed, while Boruto gazed intently at his back. Sarada suddenly stomped her foot, saying, "I will definitely become Hokage." Boruto turned his head. "Sarada wants to be Hokage. What's wrong? Do you want to mock my unrealistic dreams? Or are you trying to compete with me?" Sarada asked warily. Boruto lay back with his hands behind his head, saying, "I have no interest in being Hokage. I want to become a ninja like Master Sasuke. Since you want to be Hokage, I'll assist you in the future." Sarada blushed slightly at his serious expression, saying, I don't need your help." With that, she turned to leave, saying, "I'm going home." As Sasuke watched the scene of himself comforting his daughter in the sky, he froze in place. That gesture. Why? Why would my future self use that gesture to comfort my daughter? Sasuke's eyes widened as he stared intently at the sky, as if trying to find the answer, activating his Sharingan. Witnessing this scene, Itachi Uchiha felt a mix of relief and concern. Could it be that Sasuke in the future learned the truth? If so, what choice would he make then? Well, Sasuke's daughter wants to be Hokage while Naruto's son wants to be Sasuke. Did you two mix up the children back then? Indeed, there are some odd twists of fate. Actually, it's quite normal, and Naruto's cheerful personality and strong abilities make him popular with girls. For boys at Boruto's age, Sasuke fits the image of a master, more naturally earning their admiration. Indeed, my biggest dream when I was young was to join the Umbu, becoming a powerful ninja whose appearance and name were unknown to others. Sasuke indeed aligns more with the fantasies of young boys, while Naruto feels more approachable. At the lakeside, Naruto suddenly felt a sense of balance. Even though his son admired Sasuke, his daughter admired him, so no one could mock anyone. In a cheerful mood, Naruto took a deep breath, feeling re-energized. Boruto returned home to find that Naruto and Himawari were not back, yet while Hinata was busy in the kitchen with several shadow clones. "Mom, how can I become Hokage?" Boruto suddenly asked. Hinata continued her work, saying, "Do you want to be Hokage, Boruto?" "No, I was just asking." "Then what do you think are the requirements to become Hokage?" Hinata asked back. Boruto leaned on the counter, saying, "Strong power. To be respected. But I can't see that from Dad either." Hinata smiled gently, saying, "Actually, what you said is correct, but it can be even more direct. The power of the Hokage comes from two aspects: prestige and strength. The essence of prestige is influence, which is bottom-up. Simply put, the more people willing to listen to you, the greater your power." "I understand now," Boruto quickly replied. "The essence of power is violence. It's top-down, regardless of whether others agree. The more people you can make submit, the greater your power." "Very clever." Hinata freed a hand to pat his head. Combining these two elements is the source of the Hokage's power. Naruto is the hero who ended the Fourth Great Ninja War, which is why most villagers are willing to listen to him. In his own words, it's because most people acknowledge him. That is his prestige. As for him, Sasuke and I are considered his strength. This kind of strength makes it impossible for the higher-ups of Konoha to oppose him. They have to listen to him. Thus Naruto became Hokage. Upon hearing Hinata begin to explain the power of the Hokage to her son, the comments began to scroll rapidly again. "Wow, Hinata is so strong," as she clarified the issue in just a few sentences. "But is it a bit inappropriate for Boruto's age to discuss this? Can the power of the Hokage be explained this way? It feels a bit off." "Actually, this is correct. It's just that no one has been able to explain it so clearly before. It seems that Hinata is more suitable to be Hokage than Naruto." "Are you kidding? If that Hinata in the sky were to become Hokage, the Cloud Village would be finished." "Not just the Cloud Village. Don't forget that Hinata in the sky looks gentle, but is actually ruthless. If she became Hokage, war would break out sooner or later." As Hinata on the celestial screen began to explain the power structure of the Kage and high-ranking officials of each village furrowed their brows. That Hinata on the screen was no ordinary person. If she were to instill some unsettling ideas into her son. By the lakeside, Naruto frowned, feeling something was off. "Hey Pervy Sage, isn't there something wrong with that statement? Shouldn't the Hokage be someone respected? How come?" Naruto couldn't quite explain it, but he felt that Hinata's words were somehow off. Jiraiya also felt a headache coming on because what Hinata said was the truth, clear and sharp. Even if he wanted to deny it, he didn't know where to start. But he didn't want Naruto to start thinking about such complicated matters at such a young age. In the Hyūga estate, Hayashi was quite satisfied. Although the Hinata on the screen was casually dressed, and in his view somewhat lazy in her demeanor, at least she was very attentive to her child's education, which aligned with the Hyūga clan's practices. No, she was even better than what the Hyūga clan had always done. Boruto nodded. "I understand, prestige and power. But even so, it can't be that simple, right? During the joint training before, I heard Deidara's son complain that many people in Kumogakure didn't listen to his father, and Aunt Kuratsuchi was comforting him at home." Hinata replied, "When it comes to power, internal strife is the norm. The current concentration of power in the Hokage of Konoha is actually abnormal, and Deidara is actually fine. His orders are carried out without issue. The so-called opposition mostly just talk." "What about Konoha?" "Konoha once had severe internal strife, especially after the third Hokage died. If it weren't for Lady Tsunade's capability and methods, Konoha would have likely collapsed." As she spoke, Hinata gently shook her head as if sighing at something. "As for now, they simply don't have the guts. Naruto is easygoing, but Sasuke doesn't have that kind of patience." Boruto seemed to recall something before Uncle Kakashi mentioned that the ANBU ninjas did the dirty work. "Is Master Sasuke one of them?" "Yes. Although the ANBU now is different from before, its essence remains unchanged. Dealing with traitorous ninja is routine." Hinata methodically handled the ingredients in front of her. "Mom, I don't understand. Why would anyone betray the village?" Boruto's tone was somewhat low. "There are many reasons. Other villages promising a lot of money, unfair treatment, or the perception of unfair treatment. Or even simple conflict." "Wait." Boruto suddenly interrupted. "I can understand the first part, but what does simple conflict mean?" Hinata looked up and thought for a moment. "Take your Uncle Kakashi, for example. Back then his father Tsukumo abandoned a mission to save his comrades. He saved the people, but the mission failed. When he returned to the village, he was blamed by others, even by those he had saved. In the end, Tsukumo took his own. If under such circumstances Kakashi Sensei became a rogue ninja, would you think he was wrong? Boruto was stunned. Well, that's understandable. I see. The village didn't treat Tsukumo as a hero. Do you think the village was wrong? Hinata asked. That's also understandable. If such an act became a model, the village's commissions would decrease. Boruto replied. Hinata spread her hands. You see, no one was wrong, but conflict still arose. That's a simple conflict. Under the celestial screen, Sasuke turned to look at Kakashi, never expecting that such a thing had happened to him. Kakashi fell into silence, thinking of his father. By the lakeside, Naruto was silent, then clenched his fist. No, things shouldn't be like this. Exactly, things shouldn't be like this. Jiraiya sighed as he looked at the screen. But kid, that's the helplessness of the era. In the hospital room, Sakura's spirits were low. So that's what happened to Kakashi-sensei. Shikamaru, hands in his pockets, gazed at the screen. A simple conflict. I doubt it's that simple. Boruto was silent for a few seconds. If something like that happens and a rogue ninja appears, does the Hokage have to kill them? Naruto doesn't have to kill them. Sasuke does it for him. Hinata replied. But as times progress, such incidents are becoming fewer, and there are more sophisticated solutions. Boruto answered. No, there should have been such solutions from the start. How did others find out about this? If it had been kept secret? He paused, suddenly recalling something his mother had said before. Was it because of internal strife? Boruto asked. Who knows? I wasn't even born back then. The truth has long been buried in the river of history. Hinata continued her work without stopping. Boruto was curious then. How does our era solve the problem of internal strife? Because Naruto has me. Hinata said calmly. If those two fools Koharu and Hamura dare to cause trouble for Naruto, maybe one night, they'll close their eyes and never wake up. Boruto felt as if something was stuck in his throat, then gave a helpless smile after a moment. That's Mom's style. Always prefers to solve problems with her fists. Hinata chuckled softly. Fists can't solve all problems, but they can solve most. Most importantly, they can solve the person who raises the problem. By the lakeside, Naruto's values were shaken again when he heard that Sasuke killed the people who needed to be killed. Hey pervy sage, what does that mean? What do you mean Sasuke killed them for me? Jiraiya sighed. You don't need to know that much now. Those are things to consider when you grow up. Before Naruto could ask further, he heard two unfamiliar names. Koharu. Hamura. Who are they? Databayo. Jiraiya was at a loss. Those two old folks sure have lived long enough. In the Hyūga estate, Hayashi slapped his forehead. It's over. She had already cursed the third Hokage. Now she openly said she would kill the two elders, and even showed no respect for Danzo. She had offended all the Konoha higher-ups. Someone. Hayashi waved his hand. Go find out Lady Tsunade's whereabouts immediately. Hayashi was now truly afraid. His daughter had offended all the Konoha higher-ups, and would likely be resented. The only thing he could do was to quickly find the next Hokage, and let his daughter grow up as fast as possible. Training Ground 8. Hinata trembled. She knew who Hamura and Koharu were. Now she had cursed the third Hokage and Danzo, and said she would kill the two elders. There would be no place for her in Konoha anymore. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi showed no anger upon hearing the words of the future Hinata, merely offering a bitter smile. He understood that for the future Hinata, it was only natural to harbor no goodwill toward the Konoha higher-ups. It could even be asserted that had she not married Naruto, the Hokage, both Koharu and Hamura might not have survived until the Fourth Shinobi World War's end. The two elder council members beside him wore grim expressions. Hinata Hyūga had gone too far, speaking such words to her own son. Yet they found themselves unable to do anything. Currently, Hinata's protection level was exceptionally high, and not just anyone could approach her freely. Moreover, she was Konoha's hope for the future. Once she matured, she would become the village's bastion against other nations. Thus, despite their displeasure, they had to endure it. In contrast, in the Pure Land, Kushina was utterly different. Ha ha, well said. Truly worthy of being my daughter-in-law. Kushina danced joyfully. I've long despised those two old geezers. Makoto chuckled beside her. This young lad's personality seems somewhat similar to yours. She's far more formidable than I was. Back in the day, I never had the ability to take down those two old fogies. Fugaka meanwhile pondered. The future Sasuke leads the ENBU. Elsewhere, Hashirama Senju frowned. What's wrong with this girl? How could she resort to harming fellow villagers? Madara Uchiha approved. This is precisely the demeanor befitting one who supports the Hokage. Tobirama Senju furrowed his brow in thought. Koharu. Hamura. What had they done to earn Hinata's utter disdain? Izuna Uchiha sighed regretfully. Why just talk? Go ahead and eliminate them. It's not as if you lack the capability. Enough always finding joy in others' misfortune, Tobirama cut in. Am I wrong? Your Konoha wiped out the entire Uchiha clan. Would killing a few people be unjust? Tobirama frowned. The specific circumstances are unknown. How can we leap to conclusions? The future has already passed judgment, and your brother's era left lingering issues. You're certainly implicated too. You're not innocent. You? Hashirama patted his brother's shoulder. Tobirama, he's right. How did the Uchiha clan vanish? Brother, I have no idea either. This is the monkey's era, or I've long been dead. Tobirama felt equally wronged. Compared to their varied suspicions and annoyance, the barrage comments were far more cheerful. So domineering, Miss Hinata. What if I've fallen for her now? That's far too slow. I fell for her last time. Miss Hinata, my dream is also to become Hokage. Why not marry me? I have to ask again. How does Naruto Uzumaki deserve such an amazing wife? Exactly. Flawless appearance, wealthy family, immense strength, and she even deters potential enemies for him. I'm about to cry. The key point is Naruto seems completely unaware. Having a wife who silently supports him from behind is simply incredible. She's also brilliant at teaching her son. A few words clarify matters, sharp mind too. The key is she's clever, yet never plays tricks, wholeheartedly devoted to her husband and son. Truly the fantasy of a perfect wife. Damn you, Naruto Uzumaki. I challenge you to a duel. While mother and son were still chatting, Naruto entered the house with Himawari. In back, Hinata went to help Naruto remove his coat, carefully brushing off the dust. Take a seat first, dinner will be ready soon, or you can go wash up if you'd like. Thank you for your hard work. Naruto flashed his trademark goofy grin and sat down on the living room couch. Since he had some free time today, he soon picked up a game controller and started playing with Boruto. Himawari meanwhile sat at the counter learning to cook from her mother. After a lavish dinner was laid on the table, Naruto and his son washed their hands and sat down to eat. Boruto popped a sushi roll into his mouth. Having mom's cooking every day is pure bliss. Unlike dad, who's always going on about ramen. Ramen is delicious, okay? And Hinata often accompanied me to eat it. The record we set remains unbroken, believe it. Naruto replied. Boruto cast a sidelong glance. That was ages ago. Besides, mom won that contest right before you two got married. Didn't you win as kids? Hinata shook her head with a soft laugh. When I was little, I didn't dare let anyone know I had a big appetite. The Hyūga clan was very oppressive back then. I was terrified of making a single mistake that would anger my grandfather. Wasn't mom the heiress of the main family? Boruto asked. The main family was the same, Hinata replied. The Hyūga clan back then was full of rigidity and oppression, completely different from now. Even Hanabi was an old-fashioned stakinthamud at a young age. Boruto shook his head. I can't imagine that at all. Speaking of which, Konohamaru asked me to help arrange a meeting with Aunt Hanabi. Hinata nodded slightly. It's best if you stay out of their affairs. Let things take their natural course. Though Konohamaru is indeed a good person. Naruto looked proud. Of course, back then I used to take Konohamaru around everywhere, believe it. Dad, please don't bring that up. I've had enough of that puff puff boom Rasengan teaching method. Boruto mercilessly. What's wrong with it? Konohamaru learned it pretty fast back then. Though not as quick as Hinata, he still mastered it in half a month, believe it. Naruto replied. Boruto gave a thumbs up. Then he's a true genius. After dinner, Boruto took Himawari to the TV to play games while Naruto lounged lazily on the sofa, resting his head on Hinata's lap and chatting with her. They talked and laughed, holding one hand, each fingers interlocked. Boruto initially wanted to call Naruto to play with them, but upon seeing his parents being all lovey-dovey, he gave up. On the sofa, Naruto suddenly asked, "Where did you take Boruto flying today, believe it?" He wanted to learn the Rasengan, so I found a place to teach him. Was it necessary to go that far? Naruto inquired. Hinata chuckled softly. Have you forgotten the time Sakura broke the house? Naruto gave a wry smile after hearing that. True enough, but isn't it a bit early for him to learn the Rasengan? You weren't much older than him back then, and he's grown up now. Shouldn't he start thinking about his future? Alright, I'll listen to you. Naruto smiled softly, tightening his grip on her hand. The scene cut off here, gradually fading, and then the light panel hanging in the sky vanished. As before, it lasted just over 2 hours. However, after it ended, many people still felt unsatisfied and began thinking about finding a comfortable spot in advance for the same day next month. The village once again buzzed with lively activity. Before the celestial screen ended, the Damaku kept scrolling. Wow, after so many years of marriage, the wife still goes to the door to greet her husband. I'm so envious, everyone. When I first got married, I would also greet my husband, but after having children, I really stopped doing that. Isn't it abnormal for them to be like this? A couple with a child over 10 years old, yet still acting like newlyweds. Shouldn't they be considered an old husband and young wife? After all, Hinata looks like she's not even 20. Oh well. Compared to this, I'm more envious of the Hokage's household meals. Right, good food leads to a good mood. Wake up, it costs money. This one meal is enough to cover my monthly income. Huh. Is seafood sushi expensive where you are? In Kumogakure, it's very cheap. We're in the wind country, damn it. Damn Naruto Uzumaki, I want to sleep on Miss Hinata's lap too. No argument there, this is true envy. Still holding hands and being affectionate after over 10 years of marriage. This is what real love looks like, right? Such a warm feeling, this is what home is. After the celestial screen disappeared, Naruto by the lake kept nodding. Yeah, I definitely can't keep a buzz cut in the future. You brat. Jiraiya gave him a chop on the head. After watching for so long, that's the conclusion you came up with. But it's true. Naruto held his head. I was actually handsome too, it was all ruined by that hairstyle. Jiraiya sighed. As expected, you're a complete idiot. In the hospital ward, Sakura, watching the celestial screen disappear, lowered her head, thinking with envy. Will I be able to have such a family atmosphere when I get married in the future? But after watching for so long, I still don't know if I am Sasuke's wife. Ino was also curious about this question. According to Sarada, Sasuke does have a wife, but I don't know who exactly it is. Choji was still eating chips carefree. Only Shikamaru was thinking about who killed Asuma, and the exact time is unknown. But it can be determined that after Naruto learned Spiral Sphere and developed the Spiral Shuriken. However, after the celestial screen exposed things, the situation has changed. Perhaps Naruto will learn that technique faster. At Team 8's training ground, Hinata was bewildered, sorting through the information that appeared in her mind. She inexplicably learned the Spiral Sphere, understood the principle of the Thousand Birds, and even grasped the design principles of drum sets and electric guitars. Of course, more importantly, how to live in Konoha from now on. The third Hokage and Danzo were scolded. The two elders threatened to kill. The entire Konoha high-ranking officials have been offended. Won't there be retaliation? Hinata was still young and couldn't fully grasp the deeper implications. She only knew that she would probably. After watching the celestial screen, there was a lot to digest. She couldn't continue training today, so she told Kiba and Shino that she was going home. The two had no objections. Today was indeed not suitable for special training. Many details from the celestial screen needed to be thought over at home to see if useful information could be sorted out. And it wasn't just about Hinata, but also about Kiba. The celestial screen mentioned that his girlfriend was someone called Xiaohuan. Although they didn't know her now, it was said that her family raised cats. Not many families in Konoha raise cats. A little inquiry should reveal who she is. Kiba also felt unusually shy, thinking about whether to go say hello and get to know her in advance. But that would seem too deliberate. As she walked out, Hinata thought to herself, future me is really something. How could she just kill the elders like that? How could she say such things casually? Just as they walked out of the training ground, a genin about 3 or 4 years older than them jumped out from the side. Miss Hinata, please go out with me. My name is. Before he could finish, Kiba kicked him, flying away. Who are you? Coming out of nowhere, and the one who was kicked performed a backflip to stabilize and land, looking furious. Hey, I came to confess to Miss Hinata. Why did you suddenly attack? Confessing requires strength, Kiba said, picking his ear. If you can't even get past me, why should you be allowed to confess? Hey. Shino adjusted his sunglasses. Suddenly jumping out to confess to someone you don't know is extremely rude behavior. It might scare the person. Please leave quickly. Hinata said softly. Kiba, Shino, thank you. You're welcome. Kiba waved his hand. These annoying bugs should just be driven away directly. Woof woof. Akamaru barked twice. Shino said seriously, bugs are not annoying at all. Considering that more people might suddenly jump out to confess, Kiba and Shino decided to escort Hinata home first. After returning home, Hinata went to the study. Father, Hayashi looked complicated. Were you always unable to eat enough before? Hinata looked embarrassed. The celestial screen had exposed everything thoroughly. Forget it. Hayashi waved his hand, then instructed the person beside him. From now on, prepare Hinata's 3 meals for 5 portions. After saying that, he looked at Hinata. Enough? Maybe. A little. Not enough. Hinata's voice was as faint as a mosquito's. Then prepare for 10 portions. After saying that, seeing that Hinata didn't object, the matter was settled. Hanabi held Hinata's hand from the side. Sister, do I really look old-fashioned? As soon as these words were said, Hayashi's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Future Hinata's sarcasm toward the family was also merciless. It wasn't that exaggerated. No, the current Hanabi is full of vitality. Hinata patted her head. To be honest, before there had been a bit of that feeling, but after the celestial screen appeared, the original Hanabi seemed to have returned. Hayashi was certainly aware of this, but even so, he still had some resentment toward his daughter. After all, future Hinata was quite outrageous. She would even dare to beat up her own father in various matters. Fortunately, the current Hinata was also slowly changing. Although her personality still seemed gentle, there was at least a noticeable change. Just then, Neji also returned and entered the study to greet Lady Hinata, Lady Hanabi, head of the clan. Hanabi ran to his side with a gossipy look. Brother Neji, that's Sister Tenten. Neji's expression stiffened. Right now we are not at that stage yet. Then he quickly changed the subject. Lady Hinata, teacher guy, and Lee asked me to request you write down the musical scores from the celestial screen. Perhaps it can help them with training. It is possible, Hinata replied. But even if the instruments are replicated now, I'm afraid they cannot achieve the effects of the future. Saying this, she suddenly thought that perhaps she could make the electric guitar and drum set herself, since she already knew the technical principles. Compared to the harmony of the Hyūga clan, the Kage of other villages held meetings to discuss how to study the intelligence about the future. The most significant revelation from this celestial curtain was undoubtedly the planetary chakra. But the problem was that Hinata could use it with ease while they did not even know where to begin nor how to find this thing. The Cloud Village even established a special department dedicated to studying various intelligence from the. At the same time, they demanded to start researching that planetary chakra immediately, whether by consulting documents or conducting experiments with various methods. They must master it. Everyone knew that this was a terrifying power surpassing the tailed beasts. Whoever could research it first would gain an advantage in potential future conflicts. Controlling the weather, summoning wind and rain. This was the power of gods. Since they had learned of it, they had to find a way to research it. Apart from the Cloud Village, Orochimaru held the same thought. Now that they had this intelligence, they needed to start researching. However, the lead on Hinata could not be broken. After the Chunin exams, they could try to contact Hinata and see if a preliminary cooperative intent could be reached. They could even reveal to her the existence of the Akatsuki organization and their plan to capture the Nine Tails. Recently, Orochimaru had been lurking in the Leaf Village and gathered considerable intelligence. It was certain that Hinata Hyūga already liked Uzumaki Naruto at present. In that case, it would be better to do. Her potential was immense. Whether it was the future planetary chakra or the Sage mode, she could maintain. Normally, both were things that made Orochimaru covetous. Moreover, according to speculation, Hinata's Sage transformation did not belong to the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku or the Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave, but a unique human sage. Perhaps he himself might have the opportunity to learn it. After all, from Hinata's statements in the Celestial Curtain, she should know him, or even be very familiar with him. It would be feasible to find a way to contact her in advance. Back in the Leaf Village, Naruto was exhausted. To train the summoning jutsu, he first summoned a large group of shadow clones to engage in a chaotic battle with himself. After exhausting all his chakra, he continued practicing, but unfortunately, all he summoned were small tadpoles. Not only was his training going poorly, but as soon as he returned to the village, he was stopped by 4 or 5 slightly older genin. "Do you have business with me?" Naruto asked curiously. "Uzumaki Naruto, let's fight," the leading boy said. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Why should I fight you?" "Why? Of course, because you are not worthy of Lady Hinata." "That's right," chimed in the kid beside him. "A person as wonderful as Lady Hinata cannot be with you." "Well said. You're a monster not worthy of her." The few of them bickered one after another. "Huh." Naruto leaned back in a tactical manner. "That's the future me. What do you want with the present me, Dadabayo?" "I don't care about that." The leading child threw a punch. Naruto quickly dodged. Hey, pervy sage, help me out. Don't bother me with you brat's affairs." Jiraiya waved dismissively and walked into a nearby tavern. After dodging another kick from the opponent, Naruto's temper flared. "Fine, if you want to fight, then come on, Dadabayo." 2 minutes later, the genin clapped their hands and left, leaving Naruto lying on the ground with a bruised face. He sat up with difficulty, wiped the blood from his nose. "You guys. Wait until I recover my chakra tomorrow, Dadabayo." Jiraiya appeared behind him. "Yo, you got beaten badly." If I hadn't exhausted all my chakra today, beating them would have been easy." Naruto stood up and dusted off his clothes. "But you didn't help me, pervy sage, Dadabayo." "Listen up," Jiraiya said solemnly. "Clenching your fists to fight in order to protect the woman you love is a man's pride. If I helped, it would tarnish your dignity." "But..." Naruto looked confused. "That's the future. The present me can't." Jiraiya slapped him on the shoulder. "Well, regardless of future or present, the spirit of facing challenges bravely is commendable. To praise you, ill-treat you, to Ichiraku ramen." "Ah, really?" Naruto's eyes lit up. "Of course." Jiraiya pulled him up. "By the way, I didn't bring my wallet today, so lend me yours for now." The next day, Naruto went to find those people and initiated a new challenge. After a chaotic brawl of punches and kicks, a bruised Naruto stood in the middle with his hands on his hips, looking at the others lying on the ground proudly. "Now you know how awesome I am, Dadabayo." "Hey, Uzumaki Naruto." A shout suddenly came from behind. Naruto turned around and saw more than 10 people. "Who are you guys?" "We're here to challenge you." Meanwhile, at the Hyūga residence, Hinata was in her room, sitting by the window, diligently drawing the internal structure diagrams of a drum set and an electric guitar on a piece of paper on the desk. In terms of feel, such things could be made in this era, albeit at a higher cost. After finishing the drawings, she checked them and confirmed there were no issues. Then she took the diagrams to the study to find Hayashi. If they could be made, perhaps it could add another source of income to the Hyūga clan's business. As soon as she arrived at the study, she saw her teacher Kurenai Yuhi there. "Teacher Kurenai, is something wrong?" Kurenai glanced at Hayashi, then nodded. "Gecko Hate is..." Hinata remembered that name. He was the referee of the preliminary rounds inside the tower during the Chunin exams half a month ago. She was stunned. "Is it because of me?" Not necessarily. Kurenai gently shook her head. Although you are the protagonist of the Celestial Curtain, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are also receiving considerable attention. There are now a large number of spies trying to gather intelligence on you in the Leaf Village. I am telling you this because I hope you won't feel too pressured. The matter of the Celestial Curtain is not something you can decide. I am telling you so that you stay vigilant. Especially after this Celestial Curtain, it is very likely that someone may target you, or rather you all. Hinata was silent for 2 seconds. Then what about Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun? Don't worry, they are like you, protected by the Umbu. But even so, you yourselves must remain vigilant to prevent someone from making a move against you. Yes. Teacher Kurenai, I understand. Hinata nodded. Her intelligence was still sound. She could realize that the Leaf Village was no longer safe because too many people were watching them, especially her. Kurenai spoke carefully also. The Hokage asked me to inquire of you. Because of that resonance. Do you know anything about that planetary chakra? Hinata shook her head. Sorry, I didn't receive that information, but I learned the Rasengan and also the Chi-Do. It was not surprising that no information about planetary chakra was obtained from Hinata. However, what astonished Sarutobi Hiruzen was that Hinata had learned the Rasengan and Chidori through that resonance. This left him in a dilemma. Such formidable potential would be wasted if kept within the village, yet sending her on missions would be too perilous. For a moment he was uncertain how to arrange things. After careful consideration, he decided to wait until the Chunin exams concluded, then have Jiraiya bring Tsunade back. After all, by then he would have stepped down and Hinata's arrangements could be left to Tsunade. Given Hinata's future attitude, she seemed to respect Tsunade greatly, so it would be best to follow the next Hokage's decisions. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of meeting Hinata. After all, being berated on the celestial screen would only lead to awkwardness. However, Danzo seemed to think otherwise. Upon receiving the news, he arrived at the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, since she resonates with the celestial screen, she should know more. You ought to speak with her face to face, Danzo said in a deep voice as he sat on the sofa. The revelations from the celestial screen this time were far too significant. Planetary chakra, once mastered, rivaled the power of gods. Thus Danzo had already devised a plan to persuade Hiruzen to meet Hinata in person, then use Kotoame Tsukumi to make her loyal to him. Hinata currently lacked the ability to resist Kotoame Tsukumi. If she became loyal to him, now, even if she truly knew nothing about planetary chakra, he could ensure she would hand it over to him the moment she mastered it in the future. Moreover, Hinata seemed to possess the secret of maintaining youthful vitality. Winning her over would be like uncovering a vast treasure trove. With that, whether it was the Hokage position or even grander ambitions, all could be achieved effortlessly. This was precisely why Danzo was now in the Hokage's office. Reaching Hinata alone was no easy task. Since the previous incident, he had been under ANBU surveillance. Without the Hokage's explicit order, any private contact with Hinata would provoke the ANBU to act against him. Face to face, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a slow drag from his pipe. Are you so eager to ensure this old man leaves a bad impression? Embezzling Kushina's inheritance was indeed excessive on your part. Danzo nodded slightly. In that case, let me speak with her on your behalf. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Danzo, I believe I made it clear you are not to approach her. Hiruzen, there's no need for concern. There's no need to take her elsewhere. Right here in the Hokage's office in your presence, let me have a word with her, Danzo replied. He added, if you're uneasy, you can summon Koharu and Hamura as well. At these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. Planetary chakra was a matter of immense importance. Knowing that Hinata resonated with the celestial screen, it was impossible to feign indifference. Even if Hinata truly knew nothing, any scrap of information would be valuable, even just a hint. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood clearly once other villages learned that Hinata resonated with the celestial screen, the Fourth Great Ninja War would erupt instantly. Not many knew of this matter now, but no one could guarantee how long the intelligence would remain secret. Konoha was currently in a period of weakness. If war broke out, the outcome would likely be unfavorable. Even the faintest possibility of obtaining information about planetary chakra could not be abandoned. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked in silence, seemingly pondering the next course of action. Danzo did not rush him. He was an old acquaintance of Hiruzen and knew that the man was weighing the feasibility of the plan. He simply rested his hands on his cane, occasionally lifting his teacup for a sip. As long as he could meet Hinata, Kotoame Tsukumi would be unleashed, and everything would be settled. After a full 5 minutes of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Bringing her here would attract too much attention. You and I will go to the Hyūga estate. As you wish. Danzo nodded slightly. Location mattered not. The only requirement was to see Hinata. A visit to a major clan could not be made directly. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen first sent an ANBU to inform Hayashi of his intent. At that moment, Hayashi was seeing Yuhi Kurenai off at the front gate with his daughter. A trace of guilt flickered across Hinata's face. She had not spoken the truth, or rather she had not divulged everything. She indeed knew nothing about planetary chakra, but the information she had gleaned from the celestial screen was not limited to the Rasengan and Chidori. It also included the 8 trigrams vacuum palm. No, calling it the 8 trigrams vacuum palm was somewhat inaccurate. Strictly speaking, it was a different form of the technique, a variant that incorporated a completely new method of chakra refinement. For generations, shinobi had condensed chakra from physical and spiritual energy, then used it for various ninjutsu or secret techniques. But this was different. After condensing the chakra, it was not used immediately. Instead, it was circulated through the meridians, repeatedly widening them while nourishing the body, allowing physical energy to become more abundant, a continuous cycle. Through these cycles, the chakra became purer and was stored in the 3 major dansins and all the acupoints throughout the body. When activated, it could unleash several times the power of ordinary chakra. At the same time, the chakra stored in these dansins and acupoints constantly nourished the body, enhancing its physical strength. The only issue was that initially only the lower dantian in the abdomen was accessible. The middle dantian in the chest and the upper dantian at the crown were sealed, requiring gradual opening over time. The same applied to the acupoints. This was a far more advanced method of chakra cultivation than the current one. Yet Hinata did not speak of it. She could not explain why, but an instinct told her that revealing it now would bring death. It was, if anything, a gut feeling. After seeing Yuhi Kurenai off, Hinata returned to the study and presented the designs she had drawn to Hayashi. These are the musical instruments from the future. Hayashi recognized the images. Yes, Hinata replied softly. Perhaps, father, we could have them crafted. It might bring additional income to the Hyūga clan. Hayashi examined them carefully. The designs were detailed with every component's shape and dimensions precisely. Moreover, the internal structure was relatively simple. The most troublesome part seemed to be the device called a pickup. Skilled craftsmen could certainly produce it. As for the drum set, it was even simpler. Leave it to me, Hayashi nodded. He'll have them made soon. With the celestial screen, it will indeed generate additional revenue for the Hyūga clan. The celestial screen was a natural living advertisement. Even if it vanished later, the 2 previous appearances would be enough to open a market for these novel instruments. Just then, a maid from the household came to relay a message. The 3rd Hokage and Danzo wished to visit and speak with Lady Hinata. After hearing the message, Rizu narrowed his eyes and thought. He could roughly guess the 3rd Hokage's intention. The allure of planetary chakra was simply too great to be ignored. Moreover, it was not that Chutian was being summoned. The Hokage himself was coming, which was already a great gesture of respect. Refusing at such a time would be too ignorant of propriety. So he looked at Chutian. You truly know nothing about that planetary chakra? I really don't know, Chutian. Rizu nodded slightly. Good. Remember, when the 3rd Hokage arrives, tell the truth. Just say you don't know. Yes. Chutian agreed. Although she did not want to meet the Konoha high-ranking officials at all, she knew she had to. After all, the Rishian clan still had to live in Konoha. At this thought, Chutian felt another headache. It was clearly her future self who had cursed the higher-ups, yet the consequences were to be borne by her present self. She did not even know what expression to wear. Helplessly, Chutian changed into a formal kimono and waited in the study with Rizu for the guests to arrive. 20 minutes later, the 3rd Hokage and Tuankang, led by a Rishian ninja, entered the study. In the end, Yuanfei Risen had not brought Shuehu and Xiaochun along. After all, on yesterday's celestial screen, the future Chutian had said she would kill them, so bringing them now would only create awkwardness. Moreover, those 2 still did not know about Kyushin's ability to resonate with the celestial screen. The fewer who knew, the better. As soon as they entered, Tuankang immediately looked at Chutian. However, Chutian did not meet their eyes. She kept her gaze lowered, as if staring at their knees. Chutian had always been introverted and not good at communicating. Due to her future self's curses on the celestial screen, she was even less daring to look at them, simply staring at their knees. Lord Hokage, Lord Tuankang, thank you for coming. Rizu bowed slightly, his expression solemn and calm. Please take the seats of honor. Chutian also bowed. Greetings, Lord Hokage, Lord Tuankang. Her voice was very soft, almost. Tuankang frowned slightly as he looked at her, having forgotten this detail. The current Chutian of the Rishian clan was introverted and not easy to converse with. But it didn't matter, he just needed a chance to exchange a glance, and it would be over. Yuanfei Risen waved his hand with a smile. No need to be so formal. Clan head Rizu should understand that this visit is just an informal chat. With that, he casually sat down nearby. Tuankang said nothing and silently sat beside Risen. Little Risen spoke with a beaming smile. Don't worry too much about the celestial screen. The future and the present are ultimately different. Yes, thank you for your understanding, Lord Hokage, Chutian replied. Rizu was not surprised. Even if he minded, the Hokage would not hold a grudge against a little girl. That would be too undignified. At least on the surface, the 3rd Hokage had to swallow this loss. The reason we 2 old fellows came today is to ask, since you resonate with the celestial screen, do you know anything about planetary chakra? Even if you don't know everything, any related information would do. Rizen's expression and tone were entirely non-aggressive, resembling an old man chatting with a child about an ordinary matter. Chutian replied respectfully, "Forgive me, Lord Hokage, I truly do not know any information related. I merely used the resonance to learn the spiral sphere and the thousand birds." Her voice was quiet, her tone faltering, and she kept her eyes fixed on the table, completely afraid to lift her head. "Is there nothing else?" Rizen asked with a kindly expression. "There is also the principle of future musical instruments." Rizen nodded slightly. The outcome was as expected. Beside him, Tuankang frowned. What was wrong with this little girl of the Rishiang family? She had been here for so long and still hadn't even lifted her head. So he spoke. "Chutian of the Rishiang, you are still young. Perhaps there are many details you haven't noticed yourself. Why not think more carefully about whether there is anything you have missed?" Chutian did not argue, she simply nodded. After a silence of more than 10 seconds, she slowly spoke. "Forgive me, Lord Tuankang, there are no omissions." Even as she answered, she kept staring at the table, showing no intention of looking up. This truly angered Tuankang, and his tone became much stiffer. "Chutian of the Rishiang, you should look at me when you answer." Chutian thought he had a point. It was indeed rude to speak while staring at the table. But just as she was about to lift her head, she suddenly felt all the hairs on her body stand on end. A feeling of intense unease engulfed her entire body. It felt as if every cell were trembling, and her intuition screamed that she must not raise her head now, or else it would be extremely dangerous. She did not know the source of this terror, but it seemed as if everything around her, even the air, was frantically warm. After an involuntary shudder, Chutian decided to trust her instinct. Her voice trembled. "Forgive, Lord Tuankang. I have been rude." To hide her fear, she lowered her head, even further, almost burying it in her chest. "If you know you are being rude, then why not raise your head, eh?" Tuankang's tone grew, even stiffer, sounding like an interrogation. Sensing trouble, Rizen interjected, "Tuankang, Lord Tuankang." Rizu suddenly stood up, his tone resolute. "My daughter is introverted and not good at socializing. She may be rude, but is there a need to press her so harshly?" As a father, he could sense his daughter's fear, and thus intervened. "Clan head Rizu, I was merely asking if there were any omitted details," Tuankang said with a frown. Rizu stared at him. "My daughter is after all a qualified ninja trained in the Ninja Academy system. If there were truly any omissions, she would not have overlooked them." Enough, Tuankang," Rizen said. "We have asked our questions, it's time for us to leave." Tuankang was silent for 2 seconds, then rose and walked out. No matter, there was no hurry anyway. It was just a matter of finding an opportunity for a glance, and there was plenty of time. More importantly, he should go back and prepare a contingency plan. Tuankang did not know whether his future self had exposed the Xilunian eye. If the next celestial screen revealed it, at least he should have a backup plan. After watching the two leave, Rizu walked over to Chutian and placed his hand on her shoulder. He could still feel her body trembling slightly. "Chutian," Rizu said softly, "what are you afraid of?" "I don't know." Chutian shook her head. "Suddenly I felt overwhelming fear. If I had raised my head, the consequences would be more terrifying than death." Rizu gently patted her back. "It's all right now. I will find a way to investigate this matter. Rest assured, I won't let Tuankang approach you again." "Yes," Chutian nodded lightly. Leaving the Rishiang residence, Rizen demanded, "Tuankang, what exactly is the matter with you? You know full well the importance of planetary chakra, don't you?" Tuankang replied calmly, "Even so, this is not the way. You know very well how sensitive the Rishiang clan is right now. Are you trying to force them to become the second Yuzhibo clan?" After the fall of the Uchiha, the Hyūga naturally became the undisputed foremost clan of Konoha. The reason no suspicion arose was precisely the long-standing internal discord within the Hyūga. The main house and the branch house were essentially irreconcilable. But now the situation had changed. The celestial veil had exposed the future, and Hinata had improved the caged bird, so henceforth there would be no distinction between main and branch within the Hyūga clan. Thus Hinata had become not only the hope of the main house, but also the hope of the branch house. Because of her, the main house and the branch house were now united. At such a time, if the Konoha higher-ups dared to do anything to Hinata, the Hyūga clan would probably dare to stage a coup. And Konoha could not guard against her, but had to extend maximum support. Because Hinata was also the hope of Konoha, she had already proven her potential. If allowed to grow, the future Konoha would surely return to its peak. The only problem was that the Hinata on the celestial veil looked rather unsuitable, otherwise she would likely have been groomed as a candidate for Hokage from this moment onward. Confronted by Hiruzen's interrogation, Danzo did not argue, but admitted he had been a bit too hasty. He took his leave after greeting. Meanwhile, aside from the various hidden villages, the Akatsuki organization was of course also monitoring this matter. Nagato narrowed his eyes, pondering what exactly planetary chakra was. He had always believed that possessing the same eyes as the Six Path Sage made him the highest existence. Even if he was not invincible, at least there should be nothing he did not know. Yet this planetary chakra was truly something he had heard of for the first time. As he was considering how to gather intelligence on the matter, Conan suddenly entered and said, "Nagato, someone wants to hire us to go to Konoha and investigate information related to planetary chakra." "Who is the client?" Nagato asked calmly. "Iwagakure." Nagato did not answer immediately, but instead asked, "What do you think?" Conan thought for a moment. Konoha's defenses are currently at wartime standards. Infiltrating would be troublesome. Let Suzaku and Nanto go. While they're at it, they can also inquire about the Nine-Tails situation. Nagato replied. "If possible, capture the Nine-Tails early as well." "What if there's no opportunity?" Conan asked. "Then we wait. After all, our organization's current funds and resources are insufficient. Lying low for a while longer won't hurt." Conan nodded slightly. They are currently executing a mission on the periphery of the Land of Lightning. It will take at least half a month to reach Konoha. No matter. The client doesn't have high expectations anyway. Meanwhile, Obito Uchiha, hiding in a secret base, lay casually on a stone bed with his hands behind his head, speaking in a deliberately playful falsetto, as if talking to himself. "Oh my, what is planetary chakra? So scary." Then his voice suddenly turned low and serious. "Zetsu, do you know?" "Never heard of it," Black Zetsu's hoarse voice answered. "After all, planets are mere dead objects. Do they really possess chakra?" Obito once again switched to his mischievous falsetto. "Looks like we'll have to investigate." He. In a certain Tsunade lay motionless on the bed, her expression one of utter despair, lost everything again. Shizun, holding Tonton, sat on the other bed. "Sunadesima, our debts have increased quite a bit." Tsunade sighed, gazing at the sky outside the window. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, she said, "Shizun, how about we go back to Konoha?" "Back to Konoha?" Shizun was surprised. Sunadesima had actually proposed returning to Konoha on her own. It seemed she still cared about the village. "Look, that Hinata on the Celestial Veil seems to respect me, right? If I borrow money from her, she probably wouldn't refuse," Tsunade murmured. Shizun shook her shoulders in panic. "Snap out of it, Sunadesima. The Hyūga family isn't the richest yet." You're right." Tsunade sighed, shifted position, and continued lying down. "Go buy some sake. I'm in a terrible mood." Yes, Shizun agreed, standing up. "But, Sunadesima, given the current situation, it really would be better for you to return." Enough, just go." Tsunade waved her hand, dismissively, unwilling to continue the topic. After Shizun left, Tsunade gazed out the window and sighed. Yes, with 2 consecutive celestial veils, Hiruzensen's prestige must have plummeted. At a time like this, returning indeed was the better choice. But did she really want to go back to that heartbreaking place? Adults had their considerations, and the new generation had their troubles. For instance, Sakura was not only concerned about who Sasuke's wife would be, but also about those 2 sentences Hinata had said. What did she mean by "I'm always destroying houses"? Moreover, Naruto on the Celestial Veil lying on Hinata's lap seemed to be talking about the same thing. So in the future, she would learn some powerful jutsu, and often lose control and destroy houses. This made Sakura both happy and troubled. Happy that she seemed strong, in the future troubled that the uncontrollable jutsu might hurt people. Kiba was in a similar situation. After returning home, his mother Tsum and sister Hana pulled him into gossip about the Celestial Veil. There weren't many cat keepers in Konoha, and with the name Xiao Huan, Tsum immediately guessed it was the granddaughter of the cat granny. "So son, want to meet your future girlfriend?" "Mom, don't mess around. I've never even met her," Kiba said. "That's exactly why I'm asking if you want to meet her." Tsum laughed, patting his back. "If you want, leave it to your mom." Kiba shook his head repeatedly. No, I'm not ready." His sister Hana watched from the side, laughing with schadenfreude. Even Choji, who was mentioned, couldn't escape. Before he was even discharged from the hospital, his parents rushed over to tease him. Karui, though a bit dark-skinned, was still a beautiful woman. Choza Akimichi laughed heartily, patting his son's head, telling him to make sure to get to know that girl when the taciturn Shino returned home. He talked about the Celestial Veil with his father. His first remark was, "Father, it seems I've made friends." Yes, both Kiba and Hinata are your good friends. The most awkward was Neji. Now he couldn't even look Tintin in the eye when speaking. Tintin felt the same. She complained inwardly about why the Celestial Veil had to mention her, making their encounters so awkward now. Logically, Sasuke, who should have suffered the greatest social death, was training with Kakashi, so neither had to mock the other. Things remained as before. Thus, after this Celestial Veil ended, the busiest person turned out to be Naruto. Besides training in the summoning jutsu, he had to face various challengers he didn't know. Though he ended up battered and bruised every day, his practical combat experience increased considerably in the 5 days after the conclusion of the Tianmu, by the riverside outside the village. Naruto punched the last challenger to the ground, then rubbed his sore cheek and sighed. "I say, pervy sage, it's been 3 weeks now. Why can't I still summon the big toad?" "That's because you're too stupid." Jiraiya continued spying on the bikini-clad girls by the lakeside through his telescope. But at least these past few days of dealing with those challengers have slightly improved your chakra control. These guys are so boring. Can't they wait until I'm older to challenge the future me Databayo? Naruto said with a helpless expression. Jiraiya remained silent. The present you can barely handle them, let alone the future you. Finally Naruto dragged his exhausted body home, took a shower, and sank into deep sleep on his bed. In a daze Naruto felt his body slowly sinking, surrounded by a sticky sensation as if being squeezed by water. He jolted his eyes open, but instead of the familiar ceiling he saw a pitch-black corridor. His body lay in a thin layer of water, icy cold. He sat up abruptly, scanning his surroundings, yet found this place completely unfamiliar. But he had a vague intuition that somewhere ahead there existed a certain special presence. He looked left and right, but found no exit. Naruto hesitated, then lifted his legs and walked forward. Through the dim corridor wading through the water, he soon came upon two towering doors. The doors were made of bars too high to see the top, with only a faint impression that something was stuck in the crack between them. What's this, Databayo? Naruto instinctively felt a twinge of fear, as if something behind that door was watching him. Oh, a deep voice that seemed to vibrate the air sounded from the darkness behind the bars. You've already made it here. You? Who are you, Databayo? Naruto asked, gathering his courage, but his voice still trembled involuntarily. Ha ha ha. A low laugh echoed from the darkness. Kid, don't you know where this is? Naruto was about to say no, but then a flash of inspiration struck him. You're the tailed beast sealed inside me. So what? Naruto suddenly stepped forward, eyes gleaming. Hey, you're the big fox from the Tianmu, right, Databayo? Oh, the Tianmu is that thing that appeared outside a while ago. I know. I saw it too. Then it's simple. Naruto said excitedly. Tell me, how do I turn into that golden fox, Databayo? Kurama's enormous eyes suddenly lit up behind the bars. I don't know what happened in the future, but kid, I hate you. You'll never get the chance to use that power. Why, oi? Naruto's eyes widened in confusion. You're inside me. Aren't we one? Bam! Kurama suddenly slammed a claw against the door with a thunderous crash. Naruto flinched and fell to the ground. Then Kurama roared, one. You think I wanted to be sealed inside a brat like you, eh? It's all the fault of you damned humans. But Naruto was stunned. You've also done a lot of bad things. That Mizuki guy said you killed Iruka Sensei's parents. So what? Kurama growled deeply. I only regret not killing you back then too. Hearing that, Naruto's temper flared. He stood up and shouted, if you're so powerful, why are you still sealed here now, Databayo? Come here, kid, and I'll eat you right now. Kurama slammed his claws against the bars, making them clang loudly. Naruto wiggled his hips and stuck out his tongue. Naya, stupid fox. Damn rat. He'll kill you. Kurama roared furiously. We'll find a way anyway. He'll go see Hinata tomorrow. Naruto set hands on his hips. Kurama snorted coldly. And what can that little Tensigen girl do now? Tensigen? What's that, Databayo? Naruto asked curiously. But Kurama couldn't be bothered to answer, lying down with his chin propped on one paw. In his mind, however, he was pondering. Back then the old man Rakuto said would encounter a green-eyed boy. Could it be that girl? Kurama had seen the two Tianmu incidents too. Perhaps due to the long passage of time, the current shinobi world didn't recognize the Tensigen, but he did. It was the eye of Rakuto's younger brother Hamura. But even so, what of it? The hatred between tailed beasts and humans had been entrenched for so many years, he didn't believe Hinata could solve this problem. Naruto stepped forward. I say, big fox, no matter what, you're living inside my body. How about giving me your chakra to use as rent, Databayo? Kurama's pupils shifted downward, looking at Naruto outside the bars. Well, that could work. Let the brat use his chakra. The more he used it, the more he'd be influenced by him. He wanted to see what that little Tensigen girl would do about it. Fine, as a reward for making it here, take it and use it. The next day, when Naruto met Jiraiya again, he gave him a huge surprise. A burst of red chakra erupted, and then Gamabunta the Toad Boss was summoned. Jiraiya immediately fled the scene, leaving Naruto to cause a ruckus with Gamabunta. From morning till afternoon, Naruto was utterly exhausted, but he finally gained the Toad Boss preliminary approval and was accepted as a little brother. Of course, it was mostly due to the Tianmu. Gamabunta thought having a future Hokage as a little brother was pretty cool. That evening, Jiraiya treated Naruto to Ichiraku ramen. This time, he paid out of his own pocket. At the Ichiraku ramen shop. Naruto slurped a noodle and looked up. Pervy Sage, you're leaving? Yeah, I'm going to find a beautiful woman and bring her back. Jiraiya nodded. Naruto felt a little reluctant. The finals of the Chunin exam are less than a week away. Can't you wait until after I finish Databayo? What's there to see in the Chunin exam? Come back when you're a Jonin. Jiraiya chuckled. You've mastered the summoning jutsu now. Oh, you should do pretty well. You bet. Naruto said proudly. He'll definitely become a Chunin, believe it. But man, Pervy Sage, you really don't miss a chance to chase pretty girls, do you? Tsunade is no ordinary beauty. That name, the one mentioned in the Tianmu? Naruto asked. Jiraiya nodded. Right? Focus on your finals. They'll leave tomorrow. See you after the exams. Naruto was reluctant, but didn't try to stop him. He thought to himself that he'd train on his own for the coming week and absolutely win Neji's recognition. Early the next morning, Naruto returned to the lakeside. It was only after arriving that he remembered the pervy sage had already left Konoha the day before. Heaving a resigned sigh, he once again split into a multitude of shadow clones and began training by consuming chakra. But halfway through, another group of challengers appeared. Without any exchange of words, both sides simply raised their fists and charged into battle. Since they were all fellow villagers from the same village, no ninjutsu kunai or shuriken could be used. Thus the fight boiled down to straightforward punches and kicks. 20 minutes later, Naruto knocked the last opponent to the ground and raised his fist triumphantly. Ha ha ha. I win. You all need to go back and train more, believe it. As his voice faded, Naruto turned and walked away. After a few steps, he noticed Gaara standing not far off, staring blankly in his direction. Hey, if it isn't Gaara. How's the finals preparation going? Gaara didn't answer. Instead, he tilted his head to look at the 12 defeated figures behind Naruto and asked, Do you want me to kill them for you? No. Naruto waved his hands hastily. We were just sparring, no killing allowed. Man, you're just like Hinata said. You always want to kill someone, believe it. Grabbing Gaara's arm, he said, Speaking of which, I haven't seen Hinata in a while. Let's go find her and hang out. Gaara offered no resistance and followed him to the Hyūga compound. As they passed through the corridor, they saw Hinata sitting in a room across the way holding an electric guitar connected to an amplifier. As her fingers pressed down on the strings and the pick in her other hand strummed a rhythmically charged melody filled the air. Hinata's mind was still somewhat dazed. She had never learned how to play, yet she could do it instinctively, as if the knowledge had been forcibly implanted into her brain. It was an exceedingly strange sensation. Oh, isn't that the tune from the heavenly screen? What's it called? Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Moving Heaven, Gaara reminded him from beside. Naruto, Garaken, you're here. Hinata set down the electric guitar with a hint of shyness. She still felt a bit uncomfortable showing off these things in front of Naruto. You've already made this, Hinata. Naruto plucked the strings, curiously listening to the sound from the amplifier. Yes, this is just a prototype, something I finished recently. Hinata replied softly. Then she noticed Naruto's dirty clothes and the scrapes on his face and hands. What are these? Oh, don't worry about it. Lots of people have been challenging me to fights lately, believe it. Naruto waved dismissively. Is it? Because of me? It has nothing to do with the Hinata of now. Naruto shook his head, then perhaps realizing his phrasing was off, added. And nothing to do with the future Hinata either. It's their fault. Watching him explain, Hinata chuckled softly and quickly asked someone to bring a jar of ointment, handing it to him. After pouring tea for both of them, she sat down. Garaken, how have you been lately? And, is the tailed beast still causing a commotion? Gaara replied, It's fine. The frequency is lower than before. Shikaku, of course, was aware of the Tensigen's existence and decided to behave himself in front of Hinata out of respect. He fully understood the terror of the Tensigen. If he provoked Hinata into unleashing that power, he would be utterly outmatched. Though tailed beasts could be resurrected after death, he would rather avoid dying if possible. For all his bravado in challenging Kurama to a fight, they were actually like brothers. Even when they fought, they never truly killed each other. Hinata was a different. He knew how insane the Hinata on the heavenly screen could be. If she were provoked, a single golden wheel reincarnation explosion would annihilate the ninja world, leaving no chance for the tailed beast's revival. And more than mere cowardice, Shikaku also remembered the words of the Six Paths sage from ages ago. Like Kurama, he wanted to see if this girl with the Tensigen was the prophesied youth. That's good to hear, Hinata said with a gentle smile. After you return, Garaken, I think you should investigate carefully about your mother or the circumstances of your birth. I will. Gaara nodded slightly. Naruto leaned forward, eagerly, hands on the table. Hey, Hinata. Can you play that tune on this now? I've been wanting to hear it again. That won't be possible, Hinata said softly, shaking her head. The current instruments aren't enough to achieve that effect. Oh, that's a shame. It would have been awesome to hear that song during the Chunin exams, believe it. Naruto's face fell with disappointment. Hinata smiled awkwardly. That would turn the Chunin exams into a concert. Not a bad thing either. I feel like that song makes all my chakras surge out. Naruto rested his hands behind his head. And I get the feeling that tune fits perfectly with the Rasengan. Gaara turned to him. That kid on the heavenly screen was taught by you. So have you learned the Rasengan? Sigh. At the mention of that, Naruto sighed. No, the pervy sage just had me practicing the summoning jutsu this whole time. I have no idea how to train for the Rasengan, believe it. Hinata wanted to say she had learned it and could teach him. But then she remembered that the finals were just days away and starting now might distract him, so she held her tongue. She merely thought that after the Chunin exams perhaps she could teach him, though she wasn't sure if she could succeed. The synchronization method she had used to teach her son on the heavenly screen was beyond her current abilities. Recently, Hinata had been training with a new chakra refinement method and had seen some results. Naruto, unable to sit still, fiddled with the electric guitar, then went to tap on the drums. These novel gadgets seemed fascinating to him, and even though his rhythm was utterly devoid of melody, he played with unbounded delight. Under his urging, Gaara reluctantly sat down and gave a few half-hearted taps. Amid their laughter and play, Neji stood outside, a cold sneer on his face. So he hasn't learned the Rasengan yet. That reduces his threat level even further. He'll make sure to teach him a lesson in the finals. Neji didn't care that Hinata had feelings for him, but he felt it was necessary to give Naruto a taste of his own strength to force him to change his ways, train hard, and become worthy of her. Thus time slipped away imperceptibly. When the final week passed, a flood of visitors entered Konoha, and the Chunin exams finals finally commenced. Full of confidence, Naruto rose early, had breakfast, and with hands in his pockets hummed the rap song from the last heavenly screen, his head bobbing as he strode into the finals arena. The final round of the Chunin exam commenced, and Kumogakure was at its liveliest. Yet it was far more bustling than anticipated. There was no helping it. The existence of the heavenly screen had drawn countless individuals attempting to infiltrate Konoha under this pretext. Hiruzen Sarutobi had of course foreseen this. Many jonin had been kept from assignments to carefully scrutinize the accompanying personnel. Since the roster of spectators for the final round had been fixed in advance, there was no fear of extra individuals. Only a need to meticulously verify that no one had been replaced. The palanquins of several minor nations' feudal lords entered through Konoha's main gate, while masked ninjas stood atop the surrounding rooftops. The Umbu operatives, who should have been hidden in the shadows, now stood conspicuously under the sun, a form of intimidation in itself. Meanwhile, outside the gate, a group of Chunin who had been hastily recruited gazed at the crowd, held back by barriers. Most of these people had come merely to join the excitement, for Hinata and the others had become celebrities. Though the nearby notice board clearly stated that Hinata would not appear in this final round, it did little to dampen the fans' enthusiasm. Compared to the distant future version of Hinata on the heavenly screen, they yearned to see the present-day Hinata, even though photos of them were already circulating everywhere. Konoha could not possibly admit such a multitude. Who knew how many ninjas from other villages lurked among them? Yet even so, the number of people allowed inside was still considerable, and the streets were bustling with activity. Some even raised signs bearing Hinata's photo, declaring their support for her right there on the street. There were quite a few such fervent fans, though some also supported Naruto Uzumaki or Sasuke Uchiha. But Hinata's fans were the most numerous. They walked proudly through the streets, their clothes emblazoned with the words, "Support Lady Hinata." Naruto, arriving at the main street, froze at the sight. Then he recalled the scene upon returning to the village after the first heavenly screen ended. After a moment's thought, he decided to take the rooftops to avoid any mishaps. Though there were many people on the rooftops as well, they were at least Konoha ninjas and would not block him like fans would. On the other side, Hinata stepped out of her home in a light blue casual outfit, only to hear a Hyūga ninja report the situation on the main street. Thus Hayashi led his two daughters across the rooftops. Upon reaching the venue, it was already packed. Under the guidance of Hyūga ninjas, they arrived at their seats. This section was reserved for Konoha's local residents, who were not as frenzied as the fans outside. Yet even so, over a dozen Hyūga ninjas and 10 Umbu operatives were hidden among the audience, all tasked with protecting Hinata. Nevertheless, once she sat down, many around her turned to stare, and some bold ones even waved at her. Helpless Hinata forced a faint smile and waved back in response. Meanwhile, someone on the opposite spectator stand spotted her and began waving frantically. Some even held up signs and banners bearing her photos. Even without activating her Byakugan, her vision was sharper than an ordinary person's, so Hinata naturally saw the commotion across the way. Out of politeness, she could not show favoritism and waved lightly in return. As she waved, she inwardly lamented how utterly embarrassing she should not have come. Yet she did not want to miss Naruto's match, nor those of Shino, Sasuke and Garaken, all future friends whom she ought to cheer for. The fans opposite, seeing Hinata wave at them, erupted in excited cheers. Hinata was not the only one. A Hanabi received similar treatment, with countless people waving and greeting her. These people had more pragmatic thoughts. The future Hinata was so formidable that she would likely only settle for Naruto Uzumaki. But Hanabi was different. She remained within the realm of ordinary people. Moreover, the future Hanabi was also very beautiful, and the head of the wealthiest family. Marrying her would naturally be the ideal choice. As for the notion of marrying into the family, that was a trivial issue. Only Hayashi's expression was grim. Seeing both daughters targeted by so many people left him seething with fury. He could not vent. As time passed, the contestants gradually entered. Naruto was the last to arrive, humming a rap tune while bobbing his head. Now that he could summon the Great Toad, he felt invincible. Neji and the like were beneath his notice. As he entered, the stands erupted in a wave of cheers, countless voices calling his name. Though Naruto had grown up unwelcome in Konoha, people from outside the village cared little and cheered loudly. Some even shouted things like, Lord Seventh Hokage. Startled at first by so many calling his name, Naruto looked up to see the audience's enthusiastic expressions, and something within him seemed to ignite. For the first time in his life, he received such widespread recognition, and joy swelled within him. He raised his hand to greet the audience. Hello everyone. Hey Naruto, you're way too late, Shikamaru said, turning back. I'm not late though, Naruto replied with a grin, walking over. Then he looked puzzled. Where's Sasuke? Not only him, but my other opponent Dosu is also absent, Shikamaru answered. Kankuro laughed. Maybe they're too scared to show up. Sasuke would never run away. Naruto clenched his fist. And don't think I won't punch you just because you're Gar's brother, believe it. You're pretty cocky. Let's see you get past the first round first, Kankuro sneered. Given Naruto's performance in the preliminaries, it was a stroke of luck that he even stood here. Gunma Shiranui, with a sunbon needle in his mouth, turned his head. You lot quiet down. Enjoy the cheer. Those cheers are clearly for Naruto, Shikamaru sighed, looking lackadaisical. Temari arched an eyebrow at him, unable to fathom that she would one day marry such a slacker. Naruto asked, hey, what if they're late? Gunma replied impassively, if they don't show up by their match time, they'll be disqualified. That reply made Naruto clench his fists, silently praying for Sasuke's swift arrival. Alright, the first match contestants stay. The rest head to the waiting area. Gunma gestured and ordered. Thus the others withdrew, leaving only Naruto and Neji. Alright, bring it on. Naruto slammed a fist into his palm. Neji remained composed. No matter what the future holds, your fate today is to lose to me. Save the big talk until you win, Naruto shot back with an eager grin. Naruto flashed an exhilarated smile. Let me show you the fruits of my training. After announcing the pre-match rules, Gunma stepped between them and raised his hand. The Chunin exam finals begin now. First match, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Neji Hyūga. Begin. As the referee gave the command, Naruto formed hand seals and instantly created over a dozen shadow clones, charging forward all at once. Neji assumed the gentle fist stance, ready to engage. He believed that although the Byakugan could not see through shadow clones, it could still find the original by other clues. That was the advantage of the Byakugan, an almost omnidirectional field of vision that allowed him to observe each clone thoroughly. Facing Naruto's almost chaotic flurry of punches and kicks, Neji remained completely calm, taking down each clone that attacked him one by one. Meanwhile, Naruto was not idle. His real body blended among the clones, looking for an opportunity to strike. Lately, he had been fighting every day and knew that some opportunities were fleeting. Neji, relying on his expansive vision, danced and twisted among the crowd, occasionally counterattacking to avoid being surrounded. Don't treat me like a fool. Neji smirked as he dispelled the last clone and turned to look at Naruto. Your close quarters combat is indeed impressive. Naruto also grinned. And after seeing the heavenly screen, I know that the Hyūga clan can perform acupuncture. So I'm well aware of your weakness, believe it. As he spoke, more than 20 shadow clones appeared and charged forward again. At the same time, several clones threw shuriken into the air to block his escape routes. Neji's eyes remained calm. Even if he couldn't jump into the air, he was not afraid of being surrounded. He hadn't been idle this past month. He had been studying the strange footwork from the heavenly screen and his previous fight with Hinata. Though he hadn't fully understood it, he had already grasped some techniques. Thus, like a fish, Neji swam through Naruto's clones with nimble footsteps. At the same time, he used both hands to fight the clones. The shadow clones chased him from behind, but because of that peculiar footwork, they were always a step away from catching him. In the stands, the crowd erupted in cheers. Tintin was particularly astonished. Kaisensai, is that? Guy nodded. It's the footwork of the future Hinata from the heavenly screen. Though it seems a bit lacking, he has indeed learned something. Neji is truly amazing. Tintin clenched her fists. Guy silently agreed with her words. He had also studied that footwork, but found it hard to grasp. It seemed to have unique patterns, but was actually ever-changing. Meanwhile, Kotetsu and Izumo were also discussing their views. This is interesting. The future 7th Hokage and the genius of the Hyūga clan. I wonder who will win. I think it'll be Uzumaki, Naruto, Kotetsu analyzed. Shadow Clone is already an advanced technique mastered by Jonin. Not to mention that kid is the future Hokage. He'll probably become a Chunin in one go. Izumo had a different opinion. In the original future, Neji died too early. No one knows how great his potential really is. Maybe he'll win. Hinata, not far from them, listened to their conversation and watched the battle. She also felt that Naruto's chances of winning this match were slim. At least from the current situation, Naruto's only technique was the Shadow Clone. Though his taijutsu wasn't bad, the Hyūga were a taijutsu clan and Naruto's wild punches were unlikely to have much effect on Neji. Sure enough, after a while the Shadow Clones were panting and couldn't catch Neji. Instead, several were destroyed. Neji seized an opening in the clone's attacks, leaped over the nearest clone, and ran to the side. Shadow clones indeed cannot be distinguished by the Byakugan, but there are plenty of ways to find the real body. As he spoke, Neji suddenly reached out and his fingertip accurately struck Naruto's chest. The next moment Naruto spat out blood, and the surrounding clones vanished one after another. Neji smiled victoriously. The one who attacked the least out of fear of being struck is the real body. The cheering crowd fell silent. Could shadow clones really be defeated in such a way? But it must take an exceptionally wide field of vision to observe so many clones simultaneously. However, in the next moment, the bleeding Naruto smirked. I told you save your boasting until you've won. As he spoke, it suddenly burst into a puff of smoke. Huh. Shadow clone. Neji was startled, then heard footsteps behind him. In the only blind spot of his vision, a figure flashed by. He spun around and saw Naruto descending from the air, instantly creating more than 10 clones that pressed down on him in a hemispherical formation. This was the same move used against Hinata in the first heavenly screen, completely sealing off all escape routes. After a brief moment of surprise, Neji sneered, I admit you have some skill. The next moment, he began spinning rapidly on the spot, releasing chakra from all his tenketsu simultaneously. So much chakra became visible to the naked eye, forming a high-speed rotating sphere that enveloped him completely. Rotation. Naruto's shadow clones had barely landed before they were all repelled by the rotating energy sphere. The clones dissipated one by one, and Naruto, who thought he had victory within reach, was also knocked back, crashing to the ground. I take back what I said. You're not simple. Neji stopped spinning, his expression turning serious. But you still can't escape the fate of losing to me today. Fate. You're getting on my nerves. Naruto growled, struggling to his feet, wobbling. With that, Naruto raised his hand to form the hand seals for summoning jutsu. But Neji snorted, too late. You're already within my 8 trigrams domain. So saying, he stepped forward, his hands swinging continuously, striking Naruto's body in rapid succession. 8 trigrams, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms. After the first strike, Naruto's movements became sluggish, making it impossible to evade the subsequent hits. After all 64 palms were delivered, Naruto was sent flying backward without even a bracing motion. After finishing the sequence, Neji was also a bit winded. He took a couple of heavy breaths before standing upright. Uzumaki, Naruto, you lose. Cough, cough. Naruto, lying on the ground, coughed twice and slowly forced himself up. Neji's eyes widened in disbelief. How could someone who had been hit by the 8 trigrams 64 palms still stand? Was this guy even made of flesh and blood? Who said? I lost. Naruto climbed up bit by bit, propping himself up and staring back at him. Neji observed his body with the Byakugan. Your tenketsu have been sealed. You can't use chakra anymore. You've already lost. Have you? Forgotten? I can turn into a golden giant fox. Naruto panted, grinning as listening to Ming Ren's words. Ning Ci remained expressionless. I don't believe you possess such power right now. Then watch closely. Ming Ren clasped his hands in the seal of confrontation, emitting a low growl. Ugh. Ah. As his roar echoed, a torrent of violent chakra gradually surged from the depths of his being. Through Ning Si's field of vision, he could see the boy's entire network of meridians instantly flooded with this peculiar chakra flowing throughout his body. This is... Ning Ci narrowed his eyes, utterly astounded. Yet he refused to believe that this power was entirely under Xuanhua Ming Ren's control. The Byakugan clearly revealed that the raging chakra was simultaneously ravaging his body, though it also repaired the damage as it went. Feeling the power surging through his entire being, Ming Ren grinned. This is the feeling. On the arena floor, the violent chakra spilled outward, creating a gust of wind that forced many spectators to squint. Chu Tian naturally also noticed Ming Ren's condition. Could this wild chakra be the power of the Nine Tails? Yet it seemed not fully mastered, as the energy clearly inflicted significant harm on its user. As his teammate Xiaoying furrowed her brow. Though she lacked special eyes to perceive it, she vaguely sensed that this power was excessively turbulent. But the spectators, who were ignorant of the details or indifferent to such matters, cared little, erupting into in the rest area. The other contestants observed with varied expressions. Wei Luo narrowed his eyes, pondering whether Xuanhua Ming Ren might lose control. At least once he entered this state, it was hard to stop easily. Ming Ren drew a kunai, shouting and going. With that, he charged toward Ning Ci in large strides. His entire body brimming with violent chakra, each step left a deep impression in the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Ning Ci also drew a kunai and hurled it directly at him. Ming Ren swung his arm, and his kunai flew out, colliding midair with the one Ning Ci had thrown. Then Ming Ren leaped high into the air, flinging several shurikens. Ning Ci, wary of further tricks, once again used rotation to block the projectiles. Seizing them in his hand, he simultaneously pulled out a few more shurikens from his own tool pouch and threw them at Ming Ren. However, Ming Ren kicked off the wall, quickly descended, and drew another kunai, charging straight at Ning Ci. Ning Ci also drew a kunai, but considering that Ming Ren was now enveloped in that violent chakra, making direct defense difficult, he used the rotational force of rotation to clash his kunai against Ming Ren's. Boom. The collision of two immense chakras triggered an explosion within the arena, filling the space with thick smoke that nearly obscured the entire venue. When the smoke cleared, only two craters remained on the ground. To the astonished eyes of the spectators, the two crawled out of their respective craters, one after the other, gasping for breath. Sensing that the violent chakra on Ming Ren had considerably diminished, Ning Xiai lifted his head. "You've lost. It's not over yet." Ming Ren, forcing his trembling arms once again, released 10 shadow clones. "With the little chakra you have left, you're still using shadow clones." Ning Xiai drew a kunai, ready to decide the outcome. But Ming Ren grinned, charging toward Ning Xiai with all his clones' hands forming seals. "Let me show you the fruits of my training." Earlier, Ning Xiai had overheard their conversation outside Chu Tian's room, knowing that Ming Ren had been practicing summoning recently. So he concentrated a considerable amount of chakra into his Byakugan, assuming a defensive stance. He didn't know what Ming Ren's summoning animal was, but recalling the content of the celestial projection, it was likely a toad. Bang! A massive cloud of smoke erupted, accompanied by Ming Ren's shout, "Behold my secret weapon." Sexy Technique, Harem Technique, Tian Tian Edition. In the next instant, 10 Tian Tians, completely unclothed, appeared surrounding Ning Xiai. One of the Tian Tians even boldly embraced him. The others stood around, striking various seductive poses. Ning Xiai was frozen in place. No, not just him. All the spectators on the stands stared wide-eyed at the scene in the arena, forgetting even to cheer. Chu Tian also gasped, covering her mouth with her hands, stunned. Crack! The ground beneath Ning Xiai suddenly split open, and a fist emerged from below, striking him squarely on the chin. Ugh! With his jaw violently struck, Ning Xiai could no longer control his body, flying backward and crashing to the ground. The shadow clones vanished. Ming Ren emerged from the ground, shook off the blood from his split fingernails, and flashed a victor's smile. "How about that? I win, right? Ha ha ha." A sudden roar of laughter erupted from the audience. All the spectators burst into uproarious laughter. Some even slapped their thighs as they laughed, tears streaming down their faces. Xiaoling held her forehead. "What is that guy doing?" In the rest area, Lu Wan leaned against the railing. "Well, that was unexpected." Ken Zhou-Lang, always eager for excitement, roared with laughter. "That guy is way too hilarious, isn't he?" Ye, who was beside Chu Tian, also laughed heartily. "That's totally his style. A completely unpredictable move." Ha ha ha. Chu Tian, however, covered her face, unsure what expression to wear. She had fallen victim to this very technique before on the celestial projection, and now even Ning Xiai, her elder brother, had not been spared. The key was the impeccable timing. Just after the celestial projection had revealed future events involving Tian Tian, the atmosphere between Ning Xiai and Tian Tian had become somewhat awkward. And at this moment, Ming Ren pulled this move, delivering a hard stun on Ning Xiai. Not far away, Tian Tian was being held back by Kai, who shouted, "Kai-sensei, let me go. I'm going to kill that bastard." Well, ninja battles are like this. Any technique can appear. This too is part of youth. Kai consoled her. Xiaoli also tugged at her arm. Although Ning Xiai lost, this is valuable experience, Tian Tian. "No way. I will definitely kill him." Tian Tian roared with a ferocious expression. Watching Ming Ren laugh arrogantly with his hands on his hips, Ning Xiai, lying on the ground, slowly raised a finger and pointed at him. "You despicable coward." "Huh. The celestial projection already exposed it before. Who told you to be unprepared?" "Ha ha ha." Ming Ren laughed exaggeratedly. Shiranui Gunma, chewing on a senbon, slowly approached. After checking the condition of both combatants, he announced loudly, "Hyūga Ning Xiai is unable to continue. The winner of the first match is Uzumaki Naruto." The audience erupted in another wave of enthusiastic cheers. This match had certainly not disappointed. The first bout alone was worth the price of admission. Neji was carried away by the medical team, and Naruto waved to the audience as he returned to the rest area. "How about that? I did pretty well, didn't I?" Shino glanced at him and adjusted his sunglasses. Indeed, that was quite an impressive technique. In every sense. Shikamaru turned his head and glanced. "I heard Tenten scream just now. You better pray for yourself after this is over." His gaze was filled with pity, as if looking at a dead man. Naruto waved his hand nonchalantly. Whatever, how scary could it be compared to Sakura? While they chatted, Hiruzen Sarutobi on the highest platform received word that Sasuke had not yet arrived. The next match was between Sasuke and Gaara, the most anticipated of the finals. Although Naruto's sexy technique had left a deep impression and reminded everyone of the events on the first celestial screen, there were still many spectators rooting for Sasuke. Seeing that Sasuke had not shown up, Hiruzen even considered disqualifying him. However, Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage beside him, suggested postponing the match and letting others go first. Hiruzen thought it was reasonable. After all, Hinata and the others had already drawn much attention. It would be unfair to deny them their chance to compete. Thus, the match between Sasuke and Gaara was delayed, and the subsequent ones advanced. According to the order, it was Shino versus Kankuro next. Unexpectedly, Kankuro chose to forfeit. Shino seemed a bit surprised, but didn't say much. The match continued with Temari versus Nara Shikamaru. Upon Gunma Shirinui's announcement, Temari descended majestically from the rest area on her giant fan. In the Leaf's rest area, Shikamaru leaned lazily against the railing and yawned. Why did it have to be her? Maybe I should just forfeit two since they already forfeited one. Naruto, unwilling to listen to his rambling, kicked him in the back. Stop mumbling and get down there to fight. Shikamaru was kicked straight out of the rest area and landed face first in the arena. When he looked up and saw Temari, he awkwardly averted his gaze and brushed off his clothes as if nothing had happened. The two had never spoken before, and now facing each other suddenly, Temari found it amusing and teased, "Fate really has a way of arranging things, doesn't it?" "My future husband." Shikamaru sighed. "Can we not bring that up now? Knowing the future in advance is way too troublesome." Temari smiled like a big sister teasing a little boy. "So are you ready for some domestic violence?" "What a pain." Shikamaru drew a kunai and readied himself for battle. Gunma Shiranui looked at them both and raised his hand to start the match. Temari, with her fiery temper, wasted no time in swinging her iron fan at him. Shikamaru dodged, helplessly backflipping to cling to the wall. "Hey, aren't you a bit too hot-blooded?" "Cut the crap, this is just who I am." Temari opened her fan and swung it fiercely, sending a gust of wind straight at Shikamaru. Naturally, the attack missed. He ran into the forest and hid. What followed was an extended stalemate. Both sides had nearly complete information about each other, so the fight relied more on improvisation than surprises. This match also drew considerable attention, especially because knowing they were future spouses made it all the more. Shikamaru stayed hidden in the shadows throughout while Temari gauged his attack range. Then came a prolonged standoff punctuated by occasional exchanges between them. Temari was 3 years older than Shikamaru, especially at this age, making her seem much more mature. Combined with her outgoing personality, their exchanges felt more like teasing than conversation. Looking at Shikamaru lurking in the shadow beneath the tree, Temari laughed. "Hey, let me tell you something. Women generally like men stronger than themselves. I'm no exception." Shikamaru only stared at the clouds in the sky. "In my view, a man should never hit a woman." Listening to their banter, the audience found it amusing. Most wore smiles. Naruto looked puzzled. What are they doing? Is this the time for chit-chat? In the stands, Hinata covered her mouth. Oddly enough, after seeing the celestial screen, the two seemed strangely compatible. Kiba suddenly laughed. "I bet Shikamaru's going to be whipped." "That's hard to say," Hinata replied softly. Meanwhile, Ino cheered for Shikamaru, pumping her fist with enthusiasm. From her angle, she couldn't see the rest area, and thought Shikamaru had jumped down on his own, believing had finally shown some spirit. Sakura was utterly bewildered, as she couldn't imagine how these two would ever become husband and wife. In terms of both age and personality, they seemed to share nothing in common. Eventually, after a long stalemate, Shikamaru used the hole Naruto had left in the ground to successfully ensnare Temari with his shadow imitation technique. Yet in front of the referee, he raised his hand and conceded without hesitation. Temari froze. "Are you looking down on me?" "Not at all. That was my last bit of chakra. I truly couldn't continue." Shikamaru shrugged and turned to walk back. After 2 steps, he glanced back. "And I told you, in my view, a man should never hit a woman." With that, he shoved his hands in his pockets, walked with a bored slouch, and returned to the rest area. Seeing him back, Naruto blocked his way with a complicated expression. "What's your deal? You were about to win. Not everyone's like you." Shikamaru continued forward and leaned against the railing. "Giving your all honors your opponent. A winning or losing doesn't matter." "You're so old-fashioned," Naruto teased mercilessly. In another part of the rest area, Kankuro and Gaara also glanced over in surprise. Thus the preceding matches concluded. Logically, next should have been Sasuke versus Gaara, but Sasuke still. The spectators began clamoring for Sasuke to come out. Amid the commotion, a sudden gust of wind swept a cloud of dust across the arena, forcing everyone to squint. When the dust settled, standing in the center of the arena were Sasuke and Kakashi. After a month away, Sasuke's hair had grown longer, and he wore a black outfit. In the rest area, Naruto exhaled in relief. He made it just in time. Naruto jumped down and complained, "Kakashi-sensei, why are you guys so late? We almost got disqualified." "Since you say that, it seems you haven't been disqualified yet," Kakashi laughed. Sasuke turned his head and asked, "How about you? Did you win?" "Of course I won." Naruto raised his fist. "I'm waiting for you to win so I can fight you." Sasuke responded with a grunt. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Naruto went to call Shikamaru to the spectator stands, intending to watch Sasuke's match carefully. Meanwhile, Gaara leisurely made his way from the back staircase to the arena. At that moment, Naruto had just called Shikamaru to go to the spectator stands where they could see more clearly. The two walked quickly, passing 2 people before turning toward the spectator stands. Then they heard the 2 men they had just passed stop Gaara saying they wanted him to lose the match because someone had placed heavy bets on his defeat. As they turned around, they saw a large amount of sand gushing out from the gourd on Gaara's back, crushing the two men into a lump. Naruto was shocked. Hey, how can you just kill people, eh? Because they are annoying, Gaara replied, expressionlessly ignoring them and continuing down on his own. Shikamaru was terrified. I can't believe you dare to talk to him. No, he was pretty normal when he went to play with Hinata with me, you know. Naruto waved his hand, then shook his head. No, not that normal either. Shikamaru was used to Naruto's contradictory statements, so he swallowed and continued toward the spectator stands. As for those two men, let them be. They weren't from Konoha anyway. Arriving at the spectator stands, they exchanged greetings and Naruto and his friends stood at the back to watch the match below. Sasuke initially gained a significant advantage through taijutsu, clearly having learned from Rock Lee's tactics in the preliminaries. However, Gaara had not been idle during the past month. After Shikaku quieted down, he had more free time to think about other things. Although he came to this exam with a mission, it seemed not to be in vain. He had met two people who seemed like friends. At the same time, he carefully observed Temari and Kankuro, realizing that although they feared him, they also cared for him. Of course, there was also anxiety. After all, he came with the mission to attack Konoha. Would it still be possible to become friends with those two in the future? Amidst all these thoughts, he naturally also thought about Uchiha Sasuke. He wondered what method Sasuke would use against him in the finals. Taijutsu was also the answer Gaara arrived at. After the second celestial screen appeared, Gaara carefully recalled the movements Hinata had demonstrated during the first one. So during this time he practiced whenever he had nothing to do. Sasuke began running around Gaara with his extremely fast body movement, astonishing many people. He had actually reached Rock Lee's speed. Hinata activated her Byakugan and observed the chakra flowing inside Sasuke. It seemed he was using lightning release chakra to stimulate his cells, achieving that speed. Gaara observed Sasuke's movements and saw a punch coming. Knowing his sand couldn't keep up, he stepped forward and pushed against Sasuke's arm. While pushing the punch away, he spun around and came behind Sasuke, striking with a hand chop. Sasuke reacted quickly and dodged, but his expression turned noticeably more serious. Seeing this, Sakura and the others all turned to look at Hinata. They recognized that this technique was clearly the 8 trigrams palms Hinata had used against Neji in the preliminaries. It didn't attack Hiden, but instead circled around to strike from the sides and behind. Hinata stared at by. Everyone felt a bit embarrassed. She hadn't expected Gaara to imitate her. Kakashi also covered his forehead, obviously not expecting this. This match seemed difficult. But it was only difficult. Gaara's imitation was crude after all, and far from as smooth as Hinata's. After Sasuke spotted the flaw, Gaara quickly fell behind again. Having no choice, Gaara wrapped himself in sand, forming a sphere with no blind spots in defense. Sasuke didn't believe it at first and threw a punch, but his hand was cut. Looking at the impenetrable sand sphere, Sasuke sneered. This is perfect. I need time to prepare my technique anyway. So he leaped to the wall, quickly forming hand seals. Then a large amount of chakra gathered in his left hand, visible to the naked eye, with electric arcs flickering. As the sound of chirping birds resonated, Sakura's eyes widened in shock. That technique is, yeah, the one Sasuke used on the first celestial screen. Ino was also excited. He shattered a huge meteorite with that. Won't he destroy the arena? Naruto asked off topic. Hinata explained awkwardly. Naruto, it doesn't have that much power now. Kakashi joined in the joke. It's still far too early to shatter a meteorite. Then Guy explained the correct name of the technique and its general principle, stating it was Kakashi's original creation. Naruto felt a bit disappointed. Why didn't you teach me, you know? Naruto, you don't have lightning release chakra, so you can't use it, Kiba replied, holding Akamaru. You should go develop that poison shuriken or something. I haven't even learned the Rasengan yet, you know, Naruto said, even more dejected. Hinata was about to tell him she could teach him after the exam, but before she could speak, Sasuke let out a low roar and charged forward. The terrifying destructive power of the Chidori left a huge gouge in the ground as it headed straight for the sand sphere. Perhaps due to elemental advantage, the Chidori pierced the sphere directly, apparently also striking Gaara inside. Gaara, who had never been injured before, saw his own blood and became unstable, letting out a roar that echoed throughout the arena. The next moment, a surge of violent chakra erupted within his body. Hinata was startled. This was tailed beast chakra, exactly the same feeling as Naruto's in the first match. Could it be that Gaara also mastered this method? But this method was still very harmful to the body. Just then, feathers seemed to fall from the sky. Kiba beside her and Naruto behind her all closed their eyes and collapsed weakly. Hinata was momentarily stunned, feeling her chakra being disturbed. As a student of Kurenai Yuhi, she immediately realized someone had cast a genjutsu. She quickly raised her hands to form seals. At the same time, a burst of smoke exploded in the stands where Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Kazekage were sitting, completely obscuring them. Then a dark figure shot upward and leaped onto the roof. Everyone looked up and saw that the Hokage had been taken. The Hokage was suddenly taken hostage. a situation no one had anticipated. Hinata stood frozen. Elite Jonin like Kakashi had previously speculated that Orochimaru, having placed a cursed seal on Sasuke during the Chunin exams, might take the opportunity to steal something. But they never expected that he would collaborate with the Kazekage to launch a war against Konoha. At that moment, 4 more figures leaped onto the rooftop and immediately activated a barrier technique, trapping the two inside. A massive purple barrier completely enveloped the roof. Guy was about to move in when several masked ANBU had already rushed forward. "Leave it to us." A few ANBU quickly leaped onto the roof. 2 of them, one using ninjutsu, the other taijutsu, directly attacked the barrier's surface, seemingly trying to break it by force. However, the ninjutsu had no effect, and the one using taijutsu was instantly burned to ashes. At the same time, dark figures kept darting out from the audience seats, which were supposed to be filled with spectators sleeping under jinjutsu. Most were masked ninja wearing sound headbands, but some had no headband or any identifying mark. Kabuto Yakushi disguised as an ANBU grinned, not entirely unexpected. The heavens had revealed future events. It would be strange if no third party had infiltrated such a perfect opportunity as the Chunin exams. And not just third parties. No one knew how many ninja from other villages had infiltrated Konoha, not to mention the unscrupulous desperados who would do anything for money. One of them drew a ninja sword and charged straight at Hinata. However, before he could get close, an ANBU disguised as a spectator drew his blade and intercepted him, and they immediately clashed. Hayashi narrowed his eyes. As expected, he had naturally anticipated this situation. With the heavens revealing Hinata's future, it would be odd if no one attempted to assassinate her. Hayashi lightly waved his hand, and the surrounding Hyūga ninja encircled Hinata and Hanabi. The surrounding ninja, whether from sound or unknown origins, surged forward, engaging in a fierce battle against Hayashi's Hyūga forces and the ANBU. Shuriken flew back and forth, occasionally colliding midair, sparking with crisp metallic clangs. Nevertheless, the ninja adhered to an unwritten rule. Despite the chaos, they took care to avoid harming the ordinary spectators who lay unconscious. Everyone knew that causing mass casualties among civilians would incur the daimyo's wrath and a maximum bounty, leading to troublesome consequences. Kakashi and Guy were also on the other side, protecting several students while battling the surrounding ninja. "Hey Kakashi, there are quite a lot of them." Back to back with him, Kakashi quickly swept his gaze around. It could no longer be said that enemies were mixed among the spectators, rather a few spectators were mixed among the enemies. At the center of the arena, the referee Shiranui Gunma appeared, promptly shielding Sasuke. On the other side, Tsuna's leading Jonin Baki entered with Temari and Kankuro confronting Gunma. Sasuke was still bewildered. "What's happening? Don't you get it, kid? This is war," Shiranui Gunma said, eyes fixed on Baki. At that moment, the sand sphere encasing Gaara slowly opened, revealing Gaara clutching his head in pain. His face was slightly distorted, and one eye had turned into a golden pupil. Shikaku did not intend to emerge now, but Gaara, affected by its chakra, was still in agony. Moreover, the discomfort of being injured for the first time destabilized his mind, and his chakra showed signs of agitation. Seeing Gaara like this, Baki realized their original plan had failed. He urged Kankuro and Temari to take. At the very least, he must not fall into Konoha's hands. Kankuro and Temari quickly hoisted Gaara. Shiranui Gunma said to Sasuke, "Kid, if you're a Konoha ninja, now's the time to show your true skill. Go stop them. Once I've dealt with this, I'll notify others to back you up." Sasuke snorted. Maybe by the time backup arrives, they'll have already settled it. With that, he chased after them. Baki tried to intercept, but was blocked by Gunma. Joining him were 10 Konoha ANBU. Despite the urgency, their mission remained to protect Sasuke. In the spectators' stands, the sheer number of combatants had turned the situation into a melee. Hinata held Hanabi close, slowly moving toward the exit. She knew she couldn't help now, and since the attackers were targeting her, retreat was the best course. Thus she resolved to get Hanabi to safety first, away from the chaos. Just as she stepped out of the seating area, she saw Naruto and Shikamaru sleeping behind. So Hinata knelt down and dispelled Naruto's jinjutsu. "Moi." Naruto woke up groggily. "What's going on? Believe it. Tsunagakure has invaded Konoha. War has begun," Hinata said. Hinata, no longer stuttering, spoke smoothly. "Naruto, go wake up Kiba, and then get to safety. You're probably a target too, along with Sasuke." The ANBU assigned to protect Naruto were already locked in battle with nearby enemies. After speaking, Hinata went to Shikamaru to release his jinjutsu. But upon activating her Byakugan, she blinked in surprise. "Shikamaru, you weren't caught in the jinjutsu." "I didn't want to get involved in trouble." Shikamaru sat up with a sigh. "This looks like a huge hassle." Just then Naruto dragged a half-asleep Kiba over. "What are you talking about? Get up and fight." "Fight? You'd better hide. Their targets probably include you too," Shikamaru warned. "I won't run. He'll beat them all." Naruto, who hated giving up or retreating, raised his fist and declared his intent to fight. Shikamaru wasn't surprised, he just sighed helplessly. Sakura, who had just released Ino's Jinjutsu, turned to speak, but suddenly saw a figure break through the surrounding Yanbiyu and Hyūga ninja reaching Hinata's side. He raised a ninja sword with both hands and swung it down at Hinata. "Hinata, watch out." "Sister." Hanabi cried out as well. At that moment, the surrounding guards were all occupied with their own opponents. They could do nothing but watch helplessly as the blade descended toward Hinata's head. After a momentary shock, Hinata's instinct took over due to fear. Her left foot instantly rose from beside her, moving so fast, it seemed to trace a crescent moon in the air. As her legs straightened into a line, her left foot precisely kicked the hilt of the descending blade. The next moment, Hinata raised her palm, channeling chakra from her dantian, and struck the opponent's chest with an 8 trigrams vacuum palm, a technique not of this era. During this time, apart from studying new musical instruments at home, Hinata spent most of her time training chakra according to the method she learned from resonating with the heavenly screen. If observed with the Byakugan or through special methods, at a glance, Hinata seemed to have become much weaker than before. This is because most of her chakra was used to expand her meridians and nourish her body. The seemingly small amount of chakra was stored within her dantian, but in reality, it was highly refined chakra purified through the circulation of meridians. Though the quantity might not be large, its purity far exceeded ordinary chakra. At the same time, this technique, the 8 trigrams empty palm, was also activated in a new way through the meridians to the palm naturally, making its power extraordinary. Thus, in the eyes of those around, after the man's slashing blade was blocked, a hole suddenly exploded in his chest the next moment. A mist of blood spread with visible air currents and slammed into the wall behind. With a loud boom, the 10-centimeter thick wall behind was directly blasted through, leaving a palm print as tall as a person. The man, who had been stunned that Hinata had blocked his slash with her foot, had his expression completely freezed. He looked down at the hollow in his chest and muttered before falling, "This. Impossible." The others fighting around were also stunned, even forgetting the enemies before them. After a few seconds of silence, Hinata realized what had happened. She lowered her leg and looked at her right hand, already stained red, instantly turning pale with fear. I. Hinata. Hayashi came over and hugged her. "It's okay, it's okay." Hinata breathed heavily. I killed him." "It's okay, he was an enemy, he was going to kill you, you were just defending yourself, it's okay." Hayashi kept gently patting her back. Feeling Hayashi's comfort, Hinata's rapid breathing began to stabilize. However, at that moment, more people rushed toward her, some even ignoring the guards blocking them, willing to get hurt. What had just happened proved that this Hinata Hyūga was far too dangerous. Her potential was too great. If she were allowed to grow, it would be a nightmare for the other villages. "Hinata!" Naruto shouted, directly kicking away an enemy charging toward him. "Run!" Shikamaru threw a shuriken, temporarily driving back the enemy behind him. "You run too, you're also a target. They'll really kill you." Hayashi pushed his daughter behind him. "There are too many, Hinata, go quickly. Back to the Hyūga clan. Don't even think about leaving." Suddenly a person sprang out from outside the railing. With a flick of the hand, a kunai flew over, clearly showing an explosive tag tied to its end. The few who had activated their Byakugan could see. Without turning around, Hinata slipped out of Hayashi's arms, grabbed Hanabi, and threw herself to the side to prevent her from being caught in the blast. Boom! The explosion of the tag's fire made everyone's eyes flash and the entire spectator stand. Hanabi lifted her head from under Hinata, terrified. "Sister, you. I'm fine, stay away from me, it's too dangerous." Now Hinata didn't care about what she had just done. Her sister's safety was the most important. Saying that, she pushed Hanabi toward Hayashi. "Father, these people are after me. You protect Hanabi." Then, ignoring Hayashi's objection, she jumped directly out of the hole she had just made, clearly intending to lead the enemies away herself. No matter what the heavenly screen had exposed, Hinata didn't want her sister or brother to die because of her. "Hinata!" Hayashi roared, trying to stop her. At the same time, he cursed inwardly for miscalculating. He had expected an assassination attempt today. The Hyūga clan and the Umbu had already prepared countermeasures. But he never expected the Hokage to be taken hostage and an invasion by foreign enemies. Now it had turned into a chaotic battle, and the original deployment was completely disrupted. "I'm going with her. He'll protect her," Naruto said and rushed out after her. Whether his future wife or his current comrade, in Naruto's eyes they were the same. Someone who needed protection. Many others wanted to follow, but Hayashi stopped them with a rotation katen, blocking all enemies inside the... Kakashi thrust a kunai into an enemy, turned his head, and gave orders. "Sakura, go after them and take them to Sasuke. He still has Umbu with him, who can protect you." With that, he summoned his ninja dog pack and explained the situation and left with Sakura. Kiba was a bit dissatisfied. "What about us?" Shikamaru patted his shoulder. "Well, stay here and assist the Jonin in stopping the pursuers. As long as they're not caught up to, they'll be safe." That's true, and Hinata isn't so easy to capture. Having been partners playing hooky since childhood, Kiba nodded and immediately used Fong over Fongitsuga to repel an enemy trying to jump over from above. No choice, they had run off. Hayashi picked up Hanabi and placed her in a corner, ordered 2 Hyūga ninja to protect her, and joined Kakashi and the others to block the pursuers. On the other side, Neji, who was resting in the hospital room, suddenly heard an explosion outside. Tenten, who was taking care of him, looked puzzled. Is Sasuke's battle that intense? No, that's not right. Neji got up from the bed, abruptly activated his Byakugan, and then turned pale with fear. Someone is invading. The Hokage has been taken hostage. What? Tenten stood up in panic. Seeing Neji about to go out, she quickly grabbed him. What are you doing? Lady Hinata is still outside. I have to protect her. Tenten held him down. What can you do with your current condition? Don't worry, I still have strength to fight. Neji shook off her hand and went outside. Unable to dissuade him, Tenten could only follow. As soon as they came out, they found melee everywhere, friends and foes fighting in a mess. On the roof of the highest stand, a huge purple barrier stood, with several Umbu outside discussing something. In the center of the venue, the referee from earlier was fighting with shinobi from Suna, while the upper spectator stands were filled with Konoha ninja and black-clad figures wearing sound ninja headbands, along with many unmarked unknown ninja. Moreover, from outside the venue, sounds of battle could be heard from time to time, as if the entire Konoha had fallen into chaos. Before they could react to the current situation, suddenly, an unknown ninja dashed straight at Neji. A kunai aimed at his heart. Neji and Tenten were about to counterattack when they saw a Suna ninja in the distance throw a shuriken that accurately pierced the enemy's throat. Damn it, if you want to die, don't drag us down. That Suna ninja cursed angrily, and then continued fighting the Konoha ninja in front of him. Tian was somewhat bewildered by the situation before her. Are they allies or enemies? Ning's expression turned grim. I kind of guessed. During this invasion of Muida, Shiwan's order was not to attack the Rixiang clan, but they didn't have to help them either. Meanwhile, Sha'in issued a strict order they could attempt to kill Rixiang Chutian, but before her death, no other Rixiang clan member was to be harmed, especially Rixiang Ningxi. After all, the first Tianmu had shown Chutian, declaring she would exterminate Yunin because of Ningxi. If they killed Rixiang Ningxi but failed to kill Chutian, they would face village annihilation in a few years. Therefore, for Sha'in and Inren, at least until they received news of Rixiang Chutian's death, they had to ensure Rixiang Ningxi's survival as much as possible. Thus, on the battlefield, a bizarre scene unfolded. Wherever Rixiang Ningxi went, no one paid him any attention. If he actively attacked a Sha'in ninja, the opponent would immediately flee rather than fight him. However, if those headbandless ninjas attempted to assassinate him, the surrounding Sha'in and Inren would even come to his aid. This made Rixiang Ningxi's face darken. Had he become nothing more than a mascot to control Chutian? Within the barrier, after Shiwan wounded his own hand, the atmosphere finally turned serious. The third Hokage's expression was grave. Shiwan, what is your purpose? I know you're not someone who acts out of hatred. If I must say, it's that I find stillness boring and want to set things in motion. Shiwan chuckled lightly. Teacher Yuan Fei, it would be better for you to die as a hero, at least leaving behind a decent posthumous reputation. Rijan chuckled. My head isn't that easy to take. Then the master and student began their battle, though after a brief exchange of probes they were finally about to get serious. The Shiwan performed the impure world reincarnation, summoning 2 coffins. The third was pressed back by Rijan. Eventually the coffins opened and Qinsho Zhujian and Qinsho Feijian stepped out. Is this impure world reincarnation? Qinsho Feijian opened his eyes, looked around, then gazed at Rijan. Are you? Monkey. It's me, teacher. Rijan nodded. Qinsho Zhujian also stepped out of the coffin, looked around, and asked, what's going on? Big brother, it seems someone has used impure world reincarnation to bring our souls back from the Pure Land. Feijian turned his head, saw to Shiwan, and said, is it this young man? Is that so? Zhujian raised his hand and scratched his head with a smile. I thought that Tianmu had lit up again. Tianmu. The Shiwan was slightly startled. Can you see it from the Pure Land? Yes, you can. Zhujian replied with a smile. But aside from when the Tianmu is lit, we can only sleep the rest of the time. Feijian had quickly assessed the situation by observing his surroundings and looked at Shiwan with a displeased expression. You summoned us to deal with monkey. Alright, let's end this pleasant reminiscing here. As he spoke, Shiwan inserted kunai inscribed with jutsu into both of their heads. The two then lost consciousness and engaged Rijan in battle. On the other side, after leaving the venue, Chu Tian ran outward. She didn't intend to leave Muyi, she merely ran toward the training grounds on the outskirts, at least still within Muyi's sensory barrier. Although she was determined to lure away the enemy at the risk of her life, Chu Tian had no intention of dying in vain. As long as she could live, it was better to live. Soon she saw Mingren catching up from behind. Chu Tian stopped and waited for him. Mingren, why are you? To protect you, of course, Tabeo. Mingren raised his fist. Besides, we're both targets. If we're going to die, we die together. Chu Tian was stunned for a moment, then gave a wry smile. Ming Ren, I don't want to die yet. Don't worry, we won't. I still have to become Hokage, and you haven't become a great musician yet, Tabeo. Ming Ren smiled, cheerfully feeling none of the urgency of being hunted. Ming Ren's carefree attitude did relieve some of Chu Tian's pressure. I just killed someone. He wanted to kill you, you were just defending yourself. Ming Ren replied seriously, at least the Chu Tian I know is not someone who kills without reason. But you absolutely cannot let yourself be killed without fighting back, Tabeo. Chu Tian smiled slightly. Ming Ren is still so full of energy. Oh. Ming Ren raised his fist. No matter what, we can't give up, hope, Tabeo. If I knew the Rasengan, I'd definitely hit him in the face with it first. Rasengan? I know it, Chu Tian replied. Ming Ren grinned. Then after this is over, you'll teach me properly. Chu Tian nodded. After this exchange, their understanding of each other seemed to deepen a little. Just then Xiao Ying's voice came from behind. You two wait up. Chu Tian turned back. Xiaoying, how did you come? It's dangerous. It's fine, Kakashi-sensei and the others are holding off the pursuers. Xiaoying quickly ran over, and Kiba and Shikamaru and the others are helping to block the pursuers. We're safe for now. Upon hearing safe, Ming Ren relaxed, looked down at Pakin and asked, is this also Kiba's dog? No, it's Kakashi-sensei's summoning ninja dog. Xiaoying waved her hand. Pakin also chose that moment to speak. Alright, we still have a mission, let's get going. Mission? Chu Tian questioned. Aren't we supposed to be fleeing for our lives right now? The pursuers are being blocked. Sasuke has gone after Gaara and the others. This time Sha-in invaded Mu Yi, we need to go capture them. Pakin replied. Garakan. Chu Tian looked puzzled. But the one who attacked me wasn't from Sha-in. Xiaoying waved her hand. That's true, but it's all happening at once. Even if there are pursuers behind us, they're just scattered. We need to find Sasuke quickly, he has Tenumbu with him, who can protect both of you. And we'll capture those 3 little Sha-in brats along the way, Pakin added. Perfect. Ming Ren raised his fist. Let me have a good talk with that guy about why he did this. Seeing they understood, Pakin lifted his front paw. Then let's go. If we complete the mission, I'll reward you by letting you touch my paw pads. Ming Ren looked closely at the paw pads under his claws. Who would want to touch that, Tabeo? Alright, let's hurry. Xiaoying interrupted. Pakin, please lead the way. So Pakin tracked Sasuke's scent with Chu Tian's Byakugan assisting, and the group began moving swiftly once more. Meanwhile, on another road leading to Mu Yi, Gang Shou and Jing In walked side by side. So many people. Gang Shisama, today should be the finals of the Chunin exam. Jing In reminded her. Oh, they're all going to see that little girl from the Riseong family, right? And those 2 kids. Gang Shou chuckled. After losing all her money half a month ago, Tsunade had vaguely entertained the thought of returning to Konoha. After all, with the 2 heavenly screens having appeared, she could imagine that Konoha might have fallen into some chaos. The true decision was made the day after losing everything. She used her last coins to buy a lottery ticket on the roadside and won first prize. This filled Tsunade with a faint sense of unease, so she decided to bring Shizunai back to Konoha. No matter what, this place was her home. Thus the 2 set out on their journey back to Konoha. Meanwhile, Hinata and the others led by Pakin were weaving through the forest on the outskirts of the village. In less than 20 minutes, Pakin's ears twitched. It sounds like there's something behind us. Hinata immediately activated her Byakugan. About 200 meters behind us, there are 12 unknown ninjas. They wear no headbands or any identification. Are they pursuers? Sakura asked worriedly. Probably, Pakin analyzed. No matter how hard they try with so many of them, they can't all be stopped. Naruto clenched his fist. No problem. We'll just send them all flying, believe it. Pakin quickly stopped him. Don't be rash. These people aren't necessarily all rogue ninjas. Some might be elite A and BU from other villages. If any of them are Jonin level, you'll be killed in a single exchange. Damn it. So we just have to keep running? Naruto asked with frustration. Hinata kept her Byakugan trained behind them. It's no good. We'll be caught at this rate. The sharp-witted Sakura lowered her voice. In this situation, the only option is for someone to stay behind and set an ambush to hold them off, while the rest go find the A and BU tailing Sasuke. Naruto didn't hesitate. Alright, I'll do it. I will. Though fear flickered in her eyes, Sakura spoke firmly. They might not kill me, but you 2 are different. Whether you're killed or captured, it won't end well. So you 2 follow Pakin and find Sasuke. No way. Naruto refused immediately. How can I let a girl stay behind? I'll stay, believe it. Hinata's weak voice sounded. Maybe. Naruto and I could stay and set up the ambush together. Sakura was stunned. What are you saying? You're both targets. Hinata replied. I've thought it over. I know the Rasengan and the Chidori. Naruto has shadow clones. Even if there are Jonin among them, we might still stand a chance. After a brief silence, Pakin spoke first. That's actually the best option now. Sakura hesitated for a few seconds. But if you get caught or killed, don't worry, Sakura. Naruto grinned and gave a thumbs up. We won't die, believe it. I'm gonna be Hokage one day. Pakin turned slightly toward Hinata. Are you mentally prepared? You might have to kill them. Hinata took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Yes. I promised my father and Neji. I will change the future with my own strength. I don't want to become someone who wipes out another clan, but I also want to protect the people important to me. Then it's settled, Naruto said with a carefree laugh. We'll hold them off. Sakura, you go find Sasuke. With the words said, Sakura no longer argued. She nodded once firmly. Don't you two die? Don't worry, we won't. Naruto gave a thumbs up. Then the two of them stopped, turned to face the approaching enemies, and passed by Sakura and Pakin. Standing shoulder to shoulder, Naruto suddenly grinned. Hey Hinata, I have an idea we could try. Naruto might not be smart, but when he helped Kiba review after the preliminaries, Kiba said Naruto actually had very high battle intelligence. Hinata agreed with Kiba's opinion, so she nodded. What is it? Meanwhile, the dozen or so pursuing ninjas were watching each other warily. Some were rogue ninjas working for money, some were drawn by rumors of a bounty from the black market, and others were elite ANBU from various hidden villages. Their goal was to seize the chance to kill Hyūga Hinata, or capture her alive if possible. But since they weren't comrades, even though they hadn't started fighting each other, yet they remained on guard. Suddenly shouts erupted from ahead. Looking up, they saw over 100 Naruto clones charging toward them, each brandishing kunai or shuriken and yelling. They had already analyzed the target's information, but seeing Naruto, who had just fought a match, still have this much chakra made their scalps tingle. Still, they immediately threw shuriken or kunai to counter. One of them even attached an explosive tag to his kunai. After all, these people weren't his allies. He didn't care if they got hurt. Explosions rang out as many shadow clones were destroyed, but plenty still reached the group. They drew their weapons and engaged in close combat. Each clone was dispelled with a single blow. The last man in the group, seeing the scene ahead, assumed the same would happen. But when he raised his leg to kick the clone in front of him, the Naruto before him stepped onto his rising knee instead. He realized something was wrong, but it was too late. The Naruto in front of him used his knee as a springboard to rise higher, then both hands formed like butterfly wings, swept past his chin, and the other knee slammed solidly into his face. With a dull thud, the man fell from the branch dozens of meters high. The Naruto immediately ducked behind it. This Naruto was of course Hinata, using a transformation technique. This way she and Naruto had the group sandwiched between them. Moreover, since the pursuers were each fighting independently, they didn't notice immediately that the last man had. Even Naruto knew that in this situation a frontal assault wouldn't work. They had to pick them off one by one. So he and Hinata had devised this plan. Before the pursuers could react, Hinata ran up a tree trunk, reached the highest branch, and launched herself toward them. That man had just destroyed 2 Naruto clones when he heard the sound of something cutting through the air behind him. He tried to turn, but it was too late. He could only raise his hand instinctively and block a kunai aimed at his throat. Hinata wasn't surprised the kunai was blocked. She immediately kicked him in the back of the head. The blow stunned him, his eyes rolled back, and he fell uncontrollably from the air. By then the people in front noticed something was off. Someone was missing from the rear. And the dull thuds they had heard were clearly the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. So they all stopped. Seeing the people behind him stop one after another, Naruto at the front taunted, "What's the matter?" "I said scared, huh?" And the Hinata beside him also stuck out her tongue and quipped, "Naya, Naya, Naya." Then she turned around and patted her own rear, saying, "Come on, catch me," I said. Exchanging glances, the group turned and retreated. Hinata was the primary target. Oh, everyone wanted to capture her. Naruto instantly knew they had been exposed, and the shadow clone that had transformed into Hinata vanished in a puff of smoke. He quickly pursued them. "Hey, don't run, you cowards. Come and fight me to the death," I said. Naruto shouted as he chased them, not only trying to draw their attention, but also to warn Hinata. Having just dealt with the second opponent, Hinata heard the shout and realized that Naruto's disguise had been seen through. She immediately concealed herself. Initially, she had hoped to take out 3 or 4 before being discovered, but they had seen through her so quickly. Still, they did not know her exact location yet. She might be able to eliminate one more. As they reached the outskirts of Konoha, Shizune noticed the thick dust and smoke rising in the sky ahead. She narrowed her eyes. "Sunadesima, something is off." "Moi." Tsunade looked up and said, "Let's go. Speed it up." So instead of taking the long way to the main gate, the two cut straight through the forest, planning to enter Konoha as quickly as possible. Within half an hour of running, they reached Konoha's territory. Without much thought, they passed straight through the village's sensory barrier. Then as they weaved through the forest for less than 10 minutes, they heard sounds of battle ahead. Tsunade and Shizune landed, exchanged hand signals, and decided to sneak closer to assess the situation. In the next moment, several figures leaped across the branches overhead. Hinata darted out from behind a treetop and intercepted one of them. Her opponent drew a kunai and aimed straight for her head. Hinata pivoted, deflected, his arm spun around his body, and drove her own kunai into his throat. Then she kicked him away, blood spurting from the wound as he fell through the air. Tsunade and Shizune, who had come to reconnoiter, were instantly drenched in the spray. Tsunade froze instinctively, touching the warm blood on her face, then recoiled in terror, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground. Blood! Blood! Tsunadesima. Shizune knew this was bad. She quickly helped Tsunade move aside while wondering inwardly this was still within Konoha's sensory range. Why was there a battle here? A shinobi they did not recognize landed not far ahead. Frowning, he studied them for a moment, then drew a kunai and charged. Crap, someone's here. Seeing the two below, Naruto abandoned the pursuit of the others. He descended immediately, conjuring several shadow clones to surround the man before they all rushed in. The enemy was skilled in taijutsu. He instantly eliminated the clones around him, then flipped forward with a twist of his kunai, targeting the last remaining Naruto, the real one. Naruto, dodge. From the tree, Hinata shouted the warning as she pushed off the trunk and dropped rapidly. In midair, she formed a rapidly spinning energy sphere in her hand. A Rasengan, though somewhat smaller than the one displayed on the giant screen. For one, Hinata was not yet very adept at controlling chakra. For another, she remembered from the arena that pure concentrated chakra was extremely powerful and wasteful. So she condensed the Rasengan to about the size of a billiard ball. The Rasengan struck the man square on the back, slamming him into the ground. The fabric of his back and the mesh armor beneath were shattered, leaving bloody, mangled flesh as he coughed up blood. Naruto, are you okay? Yeah, thanks, Hinata. Naruto nodded, then turned to Shizune and the trembling Tsunade. You two should get out of here. It's dangerous, you know. As he finished speaking, something struck him. Huh, you look really familiar, miss. Oh, I remember now. Aren't you Kakashi Sensei's wife? I said. Ahem. Shizune choked. Not yet. What's going on here? Shizune had immediately recognized Naruto and Hinata, the two celebrities of the shinobi world, but she had no idea what was happening. Naruto was about to explain, but Hinata spoke first. There's no time. Run. As she spoke, a series of whistles sounded, and 8 figures landed in front of them, surrounding the group in a semicircle. Hinata's Byakugan caught a glimpse of the one in the center with the most chakra. She swept her hand outward and fired the 8 trigrams vacuum palm she had used in the arena, striking at him from a distance. But this time he sidestepped effortlessly. Crack! Splinters flew from the tree trunk behind him, leaving a clear palm print on the wood. Ouch, that was close, he said with a mock grin. Your potential is terrifying, but the gap in strength is still too obvious. Hinata said nothing, only stared at him, frowning. This man was nothing ordinary. At least a jonin, and not a newly promoted one like Kurenai Sensei, but an experienced veteran. Alright, you two big stars, behave and come with me. A live one is worth more than a dead one. Naruto stepped forward, spreading his arms to shield Hinata. I won't let you take Hinata. You know. Then die. Your head will do for them. I only need to take Hinata, Hyūga. He sneered coldly. The others exchanged glances and seemed to have no objection. This man was indeed strong, and splitting a share of Uzumaki Naruto would still net them enough cash at the black market to live lavishly for years. Just then the man in front tilted his head and glanced at the trembling Tsunade and the alert Shizune, who was analyzing the situation. Then he suddenly laughed. Well, if it isn't the future 5th Hokage Tsunade. So the rumors about hemophobia are true. Good luck today. Her head alone is worth 80 million Ryo on the black market. A live one probably sells for even more. Hearing the threat against Tsunade, Shizune set aside her confusion and formed hand seals. Ninja art poison mist. She opened her mouth and expelled a thick cloud of toxic smoke, which spread rapidly toward the enemies. Hinata seized the moment to grab Naruto's clothes and pull him away from the spot. Shizune also retreated, holding Tsunade. They'll explain later. You two help me take them down first. That one is very strong, Hinata replied. Leave him to me, Shizune said. You handle the rest and protect Tsunadesima. Wait, she's Tsunade. Wasn't the pervy sage looking for her? Naruto asked. And why is she like this? Naruto's question went unanswered. Hinata had already pulled him behind a nearby tree. They're here, she said. A ninja emerged from behind another tree with a sinister grin, formed hand seals, and spat out a barrage of pebbles toward them. Naruto lunged forward and pinned Tsunade beneath him, taking several hits on his back. Hey, Shizune said worriedly. Are you all right? Naruto smiled and gave a thumbs up. Don't worry. I promised I'd do it. You don't need to worry about Granny Tsunade. Just fight to your heart's content. They'll protect her, believe it. Meanwhile, Hinata dashed forward and slammed a Rasengan into the chest of the ninja, who had been spitting stones, sending him flying. Shizune was holding off the strongest opponent. The others, showing no intention of helping, all attacked Naruto and Hinata. Of course, there were also 2 sneaky ones who planned to kill Tsunade while they had the chance. After all, she was a big bounty. Naruto and Hinata stood back to back, shielding Tsunade between them. At this moment, Tsunade was still conscious, but her body wouldn't obey her, trembling uncontrollably. You two. Just go. Don't worry about me. Shut up. Naruto growled. Without looking back, Naruto attacked the enemy before him. I'm going to become Hokage. There's no way I'd abandon my comrades, believe it. As he spoke, several shadow clones charged forward, kicking the opponent into the air one after another. Uzumaki Naruto Rindan. The final clone spun twice in midair, then delivered a kick that sent the opponent crashing to the ground, creating a large crater. However, the opponent wasn't dead yet. He struggled to pull an explosion tag from his tool pouch. Just then Shizune, who had been knocked back nearby, flicked up her sleeve to reveal a strange device on her arm. The next moment, several Senbon needles shot out, one of which pierced the opponent's throat. On the other side, a ninja in dark blue clothes drew a kunai and aimed directly at Hinata's eyes. Knowing that the Byakugan was difficult to deal with, he planned to blind her first. Hinata kicked his wrist, then thrust both hands forward, grabbed his neck, yanked him back, and slammed her knee into his face. Over this period, Hinata had been eating well every day, and special training had nourished her body, making her much stronger than before. That single knee strike not only broke his nose, but also fractured his skull. The enemies lost several members in an instant. Exchanging glances, they began to cooperate. Originally, each of these opponents was at least Chunin level. Unknown was manageable, but once they teamed up, neither Hinata nor Naruto could handle them. Suddenly, the pressure on the two doubled. In just 2 exchanges, a gash opened on Hinata's arm. Naruto fell to the ground, spitting blood. Shizune also seemed out of practice. It was already difficult for her to hold off the Jonin-level enemy, leaving her no time to help. Once they coordinated, Hinata's still-mastered Rasengan and 8 trigrams vacuum palm could hardly be facing enemies attacking from left and right. Hinata had a wide field of vision to see details, but she lacked the strength to take on 2 at once. Naruto was still tied up by the other several opponents. There was no choice but to gamble. The Rasengan and 8 trigrams vacuum palm were still a bit slow. To break through in this situation, she had to try Chidori. I don't want to die here. I'm going to change the future. Stealing her resolve, Hinata took a deep breath. She stopped evading the enemy charging from the left, letting him kick her in the stomach, then grabbed his ankle. The next moment, light flashed in her right hand, and it sounded like 1,000 birds chirping. Seeing this, the enemy's face twisted in terror. He tried to pull back his leg, but she held it firmly. With a light sweep of her right hand, the man's right leg was severed from his body. At that moment, the enemy on the right rushed in and kicked Hinata in the side, sending her flying. Hinata rolled twice on the ground before crashing into the tree trunk beside Tsunade, unable to hold back a mouthful of blood. That last Chidori had almost depleted her already low chakra. Now it was very difficult for her to even stand. Seeing her lying motionless on the ground, unsure if she was alive or dead, Naruto, who was fighting 3 opponents, suddenly had his eyes turn red. Hinata, Naruto growled. His eyes turned into red slit pupils, the whisker marks on his cheeks grew bushier, and his teeth and claws became extremely sharp. Just then the enemy in front raised a ninja sword to strike him. He casually swung his hand, and his sharp claws clashed with the blade, producing a shower of sparks. The next moment, the enemy's ninja sword snapped. Is this tailed beast chakra? The opponent hesitated, a desire to retreat flickering in his mind. Many had heard of the power of a Jinchuriki. It was not something ordinary people could oppose. At that moment, however, Shizune was suddenly knocked back and fell nearby. The Jonin chuckled. What's there to fear? At this stage, it's just leaking tailed beast chakra, and he's lost his reason. At best, he's at the level of a Tokubetsu Jonin. A Tokubetsu Jonin was essentially a Chunin in rank, but one who possessed a special skill or technique capable of exerting combat power equal to, or even surpassing a Jonin under certain conditions, hence the special appointment. Saying this as if to prove his point, he appeared before Naruto in an instant and kicked him flying. See, he smiled at the others, ignored Naruto, and walked slowly toward Hinata. As he walked, he drew his ninja sword. You're still dangerous, alive, and troublesome too. Better to cut off your head and take it with me. It had only been a short time since the curtain appeared, and she had already mastered the Rasengan Chidori and that strange footwork and vacuum palm. If she were allowed to grow, she would be the greatest threat to other villages. He paced to Hinata and raised his blade to strike. A figure flashed. Tsunade had lunged forward, using her back to block the blow. Despite her uncontrollable trembling, Tsunade's will forced her body to protect this child. Not only was she the elder of these Konoha kids, but more importantly, Hinata must not die. Seeing Tsunade block the strike, the man frowned, then raised his sword again. Fine, it's better to eliminate you both. However, the blade still didn't fall. A sudden piercing sound from the side forced him to leap back to dodge. After retreating 2 steps, he looked up and saw that Naruto, who had just been kicked away, had returned. His red pupils had vanished, and he had returned to his normal appearance, spreading his arms to shield the two. Tsunade's voice still trembled. You idiot. You should have run away. Naruto stared intently at the enemy. In the future, Hokage believe it. How could I run away? A Hokage protects everyone. Listening to Naruto's words, Tsunade raised her head to look at his back. At that moment, his silhouette seemed to overlap with another, and suddenly a voice from a memory echoed in her ears. That voice had once spoken of the dream of becoming Hokage. However, the short-haired ninja before her clearly looked down upon it, showing no intention of answering. He swiftly appeared before Naruto, raising his blade to strike. Clang! A metallic, buzzing sound rang out as Naruto lifted his head, blocking the attack with his forehead protector. Although his head was not cleaved open, the powerful impact still left a red mark on his forehead. In the next moment, he quickly raised his hand to grab the ninja's arm. Now you can't escape, can you? The short-haired ninja was taken aback, then raised his left hand to strike, only to have Naruto push his foot against his shoulder, preventing the other hand from reaching him. He then directly bit down on the ninja's wrist. In pain, the short-haired ninja let out a muffled grunt and violently swung his arm towards a nearby tree. Naruto was slammed against the tree but still wouldn't let go, biting down harder on the ninja's wrist. Among ninjas, there were always those who were ruthless. Seeing Naruto's tenacity, the ninja swung him against the tree again and again. The dull thuds echoed continuously. Those present had no doubt that Uzumaki Naruto would be crushed to death. Hinata wanted to get up, but the pain in her back prevented her from struggling. Ino fainted nearby, completely unaware of what was happening. Tsunade watched as this child who had shouted about wanting to become Hokage was bloodied from the mouth and nose, yet still refused to let go. Her breathing grew increasingly rapid, and her body trembled more violently. However, when her hurried breaths and trembling reached a critical point, it seemed to suddenly stop. As if she had just regained her senses, she looked down at her now steady hands, then wiped the blood from her face. Realizing something, she slowly got up. The short-haired ninja slammed Naruto against the tree once more, and seeing that he still wouldn't let go, he turned his head to shout, "Hey, you guys, come help." Before he could finish, he froze in place, for the few onlookers who had been watching with interest were now staring at him in terror. No, more accurately, they were looking behind him. He abruptly turned his head only to see a young face filled with unabashed anger. You. The short-haired ninja seemed to realize something. "You seem to be having a lot of fun," Tsunade said, gently raising her hand to flick a finger against his chin. The short-haired ninja was instantly stunned, his mind going blank, and his body felt powerless. Naruto also sensed something was off, weakly releasing his grip and falling to the ground with a smile. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he understood he wouldn't die this time. Before the short-haired ninja could react, Tsunade flicked her finger against his head again. In the next moment, he was sent flying, crashing through several trees and leaving a noticeable drag mark on the ground. Lying on the ground, Naruto showed a look of surprise. So awesome. Hearing Naruto's voice, Tsunade turned her head to look at the unknown ninjas nearby. Without a word, she rushed over and swiftly knocked them away. After dealing with them, she came to Ino's side, crouched down to wake her up, and then dragged Naruto over to place him beside Hinata, examining their injuries. "Hinata, we're not dead," Naruto said. Hinata nodded slightly, showing a smile. "We're still alive." With a smile on her lips, Tsunade said, "You two little brats are quite lucky. Thankfully, you weren't injured in a critical area." She then summoned 2 spheres of chakra to begin healing them. "Now tell me what happened." Naruto finally remembered. Right, Sunagakure invaded Konoha, and there were others, a lot of them. They wanted to kill us at the venue, and they were fighting each other too. Tsunade listened, increasingly confused, and waved her hand. "Shut up. Hinata, Hyūga, right? You tell us." Hinata replied, "The Kazekage has taken Lord Hokage. They allied with the Sound Ninja Village to invade Konoha, and many other forces infiltrated, as well, probably aiming to deal with me, Naruto and Sasuke." After today's events, her speech had improved significantly, and her stuttering had decreased considerably. "So what happened to you?" "It was too chaotic in the venue. I came out to draw the enemy's attention. But then Naruto came out too, and later the Jonin and Umbu blocked the pursuers at the venue." Tsunade sighed. "You should have been key figures to protect, right? How could you have easily run out?" "I didn't want to put my sister in danger," Hinata replied. Tsunade turned her head. "And you?" "I naturally wanted to protect Hinata, and I was also a target, right? I could draw attention too. By the way, you are Tsunade, the one the 3rd Hokage mentioned, right?" Naruto said excitedly. "Old lady." Tsunade's forehead twitched. Ino looked terrified. Naruto, oblivious, replied, "I asked the 3rd Hokage, and he said you are the same age as the pervy sage. By the way, the pervy sage said he was going to find you Before he could finish, Tsunade pinched the wound, causing him to cry out in pain, his expression contorting. "What are you doing?" "Don't call me old lady." Tsunade growled. Naruto, confused, asked, "What's wrong with that? You are already 50. Naruto. Hinata quickly stopped him from continuing, forcibly interrupting him. "You should address her as Lady Tsunade. She is one of the legendary 3 of Konoha." "So is war starting now?" Ino changed the topic. "Well, that's the case." Naruto moved his arms and twisted his neck. "So awesome. It doesn't hurt anymore." Hinata's body also felt much better. Although her chakra hadn't recovered, at least her body didn't hurt anymore. "He is injured because of the tailed beast, while you are lucky you weren't hurt in the bones," Tsunade said while clapping her hands. "All right, you two little brats, hurry up and get up. Let's go back to Konoha while we still have a mission. We need to help Sasuke and Gaara get back. Hinata replied. Tsunade shook her head. Those matters can be handled by others. It's too dangerous for you two to stay outside. No way, Lady Tsunade, Hinata replied. Gaara is the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure. If he goes berserk, only Naruto can subdue him. The tailed beast is indeed a bit troublesome, Tsunade said, hands on her hips, sighing. Jiraiya is still not in the village. How long has he been gone? A week, Naruto replied. He said he was going to find you. Then, before she could finish, a loud, high-pitched laugh echoed from afar, accompanied by a sense of excitement. The group quickly climbed to the treetops to see a massive creature entirely brown, with purple stripes appearing in the distant forest. Gazing at the distant scene, Tsunade couldn't help but sigh. This is going to be troublesome. Is that the tailed beast inside Gaara? Hinata murmured to herself. Tsunade nodded slightly. Shikaku of the sand, the one-tailed beast. Hinata turned her head. Naruto, let's go. Shizun quickly intervened. Both of you are in no condition to be of any help right now. Are you kidding me? Naruto shouted. It's just a big monster, right? I can use the Nine Tails chakra to believe it. Saying that, he formed the boar hand seal and let out a low roar. Hawa. The next moment, an orange chakra erupted around him, swirling over his body, making his clothes rustle. The three of them turned to stare at him in surprise. Shizun couldn't help but remark, if you had this much chakra, why were you getting beaten so badly just now? Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. I'm not great at controlling this fox's chakra, believe it. Anyway, it should be fine now. He'll summon a toad to take us there. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smeared it on his palm, quickly made hand signs, and slammed his hand onto the tree trunk, summoning jutsu. Poof! A cloud of smoke burst open and a small orange toad appeared. Yo, what's up? Naruto clutched his head and yelled, what the heck at a time like this? This is why I hate you toads, believe. Don't underestimate us amphibians, you brat, Gamakichi said, smacking him on the head with its tongue. Naruto, I think we should run there, Hinata said, looking around. Otherwise Sasuke and those Umbu might be in danger. Tsunade sighed helplessly. Shizun, go with them and provide cover when necessary. They'll head back to Konoha and see what's going on. But Lady Tsunade, don't worry, my hemophobia is cured. Tsunade cut her off. I need to check the situation and send the sealing squad to reinforce you. Shizun looked at Naruto and Hinata, but they're still. Normally they should be taken back to Konoha for protection immediately. Didn't you see their previous fight? They're already shinobi who can stand on their own, Tsunade said as she jumped down. Besides, it's best to let a Jinchuriki deal with another Jinchuriki. Shizun had to agree. Based on what they'd heard, things inside Konoha were still a bit chaotic. Left with no choice, she nodded. After all, Lady Tsunade, cured of her hemophobia, had regained her former strength and wouldn't be in danger on the battlefield. Thus, they parted ways, Tsunade returning to Konoha while Shizun followed Naruto and Hinata toward Chicago. On the rooftop, after a fierce battle, Hiruzen saw the young woman's face beneath Orochimaru's mask and finally resolved to kill him. He had hesitated before, not only because Orochimaru was his former student, but also because Orochimaru was now 50 years old. His death would end the feud with Konoha. But with the power of immortality, Orochimaru would live forever, meaning the conflict with Konoha would never end. Thus, Hiruzen decided to kill him here. After another round of combat, Hiruzen had to admit he was no match for a younger opponent. So he decided to use the dead demon consuming seal to take Orochimaru with him. First, he sealed the souls of the first and second Hokage into the Reaper's belly, then entered a tug-of-war with Orochimaru. Hiruzen strained to pull out Orochimaru's soul, while Orochimaru struggled to pull it back. Amidst the struggle, they still found time to chat. Professor Sarutobi, remember the celestial veil from before? It seems some things are inevitable. Orochimaru forced a smile. Yes, the third said, sweating as he exerted himself. But history can be changed. For instance, by dragging you into hell with me. Orochimaru grinned. If you were 10 years younger, maybe. But now, no chance. As he spoke, Kusanagi pierced straight through Hiruzen's back. Hiruzen coughed up blood. Indeed, it seems I can't kill you. But my disciple, you have been obsessed with jutsu all your life. As punishment, I will take away your jutsu. The next moment, the Reaper behind him swung its blade and cut off a piece of Orochimaru's soul. Watching his arms turn black and hang limp, Orochimaru let out a roar, no. Meanwhile, Shizun and the others had arrived at the target location. Before they even got there, Hinata saw through her Byakugan that masked figures lay scattered on the ground. Most were dead, but a few were still alive. Sasuke himself was hiding behind a tree trunk, frowning at the massive figure in the distance. His eyes held both fear and excitement. Fear that he might die under the monster's attacks, excitement that he might gain power even greater than this. He thought of Orochimaru, whom he had met in the Forest of Death during the Chunin exams. Could he give me stronger power? Shikaku kept laughing and occasionally spat out an air bullet. It didn't seem to be trying to destroy or kill anyone. More like it was just having fun after being sealed for so long. This was the situation Shizun and the others faced. Seeing them approach, Sasuke was surprised. What are you doing here? Where are your guards? Well, Hinata replied. By the way, this is Miss Shizune. She's. I know Kakashi's wife, Sasuke nodded. Shizune's forehead vein bulged. Not yet. Naruto looked up at the giant Shikaku. How do we even fight a thing like that, believe it? For now, just stay hidden and wait for the ceiling squad. Shizune assessed the situation. We can't win. I can hear him laughing. Maybe we can talk to him, Hinata suggested. Huh. Shizune turned. Are you one swat from that thing, and you're dead? Hinata shook her head gently. My intuition says there's no danger. I want to try. Before Shizune could speak, Naruto interrupted. He'll go with you. I want to ask where he took Gaara, believe it. Hey, do you two realize how important you are? Shizune's eyes widened. If it gets angry, I can't save you. Don't worry. Naruto gave a thumbs up. Don't forget I've got the nine tails too. Listening to their conversation, Sasuke felt he was going mad too. But staying here wouldn't end well if that monster casually swatted them with a single slap. After several futile attempts to dissuade them, Shizune could only watch helplessly as Naruto and Hinata dashed out. Shikaku was enjoying himself when he suddenly heard a female voice. Is that Mr. Shikaku? Huh. Hearing the voice, Shikaku turned his head and saw Hinata and Naruto standing on a nearby tree branch. Hinata looked somewhat frail, while Naruto wore an expression of vigilance. Oh. Shikaku leaned his massive head closer. Aren't you the Byakugan girl from the Celestial Vale? And he turned his head, then displayed a look of disdain, the Jinchuriki of that stinky fox. Naruto paused for a moment, then retorted, Hey, the big fox inside me said you're an idiot, Databeo. Shikaku suddenly let out a roar. Come on, stinky fox. Come out and fight. The tremendous roar even produced visible sound waves, making the two on the tree branch struggle to keep their balance. Even Shizune and Sasuke hiding behind couldn't help narrowing their eyes. Please don't quarrel. Hinata raised her hands, quickly changing the subject. Mr. Shikaku, let's talk. Shikaku again brought his huge head close. Talk about what? Could you first let Garaken out? Hinata asked cautiously. After all, you two are one. That brat has fallen asleep. What do you want to say? Shikaku asked bluntly. Hinata took a deep breath. Mr. Shikaku, why can't you get along with Garaken? Like Naruto and the Celestial Vale did. Ridiculous. Why should I get along with humans? Cooped up in a cage and expected to befriend the cage. Naruto interjected, but you've done many wrong things. Take the big fox for instance. Bullshit. Shikaku roared. All excuses. Wasn't it you humans who forcibly sealed me because you coveted the power of the tailed beasts, making me your tool to fight your wars? I'm sorry, I don't know why this happened. Hinata bowed solemnly. But Mr. Shikaku, tormenting each other like this with Garaken only deepens the mutual hatred. So you're asking me to forgive all this? No. Hinata shook her head. Mr. Shikaku, you saw the earlier Celestial Vale, didn't you? I don't know if I can become as strong as I was in the Celestial Vale in the future. But I am willing to promise that I will definitely find a way, together with Naruto and Garaken, to seek a solution that benefits both, freeing Jinchuriki and tailed beasts from the current bondage. Whether it's Garaken or Naruto, both have been ostracized because of their Jinchuriki identities. Both sides have been unable to lead normal lives because of this. So if Mr. Shikaku is willing to trust me, please give me some time. I will try my best to find a reasonable way acceptable to everyone to return to a normal life. I only beg you before that, Mr. Shikaku, please stop tormenting Garaken and yourself. Hinata spoke sincerely. Even though she was frightened, she looked into Shikaku's eyes and voiced her thoughts. Seeing her like this, Shikaku could hardly connect her with the image from the Celestial Vale. You expect me to believe you just because of a word? What if you die before that happens? Shikaku said unceremoniously. Before Hinata could answer, Naruto shouted, Hinata won't die. He'll definitely protect her, Databeo. A hint of mockery appeared on Shikaku's enormous face. Neither now nor in the future shown by the Celestial Vale are you stronger than her. How can you protect her? Naruto was momentarily speechless. Hinata interjected, Mr. Shikaku, even if that were the case for you, things would remain unchanged, wouldn't they? Since that's the case, why not give it a try? If anyone else had said this, Shikaku might have dismissed it. But having seen Hinata's future on the Celestial Vale, he had to admit she might indeed have that capability. At the very least, under such power, no one could oppose her, just like Hashirama Senju in the old days. Shikaku's eyes glanced sideways at Sasuke and Shizune hiding nearby, then slowly raised a hand, fist facing them. You too, extend your fists. Let's find another place to talk. Hinata and Naruto exchanged glances, then stretched out their fists and gently tapped Shikaku's massive fist. The next moment, the surroundings shifted and the sky darkened considerably. Hinata observed the surroundings. It looked like an altar-like structure. On a stone bed in the middle lay Gaara motionless. Around them, sand and wind enveloped everything, completely blocking the view beyond the altar. Even the Byakugan couldn't be activated. This is that brat's mental space, Shikaku introduced. Naruto immediately rushed over and shook Gaara by the shoulders. Hey Gaara, wake up. Why would you do something like this, Dadabayo? Perhaps because Naruto shook him too hard, Gaara slowly came to and opened his eyes. Seeing Naruto and Hinata, he seemed surprised. How did you get here? Is this really the time to care about that? Naruto said angrily. Why start a war, Dadabayo? Gaara was silent for a few seconds, then replied calmly, because it's an order. We're executing a mission. Is it the Kazekage's order? Hinata asked. Naruto pressed on. Why would the Kazekage give such an order, Dadabayo? Gaara grew irritated. How would I know? Go ask him yourself if you want. Hinata patted Naruto's shoulder. Garaken, we came here to talk with you and Mr. Shikaku. The tailed beast and the Jinchuriki always torment each other. I want to stop this. Hearing her words, Gaara turned his head to look at Shikaku trapped in a cage at the center of the altar. His expression twisted. You've been lying to me. Shikaku looked contemptuous. I don't bother lying to you. You've always mistaken me for your mother. Besides, those sands were originally your mother's chakra. What? Gaara couldn't believe it. Hinata seemed to realize something. Those sands that automatically protect you. They should be your mother's chakra. It's just that you might have confused them due to Mr. Shikaku's influence. You've been at odds all along. Becoming friends overnight may not be possible. But perhaps you can try communicating. Garaken, when you return, let Mr. Shikaku come out and play sometimes. You can tell he loves freedom. And Mr. Shikaku, please don't harm the people of Sunagate here. Give each other some leeway first. Once I have enough power, I will ensure both of you have a normal life. I promise. Hinata's expression was earnest. Listening to Hinata's words, Shikaku pondered. Giving you face isn't impossible, but this kid might not be willing, right? Hinata turned her head. Garaken, what do you think? I don't know if changing this state will make things better, but I'm willing to try, Gaara replied. This visit to Konoha allowed him to witness firsthand the different attitude toward life of Uzumaki Naruto, who, like himself, was a Jinchuriki. It made him somewhat envious. Although he didn't have a girlfriend as formidable as Hinata, perhaps he could still live a somewhat normal life on his own. Hinata let out a soft sigh, then smiled. Then it settled. I look forward to working with you from now on, Garaken and Shukakusen. Shikaku remained carefree. Well, just consider it a trial. But I'm telling you that Stinky Fox isn't as easygoing as I am. They'll do my best. Hinata nodded. After exiting Gaara's mental space, Shikaku's massive body turned into sand and gradually collapsed, revealing Gaara inside. Temari hurried over to support him and asked, It seems the war is lost. What now? I'm sorry, Tamarizan, but we can't let you go. We have to take you back. Hinata replied. Moreover, with Garaken captured as their trump card, the war will end soon, thus reducing casualties. Temari did not object, just supporting Gaara as she said, At least let me find my brother first. Over here, Pakon's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to see Shino carrying an unconscious Kankuro slowly emerging from the forest. Upon seeing them, Shino's legs gave way, and he collapsed, the unconscious Kankuro also falling to the ground with chakra sealing tags still attached to his body. Shino. Hinata quickly ran over. How are you here? Sasuke spoke up. He blocked this guy for me. Hinata activated her Byakugan. Not good, he's been poisoned. Leave it to me. Shizun said, walking over and crouching to examine Shino. I'm a medical ninja too. Don't worry. Meanwhile, Temari came over and tore off Kankuro's sealing tags, waking him up. After hearing the situation from Temari, Kankuro didn't resist and obediently followed them back to Konoha. On the way back, the siblings supported Gaara, who was still somewhat weak, all over as they walked behind the group. The sky was thick with dark clouds, and soon it began to rain. Gaara felt the raindrops hitting his body and suddenly spoke. Temari, Kankuro. Thank you for everything. The two were momentarily stunned by his words. Then Kankuro laughed. What are you saying? We're family. Meanwhile, Tsunade braved the rain to return to the village. From afar, she saw that the purple barrier on the roof of the arena stands had disappeared. She quickened her pace and rushed over. Upon arriving at the arena, she saw a scene of utter devastation. Signs of destruction were everywhere, with many corpses still lying scattered in various places. The ordinary civilians who had come to watch the spectacle were being evacuated in an orderly manner under the direction of Chunin and Jinin. Judging by their bewildered expressions, they seemed to have just been released from a genjutsu, completely unaware of what had happened. Then Tsunade saw a large group of people gathered on the roof, and she quickly leaped up. Upon seeing her, those who recognized her made way, some bowing and greeting Tsunadesima. Tsunade didn't bother to respond, quickly jumping onto the roof. The Jonin gathered in front saw her sudden appearance and made way, bowing their heads in greeting. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen lying there, Tsunade slowly approached, crouched down, and checked his condition. After confirming that he was completely dead with no chance of revival, she sighed, Sarutobi-sensei, I am back. After Naruto and the others returned to Konoha, they heard the news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death in battle. Watching the Konoha ninja surrounding them, Gaara's expression remained unchanged as he calmly asked, Is the Kazekage still alive? Kakashi at the front shook his head. The Kazekage himself did not appear. The Kazekage on the viewing platform was Orochimaru in disguise. What? Temari and Kankuro widened their eyes. Then, where did the Kazekage go? I don't know. Kakashi spread his hands. Anyway, you are now prisoners of Konoha. Until our negotiations with Tsunagakure are concluded, your movements will be restricted. Kakashi-sensei Hinata spoke up. Please do not separate them. Also do not subject them to any interrogation methods. That's not my jurisdiction, but I will report your request accurately, Kakashi replied. Just then Hayashi, who had received the news, arrived. Hinata, are you alright? I'm fine, father. Hinata nodded gently. Hayashi took her hand. Let's go home. Hinata nodded, said goodbye to the others, and followed Hayashi home. After returning home, Neji and Hanabi quickly ran over. Hinata-sama, are you alright? Sister, are you okay? Hinata nodded gently. Don't worry, I'm fine. Hayashi sat in his seat. Your expression doesn't look like you're fine. Hinata was silent for 2 seconds. I killed many people today. Child, they were enemies, Hayashi said slowly. They came to kill you. If you didn't kill them, you would die. I know, Hinata nodded gently. But father, I don't feel guilty at all. I can't believe I have such thoughts. Am I still me? At that moment, Neji spoke up. Hinata-sama resonates with her future self and learns many things. Could her personality also be affected? It's possible, Hayashi replied. But it's only an influence. Realizing this shows that you are still you, and you won't completely become the future you. Neji also agreed. Moreover, Hinata-sama, one's personality is naturally influenced by experiences and environment, even by smaller things. For example, Rock Lee was very withdrawn before, but after training with Gai Sensei for a year and becoming stronger, his personality became more cheerful. So I think you don't need to worry too much. Hayashi even raised his hand and stroked her head. No matter how you change, you are my child. You are still you. So Hinata, don't be afraid. Continue walking according to your own thoughts. Hearing her father's encouragement, Hinata finally felt at ease. As long as she was still herself, that was enough. She nodded gently. Yes, I understand. Hanabi leaned in again. But sister, you were amazing. That palm strike today left me in awe. Hinata reached out to stroke her sister's head. Once I'm more familiar with it, it'll teach you, okay? The recovery efforts for the post-war order in Konoha quickly commenced, and by the next morning normalcy was largely restored. The command to rebuild various facilities such as the damaged houses from the battle was issued early the following day. Meanwhile, the ninjas of the village donned mourning attire and set out early to attend the funeral of the third Hokage and the ninjas who sacrificed themselves yesterday. The sky continued to drizzle lightly as Konoha's ninjas listened to the lengthy eulogies in the rain. For Hinata, her impression of the third Hokage remained quite favorable. Whenever she encountered him on the streets, he would resemble a kind old man treating them to snacks while chatting about the will of fire. Regardless of what her future self might say, Hinata felt a tinge of sadness over his passing. However, it was curious that she did not see Lady Tsunade or the two advisors at the funeral. In fact, the three of them were not far from the funeral square watching from a balcony. Shizen sighed, alas, old friends are leaving one after another. Mito Minion also felt downcast. After all, the third Hokage was their old friend, having fought side by side with them. Tsunade looked at the funeral taking place in the square and said, you two aren't here just to discuss this, are you? You know the situation in the village, Mito Minion replied. Previously, when the sky appeared, Hiruzen had already discussed with us about your succession as the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya went to find you for this matter, but it seems you missed each other. The Hokage. Tsunade sighed softly. When she returned this time, she intended to take a look, as the appearance of the sky twice had put Konoha on the edge of a storm. However, she did not expect to encounter such circumstances. Upon her return, the third Hokage had perished in battle, leaving Konoha without a leader. News would surely begin to spread to other countries, and if they decided to declare war on Konoha during this time, the Fourth Shinobi War would commence earlier than expected. Although she had little interest in the Hokage position, Tsunade did not wish to see devastation. She had already lost too much because of war. Though Konoha was a place of sorrow for her, she thought of Naruto and Hinata, whom she had encountered upon her return. The gap between the current Hinata and the one in the sky was significant. If it weren't for the strong power she had displayed yesterday, one might even think they were two different people. In contrast, Naruto at such a young age had set his sights on becoming Hokage and was willing to take action for his ideals. This reminded her of Nawaki, her younger brother, who also aspired to become Hokage. Tsunade instinctively felt that perhaps she could protect him for a while longer, perhaps she could believe in him, or rather in their ideals once again. Alright, I can accept the position of Hokage. Tsunade gazed at the funeral in the square and slowly spoke, but you and Danzo must not interfere with my orders. No problem, Shizen replied. We are merely advisors to the Hokage, responsible for offering suggestions, though whether to adopt them is the Hokage's decision. As for Danzo, Hiruzen has already relieved him of his duties and forbidden him from leaving the route at will. He has dedicated most of his life to Konoha, so Tsunade, you shouldn't be too harsh on him. Let's leave it at that. As long as he doesn't hinder me, I can maintain the status quo. Tsunade nodded gently. So what are your plans moving forward? Mito Minion asked. The Jinchuriki from Sunagakure is still imprisoned here. They will not simply give up. If war breaks out now, other ninja villages will surely take the opportunity to target Konoha. Moreover, this incident was instigated by Orochimaru. The Jinchuriki from Sunagakure should be released. Indeed, having more allies is better than having more enemies. At this time, Shizen agreed. After all, that's the future Kazekage. If we could eliminate him early. Mito Minion seemed to have a differing opinion. Tsunade interrupted him. It would be fine if it were just a war with Sunagakure, but after the appearance of the sky, other ninja villages will certainly not stand by. Can Konoha withstand a combined assault from the other ninja villages then? But we can't just let him go, can we? It might not be a bad idea. Shizen said according to previous intelligence, Sunagakure is already internally discordant. Let their future Kazekage go back, let them fight among themselves for now. Mito Minion nodded slightly then. What are you planning to do with Naruto and the others? Tsunade pondered for a moment. Just like before, let them continue with their missions. You want to let them go on missions? Mito Minion's eyes widened. Do you know what that means? Keeping them in the village as useless individuals won't help them grow, will it? Tsunade retorted. Experts are honed through real combat. Mito Minion asked, but what if they die before? That would still be much better than accomplishing nothing. Tsunade replied with unusual firmness. This statement was hard to counter. If she didn't want the two to become useless, they had to accumulate enough experience. But can Kakashi really protect both of them? Shizen expressed some concern. Although Kakashi was indeed an exceptional expert, given the current circumstances, he might not be able to protect Naruto and Sasuke alone. Tsunade contemplated. Let's wait for Jiraiya to return. I'll let him and Shizen accompany them. That should be fine. If anything unexpected happens, they can also escape. And what about Hinata? How do you plan to arrange her? Mito Minion asked. Compared to Naruto and Sasuke, her importance was greater. If she wanted Hinata to grow, keeping her in the village was almost impossible. Tsunade replied, he'll talk to the Hyūga clan leader and let her join the Yumbu. Given her display of strength during Konoha's invasion, she was certainly qualified to join the Yumbu. Mito Minion and Shizen exchanged glances, remaining silent. This was indeed the best arrangement. Considering Hinata's notoriety, it was no longer feasible for her to carry out regular missions. Neither of the two raised any objections to Tsunade's plans. As the funeral concluded, the sky suddenly cleared. Tsunade lifted her head, feeling the sunlight warm her face, and gradually closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her entire demeanor had changed as she participated in negotiations with Sunagakure in the capacity of the Fifth Hokage. The negotiation process went smoothly. Konoha did not intend to pursue responsibility, merely stating that they would maintain the allied relationship, while pushing all responsibility onto Orochimaru. Sunagakure was also aware that they were in the wrong this time. With their Jinchuriki captured and the Kazekage missing, they stood to gain nothing by waging war against Konoha at this time. Thus, under the mutual understanding between both parties, the negotiations concluded smoothly. Konoha released Gaara and a number of sand ninjas, while Sunagakure offered a symbolic apology, bringing the matter to a close.